Hi everyone, this is two J's, Jay Johnson. What up? Uh, so I need to witness and testify to um, this satanic government and mistreatment that I've been receiving lately. For it's been feel like I'm under demonic attack. Okay, I'm reporting these things. They're cutting off my ability to be able to communicate to the public and to the world. So so this has happened to me with three different telecommunications companies so far. So everyone knows, well, most people know like the main ones, which is like Bell and Rogers. Okay, these are two main companies that provide internet and telecommunication services to people. Are supposed to when you pay properly. Okay, so they're using money to try to cut off my communication. So like I'll start this. It's April 15th right now, April 15th 2022, and yesterday, I'll get into this after. I'm going to start off with Bell, then Rogers, then Acanic, this new company that I just dealt with all of yesterday. This was ridiculous. Like, so I'm going to start off with Bell. So like years ago, back in the day it was during when the iPhone 4S came out. Okay, this was like the 4 that came out. This was like years ago. Okay, so I went and got a cell phone from Bell. It was an iPhone 4S, and it was one of those deals where you get the phone, and then they include the amount that you pay for your phone in your bill, in your monthly bill. So then I have this phone, and I've got service, and I'm just doing my regular day to day, going to work, and paying my bills, and and then so randomly one day, this phone, like my phone just goes missing. Like I'm like someone stole my phone. I dropped it when I was out at a bar or at a club or something. Either way, this phone, and it wasn't paid off yet, went missing. Someone stole it, and I was like, so I phoned the company. I had the Find My iPhone app on my phone, and I try to phone. So I go to my desktop, my iMac, and I try to find it, and they're like, "Oh, it's been turned off. It's not located. Your locator service on the phone isn't turned on, so you can't find this phone. It would have had to be turned on. The app has to be turned on." So I was like, okay, well that was basically useless for trying to find this phone. So then I phoned the company Bell, and I'm like, okay, my phone is missing. It's stolen. Cut off the services. If anyone's using my phone, it is not me. Cut it off. I do not have my phone. It is stolen. Cut it off. And then so they're like, and then so they, then they apparently cut it off or whatever. Okay, well, where was it? Blah blah blah. And they try to act like they care or something that it's gone. Meanwhile, I don't know who stole it or what's going on. Like I said, maybe I just dropped it somewhere and someone picked it up. But either way, someone stole this phone. Because then I receive a bill for $2,000 from Bell, and I'm like, what the heck? $2,000. The phone itself was only, when it first came out, it was only like $500 phone or something. You know what I mean? So I was like, what the heck is this? And then they're like, oh, this is for service from this day to this day. And it was like months down the road. I was like, I reported this phone stolen. I'm not going to pay for services. If they're like, oh, we can see that this phone is being used from this. And I was like, I reported it stolen this day. I'm not paying for this from this day to this day. That's not happening. I reported it. It will be on file that I reported this phone stolen, and to cut off these services. This phone is missing. Someone stole it. Cut off the services. I made it very clear. And then so they're like, oh, well, there's nothing we can do, blah, blah, blah. And they gave me this big hassle about getting another phone and receiving internet from Bell and all this. So I'm like, $2,000? What? Like, I can't afford that. So I was like, what the heck's going on? Like, I reported this phone. That's useless. I'm not paying $2,000. So like, oh, well, Bell won't provide you services anymore. So I'm like, okay, well, what how much do I have to? They're like, you can pay a percentage of this and settle this matter with Bell, and then it'll be off your record, and it won't affect your credit, and it won't mess up your credit, and you'll be able to get I'm like, so I'll be able to get a new phone? They're like, yeah, if you settle and pay this amount. So I was like, what amount? And they're like, well, usually it's around, the creditors and the companies want around 50% of what you owe. And I was like, or what they claim you owe. So I'm like, what? Like, give me a number here. I want a number. Oh, 900, and we would accept 900, and it was like $950, something like that, something in the 900 range. So I was like, so $900. You want $900 for this phone that got stolen? And they're like, oh, well, because you didn't pay off the full balance for this phone yet. I was like, okay, well, the phone itself, if I would have bought it new in the store and fully paid for it cash, it would have been what, $500? Okay, so it wasn't fully paid off yet. And then what, maybe the month of service, or 1 or 2 months of service that I actually had the phone and was using it, I'll pay for that. Like, that makes sense. And that was maybe like, okay, so I'll pay off half, and then I can get a new phone. And they're like, yeah, okay. So then I was like, even though, like, you know, I was working at the time, but then I was like, okay, Mom, can you help me with this? You know, my mom's so sweet. She's always like helped me with my these issues and situations, you know. So my mom's like, okay, well, I'll help you pay off that balance so that they can stop harassing you. Don't mess up your credit, and so you can go get another phone and function. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, thank you, Mom. Like, I need my phone for work. I need my phone to communicate and all that. You know, it's important to be able to communicate to the world, to be able to function properly in society. You know what I mean? They make you need a phone for like everything. To access your email account and your YouTube channel, all these things. They like force this shit on you. You know what I mean? And then like, so I'm like, okay, thanks, Mom. So we pay off a balance of $950 or something like that, like almost $1,000. And then I go to get another phone. They refuse to give me another phone. Oh, that was the creditors that you settled with. Bell, for you to get service from Bell, you need to pay off the full amount that you owe, $1,000, whatever. And I was like, I was just talking to Bell and the creditors, and they said I could pay this amount, and you guys would wipe this clean and give me a new phone. And I reported it stolen. I'm clearly not using it for all these months that you're trying to charge me for. And how is that my fault? You know what I mean? I took all the proper steps to report it stolen, and I clearly don't have this phone. I'm not using it. Cut it off. You know what I mean? Like, and then so they're like, oh, there's nothing we can do. That's up to Bell. So I was like, screw Bell. Okay, well, screw this company. I'm going to a next company then. So I go to Rogers, okay? So I go to Rogers because I'm in good standing with Bell now, and they affect my credit score and all this, and blah, 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 blah. You know, and I pay them like $1,000, you know what I mean? And like $950 or something. My mom witnessed this, is witnessing this mistreatment of me too. Like, my mom's witnessing it, and she's like, I have no clue what's going on, why these people are mistreating you like this. Like, this doesn't make any sense. You're even paying the bills that they're asking for. And then it's okay, so I go to Rogers, okay? I hooked up my internet and my home phone through Rogers, and I'm on disability because I can't handle all this mistreatment in the world of like this satanic attacks. Like, I've witnessed my brother get possessed, like said some weird creepy shit. It made me question my own sanity. I was like, am I hallucinating this? Like, my brother just got possessed and said some weird creepy shit to me, and he has no recollection of it. Was that an auditory visionary hallucination or something? Like, what is going on here? And people were witnessing this stuff. Like, even when I was in this like dream, like I was in a dream one time, and I felt like I was getting attacked, and I was like getting attacked by devils. I woke up and my brother is knock at the door, all black and red, bloodshot, and he has bedhead up in devil horns. And I'm like, Phil, I know you don't understand this, but there's some sort of like spiritual attack happening to me because I turned to God and Jesus. I know you don't understand any of this. I don't even understand any of this. But you look like a devil, bro. I was like, I was just in a dream getting attacked, and devils were taking the form of my family members and people around me and trying to gain my trust and asking me questions about God and all this. And I was getting attacked, and I was actually in pain in this dream, and then I couldn't even wake up. Now I wake up to the knock on the door. It's you, and look at yourself, bro. You look like a devil. I'm not lying. Like, witness what I'm saying. He's like, looks in the mirror. He's like, yo, I do. He's like, yo, I'm not even trying to. I was like, look at you. You're in all black and red. Your eyes are bloodshot red. And he's like, oh, that's because I just smoking weed. I was like, I know, I get it. You don't get it, how you look or whatever. Look at your eyes. Eyes are bloodshot. You're in black and red. You have devil horns, bro. You have devil horns on your head. You just got you have a tattoo of a she-devil on your arm. Like, what is going on? I think he ended up getting a devil tattoo after this happened. I don't know if he had the devil on his arm when this actually happened, but then like he did end up getting a devil tattoo like right after that. I'm like, oh, thanks, that's gonna help my mental health, bro. Like, and then like, so then he's like, yo, I do. Sorry, my bad. I'm not even trying to trip you out. So I'm like, I go to my mom. I'm like, to tell her this. I'm like, Mom, I'm under like some spiritual satanic attack. She's like, oh, it's your ex-girlfriend on the phone. Basically, this girl that just like slept with all my fucking friends. Pardon my language. And she's like, oh, she's in her room alone. Someone whispered your name to her, she said, and she's scared that you're in trouble. And I was like, she's like, she wants to know if you're okay. I was like, no, I'm just under some satanic attack. My brother looks like a devil. You just turned on me, and with every association I know, you became some friggin' whole bag, some whore, and slept with like the whole town. And now you're acting like you care. Like, and then like, and I was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just like losing my effing mind here. Like, so I'm like, I'm like, Mom, hang up the phone. Like, I don't care. She doesn't care about me. I don't care about this. I just want to tell you about what is going on right now. So I tell her about my brother and the stuff, and she witnessed it too. Like, she was like, you know, I was like, Mom, like, look at him. Like, he has the devil horns. Like, she was like, I was just in this satanic dream and this and that. And like, my mom even witnessed some satanic stuff too when she was talking to me. When she was in my room, and I was talking to her about, testifying to her about Jesus and about some of this stuff, and she's like, the devil came to me, and I had a vision where my arms were like literally on fire. Like, I was in extreme pain. You're talking to me, telling me this stuff, and the devil, and something was, and like the devil, like some devil was whispering in my ear that I can't trust you. See, he doesn't care about you. Look, you're in pain, and he doesn't even see it. He doesn't even care. You can't even trust your own son, and all this. And she's like, he doesn't care about you, and blah 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 blah, and talking about like, and I was like sitting there testifying about Jesus and all this stuff that's going on. So like, then my mom tells me this, like seconds later, she's like, something just came to me and gave me this vision, and it was whispering that I can't trust you about this stuff. And I know my mom has mental health. I'm like, this sounds friggin' nuts. I was like, she's like, I was like scratching my arms. She's like, I was like, Mom, that didn't happen. I'm looking at you the whole time. We're having a conversation. And like, I just had this instance with my brother where he got possessed, and he's in he pointed out this big giant devil face that was in my curtain in my room. I didn't even make mention of it to him. I knew it was there. I was like, okay, there's a fucking big devil face in the background of my curtain. What's going on? Like, almost like the movie The Haunting, you know what I mean? Where you see these faces popping out of this curtain. But it was a huge devil face, like a big skull-looking evil face. And I could feel it in my room. Like, there was, like, people around, and, like, these, like, I just don't trust these people anymore, like around me. But I was like, what is going on? Like, you know, so I didn't mention the face. I was like, okay, am I just losing my mind? Am I seeing things? Is this hallucination again? What is going on? And then my brother turns to me and he makes mention of this face. You see the face, right? The face in the curtain. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then he's like, just wanted to make sure you see it. Turns his head, keeps looking at my computer, keeps talking. I was like, what the shit, Phil? Yo, bro, what's going on? What did you just say to me? He's like, what are you... He's like, just stared at me. I was like, get up and leave my room. Like, in the name of Jesus, like, whoever this is, whatever this is, talk in my brother. I command you to leave my brother, leave my room, and brother, in the name of Jesus, or something like that. I said something along those lines. Just calmly stood up. Like, didn't even move his arms. Just stood up, walked right out of my room. The second he crossed the line of my door... It was like the spirit left him. He snapped back and he had recollection. Like, he was like, it was like nothing, like back to himself. I'm like, what's going on? Like, why are you kicking me out of your room? What's happening? And blah blah blah. He had like no I was like, what were you just saying to me? He had no recollection. He's like, I have no clue what you're talking about. I was like, something satanic and weird just happened, bro. You just got you just got possessed or something. Like, I don't even know, Phil. Like, I don't even know what's going on. But I don't feel safe around you right now. Like, you're not sober. I am. I'm all about Jesus. You're clearly not. Like, you're drinking and on drugs or whatever. I don't know what's going on, but I can't be around you right now. Like, I'm like, you don't understand. It's nothing against you personally. I don't know what's going on, Phil, but I cannot handle being you in my room. I don't want this right now. Go. Please just go. And then so he left. Then he's like, oh, you're fucking crazy with all this Jesus stuff, blah, blah. I was like, whatever. Just go, please. And then I was like I was freaked out, you know what I mean? I was like, okay, like, I'm either losing my mind or I'm under some sort of satanic attack. But this was, like, numerous things happening in a row. So, like, weird stuff like that happened. Then my mom, she's telling me, then I look at her arms where she's saying that she was, like, scratching her arms really hard because they were, like, she had this vision that they were on fire and stuff. I was like, we're having a conversation. I'm looking at you the whole time. That's not happening, Mom. Like, that did not happen. She's like, I'm telling you, like, I'm under some sort of attack. And then I was like, and then she's like, my arms. I look at her arm. She's got a big bruise on her arm. Like, it was like stigmata or something. I was like, and it wasn't there a second ago. Like, it literally wasn't even there. Like, it was like, or I didn't see it or something. Like, I was like, what is going on? Like, why? Like, how can our perspectives be different? How is reality? How is this happening? Like, are we both insane? Like, is this a mental health problem in our family? What is going on, Mom? She's like, I don't know, but it's something to do with Jesus and Satan or something. And I was like, clearly, you know what I mean? I'm having visions and weird interactions. I turn to God. I feel under satanic attack. Then I get given some signet ring with my name, that in the name of Christ and all this. So I'm like, okay, this is crazy. Like, this is. I went to the hospital to report these things to the authorities to try to be like, yo, what's going on? Like, am I losing my mind? This happened. This happened. This happened. My mom witnessed it. My brother witnessed it. These weird spiritual happenings are happening. I'm seeing the government putting all this 666 stuff out. I'm testifying to it all. Clearly, like New Era hats, Beats by Dre headphones, Monster Energy drinks. I just saw another one the other day. I pointed out how Fox, like FOX equals 666. I've explained it in videos. You know, 6, F is the 6th letter, 15 is O, so that's 1 plus 5, that's 6. X is 24. 2 plus 4 is 6, so Fox equals 666. They're in partner with Monster. They have Fox News, all this. So, like, Fox equals 666. I'm pointing this out. So I'm pointing out the company Famous. You know, I have to witness this stuff. The company Famous. They have a star on their hats, which is like 5-point satanic star that, you know, is on the American flag and all their satanic stuff. Oh, be a star and idolatry and all this. And then, like, you know, and then they even try to connect it to Jesus, like, oh, the wise men followed the star, and it's to do with, and they always try to claim that there's some Christian origins behind all their satanic stuff, and then, like, and they have a big F is their logo, and they'll put this on a hat, like, Famous hat, and then you're putting a big F on your head, which is 6, you know, and then there's, like, little X's all over the hats, and X equals 6 too, you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, Famous is clearly in on this. They're putting F, which equals 6. Then I'm like, I'm on Sport Check the other day. I'm looking at hats again, and I see a company called Fanatics, and I already know being a fan, that's all connected to idolatry and all this. Then I look on the side of their hat where the New Era logo usually is, because I pointed out how New Era has 666 in their hats. Then they have an F for Fanatics on where the New Era little logo on the side is, and then you look on the inside, F going all along the inside of that hat. So I'm like, this got 666, like F all over this hat. Like, then I was like, I'm gonna rebuke this. I'm gonna point this out to people. So then anyway, crazy stuff like this. Okay. Then I'm like, I get out of the hospital. Like they literally put me in the hospital. Okay. When I was having these interactions, like I went to 3 different hospitals. I went to Ajax, I think Bowmanville, and Oshawa. I couldn't get any help from any of these people. Like, these doctors think you're crazy. They don't believe what you're telling them. They're just like, their answer is medication. Oh, we got to get you on medication. I'm like, I'm like, I believe in, this isn't the time I want to cloud my head with medicine, you know what I mean, or drugs. I was like, I'm trying to be as clean as possible. Like, I'm about working out, being healthy, and I follow the scriptures. Like, it's in 2 Peter, it says, like, be of sober mind. The devil's trying to get you like a roaring lion. So I was like, I gotta be sober and clear-headed. Like, I'm not putting none of your drugs in my body. They, like, tried to say that I was, like, spitting at the police, and they lied against me to lock me up, put me on a form and lock me up in the hospital so they could, like, try to force this medication on me. I'm in there, and they wouldn't even, they wouldn't let me go. They were like, I was like, so if I need to go for a walk for my mental health because I feel under attack by you people, you won't let me do that. And I came here willingly at first. You know, came here to try to get help, and you guys wouldn't help me. Then I got into, like, an interaction with my mom. She phoned the police because she got scared. And then, like, huge past stuff, and then I got locked up in the hospital. Okay, so then I phoned the rights advisor. I'm like, they're trying to force some drugs in me. I was like, they've locked me in here under false pretenses, saying that I'm spitting at them and being aggressive. It's like they can't. She came in, or the rights advisor on the phone, or whoever it was, talked to me. They're like, yeah, they'd have to prove that because everything in the hospital is supposed to be on camera. And these police that picked you up, they're supposed to be recording situations too. So I was like, I go there. Even the police lied to me. They were like, "Oh no, like we'll just take you and you can get help and we'll help you and this and that." I was like, "Okay, so like you're not gonna pull some like shisty shit because I got some weird shit going on right now in my life and I have no clue what's going on." They're like, "Oh no, it'll be fine," and blah blah blah. The police officer's like, "Oh, my name's Jason," and people call me Jay too, and he's trying to like gain my trust. And then when we get to the hospital, they don't let me leave. They like lock me up, try to force me onto their drugs, and I was like, "Yo, no, like not happening." You know what I mean? And then I look and they're trying to say that I'm spitting at people and blah blah blah. Big post trauma stuff, okay? But I was like, I said to the cops, I rebuked them with scripture. I'm like, you just bore false witness against me. Like you're breaking commandments. I understand you're trying to do my job and help me. You don't understand. You may think I'm crazy or whatever, but I'm in a room right now with like 20 men and women. Like I literally started counting them out. I'm like, I feel under demonic attack, and I'm in a room of people with 4 of you have weapons on, a bunch of you have vests and batons, and you're acting like you're scared of me. Like meanwhile, I have a like my motto is live to love to live. Like I literally showed them my live to love to live tattoo. I was like, this is the motto I live by. I tried my hardest to be a non-violent human being. I have no history of mental health issues or violence, or criminal record. You know what I mean? So like you're acting like you're scared of me. I'm scared of you guys right now. You guys I'm in a room with 4 people, 4 guns on your hips, and like. I was like, and I started counting out security guards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are there 20 of you in here right now? Why am I surrounded by 20 people? I got up to 12 and they realized, and they looked at each other and they looked around and they're like, and then a few of them left the room. They're like, yo, he's right. Like, why are there like 20 of us right here right now? He's clearly talking to us like a logical human being. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not doing anything wrong here. Like, what's going on? I'm just talking. Like, and I'm using scripture, testifying. So like, I'm like, okay, well, whatever. The more to hear the word of God, the better. But I'm not attacking any of you or anything. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on and asking for help here. Like, I need someone. I'm trying to witness this. So then they left, all this, I got locked up, blah, blah, blah. I go on disability. They finally help me get on disability. I'm like, I can't process what's going on right now. This is nuts. I'm under some sort of spiritual attack, and I need a witness to this. Like, I need someone to understand what's going on here. My mom was witnessing some of it, and it was scaring her too, you know what I mean? So she was like, and I know my mom has mental health issues. I've witnessed, sometimes I think my mom's possessed and stuff like that. Like, I've seen her act possessed around me before. Make absolutely no sense. And like basically lose her mind before, like around me, like, and I know like even when she had 4 kids, she had 4 of us close in a row, threw off her hormones, she basically lost her mind and got put in the psych ward for a bit. So it's a family history. There is family history of mental health in my family. But I mean, for me, I've always been like logical, talking to people how I am talking right now to you guys. The odd time, obviously, because I get overwhelmed, so sometimes I get into a manic state about it where I'm like, this is nuts. Like, this is crazy, so my mind gets racy, trying to process, like, what the heck is going on here? And I go into prayer, like, I'll start praying, and they think, and anyone who witnesses it thinks it's crazy that you believe in God and that you go to prayer all the time or something. And I'm like, I have to go to prayer to keep my sanity. Like, this is nuts. You know what I mean? I'm staying connected to God through this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I do. I cling to God and to the name of Jesus, you know, like, to stay sane. They check it off as crazy. So I'm like, okay, what's going on? They let me go. I get my own place, go to Rogers to try to hook up my internet, okay? I agree to pay, like, what I could afford on disability, like, I could afford, like, to pay, like, $60, 60 something. I agreed to pay, like, $68 a month for my internet, like, unlimited internet and home phone. It was something like 60 something dollars. Then a couple months go by, a little bit of time goes by, I get a bill for $183 for the month. Triple the amount of what I was paying. And I was paying it like clockwork on the day that I receive. I'm like, when I signed up with them, I'm like, okay, I'm on disability, so I receive my money on the last day of every month. So you guys will, like, it may not line up with your pay period. So I just want to let you know, like, you're offering services to people in Ontario. My Ontario disability gives me the money on this day, on the last day of every month. So you'll receive that payment for this internet bill on the last day or the first day of every month. And they're like, okay, like, that's fine. We understand. You can pay this bill this day. I received this bill for $183, triple the amount. And I'm like, I can't afford to pay this. What's going on? They disconnect and they say, oh, we won't hook up your internet until you pay off this fully. And I was like, I can't. I explained this already to you guys. I signed up under these conditions with that. You said that you understood that I received this money on this day. And that we already talked about all this. Like, they're trying to, and then so, like, I don't know, maybe it didn't line up with the pay period, their pay period or something, but either way, I'm getting a bill for triple the amount, and I'm like, what? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. So then they're like, I don't know if they were trying to charge me for the next month or whatever. Same thing. I was like, I haven't received the service for these 2 months. I'll pay for the last month of what I just received. I'll pay the 68, whatever I agreed to. That's it. You're not getting that extra money, that 120 whatever dollars. I can't even afford to. I'm on a budget here. I'm on ODSP. So I'm on Ontario Disability Services. So then they basically cut off my internet. Stopped me from being able to share this stuff on the internet about all their satanic merchandise and all this stuff that I'm rebuking. God's got me speaking to the world about. So then I'm like, okay, so I need to find another company now. Well, I'm not in good standing with Bell. They won't hook me up. Now Rogers won't hook me up. They're trying to triple charge me. Same thing. So they're both stopping me with money. Like, even though I paid what I was for the services I was getting. I paid them both companies what I felt I owed them and what was reasonable. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, okay, well, I'll pay for this month. So I paid for that month. I'll pay for the services that I received. I'll pay for that phone so I can cover the amount if I would have bought an iPhone 4S in full. Here's the 900 whatever. That clearly covers an iPhone 4S. It's never been this amount. Like, and I'll pay whatever. So I squashed it, and they both cut off my services. So then I go to this company, Acanic, okay? This next internet company. And then I sign up with them. The technician comes to my house. He goes, oh yeah, well, we're on Bell Towers. I was like, okay, but they're offering me, like, at a fraction the price. Like, so same thing. I signed up, and there was some special on. They're like, oh, $40-something a month for, it was like $45 a month for internet and home phone. So I was like, okay, great, that's a good deal. Cool, thanks. Pay the setup fee, all that. Set it up, pay the router, all that. And then so I'm paying, like, with router included, it was like $10. You pay an extra $10 a month, and they tack it on to the price of for the router, right? So for a certain amount of months, you pay an extra $10. So I'm like, okay, well, I can afford that. I can afford to pay like $55 a month, and then eventually the router was paid for. So that $10 comes off, it goes back down to what, 40 whatever. So I'm paying this every month like clockwork, like, for years. It's working. Okay, good. All of a sudden, this just happened just the other day. Okay, March 31st comes up. We're at this point. I'm still rebuking these things and all this. And there's been other issues with my computer where they've tried to shut down my account, affect my communications with people and stuff like that. They've blocked my Facebook account and tried to give me a strike against my YouTube channel, take a video down that I was put out that's rebuking, pointing out pedophiles and all these royal people that are involved and, and all this satanic government stuff. And then they took one of them down, and I had to, like, okay, well, I'll have to, do a revised version and edit a little bit of this out of whatever they're saying it goes against community guidelines or whatever. And then so I take it, I made a new video, blah, 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 blah. So March 31st comes up, boom, receive a bill, $121. Double the amount of what I signed up for. What the heck? Phone them. What is going on? Why are they doing this? Phone them up. Oh, it was an error in our system. It was an error in our system. They gave you 2 invoices, so this is the invoice for March and April. I'm like, well, April's just started, so you're what? You want me to pay for services I haven't received yet? And you cut off my April services? Because I paid. Like, I phoned them. This was like this was a few days earlier before March 31st. This is like a week before. They say, I got this thing in my email saying, oh, you owe $121 this month. Pay off this much, blah, 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 blah. So I phoned them. I'm like, what's the deal with this double bill? Why are you double billing me here? They go, oh, it was an issue in our system. There's 2 invoices got put together for some reason, like March's and April's. Okay, well, why? And they're like, oh, well, just ignore the April and just pay the March one. Then the April bill will be sent to you at the end of April. I was like, okay, so what? Just pay. And they're like, yeah, so just pay the $59.35 for March. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense, So then March 31st comes, I get my money, I pick up the phone, I remember this clear as day, like, same way I've always paid it, I do internet and phone banking. $59.35, exactly what they told me to pay. Okay, I do it through the phone. After you make your payment, it says, thank you for your payment of $59.35 to Acanic. Here is your confirmation number, blah, 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 blah. And they give you this info, right? And then so, like, I clearly remember this. This was like a few days ago. 2 days go by, okay? They cut off my service. This is like April 1st. This is like the next day or something. They, like, cut off my services in April. And I was like, what's going on? I just paid this bill yesterday. They're like, oh, it takes 3 to 5 business days for the payment to go through. So I had to, like, literally go over to my uncle's house and be like, yo, what's going on? Why is my service cut off when I just paid my bill? Like, I've already explained this. And then, like, every time that you pay your bill, this has happened to me before, where I'll get a message from a mechanic that says, this is a mechanic. To make sure that your transaction goes through, make sure you update your new account number as at your bank to make sure that we receive the proper payment. So I'm like, why do they keep changing my account number and sending me these things? They already did this. So I'm like, so what's going on? Well, you sent me a new account number. And then they send me a new account number. So I have to go to my bank. You put in the new account number to the payee. So I updated the account number. Then they said they were receiving my money. They received my money for whatever, the month or two. It was going to them. But then the next month comes and they're still sending me these messages. Make sure that you put in your new account number. I was like, I just did that. Like, you guys how are you not, like, what the heck's going on here? And then April comes, they cut off my service. I phone them, they go, oh, you have an outstanding amount of $121. I was like, yeah, I just talked to someone about this. They said that they gave me 2 invoices, one for April and one for March. Well, like, it's April 3rd or whatever, or 4th. I think this was like the 4th or 5th. Like, this was the 3rd or something like that. And because I was at my uncle's, and I'm like, my service has been off for a couple days. I had to come to my uncle's to even call you guys or to even check my email to get this bill and to pay these bills. I pay through internet and phone. I need these services so you guys could receive the payments you're asking for. So, like, I'm getting no warning that you're going to cut off my service and deactivate my service. And I've been a paying customer solid for like 3 years, no issues, 4 years, no issues. Then all of a sudden I get this double bill and I'm getting double charged and you're shutting off my service. With no warning or no nothing. So, like, and I'm clearly trying to straighten this out and get this dealt with. I phoned the first time, someone says you guys made an error, your system made an error and is trying to bill me for the next month that it clearly hasn't gone by yet. I haven't received this service that you're asking for the money for. And clearly, I'm not going to pay it if you have my services cut off right now in April. I'm not receiving April services. I'm not going to give you money for April. You're going to have to adjust that bill and give me a reduced price for the days that I'm not receiving this service right now. They go, oh, well, it takes 3 to 5 business days for this bill to go through, but we would need the full amount of $121 to activate your service back up. And I was like, for April, I was told that you guys made a mistake, and I just paid the $59.35 for March that I owe. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't received any services in April yet, so I'm not going to pay a full amount for April. Like, that doesn't make sense. You're not making any sense. Like, and then they're like, oh, and so I'm like, okay, so I just paid 2 days ago, March 31st. I just made this payment, $59.35. So I expect my services to be turned on the 5th at the latest, because you said it takes maybe 3 to 5 business days. So this bill should be paid on the 5th. And my services should be back on, right? 3 to 5 business days, paid my bill, and they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll wait, wait, blah, 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 blah. But they're like, you have to pay the full amount. And I was like, full amount? I haven't received these services. How do you not comprehend what I'm saying? I'm not going to pay for a full month when I have no service in April. I have no service. You're not providing me the service that you're asking me to pay for. Do you not? And I was like, no offense, but they're asking me for credit card information over the phone. They're like, oh, if you get a credit card, how do you pay? And I was like, through debit. I'm not giving you my credit card information over the phone. Even people at a Canuck, you could be dishonest people, take my credit card information and max my credit card. And no offense, but you don't speak English, and this is what it warns you about on YouTube all the time, talking to these Indian people or Chinese people or whoever from another country that doesn't speak English. You don't give them your credit card over the phone. That's so stupid. You know what I mean? I'm like, I wasn't a sucker. I'm not born yesterday. I don't trust you to provide me with the service. You're not even providing me with the service that you're asking me to pay for. Something's going on here where you guys are trying to steal an extra. You're trying to double charge me. They're like, oh, blah, 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 and they just kept talking. Same things. They're just saying the same stuff over and over. And I was like, yo, you're not solving my issue here. You're not making any sense. Can you put me on the line with someone who comprehends English and understands what I'm saying here? Can I speak to your manager? They wouldn't even give me the manager. They wouldn't even, Then I talked to this woman. She's saying the same thing. And the same thing. It's some East Indian woman. Then they put me on the phone with another man. He's saying the same thing. It's all these Indian people, and they're all being rude and stuff, and they don't even understand. I'm like, how do you guys not comprehend what I'm saying here? You're trying to get me to pay for a service that you're not providing at the moment. And you just shut down for me not paying, but I've already made that payment. So then okay, I'm done with this. Okay, 5 days, the bill, you will see it has been paid like clockwork for the last few years. I'm a steady paying customer. It's been paid. You've been receiving my money, have you not? For 4 years straight, no payment issues. So I'm not trying to scam you guys for $50. You know what I mean? If anything, it's the other way around. You guys are trying to squeeze a buck out of me. You're trying to squeeze a drop out of a dry well here. My money's gone for the month until I get paid next month. You know what I mean? And then so I'm like, okay, well, then they're like, I wait the 5 days or whatever. Still nothing. 14 days goes by, nothing. Phone them again. Same thing. I was like, yo, I paid this bill. They're like, oh, we haven't received your payment. I was like, what the heck is going on? Oh, you'll have to go to the bank and see if the transaction, and this is where it gets so weird, okay? Then I go down to the bank yesterday. I go down there yesterday with my mom. I was cut off. I had no phone or internet or anything. It's no way of confirming these bills and my bank account number and paying this. I'd have to walk down to the bank to check all this stuff. You know what I mean? And then so I go down. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go down to the bank and try to straighten this out, see what's going on. So I go there to the bank yesterday. I wait in line. I say, can I get my account activity for the month, because I just paid a bill and they're saying I didn't pay it. And they cut off my internet service. And the tellers, they're always like, oh, hi, how are you doing today, sir? And I'm always like, meh, I could be better. I'm getting a little frustrated. I explain the situation. They're trying to double charge me. They cut off my internet and phone services, and they're saying they're not receiving my payment. And I know for a fact I just paid this bill. And then I say, can I get my account activity for a Canuck? March 31st, I paid $59.35. They're saying, no, we're not seeing it here. They give me my account activity. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. I just paid this on March 31st. 2 days, it was 2 days later when I phoned them. I'm like, I just paid this bill. Just paid it. It should take 3 days. 2 days went by. I'm obviously not. I'm gonna recollect what I just paid 2 days. The day before. You know what I mean? I just made this payment. Okay, well, 5 days. Okay, we'll see if it went through. Obviously, it didn't go through. So I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Then I see, okay, they're like, well, you put this amount on your Visa. So I'm like, okay, there is an extra $50 there that I transfer. I pay my bills, then I transfer all my money to my Visa and pay off my Visa with the remaining amount. Then I just usually spend and buy my groceries off my Visa. So I'm like, okay, well, usually after I pay this bill, I have about $300 in my bank. Here I can see when I transferred all my money to my Visa, I have $354. So that extra 50 something is there. So it must have been a failed transaction or something. I was like, do you have record of me trying to of a failed transaction of me trying to pay $59.35 to a Canic on March 31st? They're like, oh, there's no way of us seeing that record or something. I was like, you can't see that I tried to pay from my bank account $59.35 on March 31st to a Canic. You can't see that this transaction was failed, a failed attempt. I was like, and then they were like, oh, there's no way to... So I'm like, okay, well, this is weird because I just tried to pay this bill, but okay, there's an extra $50 there, so I'll try to pay this again. But I was like, they're trying to double charge me. They're trying to get another $60-something out of me here, and they're trying to double charge me. And then I was like, okay, so I go out in the parking lot of the bank. I'm sitting there on the phone, on my mom's cell phone, trying to deal with this. My mom's witnessing all this, and I'm like, there must have been a failed transaction because it's not even showing up on my account here. So I'm like, but okay, so I'll try to pay this again. I'm gonna go in right now, and I was like, but I'm not paying $121. I'm not paying for April. It's the 14th of April, and this is 2 weeks into April. I've had no services for April. I'm not going to pay you a full amount for services you're not currently providing me for. So, like, do you speak English? Do you understand what I'm saying? So I spoke to, all these, 5 different people. The one person, she, worked for, Distributel or some other company that a Canic put me to, of, creditors or something. I was like, I'm just trying to get the amount of money that I need to pay for the updated amount of money that I need to pay for my internet and phone services to be reactivated. Today, what do I have to pay to get them to click that button on and turn on my services? I need to know the adjusted amount. I'm not paying a full amount for April when I've received no service this April. So they're like, okay, well, she goes, oh, it says that your services have been on. That your services just got cut off today. Today, I wouldn't be phoning you from the bank parking lot on a cell phone talking about this. My services have been off for 2 weeks. You calling me a liar? I'm not getting any service. That's why I'm here. So she's like, oh yeah, it's weird. It says that on a Canic, it says that it just got cut off today. You've been receiving services. I'm like, that is a lie. I'm not receiving services, clearly. That's this whole issue. And then I'm like, now they're asking me for a full amount of money for April. I haven't got any services in April. Can you please figure out what's going on with this company, why they're trying to double charge me for April? I already phoned and talked to someone. They said that they made a mistake. Their system made a mistake and put 2 invoices. The invoice for next month, April, with March's. So they're trying to charge me for April, but I'm not receiving any services in April. What's going on here? And I was like, at least you speak English, and she spoke clear English, you know what I mean? You could tell it was someone from this country or something, you know what I mean? So I was like, okay, well, thank you. At least I'm talking to someone that comprehends. So they're like, okay, well, I'll try to talk to my supervisor and we'll send a priority thing to a Canic, try to get this updated bill that you have to pay to get your service back on. I'll phone you back. I'm sitting there in the parking lot for 2-3 hours. My mom's in the parking lot, no call. She's like, this is ridiculous. So she's like, maybe try phoning back a Canic. I phoned back a Canic. I was like, I explained the situation again. Every single time that they do this, they're asking me to confirm my information. I had to tell them, Jay Johnson, account number this, phone and this services. It's like I'm a broken record. Literally, I'm repeating this. I've talked to so many people about this today. You know what I mean? This was just yesterday. I'm like, how many more people do I have to explain this situation to? Is this rocket science? You know what I mean? I pay the amount. I want to know the amount I have to pay so you to flick on that button and turn my internet back on. It's plain and simple. I'm at the bank. I'm ready to pay this bill in full because some sort of transaction failure happened. It was obviously on your side of switching my account number or something to do with the bank. Something's going on here. You refused my payment that I paid. It's not showing up on as a transaction, and and you shut off my services without warning, like, the very next day, without even warning me about any of this stuff. Like, this makes no sense what's going on. And I was like, I just want my updated bill of how much I have to pay to go into the bank right now to pay off this bill to get my internet turned back on for the month until I get my April bill. My updated April bill, which will have to have 2 weeks off reduced for me to pay. So they're like, okay, well, and they're all, oh, sorry for this, sorry for this, sorry for this. I don't want to hear 1,000 sorries. I want you to fix this problem. Your sorries are meaningless to me if you're not going to fix this problem. I appreciate your attempt to apologize, but this is wasting my day. Okay? My time feels not valued here. The other woman didn't even phone back, so I phoned back and I'm talking to a mechanic again now. I'm talking to this company. This just happened yesterday. This is why this is so frustrating. This wasted my mom's day too. Okay? So then I'm like, she's witnessing this. She's like, what the heck is going on? Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, and my uncle witnessed this too when I was at his home trying to speak to them. He's like, it's like they don't speak English. Like, what is going on? I was like, I don't know. Like, I have no clue. Sorry, I have to frustrate you with this, Uncle Glenn. Like, you know, and he's like, oh, it's all good, and blah, 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 blah. And he's sitting there playing Diablo, which I'm like, that game means the devil. You know that, right? And that's the game that my brother plays all the time, like Diablo and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, whatever. And he's sitting there speaking against God and, you know, and like denying Jesus and all this. And I'm trying to process this. I'm like, yo, you're okay, whatever. I'm just trying to get my internet done, but I just want to let you know, like, this video game means devil. It trips me out a little bit, you know. It's like, I know you have mental health issues too, so it, like, weird stuff. He even said when he went to go get his vaccine, he said when the woman that gave him the vaccine was dressed as a devil. He said the girl that injected the vaccine into him, he was like, I don't know if it was around Halloween, like, or that he got, like, October, that he went and got this vaccine. He got vaccines and boosters. He was like, yeah, it tripped me out because, like, the girl was dressed, she had a devil tail and everything. She had horns on her head and a devil. And I was like, and you took that? You let them stick that mark into your arm? Like, didn't that affect your mental health? Like, how did you trust that? Aren't you, like, my uncle suffers with, like, paranoia, schizophrenia and stuff like that too. You know, he has, like, some sort of mental health issues, you know what I mean? And then, so he was like, yeah, I just wanted to, you know, get it over with and this and that. I was like, no, I'm not letting him stick with me with nothing. Like, you know, but he tripped me out that he's like, oh, she was dressed as a devil and then he's playing Diablo. I'm like, isn't any of this, like, raising any red flags with you or anything? And he's saying, like, he said, like, oh, couldn't God, I was thinking the other day, like, couldn't God do better? Like, he has all the power to make everything in the universe, and this is what you made. Like, there are all these planets out there, but what, like, none of them are inhabited and they're all just a bunch of floating circles. And I was like, I had the exact opposite, like, outtake, and I was like, I, like, marvel, like, at when I'm drinking a glass of orange juice. I'm like, wow, someone took the time to grow this, squeeze this into a bottle, and I'm allowed to reap the harvest of other people's labors, like all the food and all the animals that have died so that I can eat and put their hard labor, like Jesus said, you're reaping a harvest from a field you have not worked, you know what I mean? Like, I am a marvel at, like, I'll be eating a plate of dinner and it has, like, all these different kinds of foods. I can mix different kinds of juices, grapefruit juice with orange juice, and I'm like, whoa, like, look at all my luxurious blessings from God, and I didn't even have to go to work for this. I put in my service. I try to provide service and, you know, preach to the community, put out music, and I've worked numerous jobs serving coffee to people, working at grocery stores, doing dishes, just anything that I can be useful. You know, I try to help people and be useful and to be of service. You know, help people move when they need help moving. Things like that. Just be of service to your fellow man, you know what I mean? And then, but I had, like, the complete opposite outtake. I was like, I, like, marvel. I was like, first off, like, I was thinking this in my head. I forget what I said to him. I was like, we don't know how many planets are out there. It could be infinite. Tons of them could be, like, have habitation on them. Like, there could be tons of different things out there that you're assuming that these planets are all around. We know that some of them, like stars and all these different shapes and black hole, who knows what's out there? So, like, for you to say that, just whenever anyone speaks anything about God, but I get what he was saying, because I was like, my view is more like, why aren't people better? But I don't put that on God. I'm like, the world can be a beautiful place, like amazing things that God created, beautiful flowers, the intricacy and like complexion, or how complex like a dragonfly's wings are. Butterflies look like flying flowers on a beautiful day, and I'm just like, whoa, like stick bugs that look like the environment, seahorses that look like coral, things that, it's just like, whoa, like I'm amazed by creation, like when I really take a look at it. But then I get down when I look at humans and how toxic they are, just self-destructive, like sitting there sucking poison into their bodies all day, driving cars pumping out poison into the atmosphere, and I can't control what they're pumping into this atmosphere and into their bodies. It's up to them, you know what I mean? I can only control what I pump out into the atmosphere and into my body, you know what I mean? So I try not to smoke and drink, and I don't drive, I don't pump a bunch of shit into the air. I just basically try to avoid being toxic. But I have to like live amongst this toxicity, you know what I mean? And these people, where I drive downtown Oshawa, and I'm like, you can just see it. You're like, these people are sick. Like, society, the world is just sick. Like, you can just see it in them. Take a drive downtown Oshawa. You will see these people laying on the streets like these drug addicts, homeless people, just sick. The world's just sick. You can just see it. You just drive down, and there's just people, like, you can take a look out your window. You don't have to go downtown Oshawa. You just go into, like, I live by a road. I could look out on Olive Avenue here, and I can see people just driving by, sucking on toxins all day, just smoking cigarettes on their way to work. Gotta go get my caffeine fix and head to work, and they just use it as a crutch to function in this madness. You know what I mean? This satanic society of like toxic, like of this government trying to stick you with toxic vaccines and sell you cigarettes and sell you poisons, alcohol, and all this nonsense. It's all just sick. And then I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to judge. Society's doing the best they can, apparently, but yeah, some of them clearly aren't. A good government we have, acting like they care about people's health while selling them poison. Oh, that makes a lot of logical sense to me. But anyway, I'm like, I'm no one to judge, whatever. Who knows what these people have been through that got them to the level where they're drug addicts on the streets and stuff like that. I'm like, whatever. Just gotta ignore it and live your life and just pray to God and try to be as healthy as you can be. You know what I mean? Be the change that you want to see. So I'm like, either way, so I'm like trying to deal with these people. So I'm like, I just need to know the number. I've been in the parking lot. I'm in the parking lot of my bank. I need to know the number that I need to pay because there was some sort of failed transaction on the end of the bank or a canic. It's not me. I know I paid $59.35. It's not showing up for some reason. I have no clue. They're not giving me a record that I even paid that. So my perception right now is tripping me out because it's different from what reality is claiming just happened. So I'm thinking, did I hallucinate paying $59.35? I was like, no, because I paid it. I had these conversations with these people, and then I remember the call. I've paid this way for months. I remember the call typing in $59.35, and then I remember hearing it say, thank you for your payment of $59.35 to a canic, like it always says. I remember that. Like, I remember it saying that. Like, from my, like, and even if it was a failed transaction, it should show up at my bank that I tried to pay this and that the transaction that I attempted didn't go through. This should be on record. You know what I mean? But either way, they're not providing me that record. So I'm like, okay, well, something's going on here. So it was probably just a failed transaction. And then I put all the money to my Visa, and I thought the bill was paid. You know, honest mistake. Something went wrong here. I just need to get this remedied, pay my internet, and get it turned back on here. Okay, so I need the revised amount that I need to pay for March because I have not received services for all of April. So I'm not going to pay a full amount for April when I haven't received 2 weeks of services. And then so I'm like, how much do I need to pay right now to walk into the bank, pay that off for you to turn my internet and phone back on? How much? Oh, okay, well, I'll get back to you, or let me talk to someone and I'll tell you. So they put me on hold again. Like, I've been on hold for like 3 hours talking to numerous different people that are all claiming, oh, your services just got turned off today, and oh, you gotta pay this amount, and blah, 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 just all just confusion. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to explain this to anyone else. Just fix this problem. This is not rocket science here, okay? There's some sort of failed transaction that happened on the bank's end, on a mechanic's end. Something happened. I've caught this mistake, and I'm trying to remedy this. But like, you're not making this any easier, because the services that I need, that are required for me to get this issue fixed, are cut off right now. So I'm sitting in my bank parking lot on my mother's cell phone waiting to pay this off. And my mom's going to give me the money to pay this off. And she knows I'll pay her back for this. I told her that. She's so sweet. She helps me with these things. I struggle with these things, you know what I mean? And I'm on disability. I can't even imagine someone who has like severe mental disabilities trying to deal with a situation like this. Like, I have I have a trouble relating to the world and communicating to the world because of this. Like, this stuff is crazy. Like, these interactions are happening, and I'm like, I can't explain what's going on. Like, this makes no sense to me. You know what I mean? I feel under some like attack. This is crazy. People don't comprehend what I'm saying. Like, oh, things happen, and apparently my perception isn't according to reality or something, is what they're claiming. You know what I mean? So I'm like, what is going on here? This doesn't make sense. I was explaining it to the people in the bank. I was like, this doesn't make sense. Like, I'm confused about this. Like, this is confusing the shit out of me. Okay? Like, you're trying to deal with someone who's on disability because of these kinds of instances right here. Like, I'm trying to process this right now. What is going on? Okay? And then, like, so she goes, oh, okay, well, we'll give you a $20.17 credit to your account off of your April bill. And I was like, okay, well, that doesn't really make sense, because I was like, I haven't received services for 2 weeks. That's like half the month already, and I haven't had any internet or phone services, and I've had to waste my time and be frustrated trying to deal with this. Okay, so I expect my April bill to be something around $30. Okay, because that's about half of what the month. You know what I mean? And she's like, oh, we'll do $20 credit. And I was like, that doesn't sound right, but okay, so you'll take $20 off of my April bill. When I receive my bill in April for this month, I'm expecting my April bill to be sent to me for like $30 or whatever. She's like, oh yeah, okay, well, we'll take $20 off. So I'm like, so how much do I need to go into the bank and pay right now to have my services turned back on? $62.15. So that's it. That's all I have to pay. I'll pay I'll go into the bank right now, make sure that this gets paid on the bank's end, get the receipt showing that I paid $62.15 for the services in March to you. And I'll get the receipt to make sure that I paid this. Like, it will show up on my bank. I have my mother here as a witness to that I paid this, okay? And then, so she's like, oh yeah, $62.15. Okay, I'm going into the bank to pay that right now. And then she's like, and then you have to call me back to let me know that you paid it. Okay, so then I have to call you back. And they're like, yeah, okay, so I'm going into the bank right now to pay this. Then I'm going to call you back, and you're going to turn my services back on? Yes. Go into the bank. My mom gives me $70. I pay it. Boom. 62, whatever. Get the $8 change. 68.15 or whatever. I had 15 cents in my account, so they give me $8 back or whatever. Then I'm like, okay, I give that to my mom. Here's your change, Mom. Thanks a lot. Okay, so now I have to phone them back. The people in the bank are like, did you get your issue fixed? I'm trying to. Apparently, this didn't go through. I'm paying them again right now. And then they're saying they're going to turn it back on. Oh, that's good. That's weird that this is happening. Yeah, it's kind of weird that your bank can't give me a record that I attempted to pay this bill and that something didn't go through. This is really weird to me, that your bank has no recollection of me trying to attempt to make this payment, and even if it is a record of a failed attempt, you know what I mean? Then shouldn't there be record of that failed attempt transaction? Shouldn't you be able to show me, yeah, there was an attempt made here through the phone or through internet and it didn't go through? It was a rejected payment. You guys can't show me that I'm not lying, that I attempted to pay this? Oh no, we can't. So I was like, yeah, that's weird. And then a mechanic can't see that that there was a failed transaction. And you can't tell me that it didn't go through and whatnot. And I was like, okay. Well, then I pay $62.15. Go out, phone them back. I phone them back, and I'm like, okay. My mom drives me back from the bank to go home. I was like, okay, we got this dealt with. This has been like 3 hours of our day. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go home. We're in the parking lot. She drives me back. We're sitting in my parking lot. She's like, okay, here's the phone. I was like, I was like, okay. Phone them. Phone a mechanic. Someone comes on the line. I just paid. I explained that I have to give them all my information again, account number, all this crap. I'm like, I just spoke to a woman. She told me, here's the situation. I got double charged. I was told it's an error on your guy's side at first, that you gave me the invoice for April, got put with March. I haven't received any services for April. You're trying to get me to pay for services that I'm not receiving at the moment. You shut off my internet and my phone for a failed transaction that I attempted to pay and it didn't go through for some reason. Now you shut off my internet and I'm trying to get this fixed. And I was like, I explained the situation again. I was like, I'm gonna pay I was told that my April bill that you send me will be reduced when I receive it. That you took $20 whatever off. So then they go, oh, it may take 3 to 5 business days to show. For us to activate your account, you have to pay $100.21 in full for us to activate this. They're telling me something different now. And I'm like, you're asking me for $100 now when I just paid the $62.15, sorry, for March. The services, I'm paid up for all the services I've received. And I'm not going to pay for April service if I haven't received April service. And now you're telling me it's going to take another 3 to 5 business days for the transaction to even go through. So I'm not going to have internet or phone for another 3 to 5 days, you're telling me. So why would I pay for that service that you're not providing? So you're going to have to deduct at least another 3 to 5 business days until you turn this service back on. You're going to have to deduct off of my April bill the amount that I'm paying for April. You're losing yourself money with every day that goes by that I'm not going to pay for a service that you're not providing me. What don't you understand about this? Am I not speaking English to you? This guy goes, oh, we'll need the full amount to pay, paid, or we can't activate your service. I'm like, I just spoke to someone. I was in the parking lot of my bank for 3 hours today trying to get this paid. I paid the amount that I was told that I need to pay to get this service turned back on. Now you're telling me it's going to take 3 to 5 days to go through, and then he says to me, we need because your services were turned off, there's a $60 reactivation fee for us to turn your services back on. So he's asking for the $60 that they were trying to double charge me for in the first place. So because you failed to receive my transaction, something went wrong on your end. Now you shut off and flick that button off. You expect me to pay for this frustration. If anything, you should be paying me that you have affected my services for all of April and that I've had to deal with this frustration. Like, I was like, you're trying to squeeze that $60 out of me that you tried to double charge. I was told that was an error on your guys' side, that you tried to bill me for $60 extra. Now you're asking me for that $60. I was like, you're crooks. This is theft. You're trying to steal He's like, oh, we can't. You need to pay the reactivation fee of $60. And we won't turn it back on until you pay $60. I just spoke to someone. You made no mention of a $60 reactivation fee when I was in the parking lot at the bank about to borrow the money to turn this internet back on. You made no mention of this $60 reactivation fee. I just paid $62.15 to you. You'll see it went through in 5 days. You won't turn it on for another 5 days? I'm not paying for those 5 days. You're going to have to deduct that from the April bill. I was told that I'd have $20 deducted. It used to be $121 you were asking for. Now you're asking for $100. That's not deducting $20 off of the April bill yet. You're still tagging on April April's bill to what you're expecting owed to you, but I'm not receiving the services you're asking money for. You stupid friggin' idiots. I lost my temper. I started calling him a jackass. I was like, you guys are fucking retarded. Like, you guys are so fucking stupid. Do you not understand what I'm saying? I spoke to... There's 10 people here I've explained this to today. I've wasted fucking 2 weeks and 3 hours of today trying to deal with this shit. You people are fucking retarded. You make no fucking sense. You're all telling me different shit and saying you're so uncoordinated. This is terrible service. You guys are so fucking stupid. Like, this is frustrating the shit out of me. Pardon my language, but I am fucking frustrated with you stupid fucking retards. Like, and like, this guy's like still just repeating himself. Oh, we can't turn on the percent, blah, 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 blah. I was like, can I speak to your manager, please? He's still refusing to put me on with a manager and all this. Like, I asked to speak to managers like numerous times. I was like, so I'm like, put me on the line with whoever is in charge of this, who can waive this $60 fee once I explain the situation. If you try to get this $60 from me for this error on your side, then I am going to switch companies and you're not going to receive any more money from me as a customer. I'm done with your company. If you don't remedy this, after all this frustration, I am done with this company. He puts me on the line with this woman. She talks, blah, 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 explain this. I have to give them the same information all over again, blah, 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 blah. In the meantime, I'm like, Mom, sorry, I'm getting frustrated. I had to repent to God in the car. I'm like, oh, Mom, I'm so frustrated with this. See how they push you? See how they just push you? It's like they don't speak English. It's like they don't even... It's like a satanic attack, Mom. Like, this is crazy. So I was like, I'm sorry, God, that for my frustrations, and I don't mean to call people names, but you see what I'm dealing with? You see this? Like, you witnessed this, right? And I was like, God, give me the strength to not be angry. Give these people some comprehension and consideration. Like, and me and my mom both prayed in Jesus' name for this. I was like, God, please remedy this situation for me in the name of your son, Jesus. Please, I'm just getting so frustrated with this. I can't handle processing this. Help me, God. Please, in Jesus' name, amen. We prayed together. I was like, see? So hopefully we just came together and 2 people just came together in the name of Jesus. Hopefully they remedy this and the scriptures are true. If they don't, that's going to be hard to still have faith in God. But still, if it doesn't happen, then I have to trust that that's God's will for some reason. Well, all things work together for the good, and you're still convincing yourself that this is all happening for some sort of reason. Like me and my mom were kind of just like laughing about this. Like, by this time, like, we're frustrated but laughing at the same time because we're still praying about this and just trying to deal with this nonsense. You know what I mean? And then she's like, "This is ridiculous. This is crazy." She's like, "No one." She's like, "Even like I witnessed." She's like, even if we tried to tell someone this, there's no one else that's witnessing it. I was like, "This is all supposed to be being recorded for purposes." After I was about to go pay in the bank too, she goes, I was like, I've been on the phone and I've been in the parking lot awaiting you guys to call me back for like 3 hours. Got no, now I'm about to go in the bank, pay this bill. You're wasting my time. Time is money, right? You guys say, you're wasting mine. You guys are wasting my time. You know what I mean? Like, and I was like, so then she's like, oh, can we just get you to take a quick survey of the service you've received? I was like, are you kidding me? Your service is terrible right now. I'm not receiving your service. This is terrible. I'm not wasting any time or frustration on this. I've wasted 3 hours trying to deal with this. I'm not wasting any more time. I'm going into the bank right now to pay the amount. I expect my service to be turned on. Thank you. Bye. Okay, sorry about that. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, they're kidding me. They're kidding me. Like, this is a joke, right? And then boom, they put me on with, and I was like, explain the situation in the parking lot with my mom. They put me on with another woman. I'm like, okay, blah, blah, blah. This is like the 10th person I've had to confirm this account with. This is the situation. This is like the people, you guys aren't getting this apparently. You're all confused over there. Something's going on. You guys don't speak English. You're crooks. You're trying to steal $60 from me somehow. You're saying you're not double charging me, but you're clearly trying to charge me $60 extra for the service for this month. And you are the ones who rejected the payment that I attempted to make, and you're not, and then you shut it off, and now you expect me to pay for whatever went wrong on your guys' end here. You can see, can you not, that I've paid for like clockwork for like 3 or 4 years. Haven't missed a single payment. No issues. They pull up my history. They're like, oh yeah, we can see you've paid. They're like, you paid $55, blah, 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 in February. And they have all the information of every day that I've paid. They're like, blah, 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 blah. I was like, see, you can see. You can see that I've paid. You can see it's been paid smoothly. Why would you expect that my money isn't going to go through in 5 days? Like, you make no sense. You guys make no sense. And how can you ask me to pay for services that I'm not currently receiving at the moment? Like, speak some normal English. Make some fucking sense to me about this right now. Like, I was like, you guys have to waive this fucking fee of $60 that you're trying to milk out of me for whatever issue you caused on your end to try to squeeze $60 out of me. You're not getting this extra $60 that you're trying to double charge for me. I will switch if you don't waive this stupid fee. I just was told when I was at the bank that if I pay $62.15, you'll reactivate my shit. I pay that. I get home. I get no talk of a $60 reactivation fee when I'm in the parking lot of the bank. Wait, when you should have mentioned that to me so I could pay. Even ask my mother oh, Mom, they're asking for this amount to pay. They're asking for the $60 activation fee. Can I borrow the $60 to pay that? She probably would have she may have even gave it to me and paid it. That's how sweet my mother is. I wouldn't have felt right about paying it. And I wouldn't have rejected. I know they're just trying to take me for $60. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, that's some fucking crook shit. You're fucking crooks. Like, and then I was like, you caused some fucking problem to double charge me this month. You guys are fucking crooks. Like, and then I was like, well, who do I fucking report your company to for being crooks? I'm gonna fucking phone the BBB, like Better Business Bureau or something. Maybe you guys aren't even a legit internet provider and you're just tapping into Bell's Towers and you're just some fucking crooks or something. Like, I was like, who do I have to speak about this to? Like, to get you guys are fucked. Like, this is some fucked up crooker. Like, you guys are thieves. This is like some fucking thievery right here. Like, I was so frustrated. You know what I mean? Like, I was so frustrated with these people. Like, and then she's like, oh, yeah, there's a $60 reactivation fee. You won't have to pay it right now, though. So what, you're going to tack it on my next bills? You're going to try to squeeze this $60 and I'm going to have to go through all this shit again next month? Not fucking happening, you stupid morons. Fuck you. You're not getting $60 extra from me. It's not fucking happening. Whoever I have to talk, oh, I'm not in the position to waive this fee. Okay, well, put me on the phone with a manager or someone that is in the position to understand what I'm saying and fucking flick the button to turn my internet on for paying this fucking bill and can waive this fee of you guys trying to squeeze $60. You're not fucking getting it from me. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. It's not happening. I will fucking switch companies. Then I have to go to another company, deal with the same kind of shit. Oh, you gotta pay this amount to reactivate. Now you need to buy a new router. Oh, now you need to fucking pay this amount, this ridiculous amount to set up services that you already paid for with this other fucking 3 companies that are fucking retards. Selfish, greedy fucking pricks. Like, it's fucking infuriating. Like, that's why it even says things in the Bible. Oh, kiss the son, lest he will fucking furious anger. His anger can flare up in a moment. That's how I feel. I'm like, my anger is flaring up in a fucking moment because these people are fucking retards. I'm putting out fury. It says the Ezekiel one that they put in Samuel L. Jackson in Nick Fury, the false scripture they're putting out that I have in my Jesus is Coming video. It feels like they're just trying to stop me from putting out all this satanic rebuking. Like, I'm just rebuking all this satanic shit that they're putting out there, and they're just trying to fucking stop me from being able to speak it to people. I bet you all go onto YouTube after these fucking 2 weeks and they put a strike on my channel, or some notification, oh, you didn't respond, or do this, so we shut down your channel. Like, meanwhile, we cut off your internet access and they know I'm not receiving those messages. They're just fucking trying to shut me down here, people. Like, you people won't listen to someone who has a signet ring in the name of Christ. It's in the scriptures. God's rebuking all this evil shit through me, and no one's fucking listening or taking me serious. Like, it's a fucking joke. Like, you guys are fucking retarded. You know what I mean? That's what I've already said in that righteous anger video. Like, I'm like, this is fucking retarded. Society's so stupid. It's all fucking idolatry, NHL, Grammys, fucking UFC. It's all fucking idol worship. A bunch of idol worshipping, satanic fucking government psychopaths. You guys are fucking pedophile psychos. It says this in the Bible about, Ezekiel, then you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you. And then he shoots him in Pulp Fiction. And they put that on Nick Fury and Avengers on his tombstone. Ezekiel, blah, 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 the path of the righteous man. They try to say the path of the righteous man is enclosed on all sides by the tyranny of the wicked and blah, 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 blah. That's not in the scriptures. They're trying to make righteous people feel like they're surrounded by evil and they can't do anything and can't win. Like, meanwhile, it's not even about winning. It's about just preaching the truth of the gospel and that God smites and gives wrath to the wicked. That's the whole point. And that it says with furious rebukes. That's why it says, like, Nick Fury. They put it like Fury, and they're talking about Fury, and they're promoting, like, Furious, but they're not even putting out the proper scripture. You know what I mean? And then, like, God will put out a furious rebuke like this of me. You know what I mean? And what? Every time I get pushed to anger by these satanic people for not being fucking, like, comprehensive of what you're saying to them, and they're just, like, in their greed, just trying to milk money from you, and you're like, you know, like, just ridiculous idolaters and just craziness, honoring soldiers and all this. We're Christian soldiers. That's fucking bullshit. You guys aren't supposed to be throwing stones at people. Thou shalt not kill. That's a commandment. There's no fucking excuse for killing people. You fucking psychopaths. Honoring people. David throwing stones at people and you make him king, but then Jesus comes, doesn't throw a stone at anyone. You guys fucking put a thorn crown on his head and fucking put him to death. You psychopaths. It's a fucking demonic attack. You guys are fucking psychopaths. And then, like, I rebuke all this shit. You know what I mean? I rebuke it all. And then I try to clean up my language, but I'm getting pushed to anger. God witnesses this. I give this to God. God, do you not witness the anger of what I'm trying to deal with here? This is righteous anger. How, like, people are trying to push me to wrath. And I'm trying to bless them. I'm like, God, give these people some consideration. So turn them from their wicked ways, God. Turn me from the wickedness of getting angry with them. If it's not righteous anger that I'm angry and that it's not your will, please, I'm trying to serve you. I'm not trying to go into fits of rage and serve you with anger. I know that doesn't serve you to the best. I'm trying my hardest. I'm just one man here trying to deal with this, Lord. I am like a kid in a world that I don't understand. What is going on here? If you're good, why is this like this? I need your will to come to pass. We need to see that your word is true. We need the trumpets to go off. We need the angels to come down. We need them to be the wicked to be put to death, as it says. We need this to happen. We need your word, Lord, to be fulfilled. We're praying for it. We're waiting for it. We're craving it. Like, and every day that goes by puts more doubt and disbelief into the believers' hearts that you're good and ever going to do this. Jesus' word said, the kingdom of heaven cannot come in a way that can be observed and seen by man. Then they're saying the trumpets are going to go off and everyone's going to see it. That doesn't make any sense. So maybe the context was at the time the people couldn't witness the kingdom of heaven is among you. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. But the trumpets are going to go off and the sun's going to come down on the clouds of the angels. Everyone's going to see it and observe it. That's total contradiction. That doesn't make no sense. So what, the context at the time? That, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm still just trying to do my best to believe, but like, this just seems like nonsense. Like, they're just saying, don't step up and stop the wicked. A rich man can't get into heaven, so don't go the way of money. It's like they're just trying to stop you from getting into power. Godly people from getting into power, speaking the truth and stopping them. You know, like, that's what it seems like. Like, it seems like they're trying to even use religion to keep people confused into not stepping up and stopping them. Like, leave the wrath to God. So I'm like, okay, leave this wrath to God. I still see, like, nations are getting smited. There's floodings happening. There's, like, satanic people getting diseases. Charlie Sheen, in Romans, they will get the due penalty for their perversions of men sleeping with men and all this. He's accused of, like, raping Corey Haim and these little boys, and then I'm HIV positive. The guy from Cinderella who they have playing the fairy godmother, some black guy, like, in a dress. I'm HIV positive. I wonder why. Like it couldn't be a wrath from God or the due penalty that it says that you're due for doing these wicked things. Like, I wonder, like, just deviant, putting out Eternals, the deviant the deviants are the bad guys, and then they got the fucking superheroes, a gay deviant, fucking homosexual, like, and they're all a bunch of fucking deviants. Angelina Jolie and Selma Hayek, and they're fucking got devil horns on their heads and shit. You know what I mean? Like, in their costumes, and like, just fucking nuts. Like, just deviant beings trying to act like other beings are deviant, and then they make them die. They call them eternal. The wicked, the Eternals. Yeah, the gay guys are the Eternals. Like, the gay superheroes. Like, just stupid shit. Like, this world's so fucking stupid. It's, like, so hard to process as a person. Like, and not be angry in your rebuking of it. It's like, this is a fucking joke. Like, this is disgusting to me. Like, this is just, like, so fucking beyond. Like, this isn't human stuff. Like, that's what I said to my mom. I was like, Mom, you witnessing this? Like, she's like, this is ridiculous. She's like, this is ridiculous. And she's like, I was like, I can't even afford to go with another company. I can't find another internet provider. And then they're just going to pull the same shit. Yeah, like, who do I go with now? Primus? They'll be, like, connected to Rogers or Bell or something, and they'll fucking won't give me service. You know what I mean? Like, this is ridiculous. Like, they're attacking my ability to communicate with the world. Because I'm rebuking them. And I'm putting out stuff to do with Jesus and pointing out other products and all this satanic shit. So I'm like, what the shit is going on? Like, what's going on? And my mom's like, oh, I know. And I was like, Mom, I'll pay you back for that. She's like, oh, don't worry about it and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, I will pay you back for that. And then she's like, and I was like, Mom, like, now I have to what? Go pay this $60 activation fee to them, and we already paid them $60 and they didn't fix the problem. So what? I'm going to pay them another $60? That's letting them steal that $60. They're double charging me. Like, you're witnessing this, right? Like, they're fucking trying to steal from me. This is theft. They're trying to steal from me. Like, and they're trying to do it in a tricky way. This is deception and fucking trickery. This is from greed. Like, this is clearly a greedy fucking internet company, which they're some of the richest companies. They fucking flick on a button, and what do they have to pay for? The service on the towers? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. Pay all their technicians and all this. Who fucking cares? I don't give a shit what they have to fucking pay for. You don't fucking scam people like that. You be upfront and honest about your business. You don't tell someone you're going to provide them service for a certain amount of money, then throw in the double fee. That's fucking false. That's some deception, evil shit. That's some fucked up, evil shit. I'm being fucking wronged here. I'm being mistreated. And as a human, who's a person who's on disability, I can hardly process being in the world, functioning, because every single interaction that I have with people where I'm trying to communicate or relate turns to fucking frustration, where I want to climb a clock tower and fucking shoot some evil fucks. Like, I just, like, want to go kick in the door of a mechanic and slap the shit out of these fucking people. You know what I mean? Like, you just want to go in there, boot fuck their door, flick on the little fucking button that turns on my internet and be like, I just fucking paid you for this service. Turn it the fuck on, you stupid jackasses. Slap, slap, slap. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not that kind of person, though. You know what I mean? But they're just pushing buttons. You see what I'm saying? It's just sitting pushing buttons. That's just Satan. He's just a devil just sitting there pushing all the fucking buttons, pulling all the fucking strings like a puppet master, oppressing and suppressing the fucking truth through prophets and through people who are honest and try to turn people to Jesus and away from this wicked shit. I'm not going to attack anyone. I'm not going to blow up a mechanic. I'm not going to do any of that fucking shit. I'm just going to sit there and pray and give it all to God. And then it's just going to happen again and again. I got to, endure the torture till the end. Come fucking cut my head off. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm fucking willing to be a martyr. Come cut my fucking head off. This is torturous being in this fucking world where I can't function the way that I want to function. I have all these inventions, okay? I have tons of genius inventions of things where I could benefit the world. Technologically, I could, if they weren't fucking retards trying to pump toxins in the air all day, we could be having solar cars and fucking all this crazy, healthy, way better stuff. But we got evil, greedy oppressors and Satan in charge and devils in charge here. The evil's in charge. I can't even attain a patent and like to get some of my genius inventions, and like not even genius. Some of them are just like, I would say they're simple. You know what I mean? But who knows? I could put out these inventions. I could be putting out products that benefit people, but that would be serving money. So I feel restricted to go that way. Then I have to get into fellowship with their companies. Their companies will make me sign contracts with them, then put some sort of satanic logos on my products, and I'm in fellowship with the darkness. So I can't go that way. So I can't make money my master. God's my master. So I say fuck money. I don't give a shit about it. I give up my life that I feel like I deserve for God. I don't give a shit about money. So I'm like, screw it, whatever. I don't care about money, being rich, all that. I want my treasures in heaven, I guess. Whatever. The streets of gold that apparently exist that no one gets to see. That, we're hoping for. You know what I mean? Like, oh, no one sees it except for he who comes down from heaven and blah, 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 blah. These promises that, like, but, like, you're witnessing all the wicked receive their due reward in life and all this, but they're going to destruction, blah, 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 all that. Like, it's fucking crazy, man. It's nuts. And I'm like, whatever. So I sacrifice my life to that, whatever. I don't give a shit about money and all that, whatever. These people don't deserve the inventions if they're too fucking stupid to accept good inventions and support a loving being who's going to benefit them technologically. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. They don't want a person of God to benefit them. So they reject me, the world rejects me, and I reject the world. Whatever. You know what I mean? I do my best to love the world in order to love God, but whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you can't go away with money and be in fellowship with these wicked companies and putting sixes on stuff and stuff. So I'm like, whatever. I fucking hate money. It says you either detest money. You can't serve two masters. You'll either love one and detest the other or whatever. That's scripture. I love God and I fucking detest money. But I get frustrated that God allows this wicked functioning to go on still. Why? How can we perceive you as good while you're allowing this to go on? But I have to I can't speak against God. I have to trust in your timing, and who knows what you're up to in the background. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can't comprehend any of that stuff as a human. I don't know what you're doing in the background, how many times you protected me with angels or whatever. I don't understand it all. But I try to not speak against God, but a lot of this stuff is not making any sense. It just appears like some devils are just posing as an authority of God, but they're not. And they're just stopping people from going forward, godly people from stepping up and going forward and stopping them and getting money, power, and all that in the world. Like, it just doesn't, it's infuriating. I'm like, whatever, screw it all. I'm ready to try to go find a piece of land and live in the wilderness off locusts and honey, and not drink, just like John. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm at. I'm like, put me in a cabin, give me locusts and honey, I'll eat fucking bugs for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. I just want this to be over. Cut my head off. You know what I mean? Get this over with. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to be around these beings, these compromised satanic beings that are clearly not of God. They're clearly not being loving and of God. Clearly. They're putting 666 on people's heads. So I don't want to be here. I don't want to be among this. I don't want to have to fucking vent this shit. It's like, there's even scriptures like that. God has bound all men to disobedience so that we can receive the mercy of God and all this. So it's like, so you're what? Binding us to be wicked sinners so that we can receive your mercy? Like, that doesn't make any sense. If it's ideal that you don't want us to do evil and sin, then you give us the teaching and then you don't put us in positions that push us to sin. And anger and all this stuff. That doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? So, that part doesn't... There's so much that doesn't make sense about this gospel. You know what I mean? But then there's things that do make tons of truth in it. But then it does appear that they're using it for wicked manipulation, too. So it's like, what is going on? You know what I mean? So I try not to act in violence, step up. The thing that makes sense about the gospel to me is love God and all others as yourself. God is love, so you gotta love the love that's in you, the God that's in you. If you have love in you, you have God in you. If you view God as a part of yourself, love is a part of yourself. You ask love to be a part of your heart. You do your best to love every day, and you view, same with other people. You view them as they're in your mind. They're a part of you, so you try to love them as yourself. I do my best to do that. I have to apologize when I say fuck these stupid jackass people. That's like calling me a stupid fucking jackass. That's like insulting me or insulting God from my perspective. But I'm not. I'm clearly making it clear what's like. I'm not witnessing God in them. I'm not witnessing love in them and God in them. So from my perspective, that's not God or me, or they'd be loving God and me the same way. You know what I mean? So that's wickedness. That's greed. That's evil. How can you be of God but be putting out products with 666 on it? How can these authorities be of God? That makes no sense. If you're of God, you don't put out products that clearly have 666 on them. They're not of God. Like, it's obvious. A tree is known by its fruit. They're putting out evil fruit. Like, they're putting out rotten fruit. I know they're a bad tree. You know what I mean? I'm putting out good fruit. You know what I mean? Like, look, I got trees on my shirt right now. You know what I mean? And it's like the weirdest thing is like, okay, and the company is 10 Tree. And this new company, 10 Tree. 10 is the number for J Tree. And 10 is all, but then 10 is also, J is also 10 is the Roman numeral of X. X can mean the mark. X, how they're putting X on everything. X marks the spot. X here, X there. So like J, which is 10, Roman numeral X. So my name's connected to the X, to an X or to a mark or something. You know what I mean? They're putting this X on stuff. XXX. I've explained this in videos. 666. SIX. They're putting XXX on stuff. Jesus was crucified and nailed onto. There was 3 X's, 3 crosses. The thieves or whatever, and killers or whatever, and Jesus. There was 3 X's that represented the sins, our sins. He was made a curse. He was nailed to the cross, to a tree. So it says he was cursed. So he was made into a curse in our sins. So like but my name J can be connected to X because J, the 10th letter, and then they're also trying to connect my name J through the city of Toronto. They started calling it the 6, and they're putting out hats with the Blue Jay one eye symbol in the Blue Jays logo, which could have been God mentioning my name through Toronto. 2 J's was even hidden in one of their logos. Like, I didn't choose. That name was given to me before that logo came out, and before that, like, I knew any of this. Like, before I even turned to God and got baptized and all that. Like, this is unfolding. I was like, I didn't know all this. And then, so they start calling the city. They made mention of me through Toronto Jays, TOJs. They're trying to they put an fake American rapper in there that's clearly satanic, put in songs with Lil Wayne saying things about these hoes love me like Satan, and they're all like, they're all connected. He's got an eye tattooed. They're throwing up the 6 eye and all this shit. The Summer 16 tour and all this. It's all fucking 666 shit. I've proven it. They're all a bunch of Satanists. Then they put up billboards in Toronto. The 6 is watching and all this shit. They're trying to, like, it's like the devil trying to say that they're watching me and shit. Like, and I know they are. Like, I can see that they're watching me. They're Hollywood speaking against my name, but they're also trying to make me into like the Antichrist or something. You know what I mean? They're putting my name, Toronto Jays. They're trying to call this city the 6. So that I've seen hats where they're putting a J logo on there with an I, and they're putting the 6 right beside J. Like, on a hat, on people's heads. And I'm telling people, yo, don't wear New Era hats. Don't put on Jay's hats. Don't put on any of that shit. You know what I mean? Don't put any of that crap on your heads. Like, you know what I mean? Like, either way, it fucking trips me out. And then, like, I'm like, but then also, when I see it, it helps me when I see people wearing Jay's hats at times. Because I'm like, it helps me to view them as myself. Because they're wearing my name on their head. And I'm like, okay, so don't be mad at these people. It's you somehow. This is all, they're in your mind. They're a character in your mind. They're a part of you. Don't hate them. Don't get angry. Don't go to violence. Just do your best to try to explain these teachings and these rebukings in love. Even though you don't comprehend what the heck's going on fully with it. But you just have to witness some of this. Because this is crazy. Like, this is crazy stuff. When I grew up as a kid, I didn't expect any of this. I don't have any clue, but I was given a signet ring. I had an interaction with God. I was told that I was sent back. He said, the ones you love need you. And then he sent me back, and I didn't even want to come back. Wherever I was, I don't know if it was a dream or a vision or whatever, but like I was laying on my bed. I turned to God through his son Jesus. My spirit came out of my body, and it hovered over my body, a foot over top of my body when I was on my bed. I could see my face. I was looking down at my body. Like, it was like what's described in some of these near-death experiences you see. I could see my body. Then my spirit went sucked into my heart. It was like the spirit that was hovering. I was looking, then it went into the heart of my body. And I went into, and then I was in a white place, beautiful white place. I felt completely, like, just enveloped in love. Like, I was just, like, in this place with the spirit. The spirit showed, I was in front of this light spirit. It was light. It was like the silhouette of a human man. It was transparent. It was invisible. This was the invisible God that's described. It was God. He claimed that it was God. I knew it was God. He was invisible. But you could see energy, like rain, like colorful energy, radiant, going through this being, and you could just feel it, like emanating, just love coming from this being. It was like, whoa, I need to get close. You just want to be around this being. You want to get closer. You just feel ultimate pleasure, like euphoric pleasure around this being. Like, you're drawn to him. Like, you just want to be. And he could change his form. He could turn into different beings in front of me. And then he asked me numerous questions. And then he sent me back. Like, it was crazy. Then I got this signet ring given to me. Like, I proposed to God. I got down on one knee and asked God to be my life partner. Be my life partner. Like, I was like, I'm done with life. I don't even want to be here anymore. I need some sort of purpose, something. I give my life to you, Lord. Use me as your vessel. If I have to be put to death, put me to death. If you need me to go to hell for these scriptures to be fulfilled, I don't care. I'll suffer for you and for your son. Do whatever needs to be done for this to end, for your scriptures to be fulfilled, Lord. I'm so tired of this. Like, this, we need this to be over. Send your son back. If he needs to come back in me, if you need to use my vessel for whatever purposes, do it, please, God. Like, I don't understand my purpose. I don't feel needed. And then he goes, oh, the ones you love need you. And I was like, I don't feel like they need me. Like, who needs me? And then he sent me back, and like, I've been of service. I help my siblings. I help people move. I testify. I try to be a godly vessel, for people, a Christ-like vessel. The gospel only saves you if you mimic Christ and his behavior. That's why Jesus said, not all those who say, Lord, Lord, but only those who do the will of God. To do the will of God, you have to mimic Jesus. So you have to love God, Jesus Christ, and all others as yourself. Those are the only things about the gospel that really makes sense to me. And it says all the prophets cling to that. You have to get the perspective that God, Jesus, and all these people are in your mind right now. They're in you, they're in your heart, they're in your mind. They exist within you somehow. So they're a part of you. So it's you. So you have to try to view God, Jesus, and all others as yourself, just like Jesus did, and mimic that behavior and try to treat them lovingly and accordingly. You know what I mean? And it's not easy. But you don't claim that you're the Almighty God or his one son, Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? But you can be in the body of Christ. You accept the Spirit, then you're in the body of Christ, it says. So you're in the church of Christ. The body and the church is described as the body, your temple. The body is described as your temple. Through those scriptures with Jesus, tear down this temple 3 days, all that. So you're in the body of Christ. So you're in the body of Christ now. So you become one with Christ in spirit, and in body, in the church, with everyone. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that you're actually God Almighty or his one son, Jesus Christ, the Savior who died for our sins. You know what I mean? But he already died for our sins, so they get wiped away. Once you follow that path, you mimic him. You become one in spirit with God and Jesus in love. And I do my best to do that. to try to be one. That's why, like, I have to repent when I get angry, fits of rage, and I call people names, or I swear. But it's like, yo, look at the ridiculousness of me trying to... This is a satanic attack. These beings are trying to push me to anger. They're not acting in love. Or it's God making things happen the way that they're happening so that I get challenged to try to grow in these areas. So I can't condemn them as devils. I'm just supposed to be like, okay, maybe this is God somehow still working through these people to try to help me grow and whatever. You know, you're just trying to do whatever your best to try to reserve your judgment on people. Like, you know, on everyone, because you're like, that's me and that's God and that's Jesus. That's all of us in one. So to condemn them would to be to condemn myself. To judge them would to be to judge myself, or to judge God, try to judge God. So I don't do that. You know what I mean? So, but then it's like there's only so much you can take in a situation when people are being rude to you, trying to confuse you, making absolutely no sense, and then basically demonically attacking you. You know what I mean? Like, they're just cutting off your communications, trying to isolate you from speaking to the world. And you're like sitting there preaching the words of God and trying to help people understand things of Jesus and how you're supposed to mimic him. Like, you know, like, it doesn't, like, you need to mimic him. People need to transform your hearts and your spirits before this world can become anything like the kingdom of heaven. It's not going to be like that until you guys change your spirits. Like, and you don't want to. You love evil, so you cling to evil ways. So it says the world's not going to be transformed. It's going to be destroyed according to the scriptures. God's just going to smite it, and it's heaven and earth will pass away, then a new one's going to be created, it says. Because these people don't, and I don't know if that's just describing the transformation process of through spirit. These things will eventually, through the people he sends, such as me, and through his son, people will eventually get it over years and years. Finally, they'll get it, and they'll be like, oh, it does make sense that we aren't supposed to be killing each other and throwing stones. That is going against thou shalt not kill. Maybe we should stop killing each other and attacking each other. Maybe we should be working together. Oh, maybe we should be loving each other. Oh, like maybe they'll eventually come to the revelations of, oh, we should just turn all these weapons into plowshares and pruning hooks, since that's clearly God's will and the revelation that he says that we should eventually come to. But, like, it has to happen in the right time. But, we're not allowed to do that now. We're going to just honor soldiers and keep fighting over oil and over stupid shit. Like money. Like, it's like, whatever. These people, internet, all that crap. Like, the only other reason I care about it is because it feels like they're just trying to stop me from speaking the truth and witnessing. You know what I mean? And I have to have internet connection and phone connection to be able to communicate to people across the world. You know what I mean? So they're trying to suppress my ability to do that. So I can't help but feel like this is some sort of demonic attack and oppression and suppression of God's spirit and the truth that he's trying to give through me. You know what I mean? So anyway, it's thievery, man. It's like crooks. These people are crooks. It's so evil. Like, I have to witness this. It doesn't make sense. They're not making sense. Like, my mom was like mind blown by this. She's like, who do you even talk to about this? Like, who could you... I was like, I don't know. Like, who do you go to? Do you go to the bank and be like, yo, these people are trying to double charge me. They rejected my payment. Look, they're saying I didn't make this payment. They switched my account number. They rejected my payment, shut off my service. Now they try to give me a double charge and try to claim that I failed to make the payment. Now they're trying to charge me that $60 that they were trying to squeeze to get it turned back on. It's fucking thievery. Who do I talk to about this? They shouldn't be allowed to function and operate in such greed and deception. Like, that's so corrupt. Like, that's so corrupt. Like, they're so deceivers. That's so wicked. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous. And the guy is trying to renegotiate prices on the thing. When he was asking for my credit card information, he said, oh, if we could just get a credit card on your account, you could just pay it automated and blah 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 blah. I'm like, I don't pay through my credit card. I'm not giving you access to my credit limit. Like, you're not doing that. And then what, like the next day, then yesterday when I phoned and I was in the parking lot at the bank, I'm listening to their automated message service where they're like, if you want to do this, press 1. And you hear this guy speaking, which sounded like one of these Indian guys that were being ridiculously and like unreasonable and wasn't helping the situation. It sounded like the same voice. He was, blah, 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 blah. And if you want to do this, press... a mechanic no longer accepts credit card information over the phone. Like, literally, like, I was like, is this a joke? Like, that's what I was just rebuking the guy for, like, 2 days ago, that, like, you know, are at my uncle's. Like, just last week, I was just telling him that I don't give my credit card information to people over the phone, especially to people that don't speak English and comprehend what I'm saying. Like, it just, there's more red flags on YouTube about these people who are trying to take people for money. There's frauds every day. It's not a racist thing. That's what I was saying to him. Like, I was like, no offense, like, it's not a racial thing, but you don't comprehend what I'm saying. So to me, you don't even speak English, buddy. And you could be just some random person. You sound like you're in India right now. We're warned about this kind of stuff, about you don't give credit card information to people from other countries that aren't making any sense to you. Like, your services that you're claiming to provide me and trying to charge me for, I'm not receiving them. You're not, like, this is coming off like a scam to me. So for me to be safe, I'm not going to give you my credit card information. You say, oh, that's kind of offensive. I'm like, I'm not trying to be racist or offensive. That's just reality. You're warned not to give credit card information to people you don't know. I don't know who you are. I don't trust you. I don't know who you are. I don't even trust people that I meet in real life. I don't have any clue who you are. You could even work for a mechanic, but you could be some rogue worker that works in their company that steals credit card information from mechanic clients and just goes and pulls a fraud. And then what? At the customer's expense, and then what? A mechanic's gonna have to do that investigation? They could be in on it. I don't have any clue. From what I can see, you're not providing proper services, and you're trying to steal money from me. So this all comes off as all corrupt. So not giving you my credit card information, and then like I said, I go to the bank. Then like 2 weeks later, it instructs you that they don't receive credit card information anymore. We don't receive credit. We no longer. Due to blah 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 blah, we no longer are willing to. We do not no longer accept credit card information over the phone. I was like, this guy was just asking for my credit card information over the phone. Like, what the heck is going on here? My mom's like, what the heck is going on? Like, we're both like, what is going on? And like, my mom, like, someone just tried to frauded her the other day too. Like, tried to fraud, like, she was just telling me, like, they were like, oh, it's a tax rebate because the tax time comes, and they're like, you just pay this amount, and you receive this much back in tax, and they pulled some scam on her. You know, they're fucking scamming people every day. There's all these fucking crooks out there. And it says the world will get like this. In the end times, people's hearts will grow cold because the wickedness of all these people, like, these people, the more wicked they are, the more it just pushes people to anger and makes them question God and turn away from God for not fixing it. You know what I mean? And, like, they're like, what? Like, how is God good when all this wickedness is being watched? This torture is being allowed. I have to endure being around this wickedness. Like, that's why the scriptures say, if any of you that make any of these decisions, even make one of these people stumble away from God, there's going to be severe wrath. It's going to be better for you to have a millstone and dropped in the depths of the sea. Like, to be drowned to death and go to the very bottom of the ocean and just get your bone picked apart by all God's creatures until your skin and bones at the bottom of the sea, never to be found again, turned to dust. Like, it's just telling you, like, you'd be better off doing that. It's saying that God is going to inflict severe wrath and suffering on the wicked who refuse to stop being wicked. Crooks. Like, crooks. You know how angering it is to see an honest, nice woman like my mom, who's just a sweet, she's getting to the age now where she's just a sweet old woman. You know what I mean? And she has some struggles because she's trying to process this kind of stuff too. Being mistreated, being scammed, trying to deal with this stuff. And it's like, what the heck kind of world are we living in, Mom? Like, what is this? And she's like, I don't know. She's like, she doesn't even know the answers. You know what I mean? We have to pray to God about it together. We're like, Mom, like, let's just pray together about this. Like, we need help here. Like, God, what is going on? Help us with these. This is affecting our mental health. This is making us question if your word is true or not. Like, we need some help here. We need you to send, like, to fulfill your word. We need to see that it's true. We believe that it is. We believe even though we haven't seen it yet. And we believe that we will see it one day. Please don't make us look like friggin' idiots. It says you're going to put us to anyone who believes in the Lord will not be put to shame. So we're just waiting on your word to come. We're waiting on your son to come. We're waiting on the angels to come. We're waiting for this wrath and this judgment. You know what I mean? And we can see a little bit here and there in the background. We're just clinging to faith. And we're clinging to the commandments. We're clinging to you. But we need you. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, this is so crazy. This is madness. For anyone to try to be... Like, I see this. I'm like, I have a hard time... Like, when I'm missing a tooth. I need to get a bridge put in to get a tooth replaced. I have a hard time being confident in the world and smiling when I'm missing a tooth. You know what I mean? I go to, like, Walmart. I see a woman missing her legs. I'm like, I don't even know how these people deal with living, like wanting to live. I'm like I can hardly process this when I'm missing a tooth that I can get replaced. Like, this is crazy. Why is everything so imperfect and crazy? Like, I crave perfection. You crave God. You crave purity. I crave cleanliness. I crave no pain and suffering. I crave things to go smoothly. I crave heaven. I crave an imperishable body. I crave a woman, a beautiful, loving wife, faithful wife that I'm physically and spiritually attracted to. It's like you don't want to settle for less than what you feel you deserve. You know what I mean? But it's like, you said I'm not going to be lacking. You said we won't hunger and thirst. That you will first seek the kingdom, then all these things may be added to you. Blah 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 blah. I'm still sitting here alone, no wife, no nothing. I went to the mall 2 days ago, saw this gorgeous woman. Just like physically gorgeous, what I'm looking for in a woman. She was like just beautifully thick. Like just beautifully. Like she's just like a head turner. She's like made your everyday average woman look like nothing. Like even my ex-girlfriends, I was heartbroken from what happened with my ex. Like, I loved her so much, she turned into a hoe bag and slept with like everyone I knew. Like, just switched up on me 100%, and I'm crushed over that still to this day, that I can't make that better. You know what I mean? I can't change that. I'm like, I need something better to help me get over this loss. Like, I need a woman like that would make me not care. I'm like, whatever, put them in a lineup together that my ex doesn't even compare physically, looking wise. I was like, that girl is fucking gorgeous. Pardon my language again. But I'm like, that woman is gorgeous. How do I went to prayer. I was like, how do I get to meet a woman like that? Like, where do I get the confidence to go up to a woman like that and say anything? Like, I'm on disability. I'm like, how would I ever support a woman like that? So I'm like, how do you keep a woman happy? The only thing I got going for me is that I feel, I'm a musician. I got some like talent, I try to be kind and loving. I'm a godly person. So like, maybe she'll not care about all the earthly things and she would take to that. You know what I mean? But I'd have to be confident and go up to her. So I like started kind of hanging around, like walking from store to store. She was walking with one of her friends. I was like, praying. I was like, God, like, give me an opening, give me the confidence, the spirit to say something to this woman, like, to just how do I meet this woman and keep a woman like this? Like, how do I get a woman like this to be my wife? Like, I'm not trying to lust after her. Yeah, I find her physically attractive. Obviously, I want a wife that I find physically and spiritually attractive. So I'm like just trying to, I was interested in this woman. I'm like, whoa, okay. Sometimes I go to the Oshawa Center and I never see a single woman that I'm attracted to. And I'm like depressed, you know what I mean? Then I finally see one and I'm like, whoa, this woman's attractive, you know what I mean? And then I was like, then this, like, right when I'm like, okay, this girl stopped me in my tracks. I'm like, holy moly, look at that girl. That's the type of woman I'm looking for. That's what I'm attracted to. Like, she's thick. And I was like, I would like to get to know her spirit now to see if she's spiritually attractive to me too. You know what I mean? So maybe I could wife her, you know what I mean? And then it was like, so I'm like, I turn back because I see him going to a store. Then two other people stop me and they're like, excuse me, can I talk to you about, like, the type of water you drink, or can we interview you on video and blah 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 blah. And like they just stop. I'm like kind of just preoccupied, like just thinking about this woman. Like I don't want her to go and lose her. I'm trying to I'm trying to get the confidence to go up to this woman and say something. So I'm like, I don't want to lose sight of her. I don't want her to leave. I was like, you don't run into a woman like this every day. You know what I mean? So I was like, I gotta go try to seize this opportunity while I can. So I'm like, sorry, I'm not about it. Like, but then I thought about it after. I was like, maybe they were trying to interview me on camera, and that would have helped my situation. Maybe if I would have talked to them, this woman would have came out of the store, seen that someone was interviewing me, would have took interest and been like, oh, maybe this guy's like famous or a musician. Maybe could have gained some interest and helped my case and my situation. You know what I mean? But either way, I was like, this could just be a distraction from the devil to try to stop me from trying to go seize and get a woman that I find very attractive right now. So I was like, sorry, I'm not about it. Plus, I don't like interviews, like, you know, I don't feel like talking about stuff like, you know, some people pay you for appearances and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, but I'm like, either way, this is my time. I'm not wasting my time. Right now, I got a different thing in mind. Sorry, I'm not about it. Walked off. Then I went into the store, you know, just scoping her out, trying to get a vibe, trying to look at her finger. My main thing is, like, I'll look to see if a woman has a ring finger, like, on her ring finger, you know? I'm like, is this woman wife? Like, you always assume they are, because like, this woman was gorgeous. Like, how would a woman like this be single? You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, then she leaves, she goes out the store. I go out the store, see her go into you know, she goes into like a next store. First she went into H&M, and she's with another friend, two blonde girls, you know, like, and I'm usually not that attracted to blonde girls. She was kind of blonde, but she had like highlights. She had like brown kind of hair, like highlights through the blonde. But I mean, her body was like, whoa, like thick, like just exactly like what I'm looking for. Where I'm like, whoa, like I got so attached to my girl. I fell so head over heels in love with my girl. And I wasn't even this physically attracted to her, but I was like, that would be devastating if I ever got a woman like that I was this attracted to and I lost her. Like, I wanted to like kill myself when I lost my other girl that I wasn't even this attracted to physically. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, like, I don't know if this would be a good thing or not to get it this attached to this beautiful, gorgeous woman. But I was like, it's encouraging that God makes such beautiful creatures and women. But I was like, you know, I don't know if this is encouraging or discouraging. I'm just glad for the opportunity that I see a woman that I'm physically attracted to, and that I have the opportunity to be on a planet with a woman that I'm like, whoa, how do you make such beautiful creatures, and how do I ever like develop a relationship with this woman? So I'm thinking about what to say to her and trying to build up confidence and all this. I'm praying to God about it, you know what I mean? God, please just give me what to say, give me the courage for something to get this woman in my life, like to be connected, and just I need to know a little bit about this woman. I'm interested. Like this is rare occurrence for me. This woman is like this was like a raise your standard type woman. Like when I saw this woman, I was like, she made like 90% of the women that I see walking around out there look like not attractive to me. Like, you know what I mean? You could put her in a lineup and I'm like, whoa, nah, just average looking, like, whoa. Like, see this woman, you're like, whoa, that's a head-turning woman right there. Literally, I was walking through the mall, like, she got me interested, and I could see all the other people interested in her. See men just turning their heads, like, just checking this woman out, you know what I mean? Just like tons of, and even girls. There was like, then this woman went from H&M, then she went into Danier Leather, and they're in there. So I'm like, okay, gotta check my breath, pop in a piece of gum, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, can I say it? What can I say to her? And I got a few lines prepared, you know, like I'm a musician, I write a lot. I've got some like funny lines. I got some jokes. I was like, should I tell them a joke? Try to break the ice, you know, like how do I go about this, you know? So I didn't, and then she comes out of Danielle. I'm like, okay, there they are. Let's kind of just go around her again, try to like interact somehow. And I went into like I saw her go into another store, so I went into like I went into another store. They walked by again. I went out, kind of just stalking this one, not this one, like, and not trying to be creepy, but like in a genuine like want to get to know you way. You know what I mean? And then I was like, okay. And then I go up to they go to this next store. I'm like walking right. I'm like behind this woman. I'm like, whoa! Like look at like the body on this woman. Like, oh my goodness! Like just praying to God, like please God, like please God, like you know what I mean? And I was like, just hoping she's God sent, not like hell sent. You know what I mean? And then like that it, and then it was like, so then as I'm like behind this next two couple of like a little girl and a guy, they were maybe teenagers. They see me looking at this girl, but they were all looking at her too. Like everyone in the mall is like head turning, checking out this girl's ass, like, and her assets. Like she had just thick, like I said, like she just had big breasts, pretty face, like just well maintained looking girl, big, thick, just beautiful. Like, and I was just like, whoa, like wow, you know what I mean? Like that was just, she is a good looking, attractive woman. Like I was like, if I had a girl like this, everyone in the world would be jealous of us. We'd be like a power couple. I'd be famous in a day. I'd do one of my twerking songs or one of my videos, get her in my videos, give me a kiss. Every guy in the world would be wishing they were me. You know what I mean? It'd be like some every guy want a BJ stuff like that, like my first mixtape thing. You know what I mean? And I'm like, and like, you know, I'm a nice guy too. Like I would treat her right. I would treat her like a queen. You know what I mean? Like I would literally wife this woman, and then like I treat her as best as I could. You know what I mean? Like I would go to work for this woman. You know what I mean? I would work to have kids and maintain this woman. This woman would give me motivation to work hard. You know what I mean? Like harder than I already do. You know what I mean? To try to support her and our kids and this and that. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, so I got behind us. This other little couple, they see me kind of looking at this. The girl like looks at me. She's like all these people are just like, whoa. Like some of them are giving her like cut eye looks because her ass is so big. Like they're like all the girl, like jealous girls or whatever. Who knows, right? She's getting mixed looks from all these different people, and I was just like, either way, she was drawing attention from like everyone. You know what I mean? She got like a stripper body basically. Like you know what I mean? I was like, whoa, like guys will pay to see this body. You know what I mean? Like I was saying, you know what I mean? But I was just like, and she just had this like tight dress, like nice dress on, so she was kind of dressed to look like getting attention. So I was like, I don't know if she's married because she's like, she clearly looks, she's dressed like she looks like she's trying to get attention. You know what I mean? So in the mall kind of thing, you know what I mean? So I was like, okay, I got to get a vibe of how old this woman is, of her spirit, try to see like, so like I get. Either way, so I'm like, I was still praying about it, trying to build up the confidence. Then I see them going to this next shoe store, like the shoe company store, and I'm like looking for an opening where I can talk to her and not come out off like a stalker or a creeper, like a genuine, and also in a place where I could be more private and I'm not going to like embarrass her or her friend, and you know what I mean, like. So either way, then they went to like one of the most like private areas of the mall, like down by Sport Check in the Oshawa Center like area. There's like not many stores there, but they go into the shoe company and they're looking at the shoes. So I walk by and I'm like, okay, I don't care if this woman knows it, if they know that I'm like kind of stalking them, trying to get this opportunity or not. I even have in one of my songs, I have that in one of my songs. So it's like, big ass, I stalk it. See a nice ass, I stalk it, and all this in my power lines. I think it was called Power Lines or Power Moves. It was called Power Moves. My track Power Moves. So it was like, I'm like, big nice ass, I stalk it or whatever, right? Like if I see a woman with like a nice booty, like I'm like, I gotta get to know this girl somehow. Like I gotta stalk this girl and like try to, not in like stalk her, like, but at least try to make an effort to introduce yourself. You know what I mean? I'm gonna follow this girl, try to get to know her a little. Like that's what I want. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, but you're trying not to be like creepy or like predatory or anything. You know what I mean? So I'm like, either way. So I see her in the shoe company store with her friend, and I'm like, whew, okay, I sit down on the bench outside of like Chapters or the book place or whatever outside of Sport Check, and I'm just praying still. Oh my God, give me what to say. Please just give me what to say. Give me the confidence. Give me the spirit. Just help me. Please. Like, I don't know what to do here. I don't, you know me, I don't have that much confidence. Like I said, I need to get this tooth replaced. So like I need to pay for this bridge. I'm missing a tooth, so I'm kind of unconfident about that, about even smiling. I'm not that confident of a person. I'm kind of a shy type guy, you know what I mean? But I still know that you need to take a chance. You need to swing to hit. You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna get a home run and get this girl home unless you at least try. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, I gotta try this. Like, I gotta try. Like, I'm just trying to build up the confidence. They came out of the store. They see me sitting there. There was another guy that sat down with his kids beside me, and I was, you know what I mean? I'm sitting there and I'm just like praying still, God, please give me an opportunity. They turn and they walk towards me. They see me sitting there. I don't know if they noticed me following them, trying to get this opportunity. Even if they did, I don't think, who knows? I don't know if they'd be like, oh, that's a decent looking guy, or if they'd find it creepy or not. You know what I mean? But either way, I'm not trying to be like creepy. So I'm kind of not even looking at them. They turn, they walk towards me. I was like, yes, thank you, God. Here's my chance. And then, like, they kind of stopped, like, right in front of me. And they're looking at the stores. There's not really anything there. Then there's no stores around the corner. Like, so they're kind of like, okay, well, there's nothing here. So they're kind of just stood there for a second. Her friend gets on the phone. She turns and she, like, looks right at me. Like, we made eye contact. Like, she saw me. I let her know, like, I was looking at her. I was just like, but I was so nervous, and like, she's looking at me. I'm kind of, now I got a closer look. When she was going down the escalator, I was looking at her finger. I was behind them and I was looking at her finger, and I was like, does she have a ring on? I saw she had a ring on her right hand, and I think it was her ring finger. I don't know. It could have been on her pinky. I was trying to get a good look. I just saw that there was a ring on her finger. So I was like, oh. But either way, it wasn't on her left hand, and I think the left hand is the wedding band, because I think that's what's connected to your heart. I think it's the left hand that you're supposed to put the ring finger, or engagement. It could have been an engagement ring. It may not have been. But either way, I was like, okay, try to read body language. This girl turned towards me. She's dressed sexy. There's no man. She's just with her friend. They're dressed like they're looking for attention. She had a ring, but I don't know if it's like a engagement ring or what, you know, or if it didn't look like a wedding band or anything, you know. And then, so I was like, okay, but she's got a ring. Then when she stopped and she's like looking at me, I'm just like, just nervous, you know what I mean? Like, just your heart is like pumping, like, oh, what did I say to this woman? Like, I just let her know, like, gave her eye contact, kind of like try to give her a little smirk or a smile, you know what I mean? Like, but you don't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I was like, this is it. Stand up, say something, introduce yourself, say your name, say something. It was like I froze. I didn't know what to do. I was like, I don't know what to do. And I saw a tattoo. She had a tattoo on her leg, and it was like on her. It said, I don't know what it said. It started with a P. It was like, I don't know what it said. It said like pawn or primrose or rose or something. It said like P or R or something. It was some tattoo and it said something, but I don't really like tattoos that much on women, you know what I mean? Like, they come off kind of stripper and unclean to me. Like, I'm trying to get rid of mine, you know what I mean? Like, they come off kind of like addict and promoting the marks on your body and all that. So I'm kind of like, that's kind of a turn off, but this woman's good looking enough where, okay, I would make an exception. You know what I mean? I was like, I'd probably make an exception. And who knows, maybe you could testify to her about the mark and how they're trying to get it on, and maybe she'd get hers removed. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But either way, I don't judge just by the external, but I'm trying to get a vibe for the spirit of the woman too. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, okay, but I'm like, this is like gorgeous woman. I was like, oh man, she looked at me, like, she's looking right at me, like, this isn't my chance, like, that would have been my chance. And then they walked off, and I was like, but it was like a good couple seconds that we were looking at each other, like, she was looking right at me. I looked at her, I was like, okay, trying to judge their age. They both looked like maybe they were around my age, maybe a couple years older than me, maybe like I'm like 33, turning 34 this July, so she was like maybe mid. She could have been my age, she could have been younger, but based on how the look, I was like, okay, age appropriate for me. They're age appropriate for me. Like, you know, she could be a few years younger, she could be a few years older. This is around my age. Good. Or she could have been in her 40s, for all I know, but she looked good. I was like, dang. Like, I was like, she looked good. Like, you know, like, but then she walked off, and I was just like, whoa. Like, I just couldn't help. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help my attraction. to physical attraction to this woman. So then they walked over the mall, and I was like, whoa, I was surprised because I thought she was driving, and you're just like, so I was just like, then I stand out there and they're walking off, and I'm like, crap, I missed my chance. They're going to the car now or something. Then they walked into the keg, and I was like, oh man, I missed my shot. Like, I was just standing there, I was still trying to just think. I was trying to build up the courage, praying. I was like, God, like, what do I do here? Like, this is either like really encouraging to me, and I thank you for this opportunity that I may have just messed up and failed. I'm just glad I see a woman like this. You know what I mean? Like, it's gorgeous, but it's kind of discouraging too, where I'm like, I don't know what to do here. Even if I attract a woman like that, I don't have the means to support a woman like that with money-wise. You know what I mean? So I'm like, but I don't always go based on money, and I have to see beyond it. So I'm like, who knows? You know what I mean? Like, maybe she's got money and she'd take care of me. Who knows? You never know with women, right? You never know with people. But I'm like, I'm pretty talented. I'm a rapper. I'm a musician. I'm a talented writer. You know what I mean? I do, like, I could introduce myself, tell her I'm a musician, let her hear one of my songs, try to impress her that way, spit a little few funny words at her, try to attract her with my personality and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, but then I was like, oh, I'm trying to get better at this. I'm shy. I'm not confident. You know what I mean? So I'm not confident enough. I feel so oppressed money-wise. I'm like, I can't do this. I can't. And so I was like, I was thinking, do I walk into the keg now? Then they would just ask me if I wanted a seat. I've never been to the keg. I was like, it'd be awkward now. What do you do? Walk up to their table? Or is she a server there? Or what? I don't know what the deal is. But I'm like, I'm just glad there's a woman like this around Oshawa. You know what I mean? I'm like, I pray that I get a chance to meet her. Hope she sees this video and she's like, that was me. You know what I mean? It reaches out, but it gives me a shot, because I'm like, man, I would fall in love with a woman like that physically, and then if she was spiritually, I'd be like, man, like, that would be my wife. You know what I mean? Like, that is exactly the look of a woman that I was looking for. I was like, man, like, but I don't know her, right? I didn't know if she was like, she could be satanic, she could be a stripper, she could have kids, she could just totally turn me off spiritually. I don't know, you know what I mean? But I don't know. So, but either way, it was kind of like, so the next day I was like, I'm either gonna be thankful or very depressed that I just missed my shot, and that I still feel like I can't meet a woman like this. Like, I just can't. Like, I'm not in the position. I'm financially suppressed to not be able to have a woman like this. Like, you see these, that there's all these gorgeous looking women out there, like, and they're all in like porno, making porn movies and strippers, and they're just getting bought by these men. So like, the men that end up with these gorgeous women are these devils in disguise that just pay for them. You know what I mean? And like, a man like me that doesn't live according to money and stuff like that, like, and that doesn't have the money and means to support a woman like that yet. That's just yet. I can't, it's like, how do you get a woman like this? Like, you can't, like, I can't, unless they see through that worldly shit and they just like you, they like how you look, and they're physically and spiritually attracted to you too, you know what I mean? But I don't have the confidence enough to approach them, and then to trust that a man with money isn't going to sway her away if I don't have the money to support her. You know what I mean? So you run through it all in your head. But I'm like, I know the world's set up to buy women. They buy people. Like, the satanic people just have it suppressed that young, good-looking, godly people cannot thrive. They buy the women. They buy people. They just sway them with money. You know what I mean? Like, it's just pisses me off. You know what I mean? So when I woke up this morning, I knew that was going to happen. I was like, I'm going to be depressed or thankful. So I'm going to try to be thankful to God that I had. He gave me the chance. She looked at me. I looked at her. I should have been bold. That fortune favors the bold. I get up. But it's like, I've gone up to women before. I've never got with a woman where I approach them, like, where I show the first interest. Like, it's always, they have to let you know that they're interested in you, or for me. But sometimes if you let them know that's to someone that you're interested in them and that you're attracted, they can get attracted to you just because they know you're attracted to them in that way. So they may look at you and take a different look at you, right? But like track record wise, it's never worked for me. It's just rejection after rejection when you approach a woman. It's because I feel like it's like it comes off needy, or like sometimes I guess it could come off as confident, but it comes off like you're chasing. You know what I mean? And I'm like, nah, I don't feel like so. Like a lot of the times, I need a woman to let me know that her interest in me, like in some way, flirt with me, in some way so I can flirt back. Give me that opportunity, because I don't want to come off like a needy creeper or anything, or desperate or anything. And I'm not desperate. Like I said, like I'm a pretty nice guy, you know what I mean? Like I'm not like hard up or anything, you know what I mean? So either way, then I woke up and I was like kind of depressed, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, this is either some Satan dangling a woman in front of me like Bedazzled style, trying to get you to sell out, because I've been running through my head. I'm like, oh, what do I do? Do I go the way of money, and do I like, get a patent for a few of my things and go get the money? Like, do I start buying, like, become an inventor and put out this product? But I don't want to be in fellowship with these companies. They're corrupt. So I was like, but when I see a woman like that, it makes me want to go get money. And so I'm confident, and I have the means to support her and get her, you know what I mean? And be with her. So it felt like a Bedazzled situation where I'm like, is this Satan just dangling a woman in front of me to get me to sell out for women? Like, or is this God giving me an opportunity? You know what I mean? But there's no way of knowing, because I didn't ask her. I didn't ask anything about her. I don't even know her name. So I don't know. I could have talked to her. It could have just been a big shutdown. And, I'm married. So she could have been married. I could have been coveting another man's wife. I don't know. I don't know the situation. You know what I mean? So that's not coveting in my heart, because I don't know if she was married. And you know what I mean? But either way, I was just like, man, I'm kind of depressed with this. Like, I'm feeling so financially suppressed and oppressed. And then this whole internet shit happens today where they're just trying to suck money out of a dry well. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I already feel like I can't do anything. Like, I'm feeling strapped. Like, I'm feeling stuck. Like, these evil people, they're witnessing that I'm rebuking it all, that I'm not going the way of idolatry. And then they're mocking my name in Hollywood, and they're trying to suppress my communications. And then I'm getting thrown. Like, I've been in a room with women, taken women home from the bar, and then had them 3 women try to sleep with me. We should have a foursome. And then one of them says, and I start talking about God, and I'm like, that doesn't morally sit right with me. I'm looking for one woman, not 3. And I was like, I would be with you, just you. I'm interested in just you, not your friends. And then I hooked up with the one, and then she came back, and she really enjoyed herself, and she was like, oh, I should have just blah, 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 blah. She's like, I don't even know why I was with my ex-boyfriend, and it kind of seemed like it helped her get over her ex-boyfriend a bit. She was like, in a relationship for years, she's like, I just had a better night with you. You were more pleasing to me than he was in 5 years. And I was like, so you enjoyed yourself physically? Great. You know what I mean? She's basically saying, oh, you're good in bed. We were good together. Like, like you were pleasing to me. And I was like, oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I put in some effort to try to please you. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to attract you. Then she came back. Next time I see her, same thing. She comes home with only one of the friends, or the 2 that she was trying to get with me. And she tried to offer me a threesome again the next time. And she already told her friend about how we hooked up, and she enjoyed herself, so her friend wanted me really bad. And her friend's just like, ooh, just take his shirt off and just rip his shirt off. Let's just like pounce on him kind of thing. And they're just trying to get my clothes off. And I'm on the couch. I got one sitting here, one sitting here, one white girl, one black girl. They're both nice looking, but I was more just interested in the one, you know what I mean? Because she was thick, and I like thick girls, you know what I mean? So I was more interested in the white girl, you know what I mean? And it wasn't like a race thing. I like black girls too, you know what I mean? But she was thick, and she was like, I already was with her one night, and we enjoyed ourselves, But and then like this girl said, like, after I was like I crossed the line into fornication to try to get with you, Because if I ever slept with you, how could you ever marry me knowing that I slept with your friends? And then how would you ever be faithful to me knowing that I slept with someone else? You'd go sleep with someone else. You'd feel like that wouldn't work. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something serious. I'm not looking for one night stands. You know what I mean? And then her friend's like, oh, she's not looking for, like, I was like, I want to date you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking for a girlfriend and a wife. And she's like, you enjoyed yourself, did you not? Like, what is this? Like, some Spice Girl shit? If you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends? Like, kind of stuff. And then she started laughing, like they were both laughing. They're like, yeah, kind of thing. I was like, that doesn't morally sit with me. I've turned down threesomes numerous times with women. I've never had a threesome, and I never will. It's not right for me. So, like, that's not right for anyone. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel morally right to me. I'm looking for one, not two. I'm not looking for numerous women. You know what I mean? I'm instructed in the Bible to have one wife if I can't control my burning desires. But it's like Solomon had like thousands. You know what I mean? She had like 700 wives and like 300 concubines or something like that, or vice versa or whatever. 1,000 women. And I was like, so why do some servants get like to be in a palace and be kings and have all these women, and then they're still chosen by God? But then a man like me or like Jesus has no wife and kids. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and they just gotta suffer or like John and be out in the wilderness and get beheaded. You know what I mean? So I'm like, from my perspective, like the New Testament, like John and Jesus, that were of God and they suffered. Solomon and David were of the Old Testament, and they were in days where they didn't need to be, Christ wasn't there yet, so it wasn't a requirement for them to believe in the Son of God to be forgiven for their sins. They were still sacrificing animals for their sins and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like it was a different time, but they were still killing people and stuff like that. Like, Jesus didn't throw no stones or anything, but either way, so it pisses me off. You know what I mean? I wake up and I'm like, why are some servants giving women, and it says a good wife is provided from the Lord. I'm trying not to fornicate. I'm trying to let these women know my intentions. The one girl that I took the chance with, well, I'm telling her to repent and this and that, and like about I'm repenting for the fornication. I was like, I'm just trying to attract you to develop some sort of meaningful relationship. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, but it doesn't sit right with the fornication side of things. I have to repent anytime. The only reason I crossed the line is because I've had a girlfriend before where I didn't cross the line sexually, and it didn't work out either and develop into anything. So I was like, and I feel like maybe I might have lost the chance. If I would have slept with her, we would have became closer. You know what I mean? So I felt like I gotta try a different tactic here, because that approach didn't work. Trying to save yourself for marriage didn't work. Like, I was trying to not rush things with my one girlfriend, and it didn't work. So I was like, maybe I should just try to sleep with this girl, then get attached that way again. So I fornicated, you know what I mean? And then so she repented too, and she's like, I don't even know how to pray. Like, how do you pray to Jesus? I was like, you just speak to him like as if he was here right now. He's in your heart. It's the love that's in you. So you just pray, you repent for your sins, and you ask for forgiveness for your sins. And, we had some spiritual talks. She said, and then this girl, she said she's a daughter of Satan. She's like, I'm a daughter of Satan. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I tripped out. Like, I was like, this girl just, like, that I fornicated with called herself a daughter of Satan. I was like, what the fuck? Like, who says that? Like, fucking tripped them right out. I kicked them out of my house and shit. Like, numerous times. I think when they were trying to tempt me with threesomes and fours, I kicked them out. Other times, I hooked up with her one time, and her friend went to sleep. You know what I mean? It was just me and her, and I kicked their asses. I kicked their asses out though. Like, after that, like, I felt so uncomfortable. Like, I was like, what the fuck? This is like some satanic possession shit. This girl's claiming like she's of Satan. Another girl that I hooked up with back in the day, when I was fornicating too, this girl asked me to do a tarot card reading on me. I'm like, that's some witchcraft shit. I don't believe in none of that. She's like, oh, can I just like do this and that? Like, you can try to do whatever you want. I don't believe in none of that shit. You shouldn't be doing that. Turn away from all that shit. You know what I mean? And I ended up hooking up with that girl too, because I gave her a chance. But I was like, this isn't gonna work. She slept with a guy I know. I could never marry her. It's uncomfortable. Like, I don't want to be with. I don't want my wife to be with this know a man that she's been with. Like, that's uncomfortable to me. So I was like, but I'll give her a shot. You know, she was a good looking girl. She was a model, and she does modeling and stuff. She was good looking, so I compromised. I was like, I'll try it. I'll try to see if I could get past that. You know, she's got a history. I got a history. You know, I wasn't that close with the guy. He wasn't like my best friend or anything. You know what I mean? And he was the one who introduced us, so he already gave the approval. It wasn't like I was stepping on his toes or anything. You know what I mean? And then, but then it basically didn't turn into anything. It turned into like a lustful one night stand, and it didn't turn into anything. And I ended up getting thrown into the hospital after that. She probably thought I was crazy or something. Who knows? But either way, the whole tarot card reading shit. I'm running into these girls. Another girl, they all come off witchy and like satanic and stuff. It's really trips me out. This other girl I had an interest in, she literally had a satanic pentagram tattoo on her back. She tried to have I was in bed with her and one of her friends, and she was like, "Oh, you're sleeping with this girl and that girl tonight." And I was like, "What? Like, you want me to sleep in bed with your friends?" I was already seeing this other girl, and she didn't care. She's trying to hook me up with her friends or something because her friend liked me. And I was like, okay. So I am with these two girls, and I was like, this is another potential threesome situation with these two gorgeous girls. I was like guys dream about this kind of stuff, but I'm like, yo, I can't be with both of them. Like, so I chose the one that I liked, and I started kissing her, and you know, I started like fooling around with her, and then the other one kind of got jealous and like said, "You're so bad," to her, and she goes, "What about this guy?" And she mentioned that the guy had a boyfriend. I was like, what the and I stopped. I backed up. I was like, you got a boyfriend? Like, what are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'll break up with him right now. She phones him. She's like, we're done, blah, blah, blah. She leaves him a message. She's like, we're done. I'm seeing someone else, blah, 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 blah. She's like, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yo, I don't feel right about this. Like that's next level. Like, you just tried to get me to do, like, this is tripping me out. And then this was the one, she had a tattoo of a pentagram. She's all like, oh, it means like the 5 points of nature and this and that, the 5-point star of nature. I was like, that's some witchy trickery shit. That's a satanic pentagram. That's a known witchcraft symbol. Like, you clearly don't know God and Jesus, and I seem like I don't because I'm kissing you when you got a boyfriend, but I'm trying to start. I would date you. I was like, I would actually date you. If you broke up with that guy, I am interested in you. I would date you and hopefully develop it into a relationship. You know what I mean? And then we went to bed. I didn't sleep with either of them. And I went home in the morning, you know, and she gave me a ride home. And I said to her on the ride home, I was like, it wasn't that I didn't want you. I just can't morally be with you if you have a boyfriend. I would date you if you break up with him, and I know, come back and we can sleep together right now. You know, you could be my girl. Like, and she did it, and then it didn't turn into anything. So I was like, yo, that was like some satanic shit again. I'm like a witch trying to get me into something, and now she's married and she has kids and shit. And I was like, what is wrong with all this shit? Like, this is like some bedazzled stuff where it's like Satan just dangling the tree of knowledge of good and evil in front of you, trying to get you to partake and be a sinner, you know what I mean, to get God angry at you or something. And I'm like trying to take proper steps, you know, but it's like, man, it's so frustrating as a man and trying to be of God. Now it's been years. I haven't fornicated or drank alcohol. I realized that the fornication was connected to the drinking. I haven't drank alcohol or fornicated in going on in 3 years. It's been 3 years. You know, I proved that I believe in God through my actions every day. I repented in sackcloth for my weaknesses. I wasn't taught that fornication was wrong. I fell into fornication before I was even aware of what fornication was. Like, how can I be blamed for that? You didn't give me the proper parents to teach me that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, so I was blameless in that. Then it takes time to get away from practice habits. I had a girlfriend for 5 years. I was so used to fornicating and I was in love with her. I was so used to making love with my girl. And then, like, now it's just like I'm alone on my own and I'm trying to find the proper woman, but it's like impossible. It's like that scripture, oh, out of all these men there found one righteous but not one righteous woman, you know, that whole scripture. So it's like I knew I was gonna wake up depressed about this shit, feeling oppressed, hating money, the fact that I can't make this money without signing a record deal with Satan, getting into idolatry, signing up to starting a business, getting a patent, signing up with these companies. They don't let you thrive financially in the world unless you sign deals with Satan. It's idolatry. It's falseness. And I don't care about money. Money literally is the letters N-O-Y-M-E. Annoy me. Annoy me. Money annoys me. And people annoy me for money. It's like the scripture says, you can't serve two masters. You'll either love one or detest the other. I detest money. I can't stand it. Shit pisses me off. It's how the devil's, it's their tool to suppress and oppress the truth and the godly people. It's so wicked. These people are wicked. So I had to witness and testify to this stuff. I'm struggling finding a wife. I'm struggling. I've prayed to God about it. He puts me in position. Like, I finally had the opportunity to like go up and speak to this. I saw a woman that I was looking for. Where I was like, that's the type of woman I want. That is what I need. Now I just need the confidence to be able to, and the spirit and the boldness to be able to go up and present myself to a woman like that. But like every woman that I've met, like, it's never worked out when I chase a woman. It never works out. It's like, it's always been them, the women that they let me know that they're interested in me, and then we hook up. They have to give me that, that I choose you first, or I can't. Like, it just doesn't develop into anything ever. But it could have. If I could have been bold, I could have went for this girl. She could have found me attractive, and we could have hooked up. And she could be like, I could be with the girl that could have the woman that could have potentially been my wife. Like, that's why when I was younger, it was like all girls. It felt like girls, like they're all young. You know what I mean? So like, I let it slide. I'm like, whatever. I was a kid. I try to put those. Now I'm a man, and this was a woman. Like, when I saw this woman, I was like, that's a woman right there. That is a desirable woman. Like, that was like a whoa. Like, I would want to get with you, fall in love, and marry you, and do my best to protect you. But trying to protect a woman and keep other men from going after a woman that looks like that, like, it's like, man, unless you got the money, like, you could still treat her good, though. Maybe she's not shallow and doesn't care about that stuff, but a lot of women do. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's shallow to care about money and want someone that can support you and your kids and stuff like that. That's not shallow. It's not shallow to want someone that you're physically, spiritually attracted to, and that can be a provider for you. But the thing that is wrong about it is, like, a suppressed, under demonic attack kind of guy like me who can't get in the financial position without selling out. And it doesn't morally sit right with me to go the way of money and idolatry. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm a rich idol, and oh, it's harder for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than the camel in the eye of the needle and all that. Like, it's so frustrating. The gospel seems to be set up to stop you from gaining it's philosophy that stops godly people from stopping the wicked, from getting wealth and worldly power, and making the actual physical changes that are needed. And it says in the Bible that what good is preaching the gospel to people if you can't, like, telling them to repent, turn to God when they're starving, telling them to be filled when you can't give them the physical bread. You know what I mean? That scripture, like, faith without works is dead. So if I don't get in a position where I can I don't have the abilities or faith apparently yet to be able to pray for bread and fish to be multiplied, it hasn't happened. You know what I mean? Like, I could pray for, like Jesus had that ability. I don't, apparently, or maybe I just haven't tried, or I'm lacking the faith. So realistically, I'm like, I haven't been able to have that. So what am I supposed to do here? You got me oppressed and suppressed by money. So it's like, this is either Satan dangling money in front of me and a woman in front of me trying to get me to go against God and to curse God in my heart instead of curse myself. I'm more of like a Job person where I'm like, I'd curse myself before I curse God. You know what I mean? But by cursing yourself, I understand the concept of oneness. So to curse myself would be to curse God too. I don't want to curse me. I don't want to curse God. I don't want to curse anyone. I just want shit to go smoothly and life to make some sense, and this gospel to actually make some sense. But like, this isn't making sense. You know what I mean? And like, something is off and needs to be restored about these teachings, but it's set up that Satan uses women and money to make men stray, and he's been doing it. I've witnessed it. And all the warnings in the Bible about it. Eve with Adam, the Salome and the beheading, her mother Herodias and Salome or whatever. They got John beheaded. They got the king to behead him. Delilah and Samson. Rebecca and with the blind man. Or lying to the blind husband to steal the birthright. With Jacob or whatever. All that. There's so many instances. Warning about women. Jezebel. There's so many women warnings to men in the Bible, and like I can see women cause men to fight, to go the way of money and evil and fornication and sin and all that. So I'm like, it warns you about these kinds of women. Just don't go near her door and all this. Don't fall into the adultery of the adulterous women and all this. So I am so on guard. I'm like, what do I do here? You provide a good wife. You put a woman in front of me. I didn't like the tattoo. I didn't get to know her well enough to know anything. I was willing to make an exception based on how she looked. I was like, man, but then I'm like, that's kind of shallow. I need to get to know her spiritually too. So I'm like, physically attractive, check. Minus the one tattoo I could see on her. She could have more tattoos for all I know. She takes her clothes off. She could have ass tattoos, having other people drawn on her ass and stuff. Like, that's not attractive to me. So but either way, I'm like, okay, I'll make an exception. No one's perfect. Gotta give people a chance. Accept them as they are, and then hopefully bring out the righteousness in them as they get to know you and get closer to you and God. You know what I mean? As a man, that's what I try to do. But so I was like, okay, check physically, age appropriate, physically impressed. I was like, if I had a woman like that, we'd be like a power couple. You know what I mean? Every woman in the world would probably be jealous that she has me, and every man in the world would probably be jealous that I have her. And I'm a musician and a rapper, so people be like, man, look at this guy. He's got this thick, beautiful girl, and no wonder why she's with him. Oh, he's a rapper and blah, 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 blah. But I don't have the money side of things yet. But I was like, I could meet her, then God could eventually give me some sort of command to put me in a financial position. Because it says the gold is his, the silver is his, everything's his. God chooses who he raises to glory. So I'm waiting where I'm like, okay, you gave me a signet ring, and you've promised to put someone on your throne. Right now, I don't see no one sitting on the throne of Israel reigning righteously. And then some people say, oh, it was Jesus that he put on the throne, and Jesus is the king for all time. Jesus isn't physically in the world, so he's not the light of the world. The only way Jesus is in the world is physically, is through me or through other believers. You know what I mean? The trumpets haven't gone off. We haven't seen him come down. So he's not the light of the world at the moment. His spirit is. But he said, when I'm in the world, I'm the light of the world. Then he said, I will be with you always. So he's saying he is with us in spirit. And he's always with us. So he is in the world somehow. But we don't see him reigning righteously on the throne of Israel. You know what I mean? So that hasn't been fulfilled either. So you're God, we're waiting for him to be true to his word. You said you're always going to put a descendant of David on the throne. You know what I mean? These end time scriptures happen. Israel has become a nation in one day again. Somehow all these end time signet ring, all this stuff, we're still waiting to see 2 witnesses dressed in sackcloth that can do smitings. That hasn't happened. I live at 2 Olive. I've dressed in sackcloth for over 3.5 years repenting. I still, no word on anything to be able to do with smiting. I can pray for something. I'll pray and I'll try to smite and nothing happens. You know what I mean? I've prayed before for the city of Hollywood to get smited. I was like, God, don't smite, don't hurt the people. Like, don't get them to get out of the city. Let me warn everyone that's in the city of Hollywood and Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, to flee there, to get away from that city. Get them out of there. Because it's not the people. And then, like the scripture says in Revelation, cast that city, that wicked city of Los Angeles, into the sea as an example of your power. Of that is wickedness, sorcery. They're pushing witchcraft and idolatry and filth, porn, sins, idolatry all across the world. This is a corrupt city of witchcraft. Cast it into the sea. I'm not putting you to the test. I'm asking you, genuinely asking you, to just cast the city, evacuate it if you need to, or cast the ones that are judged as wicked in with it. Whatever, whatever your will be done. I hope it is your will for these scriptures to be fulfilled and for this city to be cast in, if that's the city. You know what I mean? I've prayed for that. Nothing. And I had faith that he was going to do it. Faith like a mustard seed, it says. And nothing. Nothing happened. It didn't happen. Things started getting smited, struck. There's fires popping up, floods, this and that. But the city didn't get casted in yet. And the two witnesses, I don't know the order of how the scriptures are going to be fulfilled and stuff. So I'm just like, I don't know the chronological order of all this stuff. But I'm just like, okay, so I had faith that was going to happen. It didn't happen. My faith, it didn't come to pass. So that must not be your will. So I had to come to terms with that. And then it made me feel like I'm some sort of false prophet or something, where I'm like, okay, I wanted it to happen, and you're claiming that it's going to happen because you have the faith that it's going to happen. It doesn't happen. It says, like, if you claim something that doesn't happen and that God didn't command you to do, then that prophet has to be put to death and blah 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 blah. I'm like, how do you ever know if you can make stuff happen with faith if you don't ever give it a shot and try to make it happen by your faith? And then if it says they won't be put to shame, anyone who believes in God and Christ won't be put to shame. I'm praying for this to happen, want it to happen, and say it's going to happen just to test the faith, and it didn't happen. It made me feel, put me to shame. It totally weakened my belief in God. Like, and it wasn't putting them to the test. I was just like, your word just proved not untrue. Jesus' words just proved untrue to me. So, how am I supposed to believe this? How am I supposed to believe all these words of the testimony of your son and of you, that you're going to fulfill this word, when I just prayed for something to happen? I had faith in my heart that it was going to happen. I still do. You know what I mean? And maybe it's not in your time, so maybe it'll happen in the future. Maybe, is it going to take like a certain amount of years for you to make that happen? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just doing my best not to judge God or anything or put him to the test, but I'm like, that word proved untrue to me. So this is coming off like some nonsense, some lies. This is coming off like lies. I'm not trying to make Jesus out to be a liar, but I just did what he commanded me to do, to have faith, to wish for something righteous to happen, and it didn't. And I had faith it was going to. It didn't. So from my point of view, I'm like, okay, so I'm not the two witnesses then, because I don't have no abilities to smite nothing. That's all I was trying it out. I was testing out to see if my faith could move mountains. So maybe that's symbolic of that, by my spirit, says the Lord. Not by power and might, but by my spirit. That's the message to Zerubbabel, the signet ring. I have the signet ring, so not by power and might, not by casting the actual physical city into the sea. Maybe he casted it down to the depths spiritually, so he tore down that city. You know what I mean? So, which I can see, then the COVID thing happened, everyone started seeing through the Hollywood crap. They all started seeing how corrupt it was and how they're all a bunch of pedophile witches and stuff. So, maybe it came to pass in that way. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to lose faith. Maybe it was a symbolic for a spiritual change and tearing down that city. So it's like, okay, I'm not going to lose faith. I'm going to keep it in. But I don't know if this is symbolic or if the city's actually going to be casted in physically. So I don't know how symbolic or literal these scriptures are now. So with the two olive trees and the two witnesses thing, that's what I'm wondering too. I'm like, we're waiting for this, God. All we're doing is waiting on you. But we're suffering while we're waiting. So it's like, and we're just suffering, like, it's suppression, hurt. I'm alone. I feel alone. I have my mom. I have, like, a few people, but that's not satisfaction of a romantic. That's not a wife. That's my mom. You know what I mean? And even her, like I said, like, I don't even get along with her all the time. You know what I mean? Because mental health problems. You know what I mean? Like, so just having a hard time processing this, but it's pretty crazy. I just had to witness to all this stuff today to get it off my chest. I was very angry today, very disappointed in the way I was treated, the way I was misled to believe that if I paid this bill, they would be honest to their word and turn my services on. In 5 days, they're not even going to turn it on. If they did, I'd be surprised, because they said that I had to pay the $60 activation fee. They didn't tell me that. They lied to me on the phone. I paid it, then they lied. They tried to tack on that other extra $60. They were dishonest. They're crooks. That's some thievery. That's them just trying to be greedy and get $60 extra. They're trying to double charge. Like, it's so wicked. That's so wicked to do that and to just frustrate my life. Like, that's just like I was having a conversation with Satan all day and numerous people, and he's just laughing in the background. It's like, I'm cutting off his communications. He doesn't even have the money to pay. And then if I paid that $60, then they'd come up with some next shit, probably. They'd be like, oh, they do the same thing next month. You don't let people get away with ripping you off and doing that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So either way, another testimony. Much love. Doing my best not to harm anyone physically or kill anyone. I repent when I get angry and I call people names. But I'm getting pushed to it. That's not an excuse. But anyone in my situation, if you saw what I was dealing with, they should have this all. It says that these things are voice recorded so that they can better serve. So they're like, oh, this conversation is being recorded so that we can better serve customers and for whatever purposes when you phone these companies. So all this should be on record. I want them to release this record of this conversation of me speaking to these people, just so you could see the extent of how ridiculous what I'm witnessing, what I just dealt with today with my mother and the Acanic and these companies that are cutting off my communications. Anyone that if you heard these voice recordings, and if you didn't, like, most people would sympathize with me. They'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? They would be like, what the fuck, these people aren't serving him. They're not serving him, and he's paying them, and he's making sense, and they're not serving him. So that's why it says in those times, bring those here who refuse to serve me, and cast them into the fire, put them to death. So it says the master's going to do. So it's like, I wish blessing. I wish that they have some consideration. But, they're putting themselves at risk by being non-serving people. By being greedy, wicked liars. That was some evil doing. Get away from me, you evildoers. Kind of thing. You know what I mean? So, weird. It was just like when when my brother, the possession thing, when he had the face in the curtain, I ended up getting a picture of that. I have a picture of this big devil face. I have one already. When I was around the same brother, I had another devil face that manifested on my shirt, and the collar of my shirt it was a black collar and a red shirt. The collar looks like horns. You can see almost like the Harry Potter sorting hat. I had a face on my shirt. My brother, he had half of his face in the background, one eye in the picture, looking in the background. Like half of his face darkened. Same brother that I witnessed get possessed. Another devil face popped up around the same brother, and he has a devil tattoo on his arm now. So I took a picture back in the day because I did a song that day with the people that were at my house. We collabed, and it was on the track my New Year's track, and I took pictures that day, and I would post a screenshot with a video with a song. Well, I ended up managing to get a picture of this big devil face that I'm talking about that he made mention of to me. I had a picture of it in the background. Well, I had to repost I had to repost that video because I made an edit on the song or something. Like I had to edit someone's part of the song, so I took down the video that I posted that had the picture in it, and then I had to repost it, but my computer ended up going down on me. Like the motherboard burnt out, and they shut my computer down. Got shut down again. I lost the picture. The picture got deleted. So this picture of the proof that I had of this face, it got deleted. So I was like, what the heck? Like, shoot, it deleted it. So, like, and then I was like, that's, like, that was good proof. That was a good testimony to show, like, yo, my brother got possessed around me, and he mentioned this face right here in this curtain. I had a picture of the face. This big, giant devil face in the curtain in the background. And I had it. I caught it on camera. And it somehow got deleted. And I reposted the track, and I was like, yo, like, the internet records. They record everything that you post. Everything. It's got to go out on the server somehow. YouTube. Even when you post a video on YouTube, sometimes other like, sister companies or websites, like, some of my videos, 2Js, type in 2Js on Google, some of my YouTube videos will be on, like, all these third-party sites, like, tons of sites all across the internet. Even though I didn't give them permission, but it's through YouTube, so they're taking I don't care, it's free promotion for me, whatever. They're just leading people to my YouTube channel, but still, they're taking my music and using it on their thing for free. You know what I mean? So they're using me to get views for their site or for YouTube or whatever. You know what I mean? But then maybe because I took the origin of that content down of that video, the original got deleted, so maybe they can't find it. But, like, yo, I posted that picture. There should be some sort of record of the picture that I took on my Mac somewhere out there on some server. Oh, this day, Jay Johnson, iMac, this day, blah blah blah, the day I posted this song. There should be some sort of electronic record of this face that I'm talking about in this picture. So if anyone ever wanted to do some research into it, you'd see what I'm talking about. You'd see. And then they could judge for themselves. I don't know. That kind of looks like a face. Some people be like, I don't know. I don't think that really looks like a face. Some people will be like, yeah, that's a big evil skull devil face right there. And I was like, yo, I didn't even make mention of it. I saw it. And then my brother made mention of it. And he was possessed. And then a demon got casted out of him. And he had no recollection. It was so trippy. The world is so weird. Reality got so weird. My mom witnessed it today again. When I was like, she's like, even the one company, oh, they were pulling all this shit trying to get this $60 from me. Oh, your services have been on. A mechanic just said that you've had service. It just got cut off today. Yeah, that's why I'm phoning you, complaining that I haven't had service for 2 weeks because it just got cut off today. Like, you guys got to get your story straight. I was like, you guys, that's a lie. Like, you guys are lying right to my face. Like, I told my mom, I'm like, Mom, they're saying that my service has been on for 2 weeks. Mom was like, what is wrong with these people? She's like, what is wrong? Like, what kind of company does this? She's like, what kind of business provides such terrible service? Who does this? She's like, I've never witnessed this kind of stuff before. She's like, this is ridiculous. She's like, this is ridiculous. She even gave me the money to try to fix the problem, and they still didn't fix the problem. I followed their directions. Then they asked me they put the bill to $100 when I already explained the situation. I haven't received services in April. I'm not paying you for anything other than what I owe you for March, and you're going to have to deduct the money for the days that you're not providing this service to me. I'm not going to pay $100. Even if I pay the $100 and you took the 20 off, you said it's going to take another 3 to 5 days to activate the service. That's another 3 to 5 days that you're going to have to knock off my April bill. I'm not paying for another 3 to 5 days that you're not giving me service. So I'm not paying you even $100. You don't pay for, I'm not paying in advance for a bill that you're not providing the service for. What don't you understand about this? Are you fucking retards? Didn't some of you people go to school? Don't you speak English? Like, this isn't fucking rocket science, you stupid morons. You know what I mean? So, like, I've had all this frustration, like, just building up for the last couple days. You know what I mean? And sometimes I'm like, is this God trying to make me snap and go become the Antichrist and start fucking offing some of these people? start up a war? Like, this is fucking nuts. I do everything in my power not to be violent, not to go to violence. I just vent my anger. Sometimes I get into rage, and I swear, I got to get my anger out somehow. It builds up. I can see how people getting treated like this. I was in the bank trying to deal with this. There was one guy, he's taking the Lord's name in vain. He's like, I just want to know. This is what this old guy said today in the bank. He's like, I just want to know how much I owe on my line of credit so I can pay it off fully. Simple question. They wouldn't give him the information of how much exactly that he owes on his line of credit so he could pay it off. Oh, we can't give you that information, blah, 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 blah. So they said something about his wife. It was like his wife's line of credit. Oh, we would need to talk to her. He's like, you're going to make me... I showed you my ID. He's like, you're going to make me go out to my car, get my wife, bring her back in here. She's going to tell you the exact same thing, show you the ID for you to tell me the amount that she sent me in here to pay off. So you're making... then I have to wait in this huge lineup again? She's like, I'm not waiting in this lineup, this guy says. And he says, took the Lord's name in vain twice. He's like, oh... God this, God, God this, God that, and then, I'm in the background, just like, oh, why? Look at these people just pushing these people to take the Lord's name in vain, like to take God's name in vain. And then I was like, so the guy, I watched the guy, he's pissed off clearly in front of everyone in the bank. There's this big lineup. This guy walks out the bank, gets his wife, she comes in, confirms the exact thing, shows her ID. We just want to know how much I owe on my line of credit so that we can pay it off fully. It's something like $180 or something, or $180 or something. I don't know if they were talking $180,000. It was probably just $180, because I doubt he's gonna pay out off full. You know what I mean? But but either way, he's just like, I just want to know the exact amount so I can pay it off. Same kind of shit that I'm dealing with this company on the phone. I need an exact amount number that I can pay it to get my service back on. This is the same kind of shit. Like, he's dealing with the bank. He's like, they're both like, we just want to know the exact amount. We're clearly who we claim to be. We just want to know exactly how much to pay to wipe off this line of credit so that we don't have to keep paying any kind of interest or taxes or whatever on this. So it doesn't keep growing and sinking us into more debt. They were like hassling them to give them this information. Like, everyone in the bank was just like, what the fuck is wrong with these fucking bankers? Like, they were like, what the shit is wrong with these people? Like, and then they finally did. So then the guy fucking pays off his line of, thank you. Finally, you tell me my answer, the straight answer, and you let me pay it off. Like you people are supposed to be educated. You're fucking retards. You know what I mean? So they frustrated the shit out of this old man in the bank and his wife. And then a next kid comes up and he's 12 years old. And the kid, they go, oh, this kid's there reporting that his bank card got lost. And someone turned it in. And it had his name on it. The same kid that comes out of the office, he's like, oh, we just had a card turned in with this name. And he's like, oh, my card. And he's so happy. He's like, yay. And they're like, oh, we just need to confirm that you are who you say you are. And he's been there for like an hour. He's been there like talking to them that he's missing his card and he needs help. And so the kid's so happy. He goes up to the teller and they're like, "Now we just need your ID." And he's like, "I lost my wallet. Like someone stole my wallet. I don't have any way." Like they turned in his card, I guess, or something. But the kid didn't have that. He didn't have a license or a health card. He was a 12-year-old boy. You know what I mean? He's 12. And he's like, you could see this kid was getting upset. And he was like, they literally pushed this kid to tears. They're like, oh, well, we need your dad or your guardian to come in and confirm that you are who you say you are. And it's like, yo, this kid just came in saying that he's missing a card. Then someone comes in and turns in a card with the kid's name on it. Are you people fucking retarded? Like, I know you have procedures. Have some compassion and some common sense and some sympathy for this kid. It's not a kid running a fucking scam on the bank. He's not pulling fraud like you fucking retards. The kid started going to tears. Oh, my dad lives an hour away. I can't, my dad, I'm going to get in trouble he's going to think I'm irresponsible. I'm going to get in trouble that I didn't take care of that I lost my wallet and that all this happened. I'm going to get in trouble for this. He's like, he was just embarrassed. You could just tell the kid was embarrassed that his dad was going to get him in trouble for being irresponsible or something. He was just trying to avoid like this hassle, and he just wanted his card. So then the kid runs out of the bank crying. Like, then it was like, I think it was like a pastor or something. I heard him in line, a guy saying he was like if he had a tattoo on his neck of a cross. He runs out to go help the kid. You could tell he just felt bad for the kid. He comes in and tries to help the kid's situation. Back with the kid, he's like, I know this boy, and I know his dad, I know his family, and I know he is who he says he is. Like, if you could just please give him his card. And then the kid comes in with his little brother too, and he's like, this is my brother, his this name that he's saying. He's telling the truth. My dad lives far away. He just lost his card. Like, we just need his card. We're not lying to you. And they're like, no, but procedure, like, we need an official Ontario. That's our procedure. Sorry. We need an official Ontario ID. This kid's in tears. And you're just like, these people are fucked. Like, these people are so fucked. The kids, can we phone my dad to confirm that I am who I say I am then? He's an hour away. I can't go home and bring him in with ID. Can we just phone him? So they finally made a phone call, and they probably put the dad through all this hassle, but they just like literally aggravated this old man and this little boy, made him cry in the bank. Same kind of shit as I'm dealing with this frustration. Then I go up to the bank teller and they're like, hi, how's your day going? Meh. Not the greatest. And they're like, oh, just one of those days? Yeah, you could say that. And then I kind of explained the situation with this internet company. These guys are fucking trying to steal some money off me. They're saying I didn't pay the bill. I need my account activity. Now you guys are saying that I didn't try to pay this bill. I tried to pay this bill. I confirmed this the day later after it said I pay this bill the same way every month. I have for 4 years. It said $59.35 or whatever. I punched in $59.35 on the phone. It says, thank you for your payment to Acanic for $59.35. They go, hit 1 to confirm this payment. I hit 1. They go, thank you for your payment of $59.35. Apparently it didn't go through, and apparently the bank has no recollection or no record of this, or even a record of an attempt of a payment on March 31st. I have my account activity right here. There's nothing. Then I transferred my money, and apparently there's an extra $54, so it didn't go through. So it got transferred to my Visa instead. So I didn't catch that. They didn't let me know it didn't go through. Then they shut off my thing, and now they're trying to charge me the extra $60 for shutting off the service. Meanwhile, the whole issue was on their end for rejecting my payment from paying it. It probably got rejected because they probably changed my account number again. Just like they said, they keep messaging me, oh, make sure you update your new account number. Why do you guys keep changing my account number every month? I just switched to the new account number, put it in my payee at the bank. You just switched it again and then got my payment rejected, shut off my service. Now you're charging me for this? Double charge? The exact thing that I'm accusing you of trying to do now. That's what you're asking me for to get my service back on after all this hassle and having no service in April, and then now you're expecting me to pay for April services when you haven't given me any service in April. Fucking retarded. I'm gonna leave it at that. These people, these devils are just being, it's just fucking nonsense. This world's just fucking sick, greedy, and stupid. And I'm not supposed to judge it though. So I'm supposed to be like, man, maybe it's God just testing me. Testing my patience, blah, blah, blah. But it says God does not tempt. It says God does not tempt. Let no man say when they're being tested that God's tempting them in this. Meanwhile, we got an account of Job where he's talking to Satan apparently, and he's trying to prove to Satan that Job won't curse him in his heart. Haven't you considered my servant Job? And what the shit is God doing talking to Satan? And why does Satan, who's apparently in chains, have this audience with God in heaven, being allowed to smite Job, kill his wife, his kids, all that? What? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. And then it says, oh, let no man say that it is God that tempted him. And then you have an account right here of it's not God tempting Job to curse him. It's him allowing Lucifer to tempt Job to curse God in his heart. So it's technically that's true. It's not God tempting them. But what's the difference of God allowing Satan to tempt someone than when he wouldn't be able to, Satan wouldn't be able to tempt that person without the command from God. So it goes back to God is allowing Satan to tempt. So it's not God that's tempting you. So the word is true. But God, if God is sitting there watching and allowing Satan and devils to tempt people to curse him and go to evil, then what's the difference? See what I'm saying? And I'm not accusing. I'm asking a question. That's not accusing God of anything. I'm not blaspheming him. I'm not asking. I'm not trying to be the Antichrist who says all these accusations against God. I'm asking questions. Why does that not make? That doesn't make sense. Why would God? And then the other scripture: do not put your Lord, the God, to the test, and all this. Why is Satan being allowed to put God's to the test? What would God have to prove to Satan about Job, about humans? That's putting God's word to the test. You're allowing Satan to question your word and have to prove yourself to Satan. Like, why would God have to prove anything to Satan? Satan knows who he is and knows who and God knows who God is. Satan knows who God is, and apparently it says God doesn't know them. It says in the end times, they're gonna come to Jesus, and Jesus is gonna say, "Away from me, you evildoers! I know you never knew me. I never knew you." So that says that evil and Satan doesn't know God. Clearly, they think they're God and they want to be God, so they go against God. So they deny. They're underestimating the power that God has to put them to evil and punishment and to stop this wickedness and evil. Probably because they're like, if he was going to put a stop to it, he would have already. God's clearly not forcing them to make choices. They have the power to make their own choices, not free of consequence though. So God will enforce consequences of them going to hell for those choices. So he's giving them the choice. He's not forcing his will to show that it's not ideal. It's not his will for them to choose evil. Well, then why are you letting people choose evil then? Because he doesn't want to be a dictator. He wants people to be responsible for their own choices. Well, then how can we consider you good when you're the only one who has the potential to stop all the pain and hurt and suffering, but you're not? So you just want us to be in pain and suffering to show that you're in charge over us. So that you're exalted. So that people recognize that you're God. You're the only one who has the power to stop this suffering. Well, that shows that you're the one that's causing this suffering too. So why should anyone praise you for prolonging and allowing people to keep suffering when you could put a stop to it right now? How are we supposed to praise you for that? You're the only being in existence who could stop all pain and suffering, yet you're not. Yet we're supposed to repent and worship you for this suffering and this enduring and this frustration of not being in the streets of gold heaven place when we don't want to touch the tree. He touched the tree of sin, and Adam and Eve touched this tree of knowledge of good and evil, and we get in trouble for it. That's not by our own choice. I was never given that choice. I was never provided a wife and a garden with all the food. I've always had to labor for my food. I've never been in the position of Adam. I've never had a wife. I've never been married. So there's nothing fair about that. So it's like, but I'm not going to curse God for that. I understand there needs to be responsibility and people do need to be held accountable for their own decisions. But you could see by my choices every day, I'm doing my best to not judge God or other people or to take my anger out and direct it at God or blame God or these other people. They're just following procedure, but for some reason there's some weird thing going on with reality where things are set up to frustrate you and try to push you to cursing God in your heart. Like, everything about that whole situation made me question, like, God, we just prayed about this in your name, and you didn't resolve the problem that we prayed about. And you're allowing these people to be thieves. Crooks. That's crooks. You're allowing them to oppress me and suppress me with money, to cut off my communications to talk. It makes people question, like, oh, who's actually in charge here? It says the world is under the control of Satan. Then it says that Jesus, it's going to become the kingdom of Jesus. The power of this world and the earth and all the heavens is given to Jesus, and authorities under Jesus. He's been given all power and authority, and the power of the earth and heavens is now become the kingdom of our Lord, and all this that it says in the Bible. Well, if Jesus is described as in charge from God, but the world's still under charge of Satan, people are claiming that Jesus is God in the flesh, which fits the bill of the Antichrist. Jesus himself said that God is the Spirit, his Father. He didn't claim to be God. But so they're trying to make Jesus into the Antichrist, like he's the one that came forward. It's either that, or Jesus Christ, the first coming, wasn't the coming of Christ and was the Antichrist, who came forward and claiming, doing wondrous miracles and all this stuff, and he wasn't the one. It's one or the other. But I've seen that I found God and love and through the Spirit of Jesus. So to me, I don't question that Jesus was false. But to me, I'm still trying to process it. I'm like, he still didn't restore all things. Like, he didn't save everyone. The testimony only saves those who mimic Jesus' behavior of loving. But then there's other things that Jesus said too, where he said, oh, when they accused him of casting devils out, and he said, oh, can devils cast out devils? Can a kingdom that's divided stand? Can Satan cast out Satan? Of course they could. That doesn't make sense. That's not true. It could easily have been devils, the work of the devil, in a prophet that comes forward that's doing wondrous miracles, just like these false signs. It says that these devils have these powers to do false signs and all this, these miracles and all that, to deceive many and the elect and all this. And then one comes forward doing all these miracles and wondrous signs, and can devils cast out devils? Why couldn't a devil cast out a devil? If a devil's in a human being and someone be like, okay, we're gonna do this now, and then you leave his body. Soon as, like, Satan would be like, okay, now the devil, as soon as Jesus gives the command, it could be Satan in disguise, claiming that he's the Son of God, coming and being like, okay, I'm going to command you out, then you leave the guy's body. It's going to show that I have the power to command you out. Why would the devils not follow the orders of Satan and Lucifer, their general, and they're a leader of rebellion and evil? You know what I mean? So it could have easily been Satan and Jesus being like, leave him, and then he leaves. The devil leaves, goes into some oh, Son of God, don't cast us into that. I'm not trying to play in doubt in Jesus, but I'm just saying, realistically, a devil could cast out a devil. So that doesn't make any sense, that they're saying that Jesus said this, and that they're trying to claim Jesus is God in the flesh, like a man, which is what we're testified about with the Antichrist. He didn't say that. So that needs to be restored. Jesus said God is the Spirit. It even says I found another part in Revelation. It says He made us to be servants to serve His God, His Father, and His God. So it says that Jesus has a God, and we could hear God testifying. This is my Son. Whoever testifies and is an overcomer in God and Christ testifies to what Jesus testified to, that He's the Son of God, not that He is God. He never claimed that. That's people connecting dots that Jesus didn't connect. That's like and then like same with in Romans. So that was in Revelation, saying to serve His kingdom, to be priests to serve His kingdom and His God. Then you go down and they got it in red, that Jesus is in red letters, that it's Jesus claiming that He's the Alpha and Almighty. When John the Revelator is very clear, this is an angel speaking on behalf of God and Jesus, speaking on behalf of God and Jesus Christ. They got it in red. That's not Jesus speaking right there. Yet they're putting it in red. Then you go to, in Romans, I found another part in Romans where they said something about, where is it? It's in, I marked it off. So it says something in Romans about his God again. So they're saying that Jesus has a God. There's only one God. So if Jesus has a God, and he said, I'm not here to do my own will and seek my own glory. I've been given all authority and all this. He made it very clear. He's the Son of God. He's not God. So God's the Spirit that was in him. So it was his chosen vessel at the time. It was his son. He chose to be in his son. Now his son's vessel's gone, and only through us can the Spirit of Christ be seen and given until he comes down on the clouds and we get to see him again with the angels. That's when we'll know, you know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not doubting and saying that Jesus was the Antichrist, but I'm like, that is some things that he said, like devils can't cast out devils. Why would Satan not be able to command a devil to leave a human body? Like, that's not true. A devil could easily do that. You know what I mean? Like, why could Satan not tell a devil to leave a body of a vessel they possess? That doesn't make sense. That's suspect. You know what I mean? But I know that, everything about Jesus is loving and leads to life when it comes to his teaching, viewing others as God, loving God and all others as himself. He had the perspective where he viewed God as a part of himself. So that's why they put him to death, because they're claiming that he's God, because they don't understand the one becoming one in spirit and all that. You know, like being in the body of Christ, which means anointed, chosen vessel. I get all that. That's what has to be restored here. God is the Spirit that goes into your body when you invite it in through baptism, repentance, all that, and then you mimic Jesus and do God's will, which is love God and all others as yourself. Those are the only ones who will be saved. Anyone who doesn't do that won't be saved. They're not doing the will of the Father. So I have to point this out, and this has to be restored. Then I'm the one who's pointing this stuff out, and that God's chosen to speak this stuff. He's given a signet ring, and Hollywood's speaking against my name. They're making the city connected to the six. They're trying to make me into an antichrist, so that people will probably snap and come put me to death again. So that the same cycle, and then they can just continue the cycle of, let's just keep them confused in this stupid oppressive system where we all claim to be Jews, but they don't practice being Jews. They're of the synagogue of Satan, like it says. Hollywood's all Epstein, Weinstein, Seinfeld, Seth Rogen, Jonah Hill, all these claim to be Jew people who are Satanists. They're open, admitted Satanists. And they're speaking against my name. Yet no one's taking to my message because I'm in my hometown, so you can't recognize a prophet in his hometown, in his home country. And it's just frustrating for me, but I'm like, what? So I'm supposed to, knowing this, I'm supposed to, go out to another country and town? They just removed restrictions for travel. If I go to another town, I'm supposed to, go to Jerusalem and go die in the streets preaching to people in sackcloth? Is that what I'm supposed to do to fulfill these scriptures? I'll do that. But I need God to give me the means and the opportunity to go do that. I'll go fulfill and die in the streets. I don't care if he'll raise me to life as one of the two witnesses or as both. I don't care. I'll do that. I'll lay my life down. I don't care about a woman and money and all that crap. That's what I'm proving day to day with my choices. But I also am having a struggle understanding why were some servants that were claiming to be God in the Old Testament granted to be kings and sit on thrones, such as David and Solomon, who had thousands and turned to idolatry and were into sorcery and magic and all this. That doesn't inspire too much confidence in your word and your character from my perspective, to do that. Just a lot of confusion. How are we ever supposed to not take God's name in vain and speak about him with the due respect when there's mystery about him? He doesn't fully show himself, so how are we supposed to fully know you, fully love you, and give you the due respect? You don't show us all. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. So, I'll try to find the Romans. Where's Romans? Romans. 9. Romans 9:36. Just as you who were at one time disobedient to God have now received mercy as a result of their disobedience, so they too have now become disobedient, in order that they too may now receive mercy as a result of God's mercy to you. For God has bound all men over to disobedience, so that he may have mercy on them all. That's saying that God makes us disobedient, so that he can show all mercy on us. So that's like basically saying that God made us touch the tree so that he could raise himself above us, convict us of something, and raise himself above us to show us that it's him above us to give us mercy. How much of a mercy is that to when you just protect them from falling into evil in the first place? You know what I mean? Like, that's merciful, to protect you from Satan and evil instead of make you suffer it. And evil and suffer self-destruction. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense. And then that was in Romans, the things where it's saying that we're bound. What good is, why, if we're bound to it, then you're telling us to repent for something that you're making, that we're bound to. So how can we be like, oh, we're bound to sin? So how can we feel bad for something that you're forcing us into? That makes no sense. Repent for sin, even though you're bound to it. There's no choice in the matter. I'm inherited sin. So how am I supposed to repent for something that you forced me into? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But there's another part here. There's another part in Romans. I think I highlighted it just so it stands out. Romans. Let's see. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to be doing. This is public reading of Scripture. I'm trying to rebuke. Here it is. Romans 15, 5. May the God who gives endurance and encouragement give you a spirit of unity among yourselves as you follow Christ Jesus, so that with one heart and mouth you may glorify the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. Glorify the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. So it's saying that Jesus has a God. The God of, the God and Father. So that's saying that's not claiming that Jesus is God. That's claiming that Jesus has a God and that it's his Father. The God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. It couldn't be more clear. There's only one God. That's what all the scriptures point to. There's only one God. Jesus did not claim that it was him. He claimed that his Father was in him and with him, and that he was the Spirit. That would be the same very Spirit that can be with me and in me right now, because I repented and went and got baptized and believe in his Son. That his sins and that my sins were erased because his sacrifice overtakes my sins. Through his suffering, I could witness my sin, repent for it, and now repent and do the Lord's will, which is love God and all others as myself. You mimic Jesus' behavior. So you have a spirit of love, a spirit of non-violence, non-harming, trying to teach, lovingly rebuke, things like that. Like, I get this stuff. This is what has to be restored. This is like, the world is just so false. It's so false. There's so many scriptures that point out that how can people not see it? That's them. They're trying to make Jesus into the Antichrist, but he is the actual Christ. He's the Son of God. But they're trying to put doubt. They've twisted these scriptures. They've put a lot of contrary things. They've put a lot of things in the scriptures that are, that contradict things and don't make sense. They're just mixing stuff up and confusing people. But they got a whole bunch of people testifying against what Jesus testified to and about what God testified to. God said, "This is my Son who I'm well pleased with." And they're like, "This is me who I'm well pleased with." Like, anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I've already rebuked a lot of these teachings and restored a lot of these teachings through other videos. But I just needed to witness this. that like, yo, I'm under some sort of demonic attack where these companies are using money to suppress and oppress me and cut off my communication. And they're literally mocking my name in Hollywood. Jay Lawrence is the mocking Jay. The symbol's a J that's on fire. And they're like, oh, if we burn, you burn with us. That's either God saying like, yo, don't condemn these people and don't burn them, or else you're burning yourself. That could be a oneness teaching, or it could be just devils seeing that I'm here and may put them to death and burn them. So they're trying to be like, if we burn, you burn with us, and they're trying to give a threat, and mock me, because they may know that I may be this person that God chooses to be like, okay, give the command, just like in the days of Elijah. You know what I mean? Like, they put all the witches to death, you know what I mean? But that didn't solve the problem, you know what I mean? It's the same thing with, like, when God flooded the earth with Noah. That didn't solve the problem. The sin didn't go away. People just, these spirits just possessed next vessels, and they corrupted everything again. So we seem to be in some cycle of, like, God putting their vessels to death, these witch vessels, then the spirits go away, then they wait till some next vessels come in, they corrupt them again, they possess those, and they just fall right back into wickedness. So it's just a cycle of God just wiping out their vessels for the time being. They don't have these witch vessels, but then next ones pop up, and they're more scheming, more corruption, and it's just a cycle like that. And it's been going on like that for thousands of years. So what do we do? Do we choose to put them all to death? And then it wouldn't fix it. They've already tried that. The days of Elijah, they put all those witches to death. For the time being, there weren't any more sorcery, idolater witches in that area. So I'm sure it did some good in the area for the time being, but it's just like some Salem witch trial things. You know what I mean? Oh, the church is crazy for putting all these witches to death. In reality, there are witches. They're satanic people, but we're not commanded to kill them. So that's thou shalt not kill. So it didn't solve the problem when it happened with Elijah. It didn't solve the problem when God wiped it out with Noah. So we're waiting for this last revelation smiting of like wormwood and all the 7 bowls of wrath. God's getting angrier and angrier with that. They're not turning away. That people keep going back. They're not turning away. You're not turning away. You're not obeying and listening to the righteous who he chooses and sends to you. You people ignore people like me. You ignore God. The Spirit of God is warning you to go to righteousness. So there's going to be some wrath that's coming. And it's already happening. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. The more, like, it's going to get worse. Way worse. This is happening. It's real. And I'm witnessing some of it. Some people are being able, like my mom, they're being able to witness this weird behavior from the people around me in my life. The government is like, I'm in a war with these beings. This is a war. Like, and I've chosen my side. They know the side I'm on. I don't sign record deals. I don't sign up with their companies for products. This is a war. So choose your side. It's not a lukewarm. I can't be both. I can't be lukewarm in both. I can't serve God by following the ways of idolatry and money. Like, so I made my choice. I don't care. Put me in the street. Chop my head off. I don't care. I'm not going to idolatry. I'm not going to endorse these wicked ways. That's why I'm separate. Come out from them and be separate. But it's not good for me, man, to be alone. So I'm just stuck here alone. There's no women that get this. I don't have the means. I'm oppressed and suppressed to have a woman. Then it says, God is who gives a good wife. He didn't give me no wife. So it must not be his will for me to have a wife. You know what I mean? But then I get dangled these gorgeous women trying to have threesomes with me, foursomes with me, good, thick, beautiful looking women walking by me that, I don't want to be alone. Everything in my spirit wants to have a gorgeous looking wife, but not at the expense of turning my back on the gospel and on God and being a servant of God. You know what I mean? So I have to tell him, like, I don't even know if it's pointless. It feels pointless to even try. This just feels like a Satan and like in some bedazzled shit. Like he just walks by me in a gorgeous woman trying to mislead me down the path of death again. That's what it felt like in the mall. It was either God giving a gorgeous woman that an answer to my prayer, like, oh, maybe if I would have took that bold step, but I doubt it. I would have just made a fool of myself, probably just got rejected and went right back to more anger. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I'm just over this. I'm like, just get me the fuck off this planet already. Like, fuck this stupid planet. Like, this whole shit's stupid. Like, I just want to, like I said, just put me in a fucking cabin in the wilderness. Leave me the fuck alone. Let me just live in a tent and fucking eat locusts and honey and not drink for the rest of my life. Like, and then just fucking behead me, you stupid assholes. Like, I'm like on some John shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, that's the same thing with like Jesus, like that whole part with the alcohol I pointed out in a video too. That doesn't make no sense that Jesus was drinking. Like, oh, it can be sanctified, so God's giving you the option. If your drinking doesn't lead to sin, then it's sanctified, and you're doing it in tribute, and blah, 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 blah. Jesus was like, John came not drinking, he came as an example of not drinking and eating a lot, and you guys still accused him of being a devil, so it's not going to make a difference if I drink or not. You're still going to try to accuse me of being a drunkard and a glutton. And then look what people did. They're like, oh, Jesus drinks wine. They make it like... They try to make it an approved thing, like Jesus into a drunkard, just like they said. And then people follow that example. They lose control of their drinking. They hop in a car and they die. So they're like, you follow that example of drinking like Jesus did, but you don't have the self-control in your drinking like Jesus did, then you go to death. So it appears that way is not the way of life. So, but like, it's sanctified if you do it as Jesus did, apparently. And drink in tribute, and you don't let it lead to fornication and sin and debauchery and all this. But there's other parts in the Bible that says, like, be sober mind. And it rebukes all the drinking and drunkenness and all this. And then when you see John, Jesus said, oh, among you, there's been no man greater than John, born of men, born of women. It didn't say born of men. Jesus was born of women too. So is that another riddle of him saying that John is even greater than him? Because John didn't have the power to do miracles, and he still had faith. How blessed are those who believe without seeing, Jesus said to Thomas. John didn't get to see miracles, the miracles of God, of bread and fish and all this, and he still believed and did the same thing. He went to death. He got beheaded for the gospel. And he baptized tons of people and turned them all away to repentance. And then he gave up his life as a sacrifice and pointed the way to Jesus. That's more humble than even Jesus did. And Jesus was a man born of women. Like, people try to say, oh, but Jesus is divine. It's very clear that Jesus came as a man. Oh, the sins came into the world through one man, so they must also be taken away from the sacrifice of one man. It points out that Jesus is a man. He was clearly a man too. Like, you can see it. You know what I mean? And then that man said, of these, there has been none greater than John. John didn't drink. John did the exact same things as Jesus, except for he didn't have the power to do miracles, but he still went to death. He gave up his life for the gospel. He chose God over the earth, and he literally brought in the ritual of baptism, where you're repenting. He's literally John the Baptist, named John the Baptist, and he brought baptism, which is the ritual of repentance and inviting the Holy Spirit into you. Then he baptized God's Son, the Lord himself. People said they saw the Spirit come down like a dove and stay on Jesus. So they saw the Spirit enter into Jesus during this ritual. He said, this ritual needs to be done so that people can be born again. It has to be done to fulfill all righteousness. So to fulfill righteousness, you need to repent and get baptized, be born of the water and the Spirit. It's very clear about that. And John was the one who God did all that work through. And he was even more humble than Jesus was, and more controlled than Jesus was in drinking. And he didn't have the power to do miracles, and he still believed and laid his life down. So from my perspective, I'm like, that seems like John even was more humble. And it says in the scriptures, oh, consider others more valuable than you, and place others above you. John did that. He even placed Jesus above him. He's like, don't listen to me. He's greater. I'm not worthy. That's humble. He was humble, and he didn't drink. So is this a riddle, saying that John is the greatest? And then Jesus said, oh, people thought John was the Messiah when it happened. You know what I mean? And like, even with these, when I witness it, I still question that. And I'm like, was it Jesus that was the Messiah? Or was it John? You know what I mean? Or they're both one in spirit. Something's going on where God's using two men. So, you know what I mean? Like, and what was, John was put to death, and he was beheaded, and he was in sackcloth. Then Jesus was put to death in the street for 3 days and was resurrected. Was he wearing sackcloth? Maybe that was the two witnesses. Maybe John and Jesus were the two witnesses that were put to death in sackcloth and then raised back to life in 3 days. You know what I mean? We saw Jesus get resurrected back, but we didn't see John get resurrected back. You know what I mean? But still, two men that were used by God. We know one of them was in sackcloth. We know Jesus didn't dress in like royal robes or anything. You know what I mean? But he was put to death, and we saw the ascension, so that could have fulfilled the two witnesses' prophecies maybe. But it says they'll be burned up by their mouth. The things with the nations, they do seem like they're end time scriptures. The end time hasn't happened yet. The end hasn't come yet. So we know those are future prophecies that have to be fulfilled. But it does still all foreshadow and parallel each other. But just that whole question of the drinking part, Jesus said John was the greatest of men born among women. It would have made sense if he said born among men, because Jesus wasn't born among men. He wasn't born from Joseph. He was born from the Holy Spirit and a woman, a virgin. But Jesus was a man born of woman. So that's like him saying that among these men, there isn't one that has been greater than John. That would include him. He's a man born of woman. You know what I mean? But then John made it clear that it pointed out that Jesus is greater. But it tells you in the scriptures to do that, to esteem others above yourself. John did that. And then it would have required more faith to not be able to do miracles, water to wine, walk on water, all this healing lepers, all this stuff. It would have took more faith to stay on the path of God when you're not witnessing God doing direct miracles of power through you, and you're still believing. It says, how blessed are those who believe without seeing. Jesus saw and believed. I'm sure he believed without seeing as well, though, because he's the Son of God, you know what I mean? But it's just like John, apparently, that would take more, from my perspective, John didn't drink. That leads you to life. A lot of people go to death from drinking. Jesus drank, and a lot of people follow that example and they go to death. You know what I mean? Because they can't control themselves, and they're drinking the same way as Jesus. So, and then Jesus also said, but among these, John is the least in the kingdom of heaven. But then it also says the first will be last, and the last will be first, which is opposites, which is teaching Isaiah 5:20. That's making. It says, beware of those who speak about opposites, make love into hate, bitter into sweet, good into evil, all that. That is what Jesus said. He said the last will be the first will be the last. That's breaking Isaiah 5:20. That's teaching opposites. It's teaching that the first will be the last and the last will be first. That's teaching the opposites. So what, Jesus is exempt from that teaching? You know what I mean? Like, we're warned that to beware of anyone who teaches opposites. That good is evil, bitter, sweet, first, last, first, all that. We were warned about that. Then Jesus came claiming he's the Son of God, and he's teaching opposites. But by doing so, that could have been, if the first is the last guy, that could be saying John is the first in the kingdom of heaven. Because he's saying the last will be the first. He's saying that John is the least, he's the last. That could be saying John is the greatest and the first in the kingdom of heaven. But we know that John testified that he wasn't. He testified that Jesus is greater, to believe in Jesus' word over his, and then Jesus and John both testified to the Father, God, being greater. And we know God, the Father, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit of heaven, is the greatest in existence. He's the creator. But still, but that still applies, because greatest of men born among women. God isn't a man born among women. His son was, And if he was in his son, and that was God in Jesus being born as a man among women, that would be saying that John is greater than the man of God being born of man among women. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense it wouldn't make sense of Jesus being God. That doesn't make sense. It testifies opposite of what Jesus testified to. Jesus made it clear he's the Son of God. God himself testified, this is my son. Peter testified, this is the Son of God. He said, you got it. I'll make you my rock. We'll build on that. That's the foundation. That was revealed to you from God, my Father. And then it's like, there's so many scriptures. Oh, serve his God, the God of the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. That's saying that our Lord, who is Jesus Christ's Son, has a God. The God and Father of ours. That's saying Jesus has a God. It's not saying he is God. Anyway, this stuff some of it's starting to make sense, but it takes a lot of study and seeking a lot of revelation, of praying to God for this revelation. He's obviously chosen me to try to get to people thinking about God again. The world just fallen away, and they've lost interest in God, and they just go the wrong way. So through someone like me, they'll choose me. I believe in God, even though I know I don't understand everything about God. I know that when I turn to God in my moment of need and my brokenness through his Son, I related to Jesus. Then I had revelation, visions, and different weird experiences through his Son. So I found the Father through the Son Jesus. So I know that Jesus is the truth. I came to the Father through the Son Jesus, and I found, and vice versa. I came to God through the Son, and I came to the Son through God, through seeking God. It was both. They were like one, you know what I mean? But I know it. So there's these doubts the odd time where I'm like, this doesn't make sense that Jesus said this. But then I'm like, it does make sense. So I know that Jesus is of God. I know it because it saved my life. It's turned me away from my sins and helped me go get baptized. I was in a moment of need and broken. They chose me. They helped me. They gave me a purpose for living and a reason to serve. All this again, so they gave me hope. He gave me life again. I was ready to die. It was like he brought me to life. He gave me a new spirit, new life. But now I'm like, we're just waiting on this. So I'm like, is this a physical thing that's actually going to happen? Or is it just symbolic? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. I believe it's both. I believe it's going to be like, I've witnessed that it's symbolic in many ways. But then I've also witnessed that it's physically going to happen in many ways too, because I have a signet ring with my name in the name of the Lord in it. After I proposed to God and asked him, gave my life to him as a sacrifice and asked him to use me, and then I'm witnessing devils attacking me. Like, I'm in a war, spiritual war, with beings that aren't making any sense in the physical reality. Their actions, their choices aren't making sense. One of them, like, my brother even got possessed and spoke to me as a devil. He let me know that this was not my brother when he was speaking to me. It was Satan showing that he had the power to possess those around me that aren't on the path, that are on drugs and this and that. It was bizarre. And people think you're crazy for telling them this. And I'm like, yo, this is happening. Like, and then they try to make the people around you that are witnessing it crazy too. Like, oh yeah, I've witnessed my mom lose her mind at times. You know what I mean? So people can trust my mom's testimony. You know what I mean? But for me, I haven't lost my mind. I've never lost my mind. I've never attacked anyone. I've gone into a manic state where I get a little wild and erratic in my thinking, because it's like my mind starts racing. Someone's gotta witness this and believe me, you know what I mean? But this is actually happening. But so I get into a manic, angry state sometimes. But I'm not lying. I'm still not lying in that state. This is what I'm actually witnessing, and this is what's actually happening from my perspective. What's tripping me out is I'm like, how can my perspective of reality be different than other people's, like the reality of it? Like right there, how I just paid this bill. I got confirmation that I paid this bill. Then I go to the bank, and reality the reality is they're saying it's contrary from what I just witnessed. I just paid the bill. They just said it went through. I go to the bank. No payment. No record of payment. They cut me off and they're charging me more money. So I'm like, did I just like? It makes you question your sanity. I'm like, did I imagine that? Was that a delusion that I paid that bill? No, I remember the exact day. The day, March 31st, I paid it. I remember having the conversation with the person telling me the amount to pay because they said there was a mistake in their system. Pay $59.35. I punched it in. It said, thank you for your payment, $135. Hang up. They say there's no record of that transaction. The money didn't even leave my account. I go back to the bank. They said there's no record of the transaction. I look at the amount that I transferred. There was $354. There was usually there's around $300, so there was that $54 extra. So I'm like, it didn't go through. It mustn't have gone through. So why did it say that it went through? And then they shut it off. Now they're trying to charge me another $60. I was like, I attempted to pay it. Something went wrong on the bank's end or the company's end. And now they're trying to make it their error, whatever deception and trickery or system stuff they're doing in the background, they're trying to make me look like I'm a liar to try to steal $50 from you for my internet? No, I've paid like clockwork for 4 years. I'm clearly not lying. My mom even witnessed it, you know what I mean? She just witnessed that I just had a conversation with a woman that told me to pay $62.15 to get my service turned back on. She gives me that money, I pay it, then we come back, they refuse to turn my service back on. They say it's going to take 3 to 5 business days for that to go through, and they're still not going to turn it on. I got to pay another $60, so they're trying to get that other $60 that I'm accusing them of trying to double charge me. So they're thieves, they're crooks, they're trying to work their deception to get money. It's greed. It was robbery. They're lying against me, saying that I'm not paying my bills. It doesn't even make sense that, okay, if someone misses the payment on their bill, you give them a notice saying like, yo, you had a failed transaction, it didn't go through. We're going to shut your service off. You don't just shut someone's service off. You give a warning. You give them the warning. You don't say, oh, our system made a mistake, we double billed you for March and April, and then just shut their service off. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Meanwhile, the very services, the way that they contact me to pay these bills is through phone and internet. They shut those services down. How am I going to receive that warning and that message? You know what I mean? That the payment didn't go through. It's friggin' idiots. There's no sense and no logic. They're just working their deceptiveness, just trying to talk procedure circles to steal money from me. It's theft. It's theft. It's like, I'm an honest person. I know what I'm witnessing. I know what I just did to pay that bill. And my record shows that I'm consistent in it. I've consistently paid that bill on that day, the last day of the month, every year for the last 4 years. For them to assume that it's an error on my part instead of theirs, and then try to charge me for that, it's theft. This is theft. I witnessed it as soon as my mom witnessed it too. She's like, they just told you when we were at the bank in the parking lot that you had to pay $62.15 to catch you up on your payments, and then you owe no money, and they'll adjust your bill for April, and you get to pay that at the end of April. Then we paid that, came home, and now they're refusing to turn on your service, and they're still trying to charge you for April. And you're not even receiving the service. My mom was like, what the heck is going on? She was like, what is going on? She's like, I was like, it's a cult, Mom. It's a cult. There's some sort of cult. I wouldn't doubt if the bank and Mechanic, all these people, it's probably some group of Freemasons that are witnessing me rebuking, warning people about putting 6s on their heads. They're seeing I'm influencing people in the world, so they're putting a stop to me being able to communicate. I was like, I wouldn't doubt if when I go onto YouTube, if they've had a bunch of people make a bunch of comments trying to disprove all the stuff that God's testifying to through me, I'll go, like, finally go back when it gets hooked up, or if I go to a friend's house that has internet, I sign on, I'll go to my YouTube and there'll be like all this falseness of people just trying to confuse the message. Oh, you're a liar. Oh, that blah, 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 blah. And they'll just be trying to disprove everything that God's testifying to. Blah, 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 blah. Satan talking shit. Well, it'll be a group of them. It'll be like, or I'll go back on and my subscribers will be up and it actually got through to a bunch of people. Or they'll shut my channel down altogether. He'll go back on and I'll be like, yeah, they put a strike on my channel, told me that I had this amount of time to take the content down, or they took it down and then they took my channel down. And they just don't want me to have access to doing that. So they cut off my ability to be able to counteract while they were doing their deception in the background. It's going to be something like that. But either way, I just got to trust God through it all. But it is weird. It's so weird. It's such a demonic attack. This is so demonically mad and sick. This world's just... It's messed. It's so messed. For one man trying to process this and not... I'm surprised I have not killed anyone. I'm so surprised I've not lost my mind, climbed a clock tower and shot some people. I'm so surprised I've not gone to an internet company and dropped a bomb in the door. You know what I mean? And that's not a threat. I would never do that because I have God with me. I live the life of love. I don't threaten. I'm not trying to put that out as a threat, but I'm like, yo, legit? That's what it seems like they're trying to push people to. When I witnessed the treatment of how the government and then the pawns, how they're pulling strings, like Satan and devils are trying to push us to lose our minds, be angry with God and each other, and kill each other, and turn on each other. That's it. They don't even care if you kill their witches. They don't even care if you kill their witches and have a Salem witch trial thing. They just want you to break commandments. They want you to go kill. They don't care. They'll just go possess the next vessel. Then they just landed you in hell and dragged you down to hell with them for breaking commandments. Now you have to answer to God. Told you. So then they can try to justify their murder to God. See, even your precious humans, when they did this, they murdered. They did the exact same thing as we did. Why aren't you know what I mean? They're just trying to prove humanity false. The devils are just trying to corrupt humanity and bring them down with them. So they do this kind of pushing buttons, pulling strings in the background. And it's all money manipulation, occult, this Freemason group or whoever it is in the back. It's Satan. It is Satan and it's devils. They don't like when someone like me comes forward with signs of God, speaking the name of God and Jesus. And yeah, I may swear here and there. I may get angry, furious rebukes. But I'm still not stepping up in action and going and dropping a bomb in a door or climbing a clock tower. I'm not killing anyone. And I'm not promoting anyone to kill anyone. But I'm saying, if I were the one coming down on a white horse with Jesus and an army of angels, if they gave me the power and authority or command to slay you all you wicked, I'd do it. I'd put you all to death and slay you. If that command comes directly from God and Jesus Christ, I would accept their judgment. And I said the same thing about me. If God and Jesus find it me unfit to be in heaven, that they deem me as evil and unrepentant, then I'll accept that. Put me to hell then. I don't want evil to exist. I don't want evil to exist in me or in anyone. So I want it to be gone. I want it wiped out. I want it completely gone. If I have to die for it to be wiped out, do it. You know what I mean? So that's just being honest. So that's why I'm sure people like you, people that are crazy and satanic, you see, I'm a threat to you. If God gave me a command to be his hand in wrath, I would do it. So I know you people do the same. You'd kill me. You people would kill me. It's just like Jesus. You killed Jesus, the Son of God. You'd kill me. Those people that killed, like Saul and Paul, thinking they're serving God while killing people, that's so delusional. You think you're going to serve God by killing? You think you're serving God? You think you're a Christian soldier that you can go to war and kill? Even when Jesus himself said, bless your enemies, love those who curse you. Even if it was the devil or the Antichrist himself, even if it were me and I was the Antichrist, you'd still be commanded by Jesus and the scriptures to love me and bless me. Not to kill me. That's breaking a command. So you were told by Jesus himself, so it doesn't even make sense that you people try to step up and kill evil. You know what I mean? You're not commanded to. So I'm not killing. I haven't killed anyone. I haven't done any serious crimes. I haven't done any serious crimes. When it comes to like, when I was a kid, I did a few little stupid crimes. You know what I mean? I've repented and forgiven. Been forgiven for that. You know what I mean? You're a kid, you steal. I got caught stealing when I was a little kid. I didn't know any better. I learned my lesson. You know what I mean? It didn't go on my permanent record because I was too young. But I'm sure it's still on the record. But like at the police, they'll be like, "Oh, he stole something when he was like 13 or however old I was." You know what I mean? I just stole a video game, and I was trying. It was for a friend of mine or something. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just a stupid kid thing, and I repented for that, and I faced the consequences, and I dealt with that, and I learned my lesson. It taught me not to steal. You know what I mean? So I don't steal. You know what I mean? I do my best not to steal things. You know what I mean? Like, but it always feels like these people are trying to manipulate and pull strings to make you look like a liar or a thief, like this and that. Like with that situation right there, like, I just attempted to pay a bill. They're trying to act, I'm being treated like I'm a paying customer. They're trying to act like I'm trying to steal from them. Meanwhile, they're trying to steal from me. You know what I mean? And like the reason why they're acting like I owe them is as a result of their mistake. Their system mistake. They even admitted it the first time I called. They said it's a system error. We put two invoices went together. So the computer's trying to charge you for April. Meanwhile, they put March and April together. I haven't received any services for April yet. You know, like, why would I pay for April? You just cut off my services for April. I'm not going to pay for April. You know what I mean? Like, crazy. Stuff doesn't make sense. Reality doesn't even make sense to me anymore. This shit doesn't make sense. It's like, the only way I can make sense of it is through God and Jesus and the scriptures. Other than that, it's crazy. Anyway, much love. Hi everyone, so today is Tuesday, May 10th, 2022, and of course the weirdness continues. It goes on today and continues, just like I said, so some more weird interactions, of course, it's just what happened. So I'm walking home from the Oshawa Center the other day, and I was just like saying to people, like, just when I was just weird interactions, like I was saying, I'm visiting my sister, and I go into this convenience store with her and my mom the other day, and I'm like, there's a beer store in this store too, and an LCBO. Look at that. And then this woman's like, yeah, go check it out, and blah blah blah. It's a full blah blah blah. And I'm like. I haven't drank in I don't drink in 3 years. She's like, oh, well, your loss. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't say anything back, but I'm just thinking in my head, yeah, loss of hangover, loss of throwing my money away on poison and alcohol. It was just weird, the interaction, just trying to like justify, you know, drinking, like it's a big loss to not drink or something. And then and even my sister was like, that was a weird response. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. Satan, if it just feels like Satan or just disconnected people pushing buttons and annoying you. And then I'm like, the other day I'm walking home, and I was just saying to my sister too, like, because I have a new nephew and he's only like 6 months old, and I was like, oh, when he grows up, I'll be able to say like, oh, I haven't even drank once in your life, you know, like, and like when he actually gets old enough to comprehend things and have conversations, I could be like, yeah, I haven't drank since you've been alive, buddy. And she's like, oh, that'd be a good example for him, you know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, I think it'd be a pretty good example for him, you know, like, and then I'm walking home from the Oshawa Center, and I'm walking, and then all of a sudden, look what pops up at my feet. Oh, a full can of Laker Ice 5.5 beer pops up right there at the curb. Like, clearly someone dropped it off a bike or something. You know, you can tell it's just sitting there on the sidewalk, like beside the sidewalk, like right on the gutter of the road, like, and it's just facing, so I could see it was full. So I think about it, and I'm like, I just walked by it, and I just like left it there in the gutter, where it belongs, kind of thing. But it doesn't belong there. So then I think about it, and there's a couple walking behind me of like this guy and this girl. So I'm like, they're gonna probably pick it up and then drink it, and it's poison. And someone else just gonna. It's just like the same as finding money on the ground. I've done this before where I walk and you find cigarettes on the ground and I end up throwing them out. Or, you know what I mean? It's at times where my brother was out of cigarettes and I'm like, oh, I found a pack of smokes. Here you go. And he appreciates it. But then at the same time, I'm like, was that really helping them? That was kind of like poisoning them. So at other times, I've just thrown them in the garbage where they belong. So no one else poisons themselves. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with this. I'm like, well, it's just like finding a couple bucks on the ground. It's like $1.95 or $2 or whatever the price is of this. And I'm like, but still, it makes me question. I'm like, oh, so what? Is this God putting this in my path? Like, trying to be like, oh, it's okay. And then like just the other day, like my mom said, oh, it was my stepdad's birthday, and she's like, oh, and I had a beer, and I had one beer, and all this, and they're trying to like, just influences, and I've heard it all before. Oh, if you drink in moderation, and blah blah blah, and all this bullshit. I've heard it a million times, and I'm like, I've made a video on my stance of alcohol. Like, I know Jesus drank alcohol and blah, blah, blah. I've heard all this shit before. Oh, he drank in tribute, and if it's sanctified, if it doesn't lead to sin. People drink and they die every day from drinking. Like drinking, hopping in cars, crash. It doesn't mean they're an alcoholic. They could just overdrink one day, hop in a car, dead. Like, and that happens. It doesn't mean they're an alcoholic, but they made one bad decision and they let their drinking get out of hand one day. You know what I mean? And that happens every day. There's car crashes from drinking and driving and stuff. And murders and fights and all this. I feel like this is just like a stronghold for the devil. So I'm like, would that be God putting that there? He knows that I haven't been drinking. I'm coming up on 3 years no drinking in June. Just like in a couple weeks. And I'm like, yeah, it's just like dangle right in front of your face. So here it is, right at your feet. And I'm like, oh, what do I do about this? Like, and I'm like, oh, I'll go pick it up. It's money, and then I'll bring it home, and I was angry, you know what I mean? Because I'm praying to God. I'm like, is this from you? Is this you dangling in front of me, or is this Satan? I was like, why would you do that? Why would you put something that is connected to trauma and anger for me? Like, it's caused me so many problems in my life. Alcohol, through my father, not even just through my drinking. Through my father, through ex-girlfriends punching me, and through just even myself drinking too much, whiling out, falling asleep while you have a beer in your hand, and then almost burning your house down while you're cooking food, stuff like that. Like, I've woken up with my whole house filled with smoke. You know what I mean? Like, things like that. Like, and it's like, and then all of a sudden, oh, let's just dangle this trauma trigger in front of his face, and I was like, it was so annoying. So I was like, is that you, or is this Satan? And if it's you, why are you dangling that? Oh, am I supposed to grow from this? So I was like angry, and I was like, I'm just gonna I'm gonna bring it home, and I'm like, what should I do with this? You know what I mean? What is this? Is this a communication from you? And I'm just praying about it. I'm like, are you trying to say it's okay for me to have a beer? I don't like. It's not like I drink because I like the taste of beer. If I drink, I'm drinking for the feeling to get drunk and be social and hang out with people. So I'm not going to just drink one beer. Oh, that was so enjoyable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like that's just an a temptation to go get more and more. You know what I mean? So it's like, either way, and I've like the whole Jesus thing and sanctified. Like I said, I prefer John's way of not drinking. You know what I mean? If it's I don't think it's a good example. You know what I mean? Like, I've witnessed my dad drink my whole life. Like I've said, I've had so many problems and traumas in my life from this substance. So, alcohol poison. So I was like annoyed. So I'm like, I'm just gonna smash this on camera. I'm gonna make this video. I'm gonna fucking smash this against the ground to show you what I think about this, whether this is from God or the devil or not. I'm just going to fucking smash this on the ground so you know how serious I am about this. But then I was like, well, fits of rage and anger don't serve God. And I was like, with my life, it'd probably just bounce off the ground and crack me in the nose, break my nose or something. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna pray about it. If I don't get this straight answer, like from the light confusion is of the devil. So I'm like, if I don't get this straight answer from God, I'm just gonna dump this down the sink. I'll just gently dump it down the sink, but I'll do it on video to still show what I think about this, and to show me overcoming. And so that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'll unplug this. Just give me a second. Hopefully this camera doesn't go out. All right, let's go over let's go over to my sink. There we are. We're at my kitchen sink. Hey, there's Jesus in the background. Look, live, love, or a picture of what people think Jesus looks like. I was just having fun and I wanted to draw something one day and I traced it, but oh, look at this. Oh. Straight down the sink. Bye-bye, temptation. Bye-bye, evil poison that kills people every day. That is apparently being dangled in front of my face to try to tempt me back down the path of drinking, fighting, fornicating, all that nonsense. It's triggers. Bye. Let's wash it out so that there's no alcoholics going through my recycling bin outside trying to drink the little bits of the empty. I wouldn't put it past anyone. Oh, wash it out so it doesn't smell and get sticky and bugs and all that. And let's just chuck it in the recycling. There you go. That's what I think of that. And then when I was on the phone telling my mom about it, and she's like, "Oh, don't feel bad if you have one beer," and blah 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 blah. And she's just trying to be nice and encourage me, but at the same time, I'm like, no, I don't want that shit. I don't want to hear that. I've heard all this bullshit, this moderation, oh, blah 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 blah. Like, didn't you have a trauma event with drinking too, where Dad and you couldn't hold your booze, and you hopped in a car drinking one time, and he attacked you, he couldn't handle his booze, you couldn't handle your booze, so why are you trying to justify something that's clearly, oh, duh, and then, like, you know, and my mom's getting mad, and she's doing a PTSD trigger booklet when I'm phoning her talking about this stuff, you know what I mean, because we both have this stuff, and we're dealing with this, but I'm like, yo, I gotta be strong through this, like, I pray to God to overcome these things, to be victorious. I do the Lord's Prayer. I say, Our Father who art in heaven, holy is your name. Hallowed be thy name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and thank you this day for our daily bread, both in body and spirit. For your spirit, Father, in the body of your Son Jesus. Forgive us our sins and misunderstandings, and whatever else I feel like anger and our misunderstandings, our anger, our fits of rage, or can't control our tongue, as we forgive those who are confused, sin, misunderstand, have fits of rage, anger, all that, and I throw in whatever I feel repentant for the day, and then I say, keep us away from the temptations of evil, and help us to overcome them if they do, and help us to overcome them and be victorious over them if they do so arise and come at us. Are permitted to come at us. I don't know if God permits them to come at us, like in the book of Job, or what. I don't know what the deal is, and then I ask for that, and I say, I pray this and ask this in your Son Jesus' name, and thank you in your Son Jesus' name, amen. You know what I mean? And then so that was the weird interaction for that, just for that, and then the internet weird stuff continues. So like I said, this was yesterday, so I scheduled Virgin Mobile Plus to come in. Something was dropped in my yard about the internet. Maybe they saw me posting something about these stupid internet companies annoying me, and now I'm disconnecting and looking for a new internet. A piece of mail is like dropped in my yard, like out my fence. So I'm like, okay, like it's some advertisement for right here for some deal. Oh, order now and $60 a month, and you get $60 a month, only $60 a month for up to 25 Mbps, megabytes per second or whatever. Unlimited usage with the speed you need. Sweet rates keep you gaming, browsing, and streaming all day. Easy online ordering. Manage your account anytime, anywhere with the My Account app. Order now and get $50 Visa prepaid card. Blah 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 blah. And they give you this offer and this code and all this, and then so I'm like, okay, let's try it. So my mom comes over, I phone, I try to order this, and they're not straight up. They lie to me again, and they go, like and it ends up coming to like they're like I'm like, oh, I'm looking for a home phone like landline and internet, like unlimited internet and my house phone. That's it. Same thing that I have right now with this other company, and I just want that. And they're like, oh yeah, that's fine, and blah blah blah. Oh, we can do that. And then they're like, oh, we can update you in your area to 50 megabytes per second. And they're just like, and it won't cost you blah 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 blah. And they just talk, and then I'm like, it'll be this 40 something for your internet and 45, and it will be 36 for your phone a month or something. And with taxes, it comes to like 85. Well, I'm like, well, that's not the offer. 60 a month, and so what? That's home phone and internet. She's like, oh yeah, okay. Would you like me to schedule an installation? It's no payment installation, no fees. They'll send you no payment on the router. It's all free. Blah blah blah. Sure. Next day, package comes to my door. This box right here. Boom. If you look on it, where's my name? It says right here, Ray Johnson. I'm like, Ray Johnson. Like, once again, no, that's not me. But I'm like, obviously they're trying to send me something. So I'm like, okay, it's probably me. But what? Someone's messed up again. And I was talking to them on the phone about my name. I confirmed with like, by giving them ID and all that, they know my name was Jay Johnson, so they pulled that up and they know, so something went wrong on that, and then so but they probably just made a mistake because you can like and put an R in there, and then look what comes, wireless home phone router. So I'm like, okay, what's the deal with this? And then it comes with like a booklet and a SIM card. So I'm like, what's the deal with this? Like, I'm not asking for, and on the phone they're like, oh, it's a mobile home service, so like you can hook that up to your cell phone, like your house phone to your cell phone. And I'm like, I'm asking for my home phone, like a landline, like I don't want mobile phone. And they're like, oh, it's a mobile home phone though, like so like it is your home phone, but it'll go to your cell phone. And this and that. I'm like, what is this, like a new feature? I don't want to pay for a cell phone. I want a home phone. That's it. Like. And then they're like, oh yeah, and blah 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 with this feature and blah blah blah. So they basically trick me into thinking that I'm getting this house phone, and then the next day comes and I phone them. So this guy shows up at my door. It's scheduled. The installation's scheduled between 12 and 5. This guy shows up, and he's like, and I was like, well, I hope you have this internet router because it didn't come. And he's like, oh yeah, I have it in the van and blah 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 blah. And he's wearing a Bell shirt, and it's Virgin Mobile that I phoned. And I'm like, same thing with a Canic, it was like they all just send these technicians that are in the area. But he was just a young guy, and he clearly didn't know what he was doing. Like, he even said that, like, oh, I'm a new guy, I don't really know much. And same thing as like, for all I know, it could have been a Canic guys coming in to do all this again and try to whatever. It was another brown guy, like an Indian guy, a young guy. But these are the same people that this is like the same people I was dealing with before, like. And like, my uncle said that too. He's like, oh, these internet guys seem to be Indian and brown and stuff. Did you notice that? Like, and I'm like, he's like, and they're so hard to deal with half the time because they don't even speak English most of the time, and these companies come off so greedy. And I was like, no, I never noticed. But then all of a sudden, everyone I'm interacting with intercompanies, all of a sudden the phone calls getting sent to India. It sounds like I'm talking to all these Indian people and dealing with it's all Indian. It's like, it's just all these brown people. And I'm not racist. I don't care. I'm like, whatever. And then, so he like comes in, and I'm like, he's like, he's doing the Bell thing out at my internet box or whatever, and he's like, okay, blah, blah, blah. And then he comes into my place, and he's like, oh, you don't care about the masks and this and that. And I was like, no, I don't care about COVID and masks and all that crap. I've been walking around the Oshawa Center around tons of people every day, whatever. I've been in a car with my mom when apparently they have COVID. I didn't catch anything from these people, and they are fine. You know what I mean? Like, and then, but either way, so he comes in, and then he's like, starts, like, when he comes in, he's checking out my stuff. Like, he starts, like, checking out on my stuff, you know what I mean? Like, my apartment and stuff. Like, he's like, "Oh, you're a movie guy, eh? Like, oh, you got a lot of movies." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, I haven't had internet for the last little bit, so I kind of just busted out the movies. I'm watching movies because I need my internet. I usually just stream and stuff." But and then he's like, and then like even and then he's like, oh yeah, and he said like things, something about I talk about, it came up about God and Jesus, and I'm like, yeah, I do music and ministry and this and that, and he sees I have Jesus things around my house, you know what I mean, pictures and things, and then so it gives me some chance to testify to him a bit about stuff. I was testifying about him. I'm like, yeah, Jesus, I found God in Jesus, and you're supposed to mimic his behavior, follow these commandments, and and then my life's been pretty blessed for the most part, since I just you do your best to follow commandments. It makes sense. Jesus clearly understood, love God and all others as yourself. We're all in each other's minds right now, we're connected. He's like, oh, I don't know much about like the Christian this and that and blah blah blah. Oh, I had some friends that are Christian. So right away I know he's not a believer in Christ. He has no clue. But either way, I'm like, okay, so here we go, there's another, I don't know if like another antichrist spirit according to the scriptures, like he doesn't know, or whatever. It's an opportunity to try to maybe help him understand some of this stuff. So we're talking a bit, blah 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 blah, blah. and then like, but either way, when he's getting into it, you can tell he's like convicted about things a bit, and he's like, oh, I had like, he's talking about right away, even at the door, he was like talking about how you can't trust these internet companies. Like, I'm a technician, like I work for these companies. I'm not supposed to say this, but yeah, they're all like corrupt and greedy and evil. He's like, he's like, oh, their net worth. And I was like, yeah, they're all like so rich, and they still just try to scam you and all this. And I was just getting into how this mechanic company and all this, and just inquiring about them and saying, oh, they said they were hooked up on Bell Towers, and they're all of a sudden they're trying to scam me and double charge me, and Rogers is trying to triple charge me, Bell's charging me $2,000 for a cell phone that I have for 2 months that gets stolen. Just like, and then he's like, oh yeah, and he's like, he's not supposed to say it, but yeah, they are corrupt. It's all evil. I look up their net worth. For Bell's net worth is like $64 billion or something like that. I'm like, exactly, and they won't even waive a $60 fee for rejecting my payment, and they're trying to squeeze $60 out of me still. That's probably why they're so rich, because they're greedy crooks, you know what I mean? And then we're just kind of having a laugh about it, whatever, but still, like, the guy's like works for this guy, like these people, and then so he comes in and he's like, oh, I don't really know what I'm doing too much with this stuff, like, and he's like, oh, I showed him the router for the phone. He's like, oh, I don't know about that. Like, I just deal with internet. Like, I don't know what the deal with that phone is and everything. I was like, well, it has a SIM card and this and that. And I was like, I don't know how this works, but I scheduled this as an installation for my phone, my home phone, and my internet. So that's what I need. Those are the services I need right now. You know what I mean? So I need to make sure that I'm getting the proper installation and things going. And he's like, oh, and I was like, and I had an Android, and he's like, oh, and an Android phone, and I'm like, oh, well, I know this has a SIM card, like, this isn't my regular phone, and he's like, when he's trying to hook up the router, he's like, oh, can you go on, try to text message me to see if the Wi-Fi's on, and he couldn't get it hooked up, and then he finds out he has the wrong router, and he's like, oh, it's not this one, and he doesn't know the administer password and all this, and it doesn't work, so then he phones someone, and I can hear this is some same thing, an Indian guy on the phone, and he's like, oh, blah, 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 and he's like, oh, it's the wrong router, and blah, 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 and then all of a sudden he's like, oh, and then he checks, and he's like, oh, well, it's 17 minutes away, I'd have to go for a drive to go get it, and 17 minutes back, sorry about this, blah, 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 and I'm like, okay, yeah, no problem, the installation said 12 to 5, you got lots of time, whatever, it doesn't matter, I'm in no rush today, but I would like this all done and dealt with properly, like, I am frustrated with this. And then, but like, while we're talking about this stuff, you can tell he's convicted. He's saying something about BC and how they have vending machines for opioids or something. And he's saying how he used to have a substance problem, like drugs or whatever. And I'm like, oh, this makes me trust him in my house, this person who clearly doesn't know Christ. And then he took God's name in vain in front of me again. He said, like, God damn about things. And I was like, and then I gave him the rebuking and the warning. I was like, yo, that's a commandment, like, and I got the commandments right here. I'm like, that is a commandment. Do not take God's name in vain, like, kind of thing, like, the Lord thy God in vain. And I was like, and I'm like, I know you clearly don't know or believe or whatever, and he's like, oh, I know it's your house, and my bad, and this and that. And even when he was at the door, like, he was just swearing a lot, like, so unprofessional, like, oh, F this and F that and F this and F that. And I'm trying to work on my swearing, but it's like, when you're around people like this, it rubs off on you. You know what I mean? Like, language can rub off on people. So I'm like, yeah, he's just bringing it out of me. Like, I'm getting frustrated with the company again, company stuff, and I'm like, you know, eventually I noticed I started swearing too, you know, just to try to relate to him or whatever, you know what I mean? And then he's like, oh, so sorry, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, I'm like, okay, well, whatever, go get this router, blah, blah, blah. So I phoned them, and while he was here too, he's like, oh, can I see it? And I was like, oh, well, I'm using this, all I have is this Android, but that's my problem. I don't have internet, so I can't, and if this isn't hooked up, you know what I mean, it's not working, so, you know what I mean? And he's like, oh, iPhones have a SIM card, and then he shows me this, so at least I learned this, and then he's like, do you have, like, a toothpick or whatever? And then he, like, pokes the side in a SIM card, and then he's like, can I see it? And then he, like, slides this SIM card in that Virgin gave me, and he's like, oh, now, and then all of a sudden there's service, and it says, like, Virgin, blah, 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 and I have phone service all of a sudden. He's like, oh, try to call me and see if it works, and then I phone, and it works, it goes to his phone. He's like, oh, yeah, you got this service, and I was like, well, this is cell phone service, this isn't what I asked for. I'm asking, they sent me this router, and they said something about it hooking up my home phone. It says right on it, wireless home phone. So I'm like, what's the deal with this? Why? This is cell phone. I'm not trying to get cell phone service unless it's... I use iMessaging, free Wi-Fi, all that. Like, so I'm like, I'm not trying to pay for another cell phone. Plus, he just popped this in, so now it's under use. You know what I mean? And the technician did this. I didn't pop it in and start using it. He did. You know what I mean? So then he goes, and while he goes, I phone the company. I'm like, what's the deal with this? This phone's on now. This guy, like, he says he doesn't hook up home phones and all this. And they're like, oh, we don't offer landline service and all this. And I was like, the woman told me on the phone that you did and that you're just going to hook up my home phone. I get a wireless home phone router right here. You're saying this is for a cell phone? Why does it say home phone? I'm not trying to have a cell phone home phone. I want a landline telephone, my cordless phone that's on my wall right here. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh, yeah, we don't offer those services. So I was like, okay, well, I want to cancel then, because that's not this isn't the service that I'm looking for. I'm not looking to pay 80-something, almost $90 for a cell phone and internet or whatever. You know what I mean? So stop the installation, cancel this. And then as I'm on the phone saying this, they put me on hold. They're like, okay, we'll have to put you in the right department. They go like this, blah, blah, blah. And then the guy picks up. He's like, oh, hey. And then I'm like, oh, sorry, I'm trying to cancel this. Apparently, and I explain the situation. Oh, you trying to hook me up with cell phone when I'm asking for landline and internet. Apparently, this guy doesn't hook up this wireless home phone even. He says he knows nothing about this. And so he's just trying to hook up just my internet. He grabbed the wrong router. Now he's back. He's at the door. Hold on one second. I answer the door while I'm on the phone. And this guy's like, I'm like, sorry, dude. Like, I'm trying to figure this out right now. Like, you don't know about this phone situation. I'm on the phone with them right now. Now they're saying they don't offer this landline service, which they told me before that they do. So what's going on here? So I'm going to have to cancel this and, you know, find a provider that provides landline and internet. Like I'm requiring and asking for, because this isn't what I want. And then so he's like, oh, no problem, blah, blah, blah. Oh, can I step in? Then he steps in. I was like, yeah, no problem, come in there. Like, and then he comes in and blah, blah, blah. And then when I'm like, yo, so I'm talking to this guy, I'm like, I'm trying to cancel this phone, and this guy's at the door, and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, the guy hangs up when I'm trying to cancel. They put me on the line with the cancellation person. He hears me on the phone trying to deal with this technician, and he literally just hangs up on me. I'm like, what? Like, the phone cut off. I'm like, what's the deal with these guys? Like, I'm trying to cancel right now. They just, like, literally hung up on me. Because you're at the door here. And I'm like, I need to deal with this. But this isn't the service I'm asking for. So then the guy's like, oh, no problem. And he comes in. He comes in. He kind of gets a phone call. And he's just like, oh, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Like, and he's just like, oh, sorry about this. And I was like, yeah, no problem. And like, it's not your fault. You're some technician or whatever, apparently. And I was like, and I'm apologizing to him. I'm like, sorry, I'm not trying to waste your time or anything, but this isn't the services that I was told on the phone and asking for. Like, they're trying to trick me into getting a cell phone and internet again. I'm not trying to get that. I made it very clear what I'm requiring service-wise. Now they're saying they don't offer that. So I got to cancel and go with another company now. And then what? Are you going to try to charge me for all this nonsense again? Like, no, I'm in bad standing with Virgin. And then and then as the guy's going out the door, I was like, no problem. And then he's going out the door and he's like, oh, you got a nice shoe collection, eh? He's looking at my shoes and stuff. Oh, you got J's? And he's like, and I showed him a couple pairs of Jordans. I have 2 pairs of Jordans. He's like, oh, you got the Jordan 13s, and I don't know which ones those are. And oh, my buddy has a company, I could give you the number for these shoes, and blah 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 blah. blah. And I was like, just overwhelmed, like, oh, this guy's checking out my shoes now, and like, you want me to show you through my whole house and show you what I got, buddy? Like, why are you checking out my shit? You talk about drugs, whatever. But I was just friendly. I was just like, yeah, blah 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 blah. I stick to the Nike Hirachis because they're comfortable, and blah blah blah. And then he's like, oh, you got the Yeezys, and he brings up this next trauma pair of shoes of this scam that I'm talking about where they fucking scammed me. So it brings up anger and stuff. Another trigger just being thrown in my face. I was like, yeah, I would never buy a pair of Yeezys. It's all idolatry. And I'm talking about like New Era hats and Beats and how they got 6s in all their products, and it's all idolatry, even Jordans and all this. And I was like, whatever. And and talking about Fox, and I kind of get into it, and he's like, oh, I gotta go and stuff. And you can tell he doesn't want to like face the reality that they're putting 6s all over this stuff, and he just doesn't want to get into it. He doesn't comprehend what I'm saying with this stuff and blah blah blah. And I'm like, all right, well, whatever, see you later, buddy. Like, nice to meet you. And he's like, yeah, nice to meet you. And I was just trying to be friendly, but I can't ignore that this guy's like taking God's name in vain, checking out my movies, checking out my shoes, saying he had some drug problem, and then saying he's struggling with stuff, and then he's on the way out the door. And I was like, try to be compassionate, testify a bit about Jesus, things like that. But it was frustrating and annoying. You know what I mean? Another annoying interaction with humans. You know what I mean? Because I didn't get my service hooked up. I didn't get what I was requiring. It comes in my house, and then I wake up to this phone call. I phoned my mom again with the phone. I'm like, hey, I got a phone service at least, but they're trying to trick me into getting this cell phone again, and now they're going to try to charge me for this shit. She's like, what is fucking wrong with these companies? And she's frustrated, and she's swearing too, because I said to her, I'm like, this guy's swearing at the door, now you're angry. I'm not trying to anger you, but like, everyone's swearing. I'm trying to work on my swearing. I'm getting trigger after trigger. I told her about the beer thing. I told her about now he's bringing up the shoe scam. She's dealing with her phone stuff where she's dealing with the bank where she just gets scammed for taxes. So she's dealing with the scam and PTSD stuff. She's getting angry and swearing. I was like, Mom, this is madness. And it's still just happening. And it's continuing. And it's just effing annoying me. You know what I mean? And she's like, oh, Sam, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, how can I not feel like this is some sort of satanic attack and stuff? Like, this is just frustrating worldly crap. I was like, whatever. I need your cell phone again to phone these companies. They're going to probably try to charge me for this. I wake up this morning, same thing, phone ringing, I can see there's like 5 calls or something. There's like, I'm getting your member code, and they're sending me member codes, and your Virgin. And then look, I literally phoned the cancellation department. They hung up on me. Now I'm getting a message, and here's the message right there. And it says, your Virgin Plus monthly bill for account number ending in blah 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 is ready. Amount due $37.70, and your payment due date is May 24th. To view your bill or important messages about your service, click blah 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 or head to blah 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 pay bill. And they're trying to charge me $37.70 already. Meanwhile, this guy didn't hook up shit. He hasn't provided the service. He didn't hook up anything. And I said on the phone, this is a canceled thing. So, I still got to deal with this and cancel this stuff. And now I got to deal with them trying to charge me $37. I'm going to say, this guy literally didn't hook up anything. I have no router here. I got to send back this stupid wireless home phone that you tried to trick me into saying was landline or something. The guy literally popped in the SIM card and activated it for this phone to even work. So, I'm not paying for this shit. You know what I mean? And you're not offering the services that I asked and required. And the woman on the phone at Virgin told me that she was hooking up the services that I was asking and requiring. So another miscommunication and stupid shit with another company. You know what I mean? And then this guy came in and scoped out my house, did nothing, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? It's just frustrating. So the stupidness continues. And then I went, like I said, now I'm going to be, in bad standing with Virgin. And then, I looked at this other SIM card that was in my iPhone 4S. And apparently this, I went through Virgin Mobile because it says Virgin Mobile. So this iPhone, I obviously got it through Virgin Mobile because Bell. But he said that they're like, I don't know if they're on the same towers or what. But either way, this is some annoying stuff. And then as I'm angry, I was like, oh, fuck off. Like, what? Like, I got mad and I said, like, and I'm talking to God, you know what I mean? So I'm like, so I have to repent because I'm like, it's like I'm telling God to fuck off. But I'm like, is this like you doing this? Or is this Satan? Why would you be doing this? Why would you be putting all these annoying triggers and annoying people in my path, all these, like, to testify to help me overcome them, to challenge me so I can grow in these areas? Like, why do you keep annoying me? Why does reality keep being so annoying? And how am I supposed to view you as good if you just keep putting annoying shit over and over in front of me? Like, you're dangling, and it says, do not let anyone say that it's God tempting them, blah, 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 blah. But then the book of Job said that God lets Satan do this. So what's the difference? You know what I mean? Like I said in this other video, but I'm like, okay, well, this would be Satan doing it. So I got confused thinking maybe this is God doing it. And I'm like, fuck, will this just fuck off? And I feel like I'm telling God to fuck up. And I'm like, fuck off, God. Like, what is this? And then I'm like, oh, shoot. Like, I'm not trying to tell God to fuck off, but I'm frustrated with this, clearly. And I can't control my tongue, clearly. And I say these stupid things out of anger that I don't mean while I'm confused and stuff. If you don't want me to, don't keep me in a confused state where all this crazy shit's going on and I'm under attack from Satan. I can't fucking process it. You know what I mean? So, and like, he knows that I'm overwhelmed about this. I pray to him all the time about it. You know what I mean? So then I'm like, what's the deal with this? And then when I literally get off the phone with my mom, and then I'm like, what do I do with this? And I'm telling her this stuff. I had Star Wars on in the background because I threw a movie on while the guy was here, just to have on the background so I could just, like, I was eating a sandwich and, you know, doing my daily stuff, but just trying to have something so I can watch, so I'm not don't look like I'm just hanging over his shoulder making him uncomfortable while he's in my house, and I'm kind of uncomfortable with him in my house and he's checking out my stuff. I'm kind of socially uncomfortable dealing with people because of all this stuff. I'm like, oh great, here comes another satanic weird interaction. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what happens. You know what I mean? And then so I'm like, what's the deal with this? You know what I mean? And then so I had the Star Wars on the background. The second I get off the phone with my mom, and I'm just like, I'm so fucking angry and frustrated that it's at the part where the evil emperor, literally the first thing I hear when I comes off the phone, I'm like, oh, I'm so, and then he's like, let your aggression and hatred out. Ha ha ha. Come to the dark side. Join us and your father. And he's talking to Luke or whatever. And I'm like, okay, click, shut that off right away. I was like, it feels like Satan's talking to me again. I'm like, this wouldn't be God doing this. It would be Satan. Or what? Are you allowing it because I'm putting it on in the background? Like, I don't like watching any of this shit. But what am I supposed to do? Just sit around in a room and meditate with no clothes, no movies, no watching anything, no doing anything, just sit around in sackcloth in a room praying to you and you don't answer me all day? You know what I mean? Like, and just go mad that way? Like, will I eventually have a revelation because I'm quieting my mind and you'll eventually speak to me? Or, like, why isn't this straightforward? Why is there confusion around the gospel? Why is there confusion around communication? Why aren't you giving me direct answers? While this stuff's all going on in the darkness, how am I supposed to view that you're the light and of the light when you're allowing some sort of confusion around me? How are you supposed to expect me to behave properly and speak, not take your name in vain? I don't know the respect you do if you're properly, I can't see. All I'm witnessing is evil temptations and evil worldly stuff. So it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? So I just have to pray about it, repent. I didn't even want to wake up today. I'm waking up to phone call. I'm like, I don't even have the energy to get into any of this shit today. I just want to sleep. I don't even want to wake up. I'm like, I'm done with this. Like, God, I'm done. I can't even wake up for this today. I'm just depressed, annoyed. I can't even control my own tongue. I'm just gonna wake up and get angry and say something stupid and risk offending you. You're probably gonna put something in my path, and it's like all of a sudden you got me just taking your name in vain. Because why? Because I rebuked another guy for taking your name in vain. I gotta practice what I preach. So blah 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 blah. It's like, is this guy getting pushed to anger to take your name in vain? Is that you doing it too? Or why is it seem like, so it brings up all these questions. Are you just binding us to sin and to have these corrupt mouths so that you don't... I thought you want us to be one with you and live in love and live in us and with us, but you don't want to be all and everyone to be equal to you, so you're just trying to make it very clear that you're God and you have the power and we don't. And we're just like, so like, I get this vibe sometimes where I'm like, it just seems like you want to be God and you want everyone to realize that you're God and no one else is. But then at the same time, the gospel's trying to tell us to be one with you and that you can be all and God may be all and all this. I don't get that vibe. Sometimes I get that vibe like it says, oh, God's a jealous God and blah, blah, blah. He doesn't. That's what he kicks Satan out for, wanting to be one with him and be one with God and consider yourself God. So I've said in tracks from my current level of comprehension before where I'm like, so what? God's supposed to be me, you, everyone. That's why it's telling us not to judge anything, because that could be judging God. So you're just supposed to like love all others as yourself, like it's you. So if I speak against you, I'm speaking against me. If I speak against Jesus, I'm speaking against me. If I speak against anyone, I'm speaking against me. Then I'm like, but if you're all in all, which it clearly doesn't, it doesn't say that you're all in all. It says that you may be all in all if they love, but they don't choose to love. So then it says, oh, eventually, so that he may be all in all. Well, then that would make, you couldn't be all, because all are evil and you're not. So it just seems like you're just trying to exaggerate that point all the time, so you're keeping everyone else. But that would mean that you're the one making everyone evil, so that they can see that you're different and you're good, but they're not. And how does that make you good? You're not, if you don't want to live in them and love to live in them. But your word says that you do want to live in others and you want them to live in you and blah, 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 blah. Well, then why am I getting this vibe where it's saying you're binding... Oh, well, God has bound all men to sin so that he can show his mercy to everyone. How does that show mercy if you're binding them to sin and evil? That makes it sound like you want us to be stuck in sin and evil. And not to be one with you and be able to consider ourselves righteous and holy and all this. Just sometimes you get this, I get this jealous vibe. Like, God's what, jealous? What would he have to be? Everyone knows you're good. We're not. We get it. I can't even control my own tongue and I say stupid stuff I don't mean. I can hardly comprehend any of this stuff. So there's just, how's the gospel clear and of the light when you're just keeping confusion and veiled and you're hiding and you're like, oh, in Job, oh, Satan says, oh, but curse him and he will curse you to your face and blah, blah, blah. How can he curse you to your face? You don't even show your face to us. You don't even have a face to show to us. What, in your son Jesus? Like that, but then he showed up to Job and he did see his face and then he said, you can't even comprehend, blah, blah, blah. Let me show you the Leviathan and these beasts that you consider evil. So it's basically trying to defend that, oh, what you consider evil may not be evil. Because it's God, and God can do whatever he wants, and blah, 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 blah. So that would just be saying that nothing is evil, and that all is permitted. Well, then why is your word rebuking some of it? This shit doesn't make sense. It's just, there's a veil, even around the gospel of God. Why isn't it clear to everyone? You know what I mean? Like, why aren't you making it completely clear that your will is to live in us, be one with us, and through us? You say that, but then why are there still these temptations? That's obviously not him. That must be Satan and evil doing that. Obviously, they're not acting according to his will, because it says he doesn't want them to do evil, and they're rebelling. So God clearly doesn't have the power over their actions. He just has the power to punish them eventually once they go against them. Well, what are you waiting for? Punish them and get us out of this crazy temptation environment. Like, I'm pretty sure I prove daily that I don't want anything to do with this anymore. I'm borderline suicidal and want to let go of the world and die. I'm saying, take this cup of suffering from me. Which is basically saying, just end my life already. Come cut my head off. Get it over with. I'm sick of this. I want to be in the streets of gold where I don't have temptations thrown in my face every day. And then it's like, but I don't see, like, oh, apparently they're drinking in heaven. Why would they need to be drinking in heaven? And even if they were, alcohol wouldn't have the same effects on their imperishable bodies as it has on ours, and it wouldn't lead to sin. Here, we're under threat of it potentially doing that. I've witnessed it before. I've done stupid things when I'm drinking. I've fornicated. It's led to sin. So I'm like, I can't do that while I'm on the earth. Like, you know what I mean? And what, like, oh, I'm supposed to do it as an example of how to have control over yourself, to blah, 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 like Jesus did, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you know how many people die every year because they try to follow Jesus' example of drinking, but they don't control themselves in their drinking like Jesus does, so they just get killed or get into fights and fornicate and all this, and it leads to all these sins. So it doesn't make sense that Jesus drank and he publicly quit. You know what I mean? I will not drink of this fruit of the vine again until I do so with new in the kingdom, my Father's kingdom with you. Blah 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 blah. Why would they be drinking in heaven? And even if they were, then it wouldn't have the same effect and lead to fighting and blah 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 blah. I don't think it would anyway. And if it does, why are they drinking in heaven? Like what? Like, oh, because hell, they don't even get to drink. They're so thirsty for even a drop. So a beer is a blessing. That was given from God. He just wants me to just drink and enjoy my life and blah, blah, blah. How am I supposed to when it's leading to fornication and leading to fighting and all this nonsense? This just feels like a temptation of the devil again. Or God giving me an option to lower me to being less righteous so that he can just make it clear that it's like, I'm a weak human who drinks and needs alcohol and all these things to function, and I care about worldly crap, and he doesn't. So it's one or the other, you know what I mean? But either way, it's just like, makes you question. Then I hear how this Star Wars thing, let out your anger and aggression, come to the dark side, blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, click off. Don't even know why I bothered watching any movies. It's just in the background, just something to pass the time. But I'm like, what do I do? Realistically, just sit around and go out in the world and work amongst all this crazy crap that's trying to push me into drinking? These evil associations who are swearing around me, taking God's name in vain. I can hardly process it when I'm in my home. They're coming in my home swearing, taking God's name in vain, and I'm giving them warnings. And the only reason why they even listen to me is because they have to, because they're in my home. I told this guy this. I'm like, even when I was at work, if I'm at work and they do that, I lose my job for telling you the commandments at work. But you get to blaspheme God's name and break the commandments at work. But you don't lose your job for doing so, for affecting me. So, it's oppression. This is annoyance. So I'm basically, and then when he's on his way out the door, I'm like, so this is annoying to me. You know what I mean? And then when he's on the way out the door, I was like, oh, I wish this company, and I was like, I wish this company had a face so I could effing punch them in it. You know what I mean? Another violent comment, and he's like, oh, you know what? Like, you should become a boxer. And blah, 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 get out your aggression. And I was like, no, I'm boxing. That's fighting. I'm non-violent. I'm just frustrated and saying stuff I don't mean because I'm angry. I'm just angry with this company, and even this company that sent you now. It's these internet companies. They're dishonest. They're not telling me, and they're trying to trick me into paying for things that I'm not trying to get, services I'm not even receiving. They're trying to charge me for this, and they're not allowing me to communicate. I've been cut off for a month and a half, and they're still pulling this shit. You know what I mean? I want someone who's a Christian person to show up at my door, not take God's name in vain, not be talking about how he's all messed up on drugs and struggling with drugs or blah, 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 checking out all my shit that just hooks up my internet and my phone like I asked, allows me to pay my bill straightforward, bye, thank you, nice to meet you, see you later. You know what I mean? But instead I gotta be like, oh, nice to meet you, and it's not bearing false witness. It's still nice to testify to him, but I'm like, it would be nicer if you weren't on talking about drugs and checking out all my shit, and if you actually provided the proper service, did the work. I got the end result of getting my internet and my phone hooked up, because what's the point of you coming in my house if you're not going to provide the service? You just checked out my shit. I know you're talking about how you're on drugs. You're checking out my phone, my internet, blah, 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 blah. I just told him about my music. He's like, oh, I'd like to check it out. Yeah, my name's 2Js. I didn't even catch his name. I should have asked, but I was like, it's just a dude. This has happened before. I'm probably not going to remember this guy. Probably not going to remember your name. You know what I mean? He just seems like a background person to me. I've had other internet people come by and hook up my internet. I try to remember their names. Sometimes they got some Indian name I can hardly pronounce. I'm like, I'm not going to remember that. So it's like, it's not no offense thing, but you're just a background person to me, and you don't believe in Christ. So we don't have any fellowship, so there's no reason for me to try to remember your name, except for to try to help you, to bring you closer to Christ and stuff. But from my position, this is just another antichrist in my house, in my face, taking God's name in vain, talking about drugs, checking on my shit, annoying the fucking shit out of me. You know what I mean? So I just needed to testify to this, get this off my chest. Now I gotta pick up the phone this fucking company, tell them that I'm canceling, I'm not paying this $37 fucking dollars, because you didn't provide me any service, and you fucking tricked me into this shit. The technician showed up and popped the SIM card in. I wouldn't be using this phone to phone you to cancel this shit if he didn't permit it and pop it in, and I wouldn't even have the phone to phone you to cancel if I did it, if he did it. You know what I mean? So I'm not paying for this shit. And this will probably be another company that'll send it to a creditor and fuck up his credit and then cut him off from another fucking telecommunication company. See, I'm trying not to swear. It's so hard. I can't even control my own tongue. That's what's so frustrating. I wake up and I can't even control my own tongue. The Bible basically says it's impossible to. So why do we have to even bother trying? If you're binding us to sin and having a corrupt tongue and being in a corrupt environment, how do you expect us to rise above it? All our influences around us. This guy's swearing at the door. I get on the phone with my mom. My mom's swearing. I grew up with my dad and my mom swearing. That's my example. I told my mom on the phone, Mom, I'm trying to swear. You're swearing a lot. This guy's swearing a lot at me at the door. When he first showed up, it rubbed off on me. I swore a bit, so that's probably rubbed off on you. Now we're both swearing. I'm not saying that you can't swear, and I know you bundled up your anger. Dad used to swear at you, all that. I'm not trying to blame you. I'm just saying all my interactions are frustrating like this, Mom. Even you. And, you're telling me that you had a beer the other day. This beer shows up. I'm not trying to drink. I'm going to dump it down the drain or smash it on the ground. I don't want to be angry, so I'm going to try to be gentle about it because it's a fruit of the Spirit. I'll probably just gently dump it down the sink while I rebuke it on video, which I just did. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, when is this going to end? How many decisions do you have to make before it feels like God actually trusts you and makes things start going actually kind of smooth? And so you're just not under attack from the devil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, anyway, much love. But like I said, I got to testify. I struggled and suffered to testify to this guy a bit, so I'm struggling to be a servant of God and testify for him. To try to help these brothers and sisters of mine who, they're not apparently brothers and sisters of God of mine yet because they don't accept God in Christ, so they're actually the Antichrist according to the scriptures, but they can be potential brothers and sisters and children of God, so I try to treat them so. You know what I mean? But it's not easy. So I'm suffering to spread the gospel. And then as he leaves, he still got my name. And you could check the music. Maybe it could lead him to God a bit. Who knows? Or maybe it could push him away. How am I supposed to know the result of what's happening? And blah, 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 blah. It's just so hard to judge. That's why don't judge what's good and evil. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, this is crazy. This is still just madness for one human being to try to process when God's not giving me any direct communication and answers. I don't want to assume stuff. I've said things from my current perspective where I don't know what's compelling me to say some of these things. It's just the love to try to share and understand and figure this out and try to help others figure it out too. Then I may accidentally say something that I don't mean or that is against the gospel from my current lack of understanding. Everything, everyone, me, your God, feeling this good, feeling like your God track. That's not me. I'm not trying to claim that I'm God and you're God and God's all. If evil clearly exists and God's not evil, so he can't be all. But I'm something where Jesus is trying, you're still supposed to somehow view all others, love God and all others as a part of yourself. You're still supposed to do that so that you don't attack anyone and be angry with them and violent. I get all that. So that's what I'm trying to express. But I'm not trying to say that we're all God because we're evil and sinners, and he's not. He's made that very clear, and the scripture's very clear about that. So I may have said something that was false by accident and bearing false witness from my current lack of understanding. So I'm so discouraged to even try to speak to people. But then I'm even when I stop speaking, you don't affect anyone or help anyone. So that didn't work either, and I still... and it says things about that in the Bible too. I shut my mouth and it didn't bring any glory to God or spread the word, so you're commanded to go testify, so you're going to have to be merciful of my testifying. God knows I don't know all this, and if you want me to testify properly, you got to make it very clear to me, or I'm going to probably make a few speaking mistakes, but I'm still walking the walk, doing my best to walk the walk. Like I said, the parable of the two sons. I'm the son that, I may not say the right thing all the time, but you can still see I'm still trying to walk the walk, be sober, righteous, try to be as loving and friendly as I can through this madness. You know what I mean? I'm suffering to try to spread the gospel. And I'm wondering, is this ever going to end? So it seems like the gospel, I wonder why people don't want anything to do with God, Jesus, and the gospel, because they're we have to be a Christian and a follower, you have to suffer the gospel. The gospel is suffer for God, suffer for his name's sake. And so it's set up so that when you believe in God, your life on the world is just frustrating and shit, and you get attacked by devils. So it's just suffer for God, the gospel, and suffer for God. How are we supposed to view you as good when you're just requiring us to suffer and hurt all day, and you're the only one who can stop it, but you're not? Like, that's how you serve, and you prove your belief because you're willing to suffer for God. Blah 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 blah. Why? Why does anyone have to suffer for you? Why? What's with all the hurt and suffering when you could end it all, make things go smoothly? Why'd you leave us in the garden? Oh, I will be with you always. And Jesus said, oh, I will always be with you till the end of time. And God won't abandon you. The scripture says if you don't abandon God, and then it says, oh, He will. But then there's condemnation for some that do abandon Him. If you deny Him, He will deny you. So it's saying both things. You know what I mean? At different times. Oh, He'll never abandon you. He's always with you. But then He abandons you. If you abandon Him and deny Him, then He denies you. That doesn't make any sense. Why did you leave Adam and Eve in the garden? Why do you leave them in the garden around a snake? But you say you'll always be with them and guide them. How are we supposed to view that you're good and protector of us and trying to help us when you're allowing the snake to continue going on? You know, with Job and all this. This is just nonsense, some of it. It doesn't make any logical human sense, so I'm like, you're told to have faith, even though none of it makes sense. And it wouldn't be faith if it did make sense, because faith is believing in what doesn't make sense. So it's requiring you to just keep believing in something that's not making any sense. That's what faith is. That seems like some deception to me. Like, if God's in the light and clear, everything, He should make sense then, and reality should make sense and be functioning with no evil. If God's good, eliminate it. And it says eventually He will, but until that happens, His word isn't true at the moment, and it hasn't been fulfilled at the moment. So the longer He allows this evil to keep going and keep tempting and go on, is the more it just appears like He's allowing it and partaking. He's the one creating everything, and you're not supposed to judge it as evil, though. So what? There's no good and evil, so you're just allowed to do anything, and there's no consequences. I shouldn't be judging anything. There's commandments that say otherwise. It says anyone that breaks this is evil. Some of your servants apparently broke thou shalt not kill. Moses and David and these other apparently chosen men. You know what I mean? And then apparently the gospel, it says God put Jesus, sacrificed Jesus was put to death, and that was God doing that? That seems like that was devils attacking Him. It doesn't seem like God wanted Jesus to be put to death. He wanted them to accept His Son. So it seems like the devils were the ones who put Him to death. It would have been ideal if they would have received Him and been loving. So this seems like this is a twisted gospel given from devils trying to act like it's God that's doing it, when it's devils that are just keeping us in this cycle so they can keep functioning in sin, and so that we don't step up, see through their lies, and stop them. And realize anyone who's trying to be righteous, they're just stepping up, attacking, wiping out a vessel of God. God sends another one. It's just a repetitive cycle that is never going to be broken until God apparently puts an end to it, or till we come through and someone eventually sees through this nonsense and steps up and stops them. Or just like in spirit, like right through now, speaking about it, maybe people will finally realize, yeah, this isn't making any sense. God's claiming to be good, but He's not putting a stop to this. Oh, but He will. And we'll just keep faith for thousands of years that He's going to keep doing this, while we keep suffering and getting attacked and struggling with, and it's just getting worse. Heroin and cocaine. What will be up next century? Oh, now there's Flocka. Now someone's biting someone's face off. Now someone's sedating and raping alligators. These people are fucking messed up. This shit's so messed up. And I'm not supposed to, this isn't supposed to weigh on me and really mess me up. It just feels like this is like Satan's just trying to mess me up, and God's allowing it for some reason. Oh, but He cares about you and He's protecting you from all this, because my life's not that bad. So I'm supposed to praise Him because it's not that bad. It's just kind of evil out there, but I'm not partaking in it. So thank you for me being allowed to have some sort of kind of little sanity world within this crazy, chaotic, big world of insanity. Oh, thank you. And that's supposed to be good enough for me. I'm supposed to be content with that. Meanwhile, I know there's all these people going that they're suffering because God's not being clear enough to them, or they're not accepting God, and it's just crazy nonsense. It's not all in the light. He's not giving divine intervention for every person, blinding them like Paul, and then directing them where to go and what to say and who and blah blah blah. What's fair and good about that? There's favor. You're favoring some and you're others, and I'm not supposed to complain because apparently I'm favored and I have some signet ring and blah 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 blah. Why? Why is it like this? Why isn't everyone being treated with the same understanding, loving kindness, and being protected the same way, and being able to see things the same way? And why is there the wisdom hidden from this? Some of them, and I thank you for hiding the wisdom from some and giving it to others, and blah, blah, blah. Like Jesus said, why? How is that in the light? You're hiding things? You're not making things clear, yet you expect these people to choose right? You're not making it clear enough, obviously. If they knew better, they'd do better. If they knew you better, if you knew me better, they'd be better. You know what I mean? But they don't. And they probably don't even want to, so that's probably why you're doing it. They're just stubborn and obstinate. They don't want to be good, and they're proving that. And I just have to endure until over time, and blah blah blah. This is crazy. I'm just getting pushed more and more to slip of the tongue, say something that I regret, and have to repent for. And I just feel we won't be put to shame. I can't even control my tongue. My tongue shames me daily. Having to vent this stuff, being a human, this is a shame. This is disappointing. It could be better than this, but it's not. Now I can hear people screaming outside my window. Let's open up the window and listen to this nonsense today. Now what's going on over here? Let's listen to this more craziness. Oh, no one. No, just whatever. Just trying to distract me from my train of thought again. Either way, keep it at this hour video. Much love, live to love, love to live. This is nuts. I don't know how. Try to keep your sanity through it, people. I try to encourage you to the best. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying my best to. We gotta make the right decisions, and I'm not trying to cloud my mind and not be of sober mind and on guard. It's so crazy how fast. So like Perlerator, the delivery company, I just returned this wireless home phone router. Like, people are so coordinated. Like, this service was so fast that I literally hung up the phone of just scheduling this pickup. I was like, I just need a pickup for whatever, blah, 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 blah. They sent me this thing. So, and then like literally hang up the phone, knock, knock, knock. It was like the guy was at my door. I didn't even have time to put the package in the box and tape it up and put the label on. And the guy was already at the door. Like, he was like, I was just about to hop on the highway. They obviously just sent him a text message, pick up here. Before I, it was before I even was able to put the package in the box and put the label back on and tape it up. Like, I literally opened up the door. I was like, whoa, that was quick. And then he was like, oh, do you have tape? And I was like, he's like, good old duct tape. I just taped it up. And then he's like, oh, okay, thanks. I didn't even have time to put the label on or anything. He's like, wow. And I was like, wow, that was quick. Like, super quick. It's like, so that's like the kind of thing, like, people can be so, it's amazing to me that some companies can be like so coordinated and fast and get everything worked out so quick, that quick. Like, and then there's companies like, such as these internet companies that can't even comprehend and get an internet problem fixed where you get your bill paid and flick on your internet. You know what I mean? It's like, what's so hard to understand about this? Like this, like, it's not rocket science. I pay my bill, you turn on my internet, but they just trying to suck extra money out of you. Oh, shut off his internet, then trying to make him pay for the fact that we rejected his payment and shut off his internet. Meanwhile, it was a system error. They're just trying to double charge me. You know what I mean? And I just basically canceled with a company because they rejected my payment, tried to double charge me. First time I phoned them, they go, it was a mistake. It was an error in our system. Our system put two invoices together, March and April, so it's trying to charge you 2 months. It's trying to charge you for next month, too. for services I haven't even received yet. I'm trying to tell them this on the phone. They're still asking me to pay for April. Meanwhile, I didn't have any internet in April. I haven't had any services provided in April. It's May now. It's the middle of May. It's been a month and a half that I haven't had any services, yet they're asking me to pay for April. Like, I'm like, and like some companies can be so coordinated in like 2 seconds. Boom. And it's like so coordinated at your door before he like literally got off the phone. Boom, he's at my door. Like, it was like scary fast. It was like they're waiting at my door. Like, and then, so like but then certain companies, oh, sorry, you're gonna have to talk to 10 people to get this issue fixed. And they're all gonna tell you the same thing, and they're still not gonna fix your problem. Like, good job, Perlerator. Like, I was impressed with that. That was amazing. Like, how quick, but terrible service at Canic Incorporated, and even Virgin Plus. When I hooked up with Virgin Plus, they sent me a wire. They try to tell me that I asked for a landline phone and internet. They tell me, yeah, we can hook you up a home phone, but like landline and all that. Made it very clear. They send me a wireless home phone router. The package comes with a wireless home phone router. It's for a cell phone, and they're trying to get my cell phone as my home phone. I'm like, that's not what I asked. I asked for a landline home phone. And then even on the box, on the package, it said they took all my information. Like, they had my information, Jay Johnson, all that on record. The box comes, it says Ray Johnson. Didn't even get my name right. Like, some companies are just so not organized and coordinated. And then there's ones like Perlerator where it was like, whoa, like 2 seconds. They fixed this issue in 2 seconds. Like, if only those other internet companies could fix see how they get their equipment back in 2 seconds. Took them 2 seconds to get their equipment back. Took them like it's taken them a month and a half to try to get my internet hooked up. But the second they're trying to get some money back, boom, they're at your door. Instant. You know what I mean? Like, bizarre. But either way, good job Perlerator, bad job Mechanic and Virgin, and Bell and Rogers. I'm trying out Primus now, and so far I'm impressed. The woman was very friendly on the phone. I got her name, and she got my name. It was very friendly. It seems more affordable. She seemed straightforward about the services I'm requiring and going to get. I made it very clear the day that I can pay, and that I'm on disability and I can pay on the last day of the month or the first day of the month. So I told them my pay cycle so they can coordinate, and it doesn't get a popped up fee. Oh, you paid on the wrong day. Now we're going to double charge you or triple charge you like Rogers. Like, I told her that. I'm like, I'm just clarifying because these companies are screwing me over, sending me double charges, triple charges. So I just have to be sure that you're okay with this company. The pay date lines up. I pay my bill every month on the last day of the month or the first day of the month. That's when I get the money, so that's when you'll get it. Just trying to be very clear and upfront so there's no confusion and hidden fees and them trying to steal $60 or double charge me or triple charge me. And she's like, oh yeah, I'm sure I'll put you in the customer service department. They'll work that out. I was like, they said that at a Canic too, and then all of a sudden I'm getting double charges, triple charges, and they're like, oh, we reset our system, and so that whatever that note that was on your account that told when you were going to pay must have got erased or something or whatever. Some sort of confusion on their end, and then they try to cost me for whatever, trying to double charge me for things. It's like, I'm not happening. I'll switch companies just like I told them, and hopefully one of these companies can get it right. And be honest and upfront about things, and not try to trick you and deceive you and steal money from you and stuff. Like, so far I wouldn't recommend Bell, Rogers, Mechanic, Virgin. And then we'll see if I'd recommend Primus. They seem good so far. The thing is Mechanic was pretty good for a while till all that nonsense happened. It was working like clockwork for affordable. It was working all right. They were still changing my account number randomly, like my payee number, so that some transactions wouldn't go through on time. And like just still getting messages. Oh, make sure you update your account information so your payment doesn't get rejected. And I switched the message, but I still switched the payee number, and then I'm still getting these messages. So they're like switching stuff, doing some trickery, and then all of a sudden, boom, my payment gets rejected, and then they expect me to pay for that. Like, whatever was working, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You're getting your money for 3 years, 4 years, like clockwork. The odd thing that would bother me too, where my internet would go down for like, I just figured it was regular. Maybe there's a storm, or maybe their bell tower is down for a bit, so I'd give them a little leeway, whatever. But sometimes it would go down for like the service would go down for like a day, or a certain amount of time, or whatever. It'd go down for the day, and I'd be like, a weekend. I'm like, why do I have no service? So there was the odd issue with a Canic service going down, but I just figured it was like, it's just a regular everyday issue. But they're not giving me deductions. You got my service off, but you're not going to reduce the price that I'm paying for. You're trying to get me to pay for service that isn't working and that is down. Like, so it was all right though for a certain amount of time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was working like clockwork. But then it seems like they got greedy. They switched something up, made an error, and then they try to charge me for their error. Like trying to double charge me, triple charge me, and they were rude on the phone, and they lied to me numerous times. So I'm like, I'm done with this dishonest company. You know what I mean? So Bell lost my service because I tried to settle this cell phone thing. I phoned and reported this phone stolen, told the exact date when they should shut off the service. They sent me a bill for $2,000. I settled it for like half. I paid like $950, and they still wouldn't give me another phone and deal with all this stuff. Then I go to Rogers, same thing, they triple charge me. Bill comes up for a triple charge. I'm like, I'm not paying this. I'll pay the month that I owe, and that's it. And then I switch. Then I go with a Canic. They try to double charge me. Oh, sorry, system error. Our system tried to charge you for April, and it's still March, and it was in a system error. Just pay March. I try to pay March. I go, it didn't go through. And then they're expecting for March and April to hook my service back up. I'm like, I'm not paying April. I haven't got any service in April. You're not getting paid full amount for April. And then they, and then it does. So literally, then they go, $60 reactivation fee. You're trying to double charge me again. I'm not paying $60. You're not getting an extra $60 for your service going down, rejecting my payment, shutting off my internet. I'm not paying that. Like, if anything, you should be reducing what I have to pay for this frustration. They just lost a customer. You know what I mean? Like, and this just keeps happening with these telecommunication companies, and then every single one, then they send it to a creditor. Oh, he has this outstanding bill, and then they try to affect my credit. Meanwhile, I've been paying like clockwork, like settling bills, and that like the phone got stolen, and someone stole the phone. I still paid $950 for a phone that I had for 2 months. And I clearly paid the full price for it. If I would have bought that phone brand new cash, it would have been like $500 when it came out brand new, something like that. And then 2 months of service? That's clearly less than $950. And they're just trying to, it's just ridiculous. Like, how hard is it for a company to comprehend? Shut off the phone services, my phone is stolen. Apparently I don't speak English, because they didn't shut it off. They said they were going to shut it off, and they understood what I told them, that the phone was stolen. Then I get a bill for $2,000. It's just stupidity. It's like these companies are just greedy, and they're just working deception in the background to squeeze money, or they're just uncoordinated, all these just different people that have no clue, and they're just following procedure. And then so you're talking to a bunch of idiots that have no clue what you're talking about half the time. Oh, well, sorry, we'll send you to this department. You could send me talk to 1,000 different people, and none of them have any clue what the heck I'm talking about and what's going on. And none of them are being helpful fixing the problem. Like, just frustrating. So I'm done with it. Hopefully this is it, and this new company Primus hooks me up, and I can communicate with the world again and get back to trying to help people understand things of God and rebuking this satanic shit and pointing out the products not to put on your head once again. I'll be encouraging and pointing out these things until they kill me, until I die, until God compels me not to. You know what I mean? So as long as I'm alive, I'm going to be trying to warn people. If I find 666 in products and things to do with Beast and they're trying to put it on your head, I'm going to give a warning and boycott those companies and tell you to do the same. So, and that's what it just appears to be. They're just trying to stop me from communicating it. It just seems like Satan trying to suppress the truth, and then like every time that this craziness happens, it makes me think that it's like the Book of Job. Like God's in control, allowing Satan to frustrate me. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't think that's what it is. So I get angry. It's like they're just trying to get me angry at God to question if it's God that's allowing evil to go on. Meanwhile, it's not. They're rebelling. It's not ideal that these people are doing evil. God's clearly putting a stop to it and doing his best to stop them, and it says in that he is going to stop them. In the appropriate time, blah 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 blah. If anything, we could see if you're not evil, you would have stopped it by now if you could. So why aren't you? Why are you allowing them? They must have, so they have some sort of power over their own choices, and they're rebelling, and you're just having a hard time stopping them apparently because you haven't yet. So what, are you just building up your angels, the amount of numbers of following that you have, and you're waiting for the timing when all the saints have a chance and the warning and blah blah. I don't know how it all works, but apparently they're not stopping. They just keep being wicked and evil. So God's not making them do it, but it's not helping that we're all stuck in this corrupt, evil world of all these negative influences, and we're under attack. So we're expecting God's mercy and understanding of that, of what we're dealing with, and that we don't always understand, comprehend, and say the right things and do the right things at the right time. If you want us to, you have to make things clearer to us. How are you going to blame us for things that are confusing? You'd have to make it more clear. We're not trying to. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like there's some sort of veil there. There's a veil of deception, even to do with the things of God. There's mysteries around God. Why? If you want us to know you and follow you and know that you're good and trust you and believe in you, then if you want us to trust you and know you, you have to show yourself and then show that you're good and prove that you're good by showing your word fulfill, by stopping the evil. It hasn't come to pass yet, so no one can, you have to believe. You can't. You just trust and know him. Belief is things that you don't know. So you have to have faith and believe and blah 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 blah. So it's like, I don't want to believe that God's good. I want to know God's good by being able to witness it and see that he is stopping them and doing his best to stop this wickedness and this evil all the time. I don't want to have to question, is this ever going to be fulfilled? And just have to, I'm supposed to just believe that one day, eventually, 1,000 years down the road, I could be long gone. Eventually, this evil is going to stop, and God's going to stop the wicked. I want to see and know and be able to witness that God is good, and see that it's stopping and that he's doing his best to. And I can see that. There's some smiting here and there and this and that, but like when it comes to his word being fulfilled yet, it's not fulfilled. So you can't expect me to assume that it's going to be all true. I believe that it's true. That there's generations of people who have been believing that it was true, that they're going to see Jesus' return in their time and all this, and then they died, and the same evil, wicked cycle just keeps going on in the world. So I don't want to have to believe crap that I don't see. I want to be able to see and witness that you're good, and that you're stopping this, and that you're not allowing them to keep doing evil and trying to tempt us to partake of their wicked ways. Because it just feels like you're just it just feels like them tempting, just pushing it, and it's not God tempting us. Don't let anyone say that it is God tempting us. No, it's not. But God, if he has authority over the devil, like in the book of Job says, then God's allowing Satan to tempt us. So what's the difference? Like I'm saying. But you're not allowed to judge God, and that he's in charge of all this wickedness. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. But we're not. And we get in trouble when we slip the tongue and don't know something. But how? If you wanted us to know it, you'd have to reveal it. And you clearly aren't. Or you are, and we're just rejecting it. But there's people like me who are doing their best to comprehend this stuff. I'm doing my best, and it's never good enough. So half the time it's discouraging. It's like, what's the point? What's the point of talking, trying to believe, trying to comprehend if it's not being fulfilled? You're not showing yourself. You're not showing your word true. Over time, eventually, you get a glimpse here and there that some of it seems to be coming to pass. But I mean, we need it to be fulfilled, or you know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. It's like they're just testing you. Oh, even if you don't see, will you still believe, or will you turn away and curse God in your heart and blah 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 blah? It just seems like some just nonsense. Just, oh, believe that God's good even though you can see that it's not. His creation's not. And he's allowing his creation to not be, and to keep being surrounded by wickedness. Like, even when they repent and try their best to comprehend and not follow the wickedness, like, I still feel like I'm under some sort of attack, like it's being pushed on me and in my face. Like, and I could just say something that out of anger or out of confusion and not knowing, and that could offend God, and then what? I just committed the unforgivable sin of offending the Holy Spirit or whatever. If you don't want me to, you'd have to give me the understanding so I don't have the confusion. You have to understand there's clearly something trying to confuse me here. There's Satan and this wicked enemy that's attacking me. I'm trying to process it, and I say slip of the tongue things sometimes out of anger. I'm not meaning to. You know what I mean? You're just trying to process and get a grasp of it. You know what I mean? Like I said, my life hasn't been too bad, so I see that God makes good things, and I'm pretty blessed, but but I'm also suffering and struggling all the time and under some sort of attack. So it's like, it makes people question your ability to be able to protect us and keep Satan away from us. If that's your will, that doesn't seem to be your will. Your will seems to be to put Satan around us and then just train us to be able to reject him ourselves and turn away. Why are you dangling stuff in front of us if you don't want us to partake? But you're not tempting us or testing us. That's sure what it feels like a lot of the time. I'm not trying to accuse anything, but that's what it feels like. I get a vibe like, yo, you don't want us to be wicked. Get us out of this wicked environment, away from all these wicked influences that apparently the book of Job testifies that you're allowing the devils to put around us and function till the appropriate time and all this. Like, why? Oh, because it just seems like you just created us to inflict us to suffer because someone pissed you off. Adam didn't listen to you, and Satan didn't listen to you. So now what? You just take it out on everyone? For the end till the end of time, everyone's just wicked now. Meanwhile, we're stuck in an environment. No one's given the proper training from birth now. I wasn't taught this stuff from birth. I wasn't given a fair shot to ever not fall into sin. I inherited it. How can you expect me to live out ways that weren't learned from birth? I was taught false ways from birth. Now you're expecting me to change those habits? They're instilled in me. I'm doing my best to repent for them and unlearn and not practice them anymore. But that takes time, and I'm going to have a slip up here and there that I have to repent for. You think I want to sit around feeling bad all the time? Oh, I'm so wicked because I'm confused about this and God doesn't make things clear to me. Is it God that's not making it clear for me? Yes, because he's in control of my influences, parents, circumstances. I'm not in control of all that. I'm in control of what I accept and what I do and my choices. But I'm not always educated properly to make the proper educated choices. So how can you expect me to? You know what I mean? That's the thing that doesn't make sense about the gospel. And it's the frustrating thing about being in the world and about trying to communicate with God. The communication isn't clear enough. It's like a lot of people are praying and then they just assume that it's the Spirit. Oh, the Spirit's, it's God telling me, compelling me. It could be the delusion of your own mind feeling like this, the good in you that's trying to lead you, that's God talking to you directly. You know how many prophets that were like, the Lord said this to me. People assume that it's God talking to them all the time. It's not direct enough. It's it says there's things saying, oh, he will give them over to the delusions of their mind and all this, and It's like, what the heck? Like, I'm like one of those people where it's like, unless I'm getting some sort of direct connection, like direct like communication, like the one time when I had the interaction with the spirit of God, and I was in the spirit world and form or whatever, and he claimed that it was God. I knew it was God. I could feel it was God. I could see it was God, and he communicated things to me directly. Since then, there hasn't been, it's not like God talks to me every day. Half the time I'm just praying to him and I feel like I'm getting no answers. And then sometimes when I had that interaction, it was within myself, my spirit went into myself, so I'm like, was that just me or some sort of self-defense mechanism to try to comprehend and grasp reality that everyone just hurt me in my life and betrayed me, and I'm trying to defend myself and feel like someone's on my side? So I make up that there's a character, like, there's a part of you that questions that. You know what I mean? But I did have witnessed some sort of interaction with God. And since my life's changed, I witnessed love and Jesus, and a lot of that stuff does make sense. Love God and all others as yourself, and or at least do your best to view them as yourself and love them as yourself. Like, you know what I mean? But you don't claim that you're them, though, or that's Antichrist. Like, there's this fine line of, like, love others, get a grasp that you're one with all of them, try to view and love God and all others as yourself, but don't view that they're actually you and you're actually them, because there are differences. But those differences are why you're all the same. You're all the same because you're all different, and blah, 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 blah. It's all paradoxical, contradictory stuff when you deal with the gospel and get into the deep of it. So a lot of people don't want to think too deep on it. They're just like, la 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 la, just ignore. Things seem to be smoother, and when I don't have to suffer for the gospel and I can just ignore God and Jesus and just deny them, and then I don't have to worry about none of that. Just drink a beer, smoke a cigarette, go to bed, go to work. It's so much simpler. But then in the end, they're going to see that they were ignoring all their callings and all the signs from God, and they just weren't willing to serve. They just denied. So, but then other people are like, why is it still set out to suffer? Like, we have to prove that we believe in God by suffering for Him. And so it can't help but feel like this is just punishment. This is God punishing us for Lucifer and Adam turning and Eve turning against him, and he's just pissed about it. So he's just taking it out. He's got it set up so it's like, now you have to prove that you're willing to suffer and listen to me. Or suffer, go to hell. You know what I mean? And you can keep doing that consistently, but He's trying to encourage you and challenge you to always get better. So life just gets harder and harder, so you can get stronger and stronger. Like, that's what it says, like, with the Paul stuff. Like, and hardships develop character, and character develops, and this develops patience. And so we rejoice in our struggles, and blah, blah, blah. It just strengthens us, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, that's what we want. We want everything to be hard so we get it stronger and stronger. No, you just want things to go smooth and evil to go away, so that things can be nice, peaceful, and smooth for once in your life. Like, but apparently it doesn't. Even when you're in God's life, apparently, and living in Christ, it doesn't go smooth. You get attacked and under demonic attack. So it's like things just aren't ever going smooth. But one day they're going to. We're going to be in the streets of gold, and everything's going to be smooth, and there's going to be no evil. Even though, so just keep the hope. Keep hoping that this is going to happen. Meanwhile, so it's like, it's just the word set up so if God doesn't ever have to prove himself and that his word's true. And there's no way of anyone ever knowing throughout the generations if he ever will or is ever going to. It should just be set up words to give people hope that this shit is going to eventually get better, even though it's just shit and it may never get better. You know what I mean? That's what faith is. Oh, eventually we're going to die and things are going to get better. Like, great. So just suffer. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? But, and I do my best to. You know, I'm not killing people and harming people. I'm not trying to blaspheme against God all day. I'm just trying to have some form of quality of life where I can just, like, have things loving and smooth and not crazy. But apparently that's not allowed and not according to God's plan. We all just have to suffer. We're made to suffer the gospel. Suffer speaking the name of God and Jesus Christ and the truth to people. Suffer getting attacked by demons and tempted and trying to process whether it's God allowing them to or if it's just them rebelling on their own. The Bible says that they rebel on their own against God and against His commandments to do these things. But then there's other parts in Job where it's saying He's allowing him to do things. That doesn't make any sense. So something is off there and has to be restored. From my perspective, it wasn't God crucifying Jesus. It was God in Jesus trying to warn people to love and follow commandments, and the devil saw that and attacked him and put him to death, and then they're trying to act like it was God that put him to death. He had to suffer for our sins and this and that. No, we could have been normal, loving, of God human beings, accepted that word, seen that Jesus was a cool dude that was trying to stop violence, tell us to love all each other, and we wouldn't have killed him. We would have been like, you would have praised him and been like, wonderful, thank you God for your son, and thank you son for sharing the Father with us, awesome. And then we would have mimicked him, and the world would have transformed into a heavenly kingdom realm of heaven. Everyone's behaving in love in God, but that didn't happen. And that we're supposed to believe that it was God's will that these devils put Jesus to death? That was devils. Thou shalt not kill is a commandment. You think it was God killing Jesus? He sent his son to die for us, to kill him. As an example, to be killed. That's what God wants. He wants you to be killed for him. It doesn't seem like that to me. It seems like he came to tell us to love. We rejected him. Devils rejected him and killed him. And then he comes back every once in a while trying to point out the devils, because it says Christ came to mess up the devil's work and to point it all out and rebuke it. God comes to point them out, give a fair warning, throw a wrench in their works of their cycle, throw it in their bike spokes, and then they kill that person, and then he comes back in the next person, and the next person, and the next person, some repetitive cycle of him sending people, warning people, coming in people, and then like showing himself in his spirit of love in people, and then people just put him to death. And then they're like, no, that was God's will that person died. That sure seemed like he came in Jesus, tried to tell us to love, people didn't love, and killed instead. They broke a commandment instead. And they tried to make a lawful man who wasn't doing any wrong seem like he was lawless and against God, when he was actually, God was in him trying to warn us to love. So it was devils attacking him. It was the devil that was in Judas. It was the devil that was in the Pharisees. It was the devil and Antichrist. They were rejecting God's vessel, his chosen vessel, his son. Yet we're still getting fed this gospel that it was God's will that Jesus got crucified. I'm sure it would have been ideal if he doesn't send people with hopes that you reject them. He sends them with hopes that you'll receive them and change your heart, and then mimic those people in love and become more loving like the people he sends to you. So I think that's what needs to be restored and is off about the gospel. So like, oh, these people, you have to die for the Christ and this and that. You're supposed to change. It's ideal that you change your spirit and mimic and behave loving like the people he sends to you, such as his son. Until you do, the world's just going to be stuck in this cycle of psychos, devils, just killing vessels of God that are coming to warn you to turn away from wickedness and behave better. And then they're just claiming that it's God doing it. Why would God send someone to kill them? He didn't send his son to murder his son in front of us. He sent him with hopes that we would receive him and mimic him, become more loving like him. That's what transforms you in the body of Christ. And then you become one with them in spirit and in the body of Christ. Not that, oh, he died for me, they murdered him, and now that erases all my sins. Now I'm not going to continue to sin now because he got murdered. If anything, that just makes you question God's power. Like, why didn't you protect your son and open up the minds of them for them to be able to receive them and transform everyone? Because it wasn't according to his timing? From my point of view, it just seems like there's this group of rebels God sends us someone to warn, sends his son. People don't recognize him. He gets murdered by these beings, and then they try to claim like it was his father murdering him, and that was what God's ideally needed him to be murdered for us to get it. No, he knew that when he came that they were going to murder him. He knows he's coming around murderers and wicked wolves and all that. And he's just trying to give a warning to the sheep. Be like me. Be loving. Follow the shepherd. Be like the shepherd. Do your best to behave like me. Then you won't be sitting anymore. You won't want to because you want to be like me. You know what I mean? So that needs to be restored about the gospel instead of this whole, oh, God sent Jesus to be murdered. It's his commandment, thou shalt not kill. I'm sure he wasn't happy that they're murdering his son. The one testimony says he'll send a servant. Then they slay his servant. Then he sends his son because like, oh, they won't kill. They killed my servant, but I'll send the heir instead. They won't kill my son. Then he sends his son, and they kill the son. And it says, what do you think the master's going to do when he shows up? You think he's gonna give them wrath and punishment and discipline? You killed my servant. You killed my son. You think he's going to be happy? That's what that parable teaches. That it's not God's will that you killed his servants and his son. It is going to piss him off. And then you got the whole that's the gospel now. It's turned into God sent his son to be murdered for us to erase our sins. No, he sent him so that you receive him. If you didn't and you don't mimic him, that's not going to save you. And you're just going to piss off God, and you're stuck in a false gospel thinking that God's some murderer that punishes his own son for us. He's not an abusive dad. He's a loving dad, and we had Jesus as a loving son and brother that tried to come warn us and be shepherds so that we can behave loving. That doesn't involve murdering him and his son. Like his servants and all that. Like, thou shalt not kill is a commandment. The people that murdered him were breaking the law, thou shalt not kill. God doesn't give a command, thou shalt not kill, to break his own laws. He's not going to say, do not kill, and then kill his son. His own son for us. Do not kill. Like this. Boom. Nail Jesus to a cross. Don't do this to people. You think that's what it was? You think it was like his example? He's giving an example of what not to do? Don't kill my son like this. Boom, nails him to a cross. Think that was God doing that? No, it's more realistic that it was devils saw this man of God, saw the Spirit of God in his son Jesus, and were like, we got to stop this guy. We got to accuse him of something, and we got to get him out of here so we can get them back in this confusion of cycle, where they're murdering people. Murdering the righteous, obeying the wicked, partaking of murder, wickedness, and cheering it on, choosing murderers like Barabbas over the King and Prince of Heaven. A King and the Prince of Heaven. His father's the King of Kings. Even there's things in the Bible where it says that, like where it says, oh, and it's talking about Christ, and it's like, and the Lord made him to be like this, when it talks about the suffering servant and all that. So it refers to the Lord as his Father, as God. And then it talks about Jesus. It says, oh, he sent him, and he made him to be like this and this and that and this and that. But it refers to God as the Lord and King of Kings and all that. Lord of Lords, King of Kings. Yet people are still trying to put the Son as God. He wouldn't come and murder himself for us. It's not like, I'm going to go there, kill myself as an example of, see, this is what you got to do. Kill yourself. Reject sins and just kill yourself or let them kill you. That's not ideal that anyone kills people, that you kill yourself, or that you cause yourself to suffer by your choices, or like, he's trying to put an end to all suffering. That requires you to obey the commandments. One of the commandments, thou shalt not kill. So God's not going to disobey his own command to not kill by killing his son or killing anyone. But it talks about that in the Bible. It says the wicked, he's going to put them to death and wrath, and that's the just punishment and this and that, because eventually they're leaving them no choice. They're refusing to stop being wicked, so they're going to get they're going to reap what they sow. They sow hurt and murder, they're going to get hurt and murder. Eventually they're going to come to the realization, I chose this for myself. I did this to myself. Like, but that seems to be what needs to be restored here. It's not like it wasn't. I'm sure Jesus would have loved everyone to receive him. But he knew they weren't going to. He knows there's an enemy. He knows there's the devil. But apparently, human beings don't yet. They still think that it was God that sent his son to be murdered. That God murdered his own son, or Jesus chose to be murdered. He didn't want to be murdered. He wanted people to get it. But he knew he had to. Because he knew they're not going to. So he knew he was going to have to suffer for us to even get a glimpse of what's ideal. It's not ideal that you murder people. So Jesus isn't going to be like, ooh, be murdered. Everyone just be murdered. That's not what he created us for. He didn't create us to murder us. He created us for love. So, but now because we've sinned, it's for man to die once, so we all have to be murdered. So God just wants to see us all be murdered, and then that's the due penalty, and he can forgive some of us who choose that. Because we chose to be a martyr, we chose to be one with him in spirit, we'll die to obey him. You know what I mean? So that's the confusion of the gospel, where people are like, is it God's will that we die? It tells us to offer ourselves as a sacrifice. What's with all this human sacrifice? I thought you're against human sacrifice, but apparently you need human sacrifice of your son, and that's the only human sacrifice that is needed now. So there should be no more murder and this and that, because that already happened to Jesus. You just want human sacrifice to stop. You want people to stop committing genocide and murder. Stop being psychopaths. Start loving and obeying the commandments. Love God and all others as yourself. Is it really that hard to grasp? Yes, because there's devils around doing that and confusing. And just trying to frustrate and turn everyone against each other all the time. And make people angry with God. And there's a rebellion there. It's not all God's will. That's what the gospel points out. It's not all God's will that this is happening this way. But then some people are like, yes, it is, because they couldn't do anything without permission from God. It shows that God's in control over Satan. God didn't create Satan for evil. It's an evil being that he created to be his servant that's choosing to rebel against him and not love. So you're supposed to believe in the ideals of God and Jesus and reject the ways of evil and Satan. Not think that it's God and Satan that are making him make the evil choices. He's not forcing them to be evil. He's not making their choices to be evil, and he doesn't want you to think that he's forcing you to be evil and wicked. You have choice to choose what you choose, and you get the due result of what you choose. So that's what the devils are just trying to keep you confused of, this is God that is punishing us and he's the one creating the evil and blah blah blah. It's not ideal that people are doing evil. We know God made everything good, and it was good. So it was good. But then there's some of it that doesn't. It doesn't choose good, and it goes to evil. So then it will be destroyed. So it's basically God's just editing out of whatever this life simulation is. He just edits out the wicked. Boom, get rid of them, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, smite, 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 gone, gone, gone. These spirits just pop up, find a next vessel, keep corrupting, keep murdering, keep going against commandments, keep doing the same old shit. So people just question God. Why hasn't he put a stop to it all yet? Because he's not making everyone's choices. We'd all be robots. So he's giving us all choice to prove what we love, whether we love him or whether we love sin and evil. You gotta make your choice. You can't be like, but then there's evil trying to confuse it all while you're trying to make this choice. He does things and tries to act like it's God doing it to you. Like it's God's will that you're being betrayed and hurt by all these people, and that all this evil is happening, and that you're stuck in it. He doesn't. It wouldn't be ideal. Ideally, you'd be behaving how his son behaves. You'd be loving, and you wouldn't be struggling with all this evil. It's not ideal. He's not the one creating evil for people to do evil. He's not like, go do evil to this person. He's not saying to Satan, oh, go do this to them. It's not like that. But he creates evil because he's like, he judges what's evil. If someone does something wicked, he can be like, that's evil. So he just made that evil because you chose to go against his commandment. You just chose to make evil. You chose to do something against God. So that's not like, but it wouldn't be evil if God wasn't there to judge it, but he is. So in that way, it says God creates evil. You know what I mean? But it's not ideal that anyone's doing evil. And for them to think that God's in control of everyone's personal decisions and that he's the one causing you all to do evil and suffer evil right now. You're stuck in an environment around it. Eventually, it says he's just going to get fed up with it again, and he's just going to remove all the good to make the right choice, and he's going to wipe out the wicked again. It is like in the days of Noah. So we can see that's the gospel, that God is doing his best trying to turn people away, but they just reject him and they don't want nothing to do with it. And then so he wipes them out. And they wipe themselves out with their choices. And then they blame God, like he's wicked for doing so. Meanwhile, he's given them the warnings and the choices. They're just choosing to reject it. So we're in this cycle where this psycho cycle where people are trying to act like God's the psycho, killing people, got them stuck in this cycle. And like, God's good at doing good things, trying to help people and bless them all, and things like all the time with love and things like that. It's the evil that just keep resisting. They're stubborn, they're obstinate, they don't want those good things. It says God wants good for us. So he wants good for us. He's not going to just be the one throwing evil in our face, making evil to try to make us stumble and all this. That's what they're trying to make it seem like, it seems like, with the, like God sent his son to die. Like it's his will that his son got murdered by human beings that were clearly being evil. That wasn't the case. He just knew that he had to because he knew these beings exist. So to give us that warning, he knew it was going to happen. So it shows that he was willing to suffer that for us. To allow his son to suffer that. And for his spirit to suffer that in his son for us. To give us that warning. That's supposed to show his love. But it doesn't show that he's ideally trying to murder himself. God, like, it's against murders in his commandment, do not murder and stuff. So it's not God. That was devils. It was devils sacrificing and killing Jesus, nailing him to XXX, a cross which represents 666. It was some witchcraft shit that people just don't understand. Like, that's what it appears to be from my perspective. So they just keep trying to confuse this shit and make you think that it is God that's constantly frustrating you, attacking you, that is what allowing this evil to go on. No, it's you guys that are allowing the evil to go on by choosing it. Like, and by denying God and ignoring him and keep going your worldly ways and all this. Like, it would be ideal if people just stopped murdering, beat your weapons to plowshares and pruning hooks, things that would put the metal towards something like making food for the people instead of shooting the people. They think they can you think you're going to solve the population control issue by murdering the percentage of them instead of just actually making useful tools to provide for them? God provides. So he gives us the blessings that we have the abilities and can breed animals and breed plants. He controls the weather that provides the food. He's in charge whether we have a good harvest and enough food or not. He's proven that over the years. So if we were functioning good, making pruning hooks, farming, trying to just feed people and do the right things, and God smiles on you and blesses you. You don't, he curses you and things go. We get worldwide curses and shit like coronavirus and shit because you ignored. You're refusing him and who he sends to change your ways. You know what I mean? So that's what keeps happening. So it's not his will that we're suffering and choosing suffering and evil for ourselves. And I'm sick of the devil putting these things in my path and then trying to make me confused whether it's God doing it or not. Like God wants me to be a drinker and be angry and be this. No, it's just God challenged me to grow. Yeah. It'd be like saying God creates the evil substances that lead you astray, just so that you can overcome them. It's not ideal that this evil and wicked is out here. And that it says, man, they stifle the truth. They invent new ways of evil. We can see that they're inventing drugs and all that, and they invent new ways to do evil against God. Like, it's just bizarre. So it's not God inventing new ways of evil. It's not God's not inventing heroin, cocaine, crack. Oh, that's not bad enough. Now we gotta make flock. Oh, bath salts. Oh, this, that. Oh, let's stick this virus in them, or this. Let's give them a vaccine, and who knows what's in this shit now that they're trying to stick in you. Like, we can just see there's someone out there making a bunch of evil crap, trying to trick you to stick yourself with it and put it in you. This is devils trying to influence your mind. That's why it says be of sober mind and be alert. He's trying to get you like a hungry lion. I'm walking down the street, all of a sudden there's a substance of poison at my feet. I'm like, I can't believe that this is God sent. Just so I can overcome it and strengthen myself, improve my zeal. No, this is the devil tempting me to go back to ways that led me astray before. Just like, you know what I mean? So it's an opportunity from God to strengthen yourself. God doesn't tempt, so he doesn't keep putting these evil things in your way for you to overcome. It's not his will that they're even in existence. These are man-made things. You know what I mean? But then it says, wine is in heaven, and oh, it's the fruit of the vine. And yeah, that's what they need alcohol to feel good in heaven. They need to drink wine. They have imperishable bodies. When I was a witness God, I didn't need alcohol. I didn't need any substance to feel good. The Spirit of God, just being around this Spirit, was the best pleasure I could ever feel. Drinking or being drunk didn't even compare to it. Having sex didn't even compare to it. An orgasm didn't even compare to it. I wouldn't need any substance to make me feel good while I'm around God in heaven. But then they're like, oh, so it's just an option. You can just drink if you want. You wouldn't need to. You wouldn't need to be drinking to feel good in heaven. We just do that here to try to cope with this madness. Crutches to try to get through our crazy day. Meanwhile, these are the very substances that lead us astray, lead us to fornicating, debauchery, killing people, going violence, car crashes, suicide, depression. And we're supposed to believe that this is a substance of God that is used by God and His Son in heaven all the time to feel good or something. Like, oh, it's a luxury to be able to drink every day. It's murdering people. People are doing it and they're dying. There's a bunch of homeless alcoholics on the street. People missing their teeth. Getting, like I said, car crashes, violence, all that. Daily. So not everyone has control to be drinking sanctified so it doesn't lead to sin, and drinking in honor of God and thanks to God for this drink. Here, you can drink water or tea or something that doesn't influence you to go murder and get violent with people or car crash or impair your ability to be able to drive or function. You know, I'm a functioning alcoholic. I can go to work and I can drink and drive. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. I've heard it all from people before. Just denial that they're messed up on messed up substances that are not healthy for them. They're just poisoning themselves. Self-destructive people partaking of wicked, trying to act like it's what? Sent from God and blessed by God? You know what I mean? Like, that's what it seems to be. Like, just because they don't want to stop and they don't want to do righteousness. Like, eventually Jesus cut alcohol. He said, I will no longer drink. But then he made some comment about him being in heaven drinking. Yeah, because he wouldn't be under threat of worldly attacks and going to violence because he'd be in an imperishable body. So he could drink whatever he wanted. He could probably drink he could drink venom in heaven. You're in an imperishable body. It wouldn't kill you. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't have the same effect on the body. So he could drink. You could drink to your heart's content. But that doesn't mean that it's approved of doing that on earth and that you're supposed to. Like, you're supposed to basically cut it until you get to heaven, and then you deserve to be able to do those things because you prove that you can control yourself and you don't want the evil consequences of it. You don't want the evil that comes from it. You just enjoy the actual eating and drinking. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it at that. Anyway, much love. I just feel like these are the things that feel like they need to be restored. That it's like God's murdering himself and his son to show that he wants us to suffer and blah 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 blah. It's like, nah, I just think he came and his son, he's trying to be a loving example. It would have been ideal for us to listen and stuff, but there's devils and people that don't want to, so they killed him, and then they try to make it seem like it was God's will and that it had to be that way. And they're trying to act like this is all God's will, that it's happening this way. No. This clearly isn't all happening according to God's will. It's not his will for us to be doing this evil. And it just keeps going on. So eventually he's just going to get pissed, get angry, and put a stop to it. And then what? He's the bad guy? Because, no, he gave you warnings after warning after warning. Like, even through me right now, I'm telling you, you don't stop this. This is going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. Realistically, in human terms, yeah, but then you don't want to see the day when God's like, you know what, I've had it. It'll catch you off guard. It comes like a thief in the night. Boom, they're marrying and eating and drinking, it says, and then the flood came. Caught them right off guard. Boom, dead. All of them. Except for the very few, that small remnant that it makes mention of in the Bible, that are like, such as myself, who are repentant, trying to do my best to control my tongue, speak righteousness, do righteousness, walk that walk every day. Even though I don't talk the talk all the time, I'm confused sometimes about this stuff, but I still do my best to just dump that poison down the sink. Don't, flush that cocaine that you find on the ground down the toilet. Find a pack of smokes, tear it up, throw it in the garbage. I've done these things numerous times, but it's like, how many times are these drugs gonna pop up in front of me before you realize I don't want these things around me anymore? I'm proving that by getting rid of them, but then they just keep popping up. So I'm like, why isn't it going away? I'm waiting for God to make it all go away. You know what I mean? And it's so frustrating because he's the only one that can. Or all you people can, but fat chance of that ever happening. Everyone agrees all of a sudden, we don't want drugs anymore. We're just going to stop. That's never going to happen, human-wise. So God's the one we're relying on to putting a stop to that. Realistically, these people aren't, and everyone's not ever going to agree and stop that unless it's God's will and he gives us all the strength. It's not. It says the words, it's not going to happen that way. The word says there's going to be these people getting worse and worse and doing this until the end comes, like the Noah thing, and then boom, wiped out, and he's going to retreat, take away the ones that don't deserve it, his wrath and all that. We're going to escape it. And it says to pray that you're worthy and try to prove yourself worthy by doing the right things every day. Righteousness is what will keep you safe and help you escape from death. Believing in God and his son and his ways and doing those ways. Love, love, love. Reject evil, rebuke evil, throw it away, dump it down the sink, flush it down the toilet, get rid of it, kick it out your house. Keep it away from you. Keep that armor of God on. Don't let them take your righteousness, your truth, your peace, your faith, your salvation, your spirit. Don't let them mess with it. And focus on God's, Anyway, much love. Live to love to live. Peace. Hi everyone, today's May 31st, 2022, so I've called back technical support of Primus and I'm still on hold, as you can clearly hear.
We appreciate your patience while on hold.
So I'm going to demonstrate what is wrong with these companies and how wicked and corrupt and the problem with all of them. Look at this, okay. Trying to fix a problem, get my internet, my service provided, that they're trying to charge me for. Been on hold with the company for over 4 hours. Nothing. No answer. Now, I'll call to try to figure out how to pay my bill. How to give them money. We'll see how quick they answer. Watch. I'll phone them and I'll be like, oh, how to pay a bill. Watch how quick they want to collect money from you, but how slow they are to provide the service that they're trying to collect money for. That they're not providing.
For service in English, please press 1. If you are an existing Primus customer or calling about, please help us direct your call to the appropriate agent by making a selection that best suits your request.
Technical support, there's clearly no one there.
To learn more about Primus high-speed internet, including speed upgrade, home phone service, or long distance, please press 1. To learn more about our Primus mobile phone service, please press 2. To have information on your recent order, please press 3. To speak to a customer service agent regarding your bill, to make a payment, or any other items related to your account, please press 4. To speak to a tech, your feedback is important to us. Please stay on the line after your call for a brief customer satisfaction survey. Your call is being transferred to the next available agent. Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
See how quick they want to collect their money for services they're not providing. Even when I went through this process to try to get another agent,
appreciate your patience while on hold.
Easily 10 minutes.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
I probably just edited out of the video, skim ahead to show you. But I'll leave it on. A.m. on Tuesday,
your
May
patience while on
31st,
hold.
2022.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Let's see if their service is any better today. I just want to show this because this is the kind of shit that they're trying to get me in trouble for not paying these bills.
Stay on the line for the
They're
next
not even
available agent.
There's no service. There's literally no service to even guide me on how to pay the bills they're asking me to pay for the services that they're not providing. There's no technical support to get the services working that they're asking me for money for. They don't serve you, and then they ask you for money for their service. And for cancellation fees. They haven't even hooked up my phone yet. I asked for this phone to be for a phone to be hooked up, my home phone to be hooked up like 2 weeks ago, half a month ago. Still haven't even hooked it up, yet they're willing to try to charge me for the service. And they haven't even hooked it up.
We appreciate
I've had internet 2 days.
Please stay on the line
max.
for the next
I think it may have been
available
3
agent.
days this month. That's it. And then during those 3 days, they've locked me out of my YouTube account. I can't even get in. Can't even upload. Can't do anything. They've got me everything frozen on me. Because they're like, oh, we can't recognize your IP address that your devices are signing in from, so you're going to freeze all your accounts for safety purposes to try to protect your accounts. It'd be different if I was trying to delete a channel or remove content, but I'm trying to add the very content that will verify that I am who I say I am. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense that they won't allow me to do any of that.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Go brush my teeth and do my daily things. If they answer, I'll just call back, but I doubt they will. I'll get all this stuff done before midnight.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. available agent. Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. Appreciate your patience while on hold.
See?
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Lotion my skin. Still nothing. It's 10 o'clock a.m. There's no reason why this company, it's on a Tuesday, there's no reason why there shouldn't be anyone working in their company. And they claim that their technical support is 24/7. I literally was on technical support like for 4 hours yesterday at different times of the day too, like at afternoon, like 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock or something like that, like 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and then clearly on the video I show how long I was on there for. Nothing, Laura, no one working at these companies.
We appreciate your patience.
How long has it been? 12 minutes.
Please stay on the line for the next available
Maybe I should try a different department. Maybe I should try hooking when you're trying to sign up for internet. Maybe I should try that department. See what they say. Welcome to the frustration of my life.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Literally, this is what my life has been for the last 2 months, trying to get internet. In the home phone. It's been just nothing. So with numerous different companies, and they're just... Alright, let's call back and try a different department. I'll try calling the same way of who I got through to yesterday. See if this woman
for service in English, please press 1.
That I talked to yesterday even.
If you are an existing Primus customer or calling about it, please help us direct your call to the appropriate agent by making a selection that best suits your request. To sign up or learn more about Primus high-speed internet, including speed upgrade, home phone service, or long distance, please press 1. To learn more about our Primus mobile phone service, please press 2. To have information on your recent order, please press 3. To speak to a customer, your feedback is important to us.
I think this is how I got through to someone yesterday. Number 3.
Customer satisfaction survey. Your call is being transferred to the next available agent. Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes.
See how they say they
We
record
appreciate
everything?
your patience while on hold.
But then if you want to
Please
use
stay
those
on the
recordings,
line
you're
for
like,
the
yo,
next
show the
available
public these
agent.
recordings, how ridiculous these companies are being to me. They won't ever show those recordings.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Literally, like, it's taking them so long, the laptop's going to sleep mode. trying to record it. They're like, oh, it's not seeing
We
anything.
appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
And the screensaver mode. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. These are supposed to be professional companies. These are like the richest companies. You're telling me they can't hire anyone to do this job? Who knows how to help serve people? And that's probably why they are the richest companies, because they don't hardly do shit. They just collect money and try to steal money from people all day, but they don't provide any proper service to people. They just keep jacking the prices for shit services that they don't provide.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Really, it's not getting through it anymore. I tried to get a hold of them this way yesterday, and I was on hold for 10 minutes, and then finally someone answered, so I'm going to give it to about then, before I hang up and try to call another way and get hold of another department. Like there's anyone even there answering these phones.
Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
See, and this is like what happened with a Canic, except for you're sitting there and it's like they forward all their calls to India or something, and then you're dealing with a bunch of Indian people that don't even speak English, so they don't even comprehend your issues that you're explaining to them. They do nothing to fix them, literally. They don't fix anything. They just ask you for money. Oh, just pay this and pay that and pay this, and we'll get them to flick this button back on. And then you pay that, and they don't even flick it back on. They ask for more money. So stupid, so stupid.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
The annoying thing is, today's the last day of the month, right? Now, they'll send me notices for not paying these bills that they'll try to send. I'm like, I haven't had the service set up yet, and I tried to get through to figure out how to pay these bills, and no one's answering. I've literally had no direction on how to pay these bills and how to get my phone service set up, internet, and yet they'll send me these bills, and then they'll try to send it to put me in bad standing with the company, and then they'll send it to a creditor and try to affect my credit. Or if I go to cancel because they aren't providing service, then they'll try to charge me another $100. And they haven't done shit. They've mailed a router that I had to get working, and I got it working for 3 days, and it went out. And there's been no service since.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Companies are so ridiculous. I thought they'd answer quicker to try to receive money. Usually when you're like, oh, I'd like to pay a bill, they're like, hello? Oh, you just go here and just send the money right here. Yeah, send money. Money. Send the money. Yeah, give us money. But even then, they're not even answering when you're talking about how to pay them. It doesn't even make sense.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
We've had a major outage. Trying to get it resolved. In most cases, you can just unplug your router and your power for 30 seconds and just plug it back in and it'll work. Try that 100 million times, it doesn't work.
Your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Yeah, I have a life and I have to go out in the world and function. I can't stay on the line for 4 hours for the next available agent. You guys do realize that? My time's valuable. 11 minutes trying to get a hold of him this way. It's been nothing, so...
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Now what? Should I call them back or should I just stay on the line here? Been on hold for technical support for 4 hours. I'm not like, so I'm like, why? They obviously technical support isn't working, so I'll have to phone a different department and try to get hold of someone. And then they'll just same thing. They'll just tell me to phone tech support.
We appreciate your patience
They
while
don't
on
fix
hold.
shit. They
Please
don't
stay
fix
on the line
anything.
for the next available agent.
The hardest part is when they answer trying to be friendly. Trying to just speak to them like in a nice tone of voice while explaining the frustration of your problems that are like, oh hi, I had an internet outage for 2 months. Government's clearly like a bunch of Satanists trying to cut me off. They blocked me on my YouTube channel and for rebuking and showing that they're putting 666 on other products and Beast. They're pushing Beast and then...
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
They're trying to double charge me. They lied to me to get me to pay an amount. And then told me that they turned my service back on. And then I paid that amount and they didn't turn my service back on.
Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Well, this clearly isn't working. May as well just hang up on those people. Trying to give up on trying to get through to them that way. Let's try again. 8777704.
Thank you for calling Primus for home. Merci d'avoir appelé Primus. For service in English, please press 1. Pour le service en français, appuyez sur... If you are an existing Primus customer or calling about a recent order, please press 1. If you do not have an account, and please help us direct your call to the appropriate agent by making a selection that best suits your request. To sign up or learn more about Primus high-speed internet, including speed upgrade, home phone service, or long distance, please press 1. To learn more about our Primus mobile phone service, please press 2. To have information on your recent order, please press 3. To speak to a customer service agent regarding your bill, to make a payment, or any other items related to your account, please press 4. To speak to a technical support agent, please press 5. To repeat this information...
I tried 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you for calling Primus. We have recently experienced a major outage this past Sunday that has since been resolved. There are many customers who are still offline, but service is usually restored after a simple power cycle. To do this, please unplug the power to your modem for 30 seconds, then plug it back in. The lights should return to normal after 5 minutes. If this does not resolve your issue, please remain on the line, and the next available technical support advocate will be happy to assist you. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience, and we thank you for your patience and understanding.
For optimal troubleshooting, you must be at home when calling for all technical assistance matters. Please call us back if you're not at home. Thank you for your cooperation. Your feedback is important to us. Please stay on the line after your call for a brief customer satisfaction survey. Your call is being transferred to the next available agent. Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Right back to it. Nothing. There's nobody working in these companies. The richest companies in the world charging like an arm and a leg for service that they provide is shit and they don't provide, and they still affect your credit and affect your communications and ability to be able to function in the world. These are the companies. These are the companies you have to go through the proper channels to function.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. On hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
A never-ending phone call with no service. Oh, welcome to my life. This is what my life is like. It's been like this for 2 months. There's been no solving this internet issue problem. Even paying the amount that they told me to pay. I paid it. Get home, they asked for another $60. I'm like literally, I'm tempted to bust out the my mechanic router and phone them and complain to them again, just to see what they say, to see if they still ask me for the money for April, even though I got no service in April.
We appreciate your patience while on hold.
Pay $60.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
So that I pay $60, you turn my shit back on? Fucking retards. Yeah, reactivation fee. Pay $60, we'll turn it back on. It's almost worth it when you steal the $60 from me to get service back. You're so fucking annoying. You know, so they're like, literally, like, they're crooks. They like, literally aggravate you so much to pay them. They're the ones who rejected my payment. They turn off my internet first, flick the button off because of some sort of payment issue on their end, clearly, and then I get charged for it. And they won't waive the fee after I
We appreciate your patience while on hold.
Corrected the
Please
transaction.
stay on the line for the next
money,
available
and
agent.
they still wouldn't turn the service on. They're still trying to get extra money from me. The exact amount that they're trying to charge me for is $60. That's probably just coincidence. They're just trying to get that equation.
patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
I'll do that. I'm gonna try to hook up at the account levers too. And see if either of the companies will fix the problem. I bet you the account will still try to charge me for everything when we're receiving no service. Or try to charge me that extra $60. Either way, I'll phone them back and get this unit. The ridiculousness of these companies.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
On the phone, nothing. Another 12 minutes, and the waste of time. Nothing. Now let's see. Let's make a call to a mechanic and see if what they require for me to get my service back up. Let's see what a mechanic has to say.
Thank you for calling a mechanic. Merci d'avoir téléphoné à mechanic. For service in English, press 1. Pour le service en français, faites le 2. To speak with customer service for billing, payment, account modifications, or to speak with technical support, choose 1. To have information regarding the activation of your service, choose 2. To speak with sales, to sign up or to learn more about our products, choose 3.
So I think I want 2.
We appreciate your business. Please listen closely to the following options. To cancel your order, choose 1. To modify your order, choose 2. To reschedule your installation appointment, choose 3. For all other order inquiries, choose 4. To return to the previous menu, please press 9. To speak with customer service for billing, payment, account modifications, or to speak with technical support, choose 1.
I'll try
To
that.
have it, we appreciate your business. Please listen closely to the following options.
That's why they lie to
For
you.
technical support, choose 1. To make a payment, choose 2. If you have a question about your bill, choose 3. If you would like to make changes to your account, choose 4. Your call is
I have
being
a question
transferred
in
to the
about
next
my bill.
available agent.
So I'm gonna ask.
Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes. Thanks for waiting while we serve other customers. Please remain on the line for our next available specialist.
Look, they even send you the exact same music for hold. It's like it's the exact same company. This is a canon. Exact same hold music. Exact same. You wonder why I think that these companies are all in on this together.
Visit www.iconic.com to see our latest product selections, promotions, or to manage your account details. Visit www.iconic.com to see our latest product selections, promotions, or to manage your account details. Thanks for waiting while we serve other customers. Please remain on the line for our next available specialist. Visit www.iconic.com to see our latest product selections, promotions, or to manage your account details.
Thank you for calling Accounting System. How can I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about my my account. I'm just trying to see what's going on. It's been like months that I haven't had
Give
service.
me your... Sorry, can you please give me your phone number or account number?
Yep, my phone number 289-316-1043. And my account number Sorry.
So sorry, I'm just set for security reasons. If you don't mind, I need your first and last name.
J Johnson.
Can you please answer my questions and tell me what kind of service you have applied?
Yep, I had internet and home phone. And my account number's
Perfect.
166-5453.
Thank you. Can you please tell me how you make your payment?
I was through internet and phone.
Perfect. Can you please tell me how much for this payment?
I think they were around $60 a month. About. My last payment was
Can you give me-
$62.15, I think, or $62.35 was my last payment.
Perfect, that's correct. Can you please give me your email address?
2jscanada@live.com.
Last question, please. The phone number that you gave it to me, is it your cell phone?
No, that was my home phone.
Thank you so much for verifying the account. Let me tell you why your service is disconnected, because there is a total balance. So we have to make this payment, and then we can make a request to reconnect this.
Okay. So what's the outstanding balance?
$20.16.
And what is that for?
Check a few seconds. Okay, here there is a payment for March and April, and you made a payment in April day 14 by $20.71, and then you make a payment in April day 19 by $62.15.
Yeah. So it's for April. You're saying that I owe $20 for April?
Actually, $20 is an amount remain. When you make a payment, when you didn't make the accurate payment, there is an amount remain. You got me? So
Yeah.
the $20 is just an amount remain for the old invoice.
Yeah, but I was told that I was at my bank to make a payment, and I was told in March to pay $62 and I think it was 15 cents or 35 cents to get my service turned back on. And then I paid that, and then I came home and they still didn't activate it. And they were trying to charge me this extra money for April, but I haven't had any service. I didn't get any service in April.
Yeah, I understand.
So they kept asking you guys kept asking me for money for April when I didn't receive any service in April.
Let me tell you something. As per my system here, I see in April we disconnect the service first time in April day 2, and then we disconnected also in April day 12, according to overdue.
Yeah, my service was cut off on April 1st, and then even though if you check the records, I've always paid my bill on the last day of the month or the first of the month. So my service was literally cut off on the day that I've always made my payment. So I was wondering why was my service deactivated on the day that the records show that I pay my bill.
Let me tell you something, sir. I see here there's a credit added to you by $18.64.
Yeah, because that was for April because I didn't receive any service in April, so they said they'd give me a credit to deduct it off of my April bill.
Yes, that's correct.
Because I didn't get any service in April. And then I said, so I was like, so you're going to deduct my bill because I haven't got any service? They're like, yeah, we'll take off $20. And then they still asked me to pay the rest of April, this $20 or whatever that you're saying that I still owe, that's outstanding, but I still didn't receive any service in April. So I was wondering, well, how can you expect me to pay service for a month that I didn't get any internet?
Yeah, I understand.
And then I was also... And then also when I was at the bank parking lot, so I was in my bank parking lot, I asked someone on the phone, I don't know if it was you or who it was, but I said, how much do I need to go into my bank to pay right now for you to turn my service back on? And I was in my bank parking lot. They told me $62.15. I paid that, and then I phoned back, and then they asked for another $60 as a reactivation fee, and they made no mention of that when I was in my bank parking lot paying the bill.
Okay, let me tell you something, sir. Actually, to solve this issue and reconnect the service, you have to make this payment.
How much?
And then I can help you to $20.16.
And then, so what? Now you're not asking for the other $60 reactivation fee?
Actually, it will be. But after this, I can help you to add a promotion or discount.
I want to know how much do I have to pay, the exact amount, to have my service turned back on?
Let me try to calculate it to you approximately. Give me 1 second.
Because I did this...
Right now, to reconnect the service. Now, you have to make a payment by $20.60. And then my system will calculate the activation fee, and it will be around $60.
So around and then another $60. So you're expecting me to pay $80 to get my service turned back on now?
Yes, correct.
So what is that $60 for? I don't understand. Why would I pay?
Activation fee.
So I paid my March bill. I paid up $62.15. You can see that?
I can see this.
And then I got no service in April. Absolutely none. So why would I pay another $20-something for April when I didn't receive any service in April?
But there's an amount remain as per my system by $20.60.
Yeah, and what was the amount remaining for what date was this remaining? Because I paid up till March. I was paid up till March. I owed $62.15 for March. I paid up. Then I received no service after that, so why would I pay any more money?
Yeah, I understand. I just need a few seconds. I have to check something for you.
And then the first time, so I've been lied to. So your company told me that if I paid $62.15, you'd turn my service back on. Then I paid that, and then you didn't turn my service back on. You lied to me and asked me for another $60, and then you asked me to pay this outstanding whatever $20 for April, which I haven't received any service in April. So I was being asked to pay $100 for March and April, and then I paid $62.15. You said I was told it would take 5 business days to go through, And then I phoned back.
That's correct.
And then I was asked to pay $100 after I just paid $62.15. I'm just trying to work out how you guys are coming up with these figures that you're expecting me to pay when I'm for a service that I haven't been receiving. It doesn't make it just doesn't make any sense. You guys shut off my service on the day that I always pay my bill, and then you expect me to pay $60 for you to turn it back on? Another $60? That doesn't make sense. Why would you shut off my service on the day that I pay my bill and then expect me to pay another fee for that?
To be clear with you, to reconnect the service, you have to make this payment and then make a payment for the reconnection fee.
Yeah, but why? Why would I have to pay $60 for you? Because you.
$60 is a fee.
Yeah, first you deactivating my account, but you guys deactivated my account on the day that I always pay my bills. You can see on my records that I've always paid my bill on the last day of the month or the first day of the month. So I had my service deactivated on the first day of the month. Why would you guys deactivate my account on the day that I pay my bill?
Because there's an amount remain by $20.
I didn't owe $20. I owed $62.15, which has now been paid.
Because as per my system, there's an amount remain by $20 and
Yeah, for what?
And actually, there's
for April.
An amount remain. I'm trying to calculate it.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm telling you, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You guys shut off my service on the day that I have always paid my bill, and now you're trying to charge me $60 for not paying a bill when you shut off my service on the day I pay my bill. That doesn't make sense.
I'm trying to calculate. Give me a few seconds.
Yeah, and I was in my bank parking lot talking to someone, and she told me, go into my bank, pay $62.15, and she'll turn my service back on. I went into the bank, paid $62.15, expecting my service to turn back on. I came home, and then she mentioned another $60 reactivation fee, and I was like, I was just in my bank ready to pay the amount. I asked the exact amount to pay to get my service turned back on, and there was no mention of this outstanding $20 or the $60 reactivation fee.
I will need 2 minutes on hold if you don't mind. I have to check something back.
Yeah. See, this is the same stuff I was dealing with. This was the exact same stuff that I was dealing with before. Now they're saying I had an outstanding amount of $20 and then another $60. See, they didn't give me the exact amount. She's trying to get me to pay another $20, and then she says she can talk about getting my service back up. So. And then she goes, oh, then there will be a $60 fee. So that's $80. But she's not making it clear at all. And then she's not pointing out what the extra $28 is for. I'm paid up till March. I received no service in April, and they're trying to charge me $60 to reactivate when they shut off my...
Hello?
Yep. Hi. Hello? Oh, and then they hung up. See? This is what I'm dealing with. I'll have to phone them back. See, now they're asking for $60 to activate my service when they deactivated my service on the day that they've always received my payment. So how am I going to pay... Why would I pay $60 to them for deactivating my account on the day that my bill has always been paid? Now I have to phone them back and watch. I'm going to have to confirm this information again. I'm recording this all just to show you the ridiculousness of dealing with these people.
For calling a Canuck. Merci d'avoir téléphoné à Canuck. For service in English, press 1. Pour le service to speak with customer service for billing, payments, account modifications, or to speak with technical support, choose 1. To have information regarding, we appreciate your business. Please listen closely to the following options. For technical support, choose 1. To make a payment, choose 2. If you have a question about your bill, choose 3. If you would like to make your call is being transferred to the next available agent. Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes. Thanks for waiting while we serve other customers. Please remain on the line for our next available specialist.
She'll ask me to confirm all my info again, and it just hung up on me. I literally just hung up on me. She's just talking in circles, the same. $20, pay $20. Now you want $20 for what? And then another $60 for what? I haven't had service for 2 months.
Good morning. Thanks for calling Organics. This is Rania speaking. How may I help you today?
Hi, I was just calling about getting my service reactivated, and someone hung up on me.
I'm so sorry for that. Can I have your phone number, please?
My phone number is 289-316-1043.
Excuse me, 4013?
10.
What is it?
289-316-1043.
Can I have your name, please?
J. Johnson.
For security reasons, can I ask you what services are you having with us?
I'm trying to get internet and home phone, but I haven't had service for 2 months now. But when I signed up for home phone and internet.
We will check that. And what was the method of payment?
Sorry, what was that?
How much you paid?
Oh, I paid through internet and phone.
What I see here is that the service is disconnected.
Yeah, I've been trying to remedy this for 2 months now. There hasn't been. I keep getting told all this different information from all these different service people. I don't know what's going on and what's so difficult about fixing this problem.
What is the problem?
Okay, so
Getting reconnected?
It was March. I was told to pay my March bill. I get a bill for double the amount, so for $121 I get a bill for. When I signed up, my monthly bill has always been around $60. So I phone and I say, why do I have a double bill here? They go, oh, it was a mistake in our system. Our system put 2 invoices together, March and April's. So don't pay April's, just pay the March one. $59.35 or something like that. So then I go to make that payment. I pay $59.35. It doesn't go through for some reason. I don't know why. I check my bank. I'm like, why is this a failed transaction? They say, oh, it doesn't show up. There was something to do with a failed transaction. I'm like, okay, so I'll try to pay it again. So then they go, I'm in my bank parking lot. They shut off my service. You guys shut off my service on April 1st, which that's the day that I've always paid my bill. The bill is, like you can see in your records, I've always paid on the last day of the month or the first of the month. So it didn't make sense that you guys shut my internet off on the first of the month, because that's the day that you can see in your records the bill's always been paid on that day. So then I go to the bank parking lot and I go, okay, so how much do I need to pay to get this internet turned back on? $62.15 is what I'm told. And I say, that's how much I have to pay to get my internet turned back on? Yes. She tells me yes. I go into the bank, I pay $62.15 for March to catch me up to March. I come home, then they mention, oh, your account was deactivated. First they asked me for $100 because they took off $20 as a credit on April because I didn't receive service in April. So they're like, oh, we'll give you a credit for $20 off of your bill. So then now they're asking for $100. And I'm like, I just paid $62.15. So if anything, you should be asking for $38 or whatever, the difference. You see what I'm saying? And then they go, oh, there's a $60 reactivation fee. And I go, I was just in my bank parking lot told that if I pay $62.15, you'll turn my service back on. There was no mention of a $60 reactivation fee. for you guys shutting off my service on the day that I've always paid my bill. It doesn't make sense. So then I talk to them and they shut my service off, and I didn't receive any service in April. And now when I call, you're asking for money for April and a reactivation fee when all the issues have been on your guys' end. Do you understand the problem?
Yes, I understand. Would you please hold the line for 2 minutes?
Yep. That's a nice song. Listen to that sound. Let's see what they do about this. Let's see if they make any sense to you guys. I don't think it's that hard to understand, is it? I explained it to you. Shut off my service on the day my bill's paid. Asked me to pay $60 for that. I don't know why you should shut off my service on the day that I pay my bill. Now you try to charge me for a month that I didn't receive any service. Even if they're asking for $20 for April, I didn't receive any service in April. Absolutely none. They said I paid up for March. There was no outstanding. Nothing outstanding. The woman told me $62.15 or 35 cents or whatever. So I paid the outstanding balance. Now they're saying I have $20 something outstanding and then I gotta pay $60 reactivation fee. So 80 something dollars now they're asking me for. And I haven't had service for 2 months.
Thanks for holding, sir. I was transferred the call to a senior agent to help you better with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hold on, I'll transfer the call.
At least people are answering their phones. They don't fix the problems or help, but apparently.
Thank you for calling Connect Mobile speaking. How may I assist you?
Hi, I've been trying to get my service reactivated for quite some time now and fix a payment issue. But I don't understand. No one's comprehending the problem over there at Acanic for some reason.
Oh, wait. Just give me a second, please, and I'll do my best right now to help you.
You still there?
So can I have your first and your last name one more time, please?
Yep, Jay Johnson.
Alright. Yeah, this account has already been cancelled.
It's been canceled?
Yeah, the account being cancelled for non-payment.
Okay. So why? Why?
If you would like to reconnect, that means that we will install it for you from the beginning.
Okay. Well, I was just curious because when I just spoke to someone and they said I had an outstanding balance of $20 and something, and then something about a $60 reactivation fee.
Right. Yeah, you mean the installation fees, right?
No, they said so. They said I had an outstanding amount of $20-something on my account, and then I had to pay a $60 reactivation fee. So they didn't say that my account was canceled. They just asked me for $80. Someone I
Yeah,
ju-
$80, which is the $60 activation fees, and exactly the $20 that's already as a balance remain on the account. But anyway, let me just explain for you one thing, because in order for us right now to reconnect the account, you used to pay $45 plus tax for the internet, and for the home phone you used to pay $10 plus tax. So you would like to reconnect both of them one more time, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I had them disconnected even though I paid my bill. So I was trying to figure out why my internet and my phone got disconnected on April 1st. It was deactivated on April 1st. When you can see in your records, I've always paid my bill on the last day of the month or on the first of the month. So someone at Acanic deactivated my account on the day that I've always paid.
Have been cancelled exactly on
April
April
1st. When, if you check your records, the bill has always been paid on the first of every month or the last day of every month.
The cancellation completed order was submitted for for April 15th. Service was cancelled April 15th exactly.
Yeah, but the account was deactivated on April 1st. And then you guys claimed that because you guys claimed that you didn't receive it. It was a failed payment. And then so my account was deactivated on April 1st. Even though if you check your records, I've always paid my bills. It's always been paid on the first of every month. So why did someone deactivate my account on the day that it should be paid? That's what I was trying to figure out. So I was just like, why?
You said here that on May 16th the account was 50 days overdue. So that means that the payment did not go through for 50 days.
So I was basically, so March came. So when my March bill came, it came for $121. I've explained this already to so many people over at Acanic, and for some reason you guys aren't comprehending the situation. But okay, March bill comes. It's $121 when, like you said, I only pay $10 for house phone and $45 for internet. So that comes to maybe $60 at the most. I get a bill for $121. I phone, I say, why do I have a double bill here? They go, oh, it's a mistake.
Because that was the bill for March, and that was the bill for April.
Yeah, and this is on. Wait, stop a second. This is in March when I'm making this call. This was before March 31st. This was March 28th something. So I'm talking to them. I say, why do I have a bill here for $120 something? They go, our system made a mistake. This is what I was told. Our system made a mistake and has put two invoices together, the bill for March and the bill for April. I say, well, it's still March. There's no way. I haven't got any April service yet. So why am I getting billed for a service that I haven't been provided? And then, so they go, oh, it's a system error. Just pay March's, and then we'll send you the bill for April. Then so I pay March's. I attempt to pay March's. They go, oh, failed transaction. They shut off my service. You guys shut off my service on April 1st. That's the day that my money has always gone through to pay that bill. So you guys rejected my payment and deactivated my account on the day that I've always paid my bill. Then I phoned them, and you guys asked me for 100 and whatever. Oh, you have to pay the full balance, and this was like into April already. It came to April. They go, oh, it should take 3 to 5 business days for this bill to be paid for us to see that you've paid your March bill. So 5 days goes by. I phone back, still nothing. They go, oh, it hasn't gone through yet. So I'm like, oh, it must have been a failed transaction. I go to the bank on April 15th. And I go, okay, what's going on? And they go, oh, yeah, it failed transaction. It didn't go through for some reason. I go, why? Oh, I don't know. They must have rejected your payment or something. So then I phone a mechanic, and I'm in the parking lot of my bank. I speak to someone. I go, how much do I need to pay to get my account activated? I'm told $62.15. I say, so if I go into the bank right now and pay $62.15, you'll turn on my service? They go, yes. I was told yes, very clearly. I go into the bank, pay the outstanding amount that I'm told, come back home, phone again. I'm told I have to pay $100. So then they're asking for money for April and March again because it didn't show that I just paid 62 something. So then they're asking for the difference, and I'm like, I just paid $62. I'm paid up for March. Then they go, oh, well, we need the full amount. And I say, the full amount for what? The outstanding balance that you guys are claiming would be for April, but I didn't receive any service in April. Absolutely none. May came, and I had no service in April, so I had no internet or phone for all of April yet. You guys are still asking for money for April. And then I was also told, when I get back to my house, then you guys go, oh, there's a $60 reactivation fee for your account. And I was like, I was just at my bank and asked the exact amount that I need to pay to get this reactivated. I was told $62.15. I paid that. There was no mention of a $60 reactivation fee till I get home, and I've already left the bank. Now, and then when I phone back right now, someone just told me that I owed $20-something outstanding, and then I would have to pay another $60 reactivation, so $80 to reactivate. That doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying?
Right, you finished?
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. So you guys deactivated my service on April 1st. That's the day that my bill has always been paid. So why would someone at a mechanic deactivate on the day that I've always paid and then try to charge me for deactivating my account? When
did you went to the bank? When did you went to the bank to pay the March 1st bill?
March 20. It was March 20 something. March 28th or something. It would have been the last day of March. So I received my money because I was on Ontario disability, so it would have been the last day of the month I get my money. So I attempted to make the payment on March 31st.
So this is a delay from your side. You're supposed to be paying March by the beginning of March.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. When I signed up with a mechanic, when I signed up with you guys, I made it very clear that I'm on Ontario disability and that I receive my money on the last day of every month, and that I will be paying my bill on the last day or the first day of every month. You guys said that was over. So when I signed up under those conditions, and you guys said that you would make a note of that and put it in your system, and then for 4 years straight, Then for 4 years straight, I paid on that day, and I never had a single issue with paying on the last day of the month or the first day of the month. Then you guys changed.
Right.
Then you guys changed my account number, and then you said, "Oh, or we reset our systems." So whatever that note was that was on my thing saying that it was making note that I pay on the last day or the first day of every month. I'm sure you can check your records that all the
Yes,
months.
you pay for a month in advance, sir. So that means, as you used to do in February, the bill comes on the account on February 1st, but you did the payment on February 3rd. That's it. So we cannot in February in March 2nd or March 3rd, you're supposed to send the bill for March after you get the money.
Yeah, so you're
in
expecting
March,
me to...
You did not send the money until the end of the month. I've been listening to you, so I need you to listen to my explanation for you to understand how the system works.
Yeah, but
For
under
March bill. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, but under the conditions when I signed up, I made it very clear that I'm on ODSP and I received the money on the last day of the month.
Right. So
And
you
you guys
received the
said-
money on the last day of February.
Yeah.
Okay. You received the money on the last day of February, and you already made the payment of February.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of March, you do the payment of March, but you didn't do the payment.
I paid for March, so it ended up, because I get the money at the end of the month for ODSP, it was set up so that I pay for that month at the end of the month after I pay for the service I just received.
Sure. No, sorry. This is not what you used to do before. What you used to do before, the bill comes on the 1st of the month, and you do the payment by the 2nd or the 3rd. That's what you used to do even before. For January, you did the same. For December, you did the same.
Yeah.
For February, you did the same. So
Yeah.
why in March you stayed until the 1st of April to pay March? So this is a delay. The account could forgive you for the first 3-4 days that you can do the payment. So your bill becomes to be attempted on the 1st of every month, but you usually do the payment on the 3rd. So when you do the payment of March 1st, you don't do it on April 3rd. Of course not. This is something, it has to be the same. And you used to pay the same way. When you deal with us before, you used to pay for the month on the 3rd or on the 4th. So why only March? You decided to pay it in April. This is why the system disconnected. The delay was from your end, not from our end.
No, because when I attempted to pay it in March, it didn't go through. Then you guys cut off my service April 1st. You say it takes 3 to 5 business days for the thing to go through. That's why it goes through on the 3rd or whatever, like you're saying, because I made it very clear I get paid on the last day of every month.
There is no payment.
Yeah, and then
there is no payment done from your end even in April.
Yeah,
You did not
because
make any payment.
yeah, because I didn't receive any April service. So then you guys were asking me to pay for April when I hadn't had any service in April.
So when you call back, the agents informed you, I can see the news right now, that the payment for March did not go through.
Yeah.
And the payment for April did not go through.
But I
By the way,
attempted it. I don't know
that
why
was
it didn't
not-
go through.
That was not error from the system. The system generating the invoice for April 1, and that's why it is already automatically applied on the account. It doesn't matter when are you going to pay it, but the amount should be attempted on the account.
Yeah.
So that's why the balance was double of the charge, one for March and one for April.
Yeah.
You did not make a payment for March, so that's why the balance was double on the account.
Yeah.
And
So
that's
why were
even
you
the service
guys-
got disconnected.
So why would you ask me for April's when at the start of April, when I hadn't received any service?
April 15th.
Because you're
April 15th, the service was cancelled. April 15th,
no
the
the service was shut off on April 1st.
That was soft disconnection because there is a payment delay.
Yeah.
And you did not do the payment.
So a payment
So that
delay.
was-
There was some sort
that
of
was from
there's
your
some
end.
sort of transaction that didn't go through. It didn't go through. You guys didn't receive your money on the 1st or the 3rd because there was a failed transaction.
This is not the company issue. When you do the payment and it is reflect already on our system as you did in the past, we usually leave the system account, the service account.
Yeah.
The service active, sorry.
I'm-
So that means that there is an issue.
Yeah. So if I paid every single month for 4 years, no issues, payments, and then I get a bill for double the amount, Why? How can you guys think that that's not an error on your end?
It is not about us. It is just about the system itself.
That's what I mean. So, like,
About the
why
system.
is
It
the
same
system?
Okay,
Like-
so I'm gonna explain that for you. I'm gonna break it down. It is the same system who was getting the payment from you every month.
Yeah.
It is the same system.
Yeah,
So what is the
$60.
issue? As long as we are taking our money. So do you think that any system or any company will refuse or reject to get their own money? Of course not.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
there
That's
was
what I'm
an
saying.
issue from the bank end.
Yeah.
So it is not our fault.
That's what I'm saying, and it's not my fault either. If the bank failed to on a transaction, and then you guys deactivate my account on April 1st, you deactivated my account on April 1st, and then you tried to charge me another $60 to reactivate the exact amount that I was told that you guys are trying to double charge me for. Obviously, I'm going to think that you guys are trying to double charge me or steal $60 from me, because I've always paid I've always paid something around $60 per month. Then I get a bill for $120, and my service gets cut off on the very day that I've
So
always paid my bill.
You didn't think that you didn't pay for March?
No, I was told that the transaction didn't go through. So I go to the bank and I say, "What's going on?" I go,
So
"Why
you
didn't
know
I?"
exactly why the bill goes double?
That's what.
Because you did not pay for 2 months.
Yeah, but the bill went double. The bill was double before I went to to make the payment. I
Yeah,
phoned.
because the system is sending the bill before the billing date.
That's what I'm
Usually
saying. So
send to you
why,
before the billing date.
why all of a sudden am I getting a bill for double for 2 months? Why am I getting for 4 years I've always received the bill for 1 month, $60. I've paid it like clockwork for 4 years, never been a problem. Then it's like if it's not broken, don't fix it. So if you guys were always getting your money that way, why would you shut off my service on
we have
April?
Nothing wrong. We have nothing wrong with our system. The mistake right now became out of our hand.
But that's
We
what I'm
already
saying. So
usually-
why? So who
generate the
deactivated?
bill.
Why would you deactivate my account on April 1st when you can see that it's always been paid? It's always been paid. You've always received that $60. Have you not for 4
By the
years?
way-
So
by the
why
way,
would
sir,
they shut it
we
off?
We
Why?
usually suspend the service after 5 business days if we didn't get the payment. We give you 1 month as a grace period. That's because of your billing history. If your billing history was not good, that means that the system will shut your service after 5 business days since
Yeah.
the billing date. And you can go and check our reviews. You can send an email and they will confirm that for you.
Yeah.
So we left the service working till the other month. So this is not something wrong with us. This is something as an appreciation for your billing history.
Yeah, because I signed up under those conditions. I signed up saying this bill would
Exactly.
be,
But if you signed up under this condition and you usually every month pay on the 3rd, why in March you did not pay the 3rd? So the condition
March pay for the 3rd. I did pay
company,
I'm talking about April. What are you talking about March 3rd? The bill was paid for February and March. That was paid. I'm talking about April.
First, you did not.
You're saying that, okay, listen. You said that the bill is always comes through and is paid on the 3rd. So why was my account deactivated on April 1st if it's always been paid on the 3rd?
Because on March you did not make the payment.
What do you mean I didn't make the payment? I paid up $62.15 eventually.
You didn't make a payment for March. That's what I'm trying. The service was deactivated not because of the bill of April. The service have been deactivated because of the bill of March. The bill of March did not reflect until April 19th. We got your payment. So this is the huge period between March 1st to April 19th. There is no company on earth will leave the service active for you for 48 grace period, 48 days.
Yeah, 48 days. That's what you're saying, 48 days. But I attempted to make a payment on
This
March
is not what I'm saying. This
on
is
March
what's on the
31st.
on the system.
I attempted to pay the bill on March 31st, the last day of the month, like I always have, and it didn't. And the bank didn't go through. So why would you deactivate? Why would my account be deactivated the very next day?
Because the payment did not go through for more than a
That's what I'm saying. It clearly didn't go through. So the bank, there was a failed transaction. Then, it was cut off on April 1st. Why would you cut off the service April 1st when you saw that you've always received it on the 3rd?
So this is not our mistake. This is the mistake from the bank. So
yeah. So like why am I getting charged for it? Why would you guys try to lose a customer that you've got money from for 4 years? Based on a bank mistake. I'm telling you, there's some sort of error with a failed transaction. I went to the bank.
If the customer did not call and explain that there is an error, and
I explained it. I called and talked to 10 people. I said there's some sort of failed transaction with the bank. My service has now been cut off. I've attempted it. So I was told, it takes 3 to 5 business days. So I wait till April 5th. I'm like, okay, it's April 5th. That's 5 business days. Still nothing. They go, you have to go to your bank and figure this out. I go to the bank. They go, yeah, it didn't go through. I'm like, they shut off my service on April 1st.
This is not our issue.
I know it is your issue because this is why I canceled service because this is the issue. The issue is the bank didn't put the transaction through. Then I come and I wait to the 5th. Still nothing. I get notified by you guys to go to the bank to figure it out. I go to the bank to figure it out. They say they made a mistake or there's some sort of failed transaction. So then I phone you guys in the bank parking lot on April 15th to repay this bill. $62.15, I'm told. I pay it and I still don't have service. Someone lied to me.
Yeah,
saying that you would turn my service on if I paid $62.15.
What I was trying to explain for you right now, that the delay became from your end or from the bank end, and the company here, they gave you a very, very, very long grace period, which is not usual what we do with the other customers, even with the company since 20 years ago. So right now, in order for us to reactivate for you the service for both services, all right, you do not want to pay the $60 activation fees, which is I can waive it, but I'm gonna tell you right now that if I waive the $60 reconnection fees for you, you are paying $45 for the internet plus $10 for the home phone. So that means we are able to reconnect it for you. We need to add a credit card or even a bank account on the account here in order for us to process the reconnection. Second of all, if you would like to pay the $60 reconnection fees, and against that, I will give you a special offer for your internet, which is $19.95 plus tax for 1 year. That will save you a lot of money, more than the $60. That's fine. I'm going to do whatever you will ask.
Okay, so you'll waive the $60 reactivation fee.
If I waived it, I'm not going to give you the special offer.
Yeah.
But if you pay the $60, I'm going to save you every month at least $24.
Yeah.
For 1 year.
So, and this was the problem with when I had the offer before, because you guys were asking for my credit card, right? You're saying you need a credit.
That's not our problem. This is regarding the new system. The new system, in order for us to process any changes or any reconnections, to do any actions right now, system is asking us to verify at least credit card, a Visa debit card, or a bank account.
Okay, so if I do it through my bank again, like I always have, then what's the problem with that? What's the problem with going through my bank?
We need to add the card information first on our system, and you can do the payment 3 to 5 business days before the due date.
Yeah, so you guys want me to pay for at the start of the month, right? For the service.
The start of the month, the system will try to charge. If the billing date came and the money did not reflect on the account, the system will try to charge any card information that you're going to leave it on file.
Yeah, that was my issue why I didn't sign up my credit card, because I all of a sudden got a double bill for if I would have had my credit card on the thing when you guys I phoned and they said, oh, system error, would have double charged me automatically, and I wouldn't have caught that issue. So But I'm definitely I'm definitely.
You would like to avoid all of that.
Yeah, like I'm definitely willing to sign up. I definitely want service, and I just don't want this issue to have to happen again. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to avoid payment issues here. You know what I mean?
That's fine. So if you have a debit card, and on the first of every month, you put the right amount, system will take it with no issue at all.
Okay. So let's do that then.
Perfect. So you have a Visa debit card under your name?
Yeah.
Would you read for me the card number on it and the expiry date?
Yep. I have 4724-0900-3353-1821. And it's
and
good.
The expiry date, please.
And it's good 10/26.
And what is the security code at the back?
I don't think I'm supposed to give that out.
Yeah, you can go online and do it for yourself and then call back once it will be updated, because this is the only way to update it over the phone. Even online, they're going to ask you for it.
Okay, so I need to give you the 3 numbers?
Exactly.
Okay, so...
Because there is no charge can be attempted without them.
So how much am I going to be charged today, you're saying? For this service to be...
I'm gonna tell you everything before you go out, and if you agreed, we will charge you. If you don't agree, we're not gonna charge you.
So you said, what was that deal that you offered me again? You said if I pay the reactivation fee, you'll give me...
If you pay the $60 reactivation fees, I'm gonna give you the internet package, the 25 megabits per second. Let me check if there is availability for 50. If there is availability for 50 also, I can give you even 50 for $19.95 plus tax for 1 year.
Okay.
Let me just double check it. If we have availability for 50.
Was that the amount, do you know if, was that the speed that I was always at, 50?
No, that's, you've been getting 25.
Oh, okay.
By the way, the offer that I'm giving you right now is not available on the website. This is just an exceptional for you because of the inconvenience been happening.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
You're most welcome. Yeah, 50 is available. Even we can give you a speed of 50 megabits per second download instead of getting the 25. And let me ask you, are you home right now?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell me what type of modem that you have?
Yeah, Smart RG.
And what is the three digits after SR?
Smart RG 4563.
After SR 4563? At the back side.
Oh, the serial number, you mean?
At the back side, you will find S as in Sam, R as in Robert.
Yeah.
And there is 3 digits after that.
515.
Perfect. This modem is compatible up to 50.
Okay.
So right now I need to add the security code on the card in order for me to start to activate for you the service.
Okay, and then so how much will I be charged today? So I'll be charged the $60 reactivation fee and the first month?
I'm going to tell you everything after we add the service. I'm going to do the calculation. If you agreed, that's fine. We're going to leave it. If you did not agree, we're going to cancel everything.
Okay.
You need to give me the
379.
379.
Yep.
And regarding to the home phone, unfortunately, because it was cancelled, we're not going to be able to reconnect it with the same number.
Okay. But I can get
Alright.
another. I can get another number.
You can get a new number, yes.
Okay.
So the first available date to send the technician will be on June 8th.
Okay.
So the phone number 289-316-1043. Is this the home phone service?
Yes.
It is the same, right?
Yep.
All right. Can you please tell me the MAC address on the modem itself?
On the internet modem.
On the internet modem, yes.
What do you need on it?
The MAC address, MAC address.
3C9066C74563.
3, C as in Charlie, 9066, C as in Charlie, 74563.
Yes.
Right?
Yep. Yep.
All right. And the service address is still the same, 98 Olive Avenue, Oshawa, Ontario, unit number 2, correct?
Yep.
All right. the adapter for the home phone service that you have right now, it is the Grand Stream one, or it is a Cisco one?
It is a Cisco, I believe.
Yeah, that's the problem. Unfortunately, the system right now, we started a long time ago to use a different ADA adapter. So that means that we're not going to be able to reconnect the home phone service with the same adapter that you have right now.
Okay.
So if you would like to get a home phone service, that means that you will need to buy a new Grand Stream adapter for $59 plus tax and $10 for the shipping fees one-time payment.
So I need to how much? 59.
59 plus tax, one-time payment for the adapter, plus $10 for the shipping fees, one-time payment. If you would like just to connect right now the internet, and whenever you be ready, you can call back and ask to reconnect the home phone with a new phone number. That's fine.
I remember when I first hooked up, you guys did something like $10 a month or something extra on my bill.
You mean the rent to own, but this is not available for the home phone. We are able to give you a rental adapter for $5 a month, but until you cancel with us, and then you're going to return it back.
How much? Sorry?
$5 a month as a rental.
As a rental? Or $60 for the new one?
69. $10 for shipping, 59 for the adapter.
That's going to come to how much for all of it?
So that means that the next bill will be, alright, by the way, the installation fee will be $49.95 only, well, $49.95, and you will be paying for the internet. Let me add the discounts in order for us to be able to see the amount.
So I just need a grand total of how much it's going to cost to get this back up with the new phone thing included.
Just give me a moment, please. So the total that you will be paying, you will pay the $59.95 for the adapter, plus $10 for shipping fees, plus $49.95 installation fees, plus $15.30 for the internet, 50 megabits per second from June 8th till June 30th.
Okay.
And for the home phone, it will be $7.67 from June 8th till June 30th.
Okay, and then means I'll be paying at the start of the month for the
Starting from the 1st of July, you will be paying $19.95 plus tax.
Okay.
That's for the internet, plus 10 for the home phone. So $29.95 after tax. It will be $33.84 for another year till June next year.
Okay. So you guys have...
Shall I go ahead and proceed?
Yep. So you guys have it set up so that you pay at the start of the month for the service.
Yeah, on the first, this is the date that you're supposed to be paying. System will try to use the debit card that we have on file. If not, you can do the payment, all right? And it usually takes like 3 to 5 business days to be reflected in order for you not to have any interruption with your internet.
Okay. So, like, I think that was the issue then, was because, like, say if I pay for the month, right, and you pay for the month in advance, then what happens, say if my internet goes down for a couple weeks? Then do I phone you guys and you give me a deducted rate for that month, or you give me a credit to my account or something, or what?
Once, yeah, the internet, if the internet is not working as per the technical issue, contact our technical support department, follow up with them. Once the service will be back, you will be compensated for all the days with no internet.
Okay, that was the issue that I was having, because I was wondering why I was trying to be charged for April issues when I was having no service, right? So I was confused about. I'm like, why am I not getting deductions for all these days that I'm not getting internet?
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I didn't talk to you before, and that's the problem. If I could explain that for you before.
Yeah. That's all right. So grand total today for everything?
All right, just give me a second, please.
Yep.
So the total of the next bill will be $161.44, tax included.
Okay, and that's with the first month included too, right?
This is until June 30th. So
Okay.
July 1st, you will be paying again.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
And also, you have $20 balance as an old one on the account.
You can't waive that?
I do not want you to. Unfortunately, if I give you the 1995, I'm not allowed to do any other waive. Because the 1995 is already not available on the website, and there is no one get it from Mackinac. Anyway, the extra money that you're going to be paying, if you calculated that, I will save you a lot for 1 year.
Yeah, but
And by the way,
Didn't-
after the year over, don't wait until you pay $49 again for the internet. Give us a call back and ask for a promotion. We are able to give you every year a promotion.
okay. So I was just curious. So is this a reactivation of my old account, or is this a new? Is this a whole new activation?
No, it is a reactivation on your existing account.
Okay, and then so I just have to update my. Then I just have to update my phone router. Okay, so. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
And right now we do have a good system, which is a PIN number. When you call back anytime to the IVR, I will ask you for the phone number and the 4-digit PIN number, and then you will be connected, verified right away.
Okay, awesome.
So I can add that for you as a 7173, which is the last 4 digits of your phone number. Okay?
Yep.
All right, so I have submitted for you right now everything on the account. Everything is perfect. And you will be, within the next 24 to 48 business hours, you will be getting a confirmation email for installation date and time frame.
Okay, but so the internet will the internet be back on though? Because how will I get that?
Now, as I told you, there is an installation will be done. So
Oh.
that means you will be getting the confirmation of the installation date and time frame within the next exactly 24 to 48 business hours. If there is any possibility, because the service just been disconnected April 15th, so if there is any possibility to connect it for you remotely with no need for a technician, you will receive the confirmation that there is no technician requires, and your service will be active on the date of so. They will send you the date that the service will be active right away.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, how am I going to get the reactivation email if I don't have the internet to get it?
Your email, you don't have any access to internet right now,
No,
right?
I have absolutely no access to internet.
Right. If you don't have any access to internet right now, either the phone or anything, you can just call us back on Friday and ask for the confirmation. Anyone will confirm for you the installation date and time frame and how it will be done.
Okay.
Exactly.
And that's all paid for right now, right? Like all that installation and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. All right. Anything else I can assist you with for today?
Nope. So what do you think at the latest that I'll get the service back?
On June 8th, the one that we confirmed.
Okay, so I should have internet by June 8th?
Exactly. That's the worst scenario.
Okay. And then the phone, you said will that technician with the router, will he do that, or you said it will be mailed to me or something?
Yeah, it will be sent to you by Pure Later, the shipping company.
Okay.
You will be getting it within the next 2 to 4 business days maximum with Pure Later.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Anything else I can assist you with for today?
Nope, that's it.
All right. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for using Akanak. I wish you have a wonderful day.
You too.
So sorry for all the inconvenience, by the way.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I've just been wanting to get it. It's at least someone is speaking to me properly. Like, I wasn't straightforward enough before.
So sorry for that anyway. And that's why I would apologize that I did not get your call since long time in order to clarify everything properly, in order to avoid all of this hassle.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I just hopefully this doesn't happen again. Where I'm
sure that everything in the future will be perfect.
As long as
at least right now everything is written on the account, so anybody will read it, even the billing department, before they come to do any actions.
Yeah. So as long as you guys are aware that the money, you guys can get the money out on the 1st of every month.
That will be no more problems at all.
Okay. Awesome.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
Anything else?
Nope. That's it. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for using Akanak. I wish you have a wonderful day.
You too. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See? All that hassle and still paid the $20. They're telling me different things. First, they're saying, $60 reactivation fee and the $20 outstanding. Then he says it's canceled and I gotta buy a new router. I'm just at the point where I'm like, screw it. My mom said she's gonna pay for it to get it all done. I'm going back to the same company that lied to me. They literally lied to me. Just because I can't seem to get service through anywhere else. And I'm like, whatever, my mom said she's going to pay for it. If this happens again, I'll document it again. But, like I'm saying, so they're saying, we gave you a $48 or 48-day grace period and all this. So they're trying to make me pay at the start of the month for the service. Like they were, like I was saying, they're trying to double charge me. So they're trying to charge me for March and April. So they want April's payment at the start of the month, even though they haven't provided that service yet. So you pay in advance. That was my problem with them, is they're trying to get me to pay in advance for April, but they cut off my service in April. So I'm like, you're trying to get me to pay in advance for a service that you just cut off. So I'm not going to pay that full amount for unless you provide that service. So I'm thinking, my thinking is, I'm not paying for a service that I don't provide, that they're not providing. You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. But the way that they do it is they want their money up front, then they give you the service, and if they don't give you the service, then they're in charge and have the power to whatever, we'll give you a deduction, and it's never fair. Like, $20 outstanding. Where'd the $20 outstanding come from? $60 activation fee, that's $80. New router. They just scammed a bunch of money out of me. You know what I mean? Just to get my normal service. If I would have just paid that $60 at the start, it would have just went smooth. You know what I mean? So basically, I would have had to just let them steal from me. $60. Double charge. And I should have just... So what? To avoid all this hassle of new router, 2 months of aggravation, blah, 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 all that nonsense, I would have had to let them steal $60 off me. Pay it right away. So now this stupid not letting them steal from me ended up costing, and it's not costing me, it's going to cost my mom. They just squeezed 100 and whatever, 80 or whatever. They just said it's going to come to 160 or whatever out of my mom. So an extra $100 for this whole aggravation and 2 months no service. That's how ridiculous it is, and trying to get internet from any of these providers. And now I'm going to have to phone Primus, and they're going to ask for a $100 cancellation fee, even though they haven't even hooked up my phone yet, and I've had internet for 3 days. You know what I mean? And I had to go through this other Virgin Mobile phone to even get any of this problem dealt with. And the technician that came popped in the card. So then I have to pay that bill too. So, and it's like, but my mom said she'll help me pay it. But they're scammers, man. They're fucking scammers. See, and then the second that they can manipulate some money out of you, then their whole attitude changes and they're all friendly again. Well, like they think that they're like clever and that you don't know what's going on, that they're fucking scamming you. I know that you're fucking scamming me and causing aggravation just to get more money out of me. The reason why I don't care, and I'm like, whatever. I'm just fed up with this. It's 2 months of aggravation and my mom said she's gonna pay it. So I'm like, whatever. Just get it fucking done. Get it turned back on. I don't give a fucking shit how much it costs. Fucking turn it back on, you fucking crooks. You know what I mean? But I'm thinking that in my head. I can't speak to him like that on the phone because I'm trying to get him to fucking... Fucking annoying. Now I have to call my mom, explain to her, and she'll be like, why did you go back to this fucking thief company? And I'm like, they won't fucking... No other company's fucking hooking me up. They're a bunch of fucking thieves. Hey, Mom.
How you doing?
I'm doing meh, but at least I was on the phone trying to get the Primus.
Yes.
For 4 hours yesterday, no answer. And then so like literally Primus has provided me 3 days service, no phone still, and I don't know what they're going to expect for bill. How are you going to charge me for 3 days internet? And then so I just...
You were trying to get them for 4 hours and you couldn't get it, you couldn't speak to
No, there's no one. No one getting through to no one. And then so I got fed up. I plugged back in my Acanic router and the phone. And I'm like, and I phone Acanic again to try to work out with them because Primus is clearly down. There's no internet service.
Oh.
So then I phone Acanic, same old shit. So if they go, there's $20 outstanding on the account. I said I paid the full amount that was outstanding, $62.15 for March or whatever. I was caught up. And then you guys asked for the $60 activation fee. And you made no mention of it. So then they're like, first this woman comes on the phone and she goes, $20 outstanding and then the $60 activation fee. So I'm like, what, you want like $80 and that'll get my service turned back on? And they're like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, we'll get it back. And then literally I'm going through this process. It ended up hanging up on me. So the phone hangs up on me. Then I call them back, and I talk to someone, confirm my information again, same thing. And I'm recording the whole thing on video though, so that people can witness it. And then so like even right now you're on video. Right now I'm recording this just to show. And then so they put me on with this other woman. Then she goes, "Oh, I'm going to transfer you over to a senior agent or whatever." Sends me on the phone with this guy, and I could tell it's the same guy that I was talking to before. I could tell. I could just tell that, you know, that he...
Oh, yeah, I know.
Because he was aggravated. He had some sort of grasp of the... I was like, this is the guy that argued with me before. I can tell. This is the same guy. And then I talked to him, and then... So he's like, oh, it was canceled on this day because I did cancel it, remember? Because I got fed up with it. So then he's like, oh, so we can try to reactivate your account, but now it's going to cost you this. And he said, and then he goes, oh, so it's this much. And he goes, oh, I can give you a deal for the internet at like $19.99 for 50 megabytes, double the speed that I was at, for if I pay the $60 reactivation fee.
They would give it to you for 19 something.
A month, so we go for a year.
How long?
For a year. So he goes, oh, so then it'll save you money in the long run. And then I'm like, okay. So, and then he goes, oh, and then he asks me what router, or the routers that I have. I tell him it's obviously the exact same ones that were just working. You know what I mean? And then he says that the phone one is outdated. I can't get the same phone number, because that phone number was suspended, so he'd have to give me a new number, and they have to send me a new phone router that I'd have to pay another $60 for. So I need to pay for another, and I'm just at the point where this is 2 months, and you said you'd help me pay it, so I'm just like, I don't really give a shit anymore. Just fucking turn my service back on. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, whatever, okay, send me this new router. So they said they're going to mail it. They even make me pay the shipping, $10 shipping. Then they say, and then I'm like, I just want a grand total for the first. So what? I have to pay in advance for the month of service in advance on the first of the month, and that will pay off. So like, I pay July 1st. You guys take out the money. That gets me till. He's like, yeah, till June 30th. So that was the problem, is they're expecting money in advance for service they're not providing. Right? So, and I'm like, so what do I do if your service isn't provided? Then I have to phone you, tell you that you didn't provide service, and what, you credit my account, or you deduct something off the bill, or what? He's like, oh yeah, that's how it works. So they give you, the way you were paying, they were giving you a 30-day grace period, blah, 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 blah. But I'm like, it still doesn't make sense that you guys shut off my thing April 1st when you can see the payments always come out. You said that you receive it on April 3rd, or they receive it on the 3rd of every month, because I pay the last day of the month of the 1st, right? So they get their money by the 3rd. So I'm like, so why did you even shut it off on the 1st? That doesn't make sense. And he couldn't explain it. They're just, he's just talking circles. So I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I'm not going to argue with him over this anymore. I'm just like, how much to get my service back on? That new phone router included. So they're making me pay this installation fee again, because they're going to have to, a technician may have to come in, they said, but they may not. They may just be able to flick the button on and turn it on again. And I'm like, grand total. Give me a grand total number. $161. I'm like, whatever. Because that's the $60 activation fee. So I said to them, so what, are you reactivating my account? Or is this, I canceled, so how can you reactivate? Is this a whole new sign up? Or is this the old account?
Right.
He said, oh, this is reactivating your old account. So I'm like, okay, whatever. $20 outstanding. I don't see what that's for, because I was paid up. So you're expecting $20-something for April. You didn't give me any service in April. And $60 reactivation fee, but you're going to give me a deal for the next year of $19.99, you say. You know? So I'm just interested so how much is my next month bill going to be? It should be $19.99 for the internet, right? And then it should be like the whatever, $10 or whatever for that. It should be around, like, it should be cheaper for the next year, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he said, it better be a cheap bill. Like a cheaper bill if they try to pull some next shit. But either way, I was like, whatever. I gave him my debit card. They did the one-time payment. I think they probably took the money out of my account right now because I know my money's in there. I don't like that they have access to just take money out of my account now. You know what I mean? Because they tried to double charge me. Now, what happens if some extra money goes missing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But either way, so I'm pretty sure they took $160-something out. I was like, whatever. You said you'd help me pay it, so I was just like, whatever. Just get the fucking internet back on.
Was it hooked up now then?
No, so now June 8th. So now they're sending me the confirmation email. They said no later than June 8th, and that's the day that the college starts.
Right. Okay.
So I need internet by then anyway, so
Yeah.
I'm like...
Okay.
But isn't that fucking ridiculous?
Better believe it is.
So I was like, see? So that just ended up costing me extra $100 if I would have just let them steal that $60.
Ridiculous.
So they're basically, they just caught 2 months of aggravation and another extra $100 they tagged on. I had to buy
Only 19-something for a year. That will be good.
Yeah, but then I had to buy a new router for $60.
Hold on, I just gotta take this call. Hold on.
Yeah. Fuck, man. I have to apologize to my mom for this. Because this is costing her money. I'm so blessed that I have a mom that will help me with this. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Fucking thievery. Forcing you to buy new shit.
So it's because that'll be 160. So if they 20 a month, so that and normally you would have paid almost 60.
Yeah.
That's pretty saving.
And then $10 for phone was what I was paying before. So that'd be like what, 30 a month, 30, 40. It's gonna be like maybe $40 a month, 40 something a month for the next year, they say.
Okay. So
Get-
that's 20 savings. So that's 200. Yeah. So that would be 200 you'd be saving.
Yeah, and that's
200. Seems like they kind of worked it out just in the one payment.
yeah, but that's given that they don't pull this kind of shit again.
Right. If they don't, then it seems like it's even.
And then he goes, oh, and then after that year's up, you could phone us back. Every year we can give you some sort of promotional offer, usually.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens.
And
I'm going home now, and then I'm going to come get you.
I just have to apologize to you because this ends up costing you money. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's okay, man.
it's like, I'm sorry, but it's ridiculous. Like, I documented this. I knew this is what they were trying to do.
Yeah, no, it's nothing to do,
They just
there's no
so they
stories.
they
We
just
went through a lot of bull crap.
they just forced me to update my phone router. Meanwhile, this exact phone router was just working 2 months ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're
Yeah, it's crazy.
like it's just thievery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They just.
But like I said, they're kind of working it out where it will kind of balance off.
But how are they allowed? How are they allowed to cut? Like, they see that I've always paid my bill on the last day of the month or the first day of the month.
No, somebody messed up, right? Somebody messed up
And
on
he said it was the bank. So he's like, oh, because the bank, that failed transaction didn't go through. And I was like, well, yeah, obviously maybe it is the bank, or maybe it was my error or their error. Either way, I don't care whose fault.
whatever.
I was like, I don't care whose fault it is. There's just a failed
No,
transaction.
no.
I was like, there's just a failed transaction of some sort. But I just don't want this to happen again. So
Right.
I don't want you guys trying to ever take money out of my account unless it's on the first day of the month.
Right.
And he's like, oh, that won't happen. And I have him on video, this
Yeah.
whole conversation, the whole
Well, that's good.
process. of this, and just so people can see the circles that they're trying to talk, right? Like,
Well, it's just annoying. But anyways, I gotta go because I'm coming to get you, and I have to use it, put the laundry away. So.
okay. The good news too that I found out that like I can go print all my stuff at the campus at the Oshawa Center.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So
Perfect.
so I was wondering, I need to get that. I need to get the doctor to sign my immunization forms. Just to show that I'm immunized and all that. And then, so I have that form that I have to get the doctor to sign, and then I have to print off the children's aid one.
Yep.
So I was just wondering, like, could we go by the Oshawa Center quick so I can print those off?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 And then what doctor are you gonna get? Do you need a doctor to sign it?
Yeah, so just someone who has access to my immunization to see what ones.
Hold on, that's Laura. Hold on.
Yeah.
Doctor?
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know, the only doctor that I know that has records is that Forrester guy.
Okay, so you'll have to.
Just get him to see my immunization record and
Okay.
then just
You
sign
have
it.
his number now, though, right?
Yeah.
So you phone Erin. Just phone Erin, tell her what you need, and then she'll set up an appointment for you, and then I can give you a ride down there whenever they set it up.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because it's like I'm just trying to get it all. I don't know what their rush is on that. Like it starts on June 8th, right? So like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty
We'll
sure.
just blame it to Erin. I don't think they will care about that as long as it's in process.
Yeah, me neither. I think that, but
Right?
for the
So they'll just need it on file.
but the children's aid one, I think before they can put through the OSAP thing, like if I want to get the
Yeah,
children's aid
yeah.
grant, then they need that before they can process the OSAP stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Okay.
I just want to get it all done. But
Okay. So I'm gonna go now, and I'll come get you.
okay, thanks, Mom.
Okay. Bye.
Love you. Bye. These people, greedy people, they don't serve you unless you pay them, and they're not even upfront and honest about how much in the process, and such a effing headache for the last 2 months. And now I have to change my phone number, which is whatever. New phone. I was going to do that anyway with fucking this next company. Now I have to phone Primus and cancel, and they're going to try to charge me this $100 cancellation fee, even though they haven't even hooked up my service yet. So, like, yo, like, fuck. They don't answer their phones. I'm probably going to stiff them. I'm not going to pay Primus. They've provided 3 days of service, didn't answer their phone. Yeah, and I'm going to pay you $100 for canceling a service that you haven't even hooked up. And then I have this fucking Virgin Mobile phone bill now, too. Which maybe I'll just keep Virgin Mobile going if it's affordable through my college, because I may need it. But now I have this bill, too. So it's like whatever. I gotta figure this shit out. It's just fucking annoying, man. These fucking companies and this whole... Knew they were trying to pull some shit like that. Oh, you need a new router. Oh, fucking pay out your ass this, pay that, pay this, pay that. Fucking crooks, man. Forcing hardware updates on you, forcing software updates on you that cost you money, hidden fees, all that shit. I don't like that now they have access to automatically take the money out. But because they do, there shouldn't be any more problems. But I bet you, I don't want to. I better not find them taking out extra money, like double charging me and shit like that. I just don't like that I have to go back with the same company that just lied to me. Pay $62.15 and we'll turn your internet back on. Pay that? They don't. fucking lied to me. Like, and then now, not letting them fucking shice me for $60 just ended up costing $160. Like, fucking annoying. Like, and it's been 2 months of aggravation where I'm just like, whatever, just shut the fuck up and turn my internet back on. I don't give a fuck if it costs an extra $100. My mom's gonna fucking pay it. But it's like, part of me is just like, fuck these people. Fucking greedy. This is why they're the fucking richest asshole companies in the world. Because they're fucking shysters like this. Like, have to witness to it. Fucking thievery. And then some of them will try to defend, oh, see, so he's saying like you had a 48-hour grace period for this and that. You just didn't understand that your bill was supposed to be paid. I signed up under the conditions that the money is in my account on this day. Do not try to take any money out or it will be a failed transaction. It doesn't make sense that they shut off. Failed transaction in March. It didn't go through. They cut it off on the 1st of March. That doesn't even make sense. You cut it off on the 1st of March. You've received it on the 3rd, he said, for the last like 4 years on the 3rd. So why are you going to shut it off any time before the 3rd? That doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? So it's like he said, oh, it's a system error. Oh, grace period. Oh, see, so you got to pay the month in advance. So your account is behind. You're behind in your payments. Blah, blah, blah. How? I've always just got the service, paid for the service. Got the service, paid for the service. 4 years. That system flawlessly. It was all right. I'm paying on this day. They can see I'm paying on this day. Blah, blah, blah. The second they switch up some sort of double payment, they fucked everything up. Why? Why all of a sudden did you switch up something in the process when the process of getting your money every month was working? They switched something to fucking confuse the shit out of me. Oh, it's been an overdue, blah, 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 48 days. So why the fuck would you switch that this month when, if you're saying that there's this grace period, it's been happening every month for the last like 4 years. That's how you're receiving your money. So what? It's just not okay that to do it this way this month? Get one failed transaction and they fucking cut it off on the 1st? Without even fucking notifying me, just deactivate, and then they try to charge me $60. Oh, there's a failed transaction, bank issue, or someone. Like, just fucking frustrating. Like, I'm like that. If it's not broke, don't fix it. If you're getting your money every fucking month, just allow that process to keep going. Don't fuck with my payment system. You know what I mean? Like, no, but they switch it up, and they switch up your account number, and they switch up shit on you. Like, and then, gotta switch up your router now. This router was working 2 months ago, flawless. 2 months. It's been 2 fucking months they're forcing me to buy a new router. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking thieves, man. Anyway, I'll keep you updated if they're gonna just, June 8th comes out, we got this issue, no, you gotta pay this money, no, we had to take this fee and that fee, and fucking blah, blah, blah. Right now, they're just out of Canic fucking laughing. We got the fucking extra $100. See, and we made them pay the $80, the $20 fee plus the $60, and another $100. We sold them another route, another thing, and blah, 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 blah. And they're just getting their fucking money in their way. Like, fucking thieving, deceptive salesmen. Just fucking thieves, man. It's like, and then like, what are my options though? Like, how I can't, like, every fucking company is fucked. They're all a bunch of fuckheads like this. Like, sign up with Virgin, they fucking tell me that on the phone that they provide a service. They fucking sign me up. They don't provide that service. They give me a cell phone. Go to fucking Primus. It's hooked up for 3 days. They don't even send a proper technician. I have to hook the shit up myself. Works 3 days, knocked out. Can't get a hold of anyone for the rest of the month. No service. They haven't even hooked up my house phone. It's fucking done with. Like, I literally am going back to the same fucking company that just lied to me. Lied. She literally fucking lied to me. how are they allowed to get away with this? Like, who do you fucking report them to? You know what I mean? Like, how? So, this whole miscommunication of their pay period and all this shit ends up costing my mom fucking $100-something. You know, me both of us aggravation, and the company's aggravated. They're trying to act aggravated, like blah, 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 blah. Like they're not the ones reeling in all the fucking money from all the problems they're causing. They're like, how do you have the nerve to get mad at me as a paying customer who steadily paid you for 4 years? Like, you know what I mean? And then be like, oh, we provided the service for 4 years. Yeah, well, you fucking cut it off without a warning on the exact day that I told you I get my money, and then you fucking charge me extra money and sell me some next bullshit and talk fucking your stupid confusing circles around me. Make no sense, like fucking stupid idiots, like and people wonder why you get so frustrated. Like, anyway, fuck this stupid internet shit. Hopefully it's done with and I can just fucking get it done with. Like, now I gotta call Primus and cancel. Not paying any fucking $100 cancellation fee for 3 days of internet, and they haven't even fucking hooked up my phone service yet.
Information about Primus services, please press 2. To repeat this information, please help us direct your call to the appropriate agent by making a selection that best suits your request. To sign up or learn more about Primus high-speed internet, including speed upgrade, home phone service, or long distance, please press 1. To learn more about our Primus mobile phone service, please press 2. To have information on your recent order, please press 3. To speak to a customer service agent regarding your bill, to make a payment, or any other items related to your account, please press 4. To speak to a technical support agent, your feedback is important to us. Please stay on the line after your call for a brief customer satisfaction survey. Your call is being transferred to the next available agent. Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line with the next available agent. Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
You have to do this to cancel. You have to fucking waste a whole shitload of time. I'm just done. I don't even know if I'm gonna waste my time canceling. I'll wait till they show up at my door with this service and be like, sorry, canceled. Bye. So, like I said, all these internet companies are just being shit. Like, absolute shit service. So I switched to Primus. Internet's working for like 2 days, 3 days at max. It was like 3 days it worked for, and it wasn't even like fast or anything. It was like pretty slow service. And then the storm hits. Oshawa storm hits, knocks out all the Wi-Fi and internet. And literally, it's the end of the month now. We're going on May 30th. It's May 30th. And I'm still without internet. So it's been a full 2 months now, switching with numerous companies, and none of these companies apparently can hook up my internet. Like, yet they'll expect me to pay for this shit. I've been on the phone.
Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
I've been on the phone waiting for technical support from Primus. It's now been an hour and 20 minutes on this call, And this is my second call of the day. Earlier, I was on hold, trying to get through to technical support. Same thing, an hour and 10 minutes, and then I hung up and I had to go. So I've literally had to go to the Oshawa Center to get Wi-Fi all day today, so I can do my college enrollment, so I can get enrolled in my college. And now I'm expected to do my college science course, which they say is like 12 hours of work or something, without Wi-Fi at my home. So I'm going to have to, go down to the campus at the Oshawa Center, or go to a friend's house or a family member's house who has internet to get started on my college. So it's like, they're literally interfering with my life. Like, these internet companies, their service is just shit. Like, it's been over 2.5 hours trying to get through to technical support. Nothing. And literally, like, I phone technical support, they go, oh, we've had a major outage due to the storm, but this was remedied on Sunday, blah, blah, blah. If you want to fix it, do a hard reset, or just unplug your power, and then plug it back in, unplug it for 30 seconds, plug it back in, and this should get the lights going and get the service going. I've done that numerous times. So I got through to an agent today. I've got through to a woman today, and she was like, trying to walk me through it. Oh, okay, well, you could try this, I guess, or try this, and like, she didn't even know what to do. She's like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can't really do anything. I'd have to get you through to technical support, but. She's like, I can give you the number, but like, she's like, they've been backed up for hours and hours. You probably won't even get through to them. And I was like, but she gave me their number, and literally about on the phone, 2.5 hours, nothing, no service, like, just garbage service, like, just terrible. All these internet companies have literally been without internet for 2 months. 2 months. How long does it take internet companies to hook up your service? Like, really? And then, like, I signed up, so I went with Virgin Mobile first. I said that they could hook me up with a landline and internet on the phone. Then they sent me a SIM card, so they sent me a cell phone home phone. And I'm like, that's not what I asked for. I asked for my landline home phone to be hooked up and my internet. Oh, we don't provide that service. Well, then why did you tell me that you provide that service when I phoned to order? And then so I had to cancel with them. I'm like, yeah, like, you guys said that you provided a service that you don't, clearly. You told me that you did, so then I canceled with that. I kept the SIM card because the technician came here, popped in the SIM card for my cell phone, got it working. It's literally been the only thing that's been working this month, so it's actually come in handy that I've been using the cell phone service from Virgin for the month, because no other services from any other companies are working for me. Like, and then so I switch over to Primus. They come in, they send in the technician, they send me the router and the pod or whatever. I hook it up, it's working for like I said, 2 days, 3 days max, and then boom, storm, outage, boom, rest of the month. Nothing. So I've had internet for 3 days out of the last 2 months, and yet they're still trying to charge me for things. Like they'll send me a bill for this, like monthly bill. You're not, like, even Primus, like, I'll pay them for 3 days. That's it. You're not getting any money for a month, like, for 3 days of service. We appreciate your patience. Please stay on hold for the next available agent. It's been like that for 2.5 hours. Literally nothing. Like, my patience is like wearing so thin, and it's literally, I swear, it's people will be like, oh, it's just regular issues. I'm like, no, this is like numerous companies that I'm not getting internet access. Oshawa Center has Wi-Fi. These guys go through Bell. Like, Primus goes through Bell, apparently, or Rogers or whatever, so why isn't service, like, Oshawa Center's right down the street from my house. Why is my house still not have internet? Been requesting internet from multiple internet companies for 2 months. Nothing. And then, like, I talked to them about the phone. Primus still hasn't hooked up my phone since I ordered. it. It was like phone for same thing, landline and internet services. They gave me the router, they gave me the pod, I plugged it in, worked for a couple days, boom, knocked out, but still no phone. It's been no phone access, and they say, oh, we're waiting on this, so like apparently, oh, if a phone number is suspended, then they can't hook it up. And she's like, it doesn't say that it's suspended or anything, but she's like, I'm guessing that's probably what it is. And then I explained to her about the mechanic thing. So because they're trying to squeeze that extra $60 that they're trying to steal from me, they literally shut off my service April 1st. While I'm attempting to get my bills paid, they shut it off. Then they expect me to. They're trying to charge me an extra $60 first for 2 months. They try to charge me for March and April. I didn't even receive any service in April, and they're trying to charge me for it. They're like, oh, you have to... It was like 2 weeks through April. It literally called them April 14th. What's going on? I have no service. Oh, you have to pay the full amount of $100 whatever dollars. And they're trying to charge me for March and April. I'm like, it's halfway through April. I've had no service this month. Why would you think that I'm going to pay you for a month that I haven't had service? Oh, sorry, there's nothing we can do. And then so they deduct... I'm like, you have to deduct whatever amount for the service I'm not getting. And so they deduct $20. They say they'll take $20 off my April bill for the 2 weeks. That didn't even make sense to me, but I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I'm gonna get this bill. After I pay this bill, I'll pay my deducted bill at the end of April when I see how much service that you've actually given me. I'll pay that. And they're like, yeah. And then they tell me when I'm at the bank in the parking lot, oh, how much do I need to pay to get my service turned on? Back on today. I'm in the parking lot. I need a number. I need the number of how much to pay to get my effing internet turned back on. Oh, $62.15. So if I go in right now, pay $62.15, you'll turn my internet back on. Yes. She says yes. And then call us back once you pay it. Go in the bank, pay it. Call them back. Oh, there's a $60 reactivation fee. And plus, it's going to take another 3 to 5 business days for that payment that you just made to go through. Meanwhile, they give you a confirmation number proving that you just paid it. So I'm like, well, if you're not going to turn it back on for another 3 to 5 business days, you're going to have to deduct those 3 to 5 business days off of my April bill. And then they're asking for $100. So they're still trying to get me to pay for April. And I'm like, April hasn't even passed yet. And I've got no service in April. I'm not paying for April. Well, we can't turn your service back on. I was just told if I pay this amount, you will turn my service back on. Oh, there's a $60 reactivation fee. You made no mention of a $60 reactivation fee when I was in the bank parking lot to pay this bill. You told me pay $62.15 and you will turn my effing internet back on. I have now paid that. Now I'm back home. You're telling me I have to go down to the bank and pay another $60? I'm like, what the F is wrong with you people? Turn my effing internet back on. Like, what is wrong with... Like, I swear, it's just because I'm rebuking this evil satanic government. I'm pointing out they're putting 666 on everyone's foreheads and FFF on hats and famous hats, F on this, fanatics hats. I'm just rebuking the shit out of them, destroying all their work. God just making it all so clear that they're a bunch of Satanist cult people putting 666 in New Era hats and Beast by Dre headphones and putting sixes on people's heads, and I'm rebuking them and all their products so they don't like it, so they're cutting off my internet and my ability to be able to speak to people about it. I got back on for 2 days. Like I said, Primus was up for like 2-3 days working. I go back to log on to my YouTube channel. They got me blocked out of my YouTube channel, so I can't upload any more videos. I can't even change the visibility on what videos I want to make visible or public or private. And they're saying, because now I'm hooked up with another company, so now I guess my IP numbers changed. So they say, oh, try sign in from your regular location on your regular devices. I signed in from my home, where I always am, on my cell phone and my laptop, and they're still not letting me into my own accounts. Like, you don't understand. Like, they're pushing me to effing snap. Like, they're literally... Like, they want me to, like, go and ham on someone. Like, it's It's literally, it's maddening.
Your patience while on hold.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. You'll be blah 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 put through to the next agent. It's fucking 2 hours later, nada, nothing. There's no one even like working at this company. It's now like 8:20 at night. Like the woman that worked there that I got through today, she goes, "Oh, the technical support is 24/7." I could be on here all night. They're not even gonna answer. There's no answer, no fixing my internet. I'm telling you, they're not fixing it. I've paid these people. They won't fix it. The technician came. He had no effing clue what he was doing. Guy brought the wrong router. This was Virgin Mobile guy. He said he worked for Bell. He was wearing a Bell shirt. He's like, "Oh, yeah, I'm just we all work for the same.
Your patience while
We all work for the same companies and blah 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 blah." This guy didn't even bring the right router to hook up for the Virgin. He goes and he leaves. Goes, "Oh, I'll be back. I'm gonna go get a different router." Comes back. By that time, I'm like, "Yeah, I just found out that they don't even offer the service, the phone service that they said that they offer. So they don't. So I'm gonna have to cancel this order because there's no point. I'm not trying to just get internet. I need internet and phone bundle." So he's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, no problem." And then I hook up with Primus because my mom goes, "Oh, my uncle has been with him for like 10 years, no problems." My uncle lives right over by the Asha Center. He probably has internet already. You know what I mean? And he's like literally down the street from me, same company. But I'm having all these problems. He probably isn't. Even if maybe he is.
on hold.
Either way, it's so frustrating. Like, it's like literally, and then like I was saying, a Canic, because I won't pay the $60 reactivation fee. I'm not paying a cancellation fee. These guys try to double charge me. Won't even waive the fee. They don't notify me that they're shutting off my internet. Then they shut off my internet. Literally the next day, April 1st, they shut off my internet. Next day after a canceled I attempted to pay it. I literally attempted to pay it in March. They go, "Oh, it didn't go through." Well, you should give me a notice that you got a failed transaction attempt. And then I go to the bank, they go, "Oh, we can't give a record that it was a failed transaction. It just didn't go through." And I'm like, "Oh, great. So because something happened on a Canic rejecting my payment or the bank failed transaction, they shut off my internet. Now I gotta pay another $60? And meanwhile, they're trying to double charge me right at the start of the month, saying, "Oh, it was a system error. Oh yeah, a system error just tried to double charge me an extra $60. Said it's an error, told me to pay the 1 month. I pay the 1 month, and then now they're trying to give me a reactivation fee for another $60. The exact amount that they tried to sneaky double charge me. It's theft. They're thieves. And then literally, so they're hijacking my number. They're literally got my number suspended, so I can't even hook up my same phone number with another company. So I'm like, "Oh no, I need to get a new phone number." And then like, it's been weeks. Like weeks. I'm like, how long does it take an internet company to hook up a phone and internet? Like really. It's been 2 months, but it's been like 2 weeks. Even Primus, I've been waiting for 2 weeks for them to come through and hook this up. All they did was they mailed me a router and their little phone pod thing. I plugged it in and I had to hook it up myself. And I got it working. And it worked for like 2 days. Literally 3 days max. And then, storm hits and then out. And it's already been like another week and a half, no service. It's like literally 2 months. It's been 2 months. They can't fix this problem. And I'm a paying customer. And they're just like, and I'm trying to get my college done. I just enrolled in college. I'm trying to get college done. And you need Wi-Fi for all this. It's like they're literally annoying and affecting my future. Like they're literally suppressing me from being able to function. Like, so frustrating.
Your patience while on hold.
And it's all cause I know what they're doing. It's because they're satanic, and I'm rebuking them, and I'm pointing out that they're all satanic and they're messed up. And they're a bunch of greedy Satanists putting 6s on all their products. So they're trying to like just, let's just aggravate and cut them off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't even explain what's going on here. Like, it makes absolutely no logical sense how these people, like, what kind of service is this? It's been like, I've gone through like 3 separate internet companies that have done shit all. I've literally had to order through numerous companies. This is like the 3rd company that I've gone through. First, like, you know, Canic, Rogers screws me over. Bell screws me over. Then I go to a Canic screws me over. Then I go to Virgin. Virgin tells me they can hook up my home phone when on the phone, get me to sign up, send a technician to my house, and then they mail me a cell phone, SIM card. Oh, wireless home phone, it says, with a SIM card for a cell phone. I'm like, that's not what I asked for. I asked for my landline phone to my home to be hooked up and my wireless internet. Oh, we don't offer those phone services. Well, then why did you tell me on the phone when I'm trying to sign up for this that you do? Why all these customer service people got their wires crossed? You're talking to like 20. I must have talked to 20 different customer service people, and every single time I'm talking to them, you got to confirm all your information, your name, your address, all this shit. It's like they're so uncoordinated. And then like I said, like, the second they wanted to get their router back, get their equipment back, Perlerator was at my door scary fast. Like, it was like 30 seconds. I just hung up the phone. It was like knock, knock, knock. The guy's at my door. Like, before I hung up the phone for this to pick up their package, the guy was there. Like, I didn't even literally get I didn't even have time to put the router in the box and tape it. The guy's at my door. He's like, oh, you got tape? I was like, that was like scary fast. like, oh, you guys are like, they're so quick when they're getting money back. You know what I mean? But then when you're trying to get any service, they're like, let's see how long this has been now. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Look. An hour and 35 minutes.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
An hour and 36 minutes now. Ridiculous. And that's just this call. I had another one. I phoned them earlier today. And I was, like I said, I was on hold for another hour and 10 minutes. And I didn't get through to anyone, so I just hung up. Now it's been an hour and 36 minutes. Nada. No one. It's like no one even working. There's no one providing service. Like, and still, I get it. Like, this is just still first world problems. Like, oh no, my internet's down. Yeah, and there's other countries that are like flooded, and they're like, oh, my house is caved in, and there's earthquakes and floods and volcanoes going off. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? This is a first world problem, but it's still I can't help but feel like this is the government monitoring me, seeing that I'm rebuking and bringing attention to their Satanism and how they're putting the mark on products and stuff, and they're literally just cutting me off my communications. They've literally, like, I'm blocked out from my own YouTube channel right now. They're not even letting me. And then they're like, to confirm it, I had my recovery email that I've always used so I can get into they won't even let me use that to confirm my identity, to verify myself, to get it into my YouTube channel. I'm like, this is the way that I've always done it. So they're like trying to get me to set up like different verifications and stuff like that. Oh, we need a cell phone verification. I don't have cell phone service at the moment. Like, they're trying to force me to get a cell phone. I've been without a cell phone for like years. Like, I don't want to pay for a cell phone. I've hardly needed it for anything, you know what I mean? But now that I'm going back to college, and it's the only thing that appears to be working, it's kind of like they're forcing it. They force this shit on you, or they lock you out of all your accounts and shit. Like, oh, you need to verify. Like, it's so annoying. So annoying. Like, I literally, oh man, I don't even know what to do. Like, you don't even know what to do. Like, what do I do? And then, like, I even said to my mom, I was like, I already told them that I'm not paying them. Like, I told them that they've lost a customer for providing such shit service. I'm like, I already told the mechanic I'm done with them. Like, they're not getting any more money out of me. I told them that. They treat me like that, and they lie to my face. Like, or not to my face, they lie on the phone to me like that. Literally. Oh yeah, we'll turn your service back on. You pay $62.15. Okay, I'm going into the bank to pay it right now. You better turn my service back on once I pay this. I turn it on. Boom. oh, there's a $60 reactivation fee. Oh, it's how nice of you to tell me that now that I'm back home in my fucking parking lot. Now I'm not at the bank anymore in the position to fucking pay that. You fucking jackasses. Like, you told me pay $62.15 when I was at the bank and you'll turn my service back on. Now I'm not at the bank and I'm back home and you're telling me to go back to the bank and pay another $60 fee. What the fuck is wrong with you stupid people? You know what I mean? Like, it was so infuriating. Like, so pissed. Like, I'm like, fucking stupid company. And then they were asking me for $100. I was like, I just paid $62.15, so I'm paid up for March. I paid for everything, all the services I've got. They're like, oh, we need the full amount in full. $100. I'm like, you're asking for that 40 whatever dollars from April. I have had no service in April. You're not getting $40 even for April until you turn my fucking service back on. You fucking numbskulls. Like, what don't you understand? You're asking for money for April, but you're not providing any service in April. I'm not prepaying for service that you have not provided me. And you're refusing to turn on. Like, and then they're before that, they're asking me for, hook up your, if we did it through a credit card, it would be a pre-authorized payment. I'm like, yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to give you pre-authorized payments that when you go to take out a double charge like you just tried to, it would have just automatically deducted it right from my credit card. Oh yeah, so your system error, you know what I mean? Like, if I would have gave them a pre-authorized credit card payment, they would have took out that $120 that they claim is their system error. Oops, we put 2 invoices together by accident. Whoops, you're getting double charged this month. Sorry about that. Literally, they said that's what they said the first time I phoned. Oh, it's a system error. Sorry about that. And they go, oh, just pay for March, and then you'll get your bill at the end of April. I go to attempt to pay my March bill, and then they go, oh, failed transaction. We still haven't received your payment. I'm like, oh, that's odd because I just tried to pay. I just paid it, and it just said that I paid it through the phone. And then I go into the bank. They go, oh yeah, failed transaction. It didn't go through. I'm like, why did the phone tell me it went through then? And why, like, don't you have a record of a failed attempt that I tried to pay a mechanic this amount on this day? You go, oh no, we have no record of that. We can't show you the failed transactions. I'm like, oh yeah, well, they just shut off my internet the next day because of this failed transaction, trying to claim like I didn't attempt to pay my bill. And now they're trying to double charge me the exact amount. Like, they just literally, and then they're trying to charge me the $60 reactivate. That's the exact $60 that they were trying to scam from me. Like, they're trying to fucking scam me for $60. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. So I tell my mom, well, maybe I should just pay this fucking $60. She's like, no, don't pay them $60. That's allowing them to steal. After what you just went through and how they just treated you, they just lied to you. She's like, don't pay that. Switch companies. These people are ridiculous. I'm like, okay, well, give me a number to another company, please, because I have no internet to be able to look this up right now. She's like, oh, I'll phone Uncle Chris, see what he's at. Phone up. Boom. He's with Primus. Now I'm with Primus. Oh, storm happens. No service. It's been half a month trying to go through Primus now. Still nothing. And I guaranteed. And then when I signed up for Primus, They make you, oh, now that you signed up, there will be $100 cancellation fee. So they're going to try to charge me for this month. And it's going to be some ridiculous, oh, we got to pay the full amount for a month. It'll be like $60. Oh yeah, I'm really going to pay $60 or $50 for 3 days of internet service. 3 days. I've had internet for 3 days this month. Yeah, I'm going to pay you the full amount for a month for 3 days of service. Like, and then if they do something ridiculous like that, then I'll be like, fuck that company, I'm canceling. And then they'll be like, oh, $100. Oh, now you're in bad standing with Primus. Why? Because you're a bunch of fucking goof companies that won't fucking provide service and still try to charge people for it. Like, I'm losing my patience. I've lost my patience for these fucking companies, these internet companies. They're just infuriating. Like, I swear, if I get a bill from Primus trying to charge me for a full month, or like, I'm paying them like $10 maximum for this month. 3 days. I've had 3 days of internet service for this month. You're getting like $10 max. Anything more than that, I'm gonna be like, fuck your company. I'm changing this. Like, and then who do I go to? You know what I mean? It's like, that's what I said to my mom. I should have just paid the fucking stupid crooks $60 that they're trying to steal. Well, they probably would have just stole another $60 from me. Fucking crooks. So fucking infuriated. Like,
Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
it's like I said this to the tech support guy. I was like, man, like, I live by Christian values, but I'm like, I wish this company had a face so I could fucking punch them in it. Like, you literally, like, you just want to teach these fucking companies a lesson in greed and stupidity, like how they're so fucking stupid and greedy. Like, it's and corrupt. That's so corrupt. They reject my payment. They reject my first payment, claim that I didn't try to pay it. I know for a fact that I paid they said like $59.35. I confirmed it. Like, I phoned them like right after. I said, oh, I just made the payment, $59 and whatever, 35 cents. And then they go, oh, it still didn't go through. You're going to have to check with your bank. I'll go check with the bank. They're like, yeah, it didn't go through. It must have been a failed transaction. Okay, so what the heck happened? Why did the phone tell me that it went through? That, oh, thank you for your payment of $59.35 to a mechanic. That's literally what the phone said. Then I go to the bank. They're saying, yeah, there's no record of that. What? And then now they shut off, they deactivate, then they charge me another $60, the exact amount that they're trying to claim that they're trying to double charge me for. And then so I go, okay, well, I'll try to pay it again. What do I need to pay to get my service turned back on? $62.15. Go in, pay $62.15, come home. Oh, you gotta pay the full amount of $100. $100. I just paid $62.15.
Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
And then even after I refused to pay that, because I'm like, I paid the $62.15 of that $100 now that you're asking me for, you're still not getting the difference from $62 to $100. You're not getting that $38 or $48 or, yeah, $38. Because that for April, because I have had no service in April. So until you turn my April service on, you're not getting any money for April. It's literally, April went by, I had no service in April. If I phoned them back, if I phoned a mechanic back, they'd still be asking me for money for April. Guaranteed. They'd be like, oh, we need $100. Oh, it shows that you paid $62.15, but we didn't receive $38, blah, 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 for April. I didn't even receive any fucking service in April. You know, oh, okay, well, we need $60 for your reactivation fee. Not fucking happening. You want me to pay $60 for to reactivate this? You should be paying me fucking $60 for the aggravation of shutting off my internet without giving me the warning that you're going to, that there was a failed transaction payment. You know what I mean? Then, like, literally, then I went to pay it. I paid it, like, attempted to pay it, like, days later. Still failed transaction. I tried to pay it in March, and it was they said failed transaction. I paid it on the 15th because they go 3 to 5 business days, so I let a few days go by. Still nothing. I'm like, I'm so fucking done with talking on the phone to these people, man. Like, and then like I go and I deal with it. I paid $62.15. She told me she'd turn it back on after I paid that. I paid it. They didn't turn it back on. So they fucking lied to me. Literally lied to me. I come home, then they ask me for another $60. Think about how mad you would be as a customer if you are in your bank parking lot dealing with 2 weeks, no internet. You ask the exact amount. How much do I have to pay to get my internet turned back on today? And I can go into the bank right now and pay it. How much? $62.15. If I go into the bank and pay $62.15, you will turn my internet back on today. Yes. She says yes. Go make that payment and then phone us back. I do. They ask for another $60 and I'm already at home. Fucking wanted to slap the fucking people. Like, I wanted to fucking punch them in their face. Like, like, and I'm on disability. Like, they're fucking trying to make me lose my mind. Like, this is like some satanic attack. Like, I can't help but think that this is like some satanic shit. Like, this is some organized cult of internet people watching me just fucking rebuke the shit out of them, pointing out how they're all satanic and shit. They don't want me warning people. They just don't. I'm on internet every day, fucking rebuking them, pointing out all their evil shit, and they can't. They see it, and they hate it, and so they're like, what can they do when you're a paying customer? They have to explain that, you know what I mean? But I am a paying customer. I'm paying it. They still cut off my service. I'm fucking reporting this shit. Who do you report it to? Literally, she's like, I asked the girl at Primus, I'm like, yo, who do you report these companies to for doing this? Oh, the CRFTC or something. She said, like, oh, the C... She gave me some letters. Oh, the CRTC. The CRTC. So I gotta report them to what? The CRTC for what? Trying to scam me $60? And then what? What are they gonna do about it? You're gonna come hook up my internet? Fucking doubts. Oh, just phone this tech support. Fucking sit on the phone for fucking 2 hours. We won't answer.
Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
An hour and 50 minutes. It's been an hour and 1 hour. This is tech support from Primus. There's Primus's tech support. These fucking internet companies. An hour and 51 minutes on hold. No answer. Tech support. Good technical support, guys. Good service. Like, I'm telling you, like, you couldn't believe this treatment. You couldn't believe it unless you witness it. Like, how fucking retarded these companies are. Like, and how fucking evil they are. Like, 2 months. I'm telling you, 2 months. They fucking shut my internet off on April 1st. It's now May 30th. I've gone to like fucking 3 different... I tried to settle it with a mechanic. Fucking paid $62.15. Come back home. They asked for another fucking $60. Like, I was at the fucking bank ready to pay it. I fucking paid what they had told me to when I'm at the bank. Come home, they asked me for another $100 first. Because they're like tacking on the $62.15 plus trying to charge me for April. So they asked me for $100. Like, I just paid $62.15, you fucking retards. Then you said that you turn it back on. Now I'm in my fucking driveway and you're asking for a $60, $100. Not happening. And then I was like, and then they're like, oh, it's still a $60 reactivation fee. I'm like, put me on with your fucking manager. Like, put me on with the supervisor. Whoever is in, oh, I'm not in the position to waive this $60 reactivation fee. Well, put me on the phone with someone who is in the position to waive this $60 reactivation fee. They fucking put someone else on the phone, give them all my information again. Oh, and they don't do shit. They didn't do shit. I'm like, I'm fucking done with this company. I'm switching. You're not getting a fucking cent more from me. Then I'm like, then I say to my mom, I'm like, maybe I should just pay these crooks this $60 so they have no fucking excuse. Then what would they say? What could they say? They'd just fucking probably do it again the next month. That's another thing that she said too. She goes, oh, you just pay the $60 reactivation, but you don't have to pay it right now though. So what, you're gonna do that, tack this on next month and pull the exact same shit? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't have to pay it right now. You won't turn my fucking internet back on right now. You just told me unless I pay $60, you won't turn it back on. So why are you saying I don't have to pay it right now? Fucking idiots. I'm telling you, it's fucking their crooks, man. This is some thievery, mistreatment shit. For someone who's like pays their bills, I pay my bills. Literally, that's what I said to them too. I'm like, yo, check the fucking records. I haven't missed a payment in like 4 years. You think I'm trying to like not Then you shut off my internet, no warning. Meanwhile, you see I've been a steady paying customer for 4 fucking years.
Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
Like, after 4 years straight payments, no issues. Then they what? You think I'm not gonna pay you? I'm stiffing you for a payment? Like, obviously, you guys made some fucking mistake. You obviously rejected my payment, and then they shut off my service, and now they're trying to charge me because they reject my payment? Like, I'm on disability, I'm on a budget, so I don't even have the money to keep coughing up, oh, another $60, another $60, another $60. Like, fucking annoying. Literally had to borrow the $62.15 from my mom to pay it. Then I pay it, then I come back home and ask for another $60. I was like, oh my goodness.
Stay on the line with the next
Fucking want to burn your company to the ground. Like, it's like, it was the most dishonest shit. Like, you're supposed to be a professional company. This person tells, like, lies to my face. Like, or not to my face, like, lies to my ear. Sorry, like, on the phone. They say it's all voice recorded, too, for service purposes. Oh, we're gonna record this. I want to hear these recordings. They say they recorded all my convo, so I'd like to hear it. You'd hear me losing my shit on them eventually. You people are fucking retards. Like, fucking jackasses. Turn my fucking internet back on, you fucking morons. I just paid what you told me to pay when I was at the bank.
your patients while on hold. Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
They're fucking pushing you to want to fucking... Like I said, they push you to want to just fucking climb a clock tower. Find these fucking greedy internet fucks and these stupid and, like, incomprehensive fucking phone service people. Find them and fucking climb a clock tower and start fucking showing these people, because you don't treat people like this, you fucking retards. Like, that's what it feels like they're pushing you to. It's like they're trying to push you to violence. They're trying to push you to such aggravation with society that you're like, how can a company, they're supposed to be a legit internet company, how can they get away with treating people like this? Paying customers.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on
How
the
do you
line
run a
with the next
fucking
available
company
agent.
and have someone not answer the fucking phone for 2 hours? Technical support. Fucking 2 hours later. That means I've been on speakerphone just letting this fucking shit ring for over 3 hours today. 3 fucking hours. No support. No technical support. Internet still fucking off. I've reset the fucking thing 100 times. Fucking unplug it. Hit the reset button. Fucking switch up. Nothing. Fucking nothing. Should have heard all these fucking lies too.
We appreciate your patience
Oh.
while on hold.
Go.
Please stay on the line
Oh,
with the
mechanic.
next available agent.
These guys go. A mechanic says you just got your services cut off today. This is 2 weeks late. 2 weeks into April, and then this girl's going, "Oh, a mechanic says that you just stopped receiving services today." I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm phoning you right now, fucking complaining 2 weeks later that I've had no service, because I just got it cut off today. Like, you calling me a fucking liar. Like, these people are so fucking stupid. Like, and they're so evil. Like, this isn't like, I'm trying to explain it to myself, like, oh, it must just be like a regular technical support issue. Like, no, this is irregular interactions. This doesn't fucking happen. This isn't your regular it doesn't take 2 fucking months to get your internet back on. This is like clearly government evil suppression trying to stop me from communicating to the world. Like, this is legit them fucking with me. Like, this isn't your regular... It shouldn't take 2 months. It doesn't take 2 months to get a fucking internet problem solved. Like, literally, like, it doesn't make sense. The Oshawa Center down the street has internet. These fucking neighbors around me have internet. So what the fuck is their problem with turning mine on?
Appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
That's what it's tempting me to do. It's tempting me to just go knock on my neighbor's door and be like, yo, can I use your internet? Can I have your password? These fucking companies are being stupid fucks. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna ask my neighbor for their internet access. See if they'll fucking be nice. Love thy neighbor. They probably won't. Even their whole song is like enough to just drive you nuts. Hearing this for 3 hours today, like I'm just like, I hear it on my sleep. Dun, 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 dun. We appreciate your patience on hold. Please stay online for the next available agent. Fucking 3 hours later, saying the exact same shit. Like, fucking someone's sleeping over at the technical support. Oh yeah, our technical support is 24/7. Oh really? Well that's great, because I've been on the phone fucking 2 hours now, since 6 o'clock, and it is now 8:50. And I was on the phone from fucking 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock this afternoon. No answer. But anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that. I just have to show this. I have to testify and witness to this. This is not normal. This is not normal treatment from the government, from internet companies, the way that they're suppressing me. They're like cutting off my communications. And this isn't normal. Like my sister is like, oh, maybe it's just no, it's probably not because of the satanic thing. Like I'm like, yeah, it probably is. I've got so much evidence of this government that they're a bunch of evil fucking satanic 666 planting fucks. Bunch of devils. Like, got a fucking signet ring with my name in the name of Christ. It says 2 J's right in the name of Christ. And it says J and 2 J's in the name of Christ in a signet ring. The scriptures make mention of a prophet with a signet ring. I will make you like my signet ring, blah, 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 blah. I'm pointing out all these 666 products that these companies are putting out. Pointing out how satanic all these evil buggers are, and people are all just, like, ignoring me. Then, like, now, I posted the Sanhedrin conversation from Jesus of Nazareth, the movie Jesus of Nazareth, and, of course, there's, like, 1,000 comments going on to this fucking video, and they're all, like, people getting into arguments about who Jesus is and blah, 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 but they just are taking to it because even Jesus of Nazareth, I like, you know, some of the movies that teach about the gospel and Jesus and stuff like that, but they're still false. So there's still, because it's still idolatry. It's still Hollywood idolatry. It's still promoting the Hollywood actors, like the what's her name that played Mary, and the guy from Lion King who plays one of the wise men. It's still idolatry. So, like, you see the comments, people be like, what a great cast! Oh, this guy and this person and, oh, this person. What a great cast in the movie. I'm like, these are all idolaters. Like, I'm posting the conversation just from it, just to show that it's like, anytime a prophet comes along, they try to stifle them, and they reject them. Just like the scriptures say. That's why I get rejected, and that's why I have this kind of fucking problems. Even in my hometown. You know what I mean? Like, but of course, the worldly people all take to, oh, what a great movie! Oh, this is great! Jesus of Nazareth! Oh, I love this movie! Yeah, because you're a bunch of fucking idolaters. You don't see the idolatry side of it. You just see, oh, what a great teaching thing. Oh, it's teaching, like, about the gospel. It doesn't even teach the proper shit about the gospel either.
Stay on the line with the next available agent.
Forget the girl's name. But that's the frustration. Like, you post this movie. Oh, it was a series on TV, and people will be like, I watch it, and I've learned a lot from it when I was first coming to God and all this. But then, like, you know, you look into it and people will be like, oh, what a great cast and blah 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 blah. And it's like, oh, James Earl Jones and he like from The Lion King and like what's her name? Oh yeah, Christopher Plummer, and like it's all still idolaters and Hollywood people, you know what I mean? So there's still deception in it, you know what I mean? Like, and then, but that's why people take to it. It's so fucking annoying. Like, Sir Laurence Olivier. What was the girl who played Mary in it? Oh, Olivia Hussey or whatever as Mary, and people are like, oh, awesome. And it's like, yo, just because it's fucking worldly Hollywood people, man. Like, they don't put out any real shit. This, like, yeah, this is about the closest thing that you can get a Hollywood production that talks about Jesus' life. There's still falseness. It's still promoting Hollywood idolaters and probably some false gospel shit in it. You know what I mean? They probably, like, when you, I've gone through it, they'll put false scripture and shit in here, false teaching, things that Jesus didn't even say. Like, they always do this shit, and then people take to it. Like I can be in real life talking real stuff about the gospel and about how you, like, the commandments, love God and all others as yourself, and try to help people grasp the perspective. They don't fucking listen to the proper teachings. When God sends someone or talks through someone like me, and then, oh, because you're swearing. Oh, you done a twerking video. Oh yeah, you don't listen to me, and I don't know God. Because why? Because I'm a single male who likes women and doesn't lie that he likes women. And I swear like every other person in the world has sworn before. Like, people get angry and they swear. I'm growing up in a society that promotes swearing every day in music. Language rubs off. I'm doing my best to clean up my language. It's hard not to get angry and swear when you got this kind of crap going on. And then also, like, it says, the tongue's like a fire. You can't control your tongue. It's like it can't even be done. Like, I've tried. I try to control my tongue. I've tried to be silent. It's like, I blurt out stupid shit sometimes. I say things out of anger that I don't even mean at times, you know what I mean? And then there's times where I've got confused where I'm like, is this God doing this, or would this be Satan doing this? Where I get confused and I'm like, yo, what's the deal here? Like, is this you doing this, God? Like, or is this Satan? Like, so then you get angry and you get frustrated. You know what I mean? So the devil's just trying to confuse you, whether it's him or God, you know what I mean? Like, so you say things out of anger that you don't mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, I've done that enough times. Like, do that in videos. I blurt out. I get angry. I swear, because it's like it's not even angry. It's like the scripture said. It's like furious rebukes. I'm furious, like absolutely furious. Like, people like there'd be, oh, don't be so angry, and oh, it doesn't display the fruits of the Spirit that show the Holy Spirit. I'm fucking furious. Like wrathfully furious, where I'm like, I understand why God would flood the shit out of all these people. They're all fucking so disobedient, so falseness all day. Like, Hollywood movie, like, oh yeah, what a great movie. Anything that is like mainstream supported, like. But then they reject the truth, like anyone talking the truth, like anyone who rejects worldly shit, like, I reject it, you know what I mean? Like, anything that James Earl Jones is in is going to be pointing to idolatry. Anything with Olivia Hussey in it is going to be idolatry. Just because I post a speech about the Sanhedrin rejecting Jesus, I'm posting that to show that, look, this is what they do. They reject prophets and they put them to death. It says that, like, they're still trying to claim, oh, the Jews, and oh, we're the chosen people, and blah blah blah. Like, oh yeah, because God's racist, and he chooses specific race, like, because he's racist. Like, it's the whole point why he probably chose the Jews. Chooses some group who thinks they're better than everyone. Like, to make an example, and then gives it over to the Gentiles to show, yeah, see, God chooses anyone who's willing to serve Him and obey. Like, they're just being used as an example. Just because God chooses you and uses you as an example doesn't mean that you're better than anyone. Like, but yeah, it's like, that's why, like, they'll still do it to this day. Like, oh yeah, the Jews, and we're the chosen people, and God's chosen people, and this and that. They were the ones who put Christ to death, didn't even recognize God and His own Son, the Spirit of God working through His own Son, and then they put Him to death, and then the main city, Jerusalem, they say, oh, the city that kills all the prophets. That's what it's named. It's called they try to call it the city of peace. Meanwhile, in the Bible, it's referred to as the city that kills its prophets that are sent to them. And you see that they like stone Stephen, kill Jesus, kill John. They just or John died somewhere else by Herod, but still, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous, man. It's all like they've just taken the gospel and they've just twisted it. Like, they just twist it. They want you to think that it was God that killed His Son. Yeah, that's what it was. God sent His Son, then killed His own Son that He sent for you to receive. Yeah, He had to die because God wanted. It was God's will that He died. No, He sent His Son so that you would receive Him. God sends prophets so that you receive the prophets. That's why He says, believe in the one who He sent. If you received and believed the one who He sent, you wouldn't put them to death. You'd receive the message. So that's not God that put Jesus to death. That was devils that saw that God was working through His Son Jesus, that schemed. Like, that's why it said, oh, and then Satan entered into Judas, and oh, all the Pharisees. You think that was God working through them? No, it's very clear. Then Satan entered into Judas, and then they went to the Pharisees, and they all betrayed Him. It was devils killing Jesus. So it wasn't God killing Jesus. God's not going to come in His Son and put Himself to death for glory. Kill me to show that I'm willing to suffer, and my Son to show you the way. It's not like that. He came, He's like, comes in people, and He'll be like, yo, act like this, behave like this, be non-violent, be loving. Then these devils see that, they put Him to death, they eliminate Him for the time being, and they go right back to corruption and schemes. And it's been like that. Just a cycle of that. God sending a prophet, them killing the prophet. God sending a prophet, them killing the prophet. And we're just waiting for God Himself to actually show up now. And because that one parable which says, oh, He'll send His servants. Then they put the servants to death. Then He'll send His Son. And then they put the Son to death. What do you think the Master will do when He comes? Then the Master, being God, is going to show up. And He's going to be like, you put my servants and my Son to death. You didn't listen to them. And now you're going to get wrath. Boom. Wrath and judgment. So we're waiting for God to send Jesus back. Or Christ back. That's the hardest part too. It's like, yo, like, if Jesus is the Christ, then what? Is He going to send the exact same Christ back? There's only one Christ, and it's Jesus. So what is He? You know, who are we waiting for now? That's what it all just seems to be. Oh, now you just gotta wait for the next person. Just things that don't make sense about the gospel either. Where, like, the one thing, how Jesus was like, oh,
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
in the Living Christ series. Right here, it was in here. There's like 3 discs. But it was like in the Living Christ series. Then they had Jesus say, "Oh, the one, you know how it says, oh, no one has seen heaven, or no one has come except for the Son. No one has ascended to heaven except for the Son who came down from heaven," and blah 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 blah. Like Jesus, they said that Jesus said, "No one has seen heaven, or except for the Son of Man who came down from heaven." Blah 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 blah. And the one I just watched, they're like, "Oh, no one is." They have him say, "Oh, no one has ascended to heaven except for the Son of Man who came down from heaven." Meanwhile, Jesus came after Elijah, and it testifies that Elijah was taken up in a chariot of fire to heaven, like he was ascended God sent a fiery chariot with horses, fiery horses, and they watched him ascend into heaven, into the heavens, into the sky, like. And then, so what did they just take Elijah somewhere else, and then he died as a man somewhere else in the world, like. Just things like that are contradictory. They don't make sense. Yet they're claiming that Jesus said that. You know what I mean? That could just be just that one series. He could have said something along those lines. Oh, no one's seen heaven. And the Son of Man has been connected to Elijah in different prophecies too. Like, people even thought that Jesus was Elijah come back kind of thing. Like, when Jesus showed up, like. Just ridiculous. Like, I just get a vibe like they're just always trying to confuse and twist the gospel, and they just want you to keep waiting for them to show up, and it goes so like it's been thousands of years, all these generations. You're just waiting. We're just waiting for these characters to show up, this group of angels to come end this already. This wicked psycho cycle of devils killing prophets, oppressing the righteous, those who are trying to do good and of God, and then just a psycho cycle of just suffering for the gospel because no one's actually stepping up and stopping them. Bless your enemies, and no, don't curse. Bless those who curse you, and love your enemies. And blah, blah, blah. How is that ever going to stop the wickedness? And the one where it's like, if someone forces you to go a mile, go 2 with them. Oh, if someone robs you for your robe, also give them your cloak as well. And this, like, Jesus teach, tell that, like, put that into a translation of, like, raping. Someone forces you of rape and rapes you, go the extra mile, and like, you know what I mean? That doesn't work. Like. You know what I mean? Like realistically, like, someone forces you to do something, just go along with it. Like, someone forces you to go that mile, go the extra 2.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
It's like if a rapist tries to force you to give them a BJ, you should go that extra mile and have sex with them as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, that doesn't even work. Like, that it's kind of nonsense. Even the one where he said, that other one that he said, what was the other one that I was pointing out? So hard to think with this fucking waiting on hold.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Oh yeah, the other one that Jesus said, where he's like, when they accused of it being the devil working all these things through him. They even say that in this Living Christ series too. They're all talking about like, Jesus is using magic to heal all these people, lepers, and bring people back to death. And they keep referring to magic in it. Like, he's using magic to turn water to wine. It's all magic. Power of magic. And they're trying to connect Jesus to sorcery again. Meanwhile, the Bible's so clear to stay away from sorcery and witchcraft and magic. So, yet there's like these Christian series, the Living Christ, is accusing Jesus of dabbling in magic. And that's what they're trying to, like, meanwhile, it's just God doing what he wants to through Jesus. Like,
we appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
But then they have Jesus say, and then they accuse him of devils doing it, right? Like, Satan, and he's like, can Satan be against Satan? If Satan can't stand against, if Satan stands against himself, and blah, 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 and I've already explained, like, why could a devil not be in a person possessing someone, and then when Satan goes, leave him, and then the devil leaves the body? Like, why would the devil not pull a scheme like that? Like what they witnessed in the temple when apparently, like, Jesus in the temple, some possessed guy comes in goes, "Oh, we know who you are, Son of God, blah 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 blah, and you're here to kill us, and don't." And then like later, he's like, "Leave him," and then he leaves. Like, why wouldn't? How could could easily be a devil in them, and then it could be Satan in this so-called prophet, Son of God, and then just being like, "Leave him," and then the devil just leaves him. Like to gain people's trust that you believe that it's Satan who's working through this prophet that pops up is of God. You know what I mean? But all Jesus' teachings were loving, and he was healing people. But it says that the false prophets can do miracles and wonders and stuff like that too. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm not saying this to put doubt, like to doubt Jesus, but think about it logically and realistically. If Satan was in someone, and then there was a devil in another person and came along, and then Satan's like, "Leave him," you don't think the devil would just take that other demon that's in the human would just leave, take the order from Satan and leave, and then people would all worship the Satan that's in this so-called prophet vessel? "Oh, he just healed a possessed guy. Oh, he just commanded a devil to leave." Satan clearly has control over devils too, so they're saying that Jesus had the power and command over devils because he has all authority given. Well, then why wasn't he able to command the devils from stopping him from killing him when they put him to death? Crucifixion. If it was the devil in Judas. If it was the devil that was in Judas and the Pharisees, then why wouldn't those devils be able to take the command from Jesus? It's like he didn't want to stop his death, he had to die, blah, 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 blah. Well, then why was he telling them to receive him? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense when you think about it. The gospel doesn't make sense. It's saying that God chose to sacrifice his son? He gave his son as a sacrifice, blah, 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 blah. That's like saying that God sent his son to die. So what? Why would you do that? You send a prophet for people to kill him? What, to glorify him? No. He sent a prophet to be received by the people, to pass the message. They reject it, they kill him. Okay, so from my point of view, that's not God that's sending his son to be killed. That's God sending his son with hopes that people will ideally receive him and the message. You don't give commands and laws with hopes that they are going to break them. You hope that they receive them and obey them. Not that they break the commandment, "Thou shalt kill." You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to give a command, but then I'm going to send someone to be killed. Like, I'm going to kill them. Like, I don't know. Doesn't make sense. So, I don't know. I'm struggling with it still, but I know that I found God through Jesus. I found love through Jesus. The Spirit of Jesus was clearly loving. And he teaches love. And that was clearly the Spirit of God, which is love. And that leads to life. I can see the teachings lead to life. But then certain teachings like, drinking water to wine, that doesn't lead to life. That leads to death. Like, John's way of not drinking leads to life. So, and then, I don't know, but then I can see that there's evil buggers. There's these evil buggers that are just in the government, and they are putting 6s on people, on products, and on people. They're marking people. They're branding people like animals, putting brands on them, marks on them, through their products. And they're weird. It's weird behavior. It's so weird. It's so hard to process. While you're like, how? And then like even the Christian people, like you guys call yourself Christians, but they aren't receiving me, and they're not. They can't recognize that I'm being of God. Meanwhile, I'm pointing out all the evil stuff. like making it, like pointing it out like clear as day, screenshots showing them all the products that their 6 is in, giving them the warnings. Don't put this on your head, brothers and sisters. How can you not recognize a Christian brother warning you about these things? A prophet, a chosen sent prophet with a signet ring shows up. But because I'm in my hometown, they can't. So I gotta leave my hometown for them to recognize me. But then I have to leave the safety of my hometown, go around a bunch of strangers that I don't know, probably get outnumbered by a mob and get put to death. And that's the psycho cycle that's been happening for thousands of years. So what? Is this a test from God to see if you'll let go of your earthly life, go to some other city, talk to strangers, get attacked and killed for the gospel? Oh, pick up your cross and you must follow me and give up your life and blah, 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 blah. It's been 2,000 years. The world hasn't got any better. It's gotten worse. Now there's all these drugs, heroin, crack, cocaine, flocka. It's just getting worse. So how is following that example? It's not translating. It transforms specific people who mimic that behavior. It transforms their spirit. Yeah, you'll ascend in the long run, but in the overall, it's not making the world. It's not transforming the earth into the kingdom of heaven. Your earth that will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That's, yeah, for the people who follow it, you're loving on earth and you're loving in heaven. But it's still not saving the world. It's not transforming the world. It's not bringing, the world's still corrupt. The end hasn't come yet. All the scriptures haven't been fulfilled yet. So that's why they're like, oh, there's going to be a second coming. Jesus didn't fulfill all the prophecies regarding the Messiah. Not all, they haven't been fulfilled. There hasn't been the earthquake in Jerusalem and the 7,000 left alive and standing on the mount covered in the blood of his enemies and then so the New Testament says like, oh, and then the second coming and blah, 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 and they added all this next stuff of this next, and it's like the Old Testament hasn't even been fulfilled yet, and then they added a bunch of more stuff to wait for. They've already been waiting for thousands. The Jews have been waiting for thousands of years for all these prophecies to be fulfilled. Not all of the Old Testament has been fulfilled yet. And, like, Elijah will come and restore all things. Like, blah, 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 blah. And, oh, if you're willing to accept it, Elijah has come. They did whatever. So what? John was Elijah and what? He restored everything? Well, then why is the world still the way it is? Everything's been restored. It's restored for those who follow the example. They'll get to heaven and blah, 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 blah. And like, it hasn't restored all things. They haven't restored all things. All things have not been restored yet. And then it says like, and then the Messiah prophecies weren't all fulfilled through Jesus. So that's why they're like, oh, there's a second coming and blah, blah, blah. And they added all this next stuff that you're waiting for another like, what, thousand? It could be thousands and thousands more years of people waiting for this. Meanwhile, they're just, and then 2,000 years go by, and it's or whatever, and there will be a millennial reign, but then the beast will be released again for a short time. So it's just saying that it's going to happen again, and then there's going to be another breakout of some satanic shit after this next 1,000 years, and then it's just going to fall back, and but then it'll only be for a short time. Then all evil will be destroyed. Like, we've been waiting for like thousands of years for these prophecies to be fulfilled, and we're just still waiting. It just seems like it's just all all written prophecies keeping you waiting to not, and telling you not to step up and stop the evil. Don't step up and stop. Oh, if you just allow the wicked to be wicked, or bless those who curse you and love your enemies, and don't, if a man is vile, just let him be vile, and let the righteous be righteous. That's telling you don't step up and use the law to stop them. Like, this seems like it's just all manipulation to stop people from organizing and stopping these satanic fuckers. Like, and then anyone who does, they paint out to be Antichrist. Like, oh yeah, like Hitler. Oh, Hitler's Antichrist. He tried to kill all the Jews. Blah blah blah. Well, the Bible just so happens to say that there's a bunch of fake Jews in power that are running the world, that are claiming that they're Jews, but they're of the Church of Satan. And then Hitler rises up and tries to kill all the Jews. You think that's a coincidence? No. He probably felt oppressed the same way I feel oppressed by he could have been trying to do good in the world, see that there's all these evil cults and organizations that aren't allowing anyone to change anything. So he's like, we gotta go to war. That's the only way that we can stop them. So he probably rose up and tried to change things, and by doing so, he tried to wipe out the Jews. You know what I mean? Like, because he's probably looking for those fake Jews or of the synagogue of Satan who are running this. It's probably a bunch of devils. You know what I mean? Like, but then what? He's painted out as evil. He's the Antichrist. It's still breaking commandments. I'm not trying to defend him, but you can see that's the way the gospel's set up. It's set up to villainize anyone who tries to step up and stop wicked. And it's telling you not to step up and stop the wickedness. It's telling you to stop it within yourself. Like, you gotta remove the speck from your own eye, so just don't do wickedness and this and that. That still doesn't work. It's like me. I don't do wickedness anymore. I don't practice wickedness. I'm not breaking commandments every day. I practice righteousness. You know what I mean? And that doesn't, like, it doesn't change the whole world. That doesn't make, it rubs off on a few of the people. You make the world a better place a little bit. Other people around you, they see your example. But in the long run, it just gets you persecuted and attacked because these people are all like, oh, he's a nice guy. He's not going to defend himself or step up, and you can just walk all over him. He'll bless you if you hurt him. He'll bless you if you curse him. He'll love you if you hate him. He'll just give to you if you steal from him. Like, so it just sets up the good to just be attacked and killed. And then it just sends you up, like, it's basically just setting you up to not stop evil. It's just basically telling all the good people to be a bunch of fucking pussies and don't step up and stop these fucking wicked people who just keep fucking stepping all over you. Like, and you're supposed to be like, oh, I love them all though, because there's hope for them to change. We can see they're never going to fucking change. Though it's been thousands of years. They're promoting violence to kids. They're training them on murder simulation games. You think devils are ever going to repent? You're fucking delusional. Like, even the gospel doesn't even promote that they ever will. It promotes that God's going to get fed up and just smite them and kill them, but we're not supposed to. You're supposed to just leave it to God. The invisible God is just going to eventually wipe them all out. If he's almighty, he would have done it already. You don't sit around giving evil time. He's going to watch them for another 1,000 years of them, like, it's like, if you're a good God and you have the power to stop evil, there's no reason why you wouldn't stop it right now. It's like me right now. If I were God and Almighty and I had the power to stop all evil right now, if I were truly good and I had the power to do that, I would do it right now. I would stop it right now. You don't want evil to exist. That's why he gave commandments. Well, because he's so good. You don't want God. You're God. You don't want evil. You want good. So why are you allowing it when you have the power to stop it right now? You're the only one who can stop it right now. People can stop the evil individually in their own selves, but I can't stop the evil in everyone else around me. You know what I mean? God can, though, apparently. That doesn't make sense that he's allowing it to keep going. That doesn't make sense. If you're God and good, you don't want to give evil any chance to thrive. You would stop it right now. Like, doesn't make sense. So it's getting extremely hard to believe that this isn't just a bunch of brainwashed fucking nonsense to stop you from going and trying to dominate the world and stop the evil fuckers that have always been oppressing people with this psychoness. Like, That's what it seems like. So it's like they send all the fucking young strong men to war to kill each other. They kill off the large groups of men. Anyone who's like this groups of strong men or potential threats to stop them. And they'll fucking oppress them, put them in the whole society into a depression where they're starving for money. Then they'll pay them money to go kill each other and go to war with each other. Go kill each other. Knock off a huge thing of the population. It used to be the women would stay home. They'd keep the women alive. Because they're just paying for all the women. Prostitutes, and they'll just pay them, sway them with money. All the rich guys get all the girls. Cinderella template. Oh, rich princes sweep you off your feet. And then all the poor strong men go to kill each other. For money. To get bombs dropped on them like fucking Hiroshima and Nagasaki shit. Like... And everyone's just too fucking stupid to ever look through it, see through it, and fucking do anything about it. And then except for a man named Hitler who fucking steps up and tries, and then they villainize him. And the mainstream totally makes him like, oh no, he's so wicked. Because he's the only man who actually rose up a country to ever try to put a stop to this fucking clearly evil satanic system of claim to be Jews. Who aren't fucking being Jews, practicing Judaism or the ways of Christ and God. You know what I mean? But neither was Hitler. He wasn't practicing that. So it's like, what are you supposed to do? Just... We've already seen Christ came and Jesus, if Jesus was the Christ, the Son of God, which I believe he was, his example, yeah, it saves the ones who follow it, but it didn't save everyone. Says he gave his life for as a ransom for many. So there's a remnant of a group who follow that example and it will save them. So he did save some people by example. So what? And our example, by following that example, can rub off and save the few who witness that, oh, that's like, it's just, oh man, you just want it to all go away. I just want the evil to all go away. Like I said, if I were God, like right now, and I was like, yo, evil fucking die. Even if it's me. Even if it's evil in me, just fucking all evil die right now. I command all evil to just fucking die. I want any vessel that is for evil, not for God, which is love, to just stop breathing right now. Drop fucking dead. And I have faith that it will happen right now, and then it does. That's like, why would God not do that? If you're truly good, you don't want that evil in your existence because it's corrupting your being. So it's putting them under attack. And if you don't want us to do evil, you don't want us under the attack of evil either. So you're allowing it. It seems like you're putting this temptation of evil around us. It says God doesn't tempt people to evil. But it seems like he's got it set up to raise him above us below. We're a bunch of evil sinners. He's the one who's not. But you're the only one with the power, has the power to stop it and have us not be sinners, to forgive us and put us in a better environment. But we're waiting for that, and we've been waiting for that for thousands of years. So you're just sitting there watching us suffer. Yet it claims that you're good. What is good about sitting there watching your creation suffer, even the ones who don't want to do evil and be among evil? What is good about that? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. It's so hard to believe. But I still believe it, and I still wait, and I still do righteousness. It's like I said, doing good is its own reward. My life would be way worse if I was way worse. You know what I mean? That's just that's just reality. You know, you do bad things, you reap what you sow. If you do bad, break laws, give people reasons to shoot you, hate you, kill you, they will. You know what I mean? You bring bad on yourself. But apparently, when you do good, they do that anyway. You do good, and apparently God doesn't protect you. You have to walk and go to death, and people walk all over you and persecute you for His name and all that. So it's like, either way, it's just a cycle of you just taking abuse, being stuck in a shit environment that, oh, God's good, but He's got you stuck in this shitty environment of sin where evil is being allowed to thrive, for the time being. Well, until you wipe it all out, no one can believe that you're good. Because you're allowing this evil to be among us. And then people will be like, no, it's not God that's allowing it. It's us who's allowing it. Well, you're the only one who's allowing all us to have the potential to choose and keep breathing and go on or not. So we're just waiting for him to make the decision and be like, okay, time's up. That could be thousands of years. Realistically, there's no one who could ever witness if it's ever going to come to pass and if God's ever going to have to live up to his word or not. It could be it's going to... The word of God is infinite, and like this generation thought he was going to come, then that generation thought he was going to come, then this next generation sees his son come, gets crucified, and then the world just gets worse and falls back into sin and even worse shit. Heroin, crack, cocaine, they invent all these new evils. How'd that save the world? Fucking world just got a whole lot shittier. Like, floods the world, kills all these people, the world just goes right back to fucking shit. Like, aren't you tired of this stupid psycho cycle? Like, clearly these beings are just doing evil. Someone's partaking in it. Someone's witnessing it. Someone's not putting a stop to it. Doesn't make sense that God would allow this to keep going on this way. Doesn't make sense. Gotta trust in his timing. Oh, he's gonna stop it at the exact right time when he wants to stop it. If I were God right now, like I said, if I were God and had the power to stop all evil right now, a good and benevolent God would do that. You wouldn't allow evil to thrive and keep going on. You wouldn't give them any chance to keep corrupting your beings. You protect your beings and teach them the right way, keep them around the right teachers and influences, and you wouldn't allow them to be corrupted by a corrupt environment. Like, oh, in paradise. How is it paradise if there's a serpent there tempting them? Misteaching them, lying to them. Lying against you, apparently. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense. It's all just seems like it's some symbolic stuff. Just trying to teach you how to rise above it all. Oh, be like a son and just love anyway. Love anyway. Love anyway. Get killed. Get killed. Get killed.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the
This is
line.
ridiculous. Like, look at how long I've been on hold with these people. 2 hours and 41 minutes of absolutely terrible service. No technical support from Primus. Apparently they have 24/7 technical support, but never answer their phones. I'm gonna be on like months. No service. There's been no service. They don't give me any service. They aren't allowing me to serve. I can't upload my ministry, my rebukings. They won't let me preach the word of God on the internet to people without messing with my service. It's the most important thing. Just laugh at it and be like, whatever. What am I supposed to do about it? If you have faith like a mustard seed, you can tell this mountain to move, and it will, and nothing will be impossible for you. Oh, yeah? Okay, well, I believe that all the evil will drop dead right now. I have faith that God is good, and he will drop dead. He will drop dead all the evil. All the evil will drop dead. Right now, I have faith. I truly believe that. You're all dropping dead right now. All the evil, all you evil buggers out there, dropping dead. I believe it. It's happening. It has to be happening, because I believe it is. I believe Jesus is going to calm down. The trumpets are going to go off in a second. They're going to go off right now. I have faith. It's going to happen right now. It's gonna happen. I know. I know it is. It's happening. It's happening right now. I know it is. Can you hear them? Can you hear those trumpets going off?
Please stay on the line
It's happening.
for the next available agent.
I have faith. It's happening right now. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen right now. It's happening. I have faith. It's happening. I actually believe it's happening right now. Can't hear these trumpets. I'm not hearing them. Why? I have faith that it's happening and it's not. Do I have to imagine it happening right now?
We appreciate your patience while on hold.
To imagine trumpets going off, Jesus coming down with the angels, them dropping, casting everyone in the lake of fire. That is wicked. So I was thinking for the longest time, I was like, can my thoughts will it into existence? Can my faith bring it to pass? Do I just need to focus more on what I want to happen? Or do I need to actually go physically make it happen? Start up an army of 144,000 good people in all white robes that want to round up all these evil witches and go cast them into some volcanoes and get rid of them finally. And set up some sort of different government that isn't a bunch of Satan worshipping greedy psychopaths. I don't know. It's ridiculous. Like I'm saying. We're coming 2 hours and 45 minutes on hold. It's now 9:35. So stupid, man. This is like the world's so dumb. It's so fucking stupid. It's telling you, oh, do not judge or you will be judged too. Oh, I just reserve my judgment, so I'll just whatever. Getting to that point where it's like, I don't know about this world anymore. I've never known about this world, really. I don't know the world. I don't know any of you. It's like it says, I don't know you. You don't know me. Get away from me, you evil buggers. I have faith. It's gonna happen. And then it doesn't happen. Don't know why it doesn't happen. I have faith that it is going to happen,
Patience while on hold.
but that it doesn't.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
It has to manifest. You have to give it some time. Oh, it's not according to God's will. It's not God's will. It happens in God's time, not your time. How is Jesus' word true then? Because it said if you have faith like a mustard seed, it'll happen. I have faith like a mustard seed. I have faith like a peach, and it's not happening. So I must not have faith, because if I really had faith, it'd be happening right now. I don't know. Guess I just gotta pray more.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Waiting for an answer from God or His Son Jesus, or even from technical support, but I don't get any support. Just sitting here praying, asking for support. Some sort of support, preferably from God.
appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Who's gonna go to sleep? Maybe I should just leave this video on for 9 hours. I'll just go to sleep. You guys will just see me sleep, and I'll just post this. And that'll be like, yo, look at how long this guy was on technical support. Look at how long this guy... This is just, like, the best testament. What a testament to, like, oh, this is great service. Like, these internet companies, like, and Rogers, Bell, Mechanic,
We appreciate your patience while on
Virgin
hold.
Mobile.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
That should be the hint right there. Virgin Mobile. Yet they're trying to say they do landline. And then it says mobile. They're talking about like mobile phone right in their name. But it wasn't even that. I think it was Virgin Plus they call it or something. Yeah, Virgin Plus. Either way, they still lied to me to get me to sign up for internet. Oh yeah, we do home phone. We do landline home phone. Oh, okay. So they come hook up my home phone and they send me a SIM card for a cell phone. But to be fair, it's the only service that's working right now. Is this Virgin cell phone.
Appreciate your patience while on hold.
But
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
is it really working? I've used it for my college enrollment and getting things done, but I mean, fucking not working at all. Service-wise, it's not. What the... Rogers, Bell, Mechanic, Virgin Plus, Primus. So like the richest companies, and their service is garbage. Just absolute garbo. Like,
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
2 hours and 51 minutes. Like, I don't even think this video's been on for... I've been on here for 1 hour and 33 minutes. Like, I don't think I have to record anymore for you guys to get the point of this, is what I'm saying. Like, I just want to keep recording just to show how ridiculous my life has been for the last 2 months. Been 2 months of dealing with this. Dealing with nobody. And the most ridiculous thing is I paid the bill. I paid what I owed for my services that I owed. I owed $62.15 for March. I paid it. They rejected my first payment attempt, and then they tried to charge me for rejecting my first payment attempt.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Even if it was an error on my end and I missed a payment, you don't cut it off the next day. You don't cut off service April 1st without being like, yo, we didn't get a payment from you. We see that you've paid 4 years straight on the last day of the month or the first of the month. So why would you cut it off on the first of the month? That doesn't even make sense. They can see that I've paid that bill. You know what I mean? They had it on record. They even told me all the payments that I made. They're like, you paid this much on this day, and it's always the last day of the month or the first of the month. They can see that I paid it for like years on the last day of the month or the first, and then they cut it off on the first of the month. Meanwhile, they see that I've made that payment numerous times on the first of the month. So it didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. Like, even like logically, like I was trying to think about it, I'm like, this makes no sense. And like even I had witnesses, like even my mom, she's like, that doesn't make sense. My uncle was witness to it. He's like, this doesn't make sense. My sister, even today, I phoned her. I'm like, I said to my sister, I'm like, yo,
they still haven't fixed my internet. I went with another company and it's still off. I'm like, I have to come to your house to use your internet to like do my college stuff. She's like, that's so weird. She's like, yeah, I don't know. And I was like, I'm telling you, it's some satanic shit, man.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
You have to look at why am I having these problems, but no one else is. What is different about me and what I'm doing compared to everyone else? I'm sitting here rebuking all their satanic shit and products with thousands of pictures of products of proof that they're putting out 666 in all their productions. Well, like I said, I'm up to like 12,000 pictures almost. Like I'm at like 11,000 now. I was just saying in the other video there I showed in that movie Riddick.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
So in the movie Riddick with Vin Diesel, the latest one, the one with all the dogs in it and all that, not the one where he goes to jail and all that, not the Chronicles of Riddick, but the one that's just called Riddick. And well, I showed in my other Signet Ring video how they put 666 in their scripts. There's the one where I get to 3 hours, I'm hanging up. There's 5 minutes left. I should probably just hang up right now. They're not going to answer. Yeah, I'll get to 3 hours and then I'll hang up. Well, okay, so in Riddick, I show it in the Lord Signet Ring video. So they got a bomb. They got a bomb on the locker. There's like, they're trying to get something out of the locker or whatever, and the guy's about to turn the key, and he's like, and then he says 6 3 times. He clearly says 666, and they sneak it in there though, like you won't notice. Well, I just noticed they do this in movies. That's how they hide it in their productions, in their movies, and you'll find it in the script. So they'll hide it in their productions that way. So like I noticed in Batman with Jack Nicholson as Joker and Michael Keaton as Batman. So there's the part where Kim Basinger and the reporter Knox, and they're in Bruce Wayne's. In his room with all his armory room, with all like the armor, and they're looking at the Japanese things, and it's Kim Basinger and the reporter or whatever Knox, and the one where he's like, oh, can I have a grant and all that, and he's like, then the butler comes up when they're in there, and he's explaining, he's like, oh, it's from Japan, and he's like, oh, we're all out of champagne, Mr. Wayne, like, and he's like, should we open some more? And then he's like, what? How many should we open? And then like Bruce Wayne, Batman, Michael Keaton, he goes, probably six bottles. And he goes, what do you think? Like 6? And then the other guy's like, yeah, 6 should do. It's like, okay, yeah, 6. And they say like 6. They say 666. Like they hide it in. It's the same thing as that Chronicles of Riddick. It's in Batman. I'm telling you. And it's just like in the movie Chef with John Farvo or whatever. They do it in that one too. In the movie Chef. So when they're on the truck and he's like, oh, and they're in the truck and he says something about he says 6 3 times in a row. It's John Leguizamo and John Farvo and his son. He's in the truck and he's like something about order up or 6. And he goes 6 and they say it's 666. So like, and that's just 3 examples. They do this in movies all the time. Like I showed it in that other. Wanna ride in the 6, down in the 6. Like they're just putting it in all of their productions. Like it's in there. It's in there. They're marking everyone's 6 feet apart. Everyone's 6 feet apart. COVID, man. Like yeah, I still see people like it's almost June. It's like May 30th, and like the mask mandate's been lifted for like months. like months. I've been walking around with no mask on now for like 2.5 months, 3 months or something like that. Around people, like I'm in the Oshawa Center like every day. I'm around like thousands of people. I was sitting in a car with my mom, who apparently had COVID, and was my stepdad and my brother-in-law and my sister, and they all got better apparently. I was in a car with my mom, like I said, in the bank parking lot for like hours. I didn't get sick. I never caught anything. I've been walking around in the mall around hundreds of people. Like I said, thousands of people daily. Some of them have masks on, but like that's the ridiculous thing. It's like months later and there's still all these people like driving around in a car by themselves with a mask on. Like I'm like, the mandate's been lifted. They're all just living in fear. Like I've been walking around maskless around thousands of people daily for months. Have no issues. Like, and yet you still daily when I'm going to the Oshawa Center, you still see all these people like walking around with masks on. You can't even see their faces. You're like, what is wrong with you people? This mask mandate's been lifted for months. Like they're still wearing it. Society's so messed up. Like the world's so dumb. Like, it's so stupid. This whole planet's so fucking retarded, man. I just want off it. I just want off this planet. But, I'm not allowed to because that's judging. And, so God, I'm judging, blah, blah, blah. Like, why is it like this? Like, why am I, you know what I mean? Why is there weird shenanigans going on this planet? Why is it like this? Why are you allowing evil? How can I think you're good if you keep allowing evil to continue thriving? Because it's not going to always thrive. It's 3 hours.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
3 hours. It has been over 3 hours. 3 hours and 1 minute. It has been too long. Technical support, my ass. Oh, look, automatic call ended. I didn't even hang up, it just automatically call ended. After 3 hours and 1 minute. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And the call just automatically ended. After 3 hours and 1 minute. That's technical support for you. Good job, Primus. Good service. Good service, Primus. Let's try to plug this router back in. They go, unplug it for 30 seconds. I've had it unplugged for like an hour. I had it unplugged for a long time. That's why I record this stuff, because I want them to see. I know that someone's watching me right now. They monitor all this shit. There's probably someone looking at me through this webcam right now, watching me that I'm testifying to this. Just pointing out they're all evil and corrupt. Like, they're not giving me the ability to upload it to my YouTube, but I'm going to eventually, if I have to do it through someone else's account, create a new account, whatever. I'm going to testify about this. I have to witness to this stuff. This is weird behavior. It's not normal. This is not normal treatment. This is not normal service. This is not normal. These people around me and these companies and things, this is not your average day-to-day stuff. Like, it's so weird. This is bizarre. I can't even explain it. It can't even be explained how weird it is. You feel like you're in the Twilight Zone or something. These people are crazy. world is nuts, and they want me to think that I am nuts for believing in God. But even when I think of the scriptures, they sound kind of nuts to me now, because I've been believing for so long with faith. The only thing, like, I have some signs, such as a signet ring and things that have manifested, like, God's shown himself to me in ways, but it was kind of like he waved at me, and then he kind of just, like, left me alone. Like, gives me a wave, gives me a sign here and there, but no, like, actual direct, like, go do this, go say this, go say this. Like, I feel my spirit compelled to do those things sometimes, like testify about. But it's been a long time since I felt like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what's the point of this? Okay, yeah, you gave me a signet ring, so what? Compelled me to point out all the nonsense about all the gospel, how they've twisted it, and the things that don't make sense about it, restore the teachings, and do this, but, like, where are you? Although you look at the Old Testament, and it's all like, then an angel of the Lord appeared to me, and like with Mary, like Mother Mary. Oh, then the angel of the Lord came to her and told her she was gonna have a son, and then with Joseph, an angel of the Lord came to him, or in a dream, or angel of the Lord came to them. Oh, in Sodom and Gomorrah, then the angels of the Lord came. It's like, the Old Testament's full of that. Then the angel of the Lord came, and they witnessed the angel of the Lord. And you look at nowadays, like, who's witnessing the angel of the Lord come? Where? I haven't had no angels be popping up anywhere. Like, I got a couple signs here and there, and some of them do fall in line with scriptures, like signet ring, but I haven't had any interactions with angels as far as I know. I had an interaction with a spirit being that was all light. It claimed to be God. It felt like it was God. I knew it was God. That was it. But then, which is cool. Some people don't ever get that. They don't ever have any kind of sign or interaction with God. Or any kind of answer from him, or any proof that he exists. To me, he's actually answered me, and then he manifested something in the physical realm for me, like numerous signs. But since, there hasn't been like any kind of communication or the angel of the Lord showing up. But I go on believing. Waiting. Where's the trumpets? You hear them? No? Is that it? No. It's going to be a loud one. You're going to hear it. Everyone in the world's going to witness. But apparently, the kingdom of heaven doesn't come in a way that can be witnessed by the man. And apparently the trumpets are going to go off and everyone's going to see it from east to west. But the kingdom of heaven can't be observed in a way that can be seen. It doesn't really make much sense. Tick tock, nothing. Can see that there's evil. I can see the world's getting more and more corrupt. But it always has. As they learn and invent things, they invent new ways of evil, new drugs, new weapons, new other self-destructive ways to hurt people and kill themselves. Like, but I don't know what is going on? Why it's taking God so long? But it's not long. It's like 1,000 years, like a day to God. That's how you get all these bullcrap answers all the time. These riddles and same old answers. The same old, same old scriptures that they've been pushing in for thousands of years. People just waiting for things to be fulfilled, like that people have been waiting on for like thousands of years. Like, just a bunch could just all be just like a bunch of nonsense. Like, you're just waiting, just keeping you waiting for an invisible man to show up. Let us stop the wickedness. These beings are going to show up and they're all going to cast them into a lake of fire. So don't step up and kill them. Don't step up and stop them, arrest them, or disable them, or arrest them. Use the law to stop. Don't do anything like that. Don't stop the wicked. Bless the wicked. Bless those who curse you. And then leave all the cursing and the stopping to the invisible people and the invisible man and the race of good angels in the sky that are going to come down and eventually throw them all into the lake of fire. But you don't stop the wicked. Don't stop them. Well, wait for the invisible ones. Think of how ridiculous it actually sounds, and you think about it like that. It's telling you bless evil, to bless the wicked, love the evil, and not stop them. And to leave it to these invisible beings that no one apparently ever sees, except for, they showed themselves. The angel of the Lord came to Mary. The angel of the Lord came to Joseph. The angel of the Lord came to this person. Then the angels came to Jesus, and then the angels came to John. And then the angels came to this person, and then the angel of the Lord came to this person. This generation, there's nothing like that. Nobody's nobody's in this generation apparently. And it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. The angel of the Lord came, and that's why when I was reading the Book of Mormon, it was so repetitive. I highlighted all the repetitive words. It was when you highlight all the repeat sentences in the Book of Mormon, you're left with a couple pages. You'd see 80% of the words in the Book of Mormon is just reused sentences. There was a couple common sentences. They're on every page. And one of them was something about the angel of the Lord. Then the angel of the Lord, then the angel of the Lord came. I'm apparently all these angels keep showing themselves to all these people, but we don't ever see them. But in the Old Testament, they used to show up all the time, apparently. Probably because we have videos, cameras now, and technology, so they're just chilling on the DL because they don't want to get caught on camera now, right? Probably not as easy to deceive people of this generation. Aren't as shocked and surprised, and they'd be like, "That ain't no chariot of fire with horses. That's a spaceship." They'd be like, "That don't look like no angel of the Lord. That looks like an alien right there." Even an angel would be an alien, so because they're not from this planet. So, you know what I mean? So or it's just all some made up shit from generations ago. But when you look at the records of it, it's talking about all these rulers. Historically, they say they can track it back to those days, and there's different cultures that witnessed Jesus and all these people, Pontius Pilate and King Herod and King David and all this, and apparently, the city of David, it all goes back So these beings that are testified to as real characters, but it's been like thousands of years waiting for something to happen. And, oh, Israel became a nation in one day. You know, so something fulfilled itself, got fulfilled finally, thousands of years later, but still nothing. No two witnesses, no nothing. I've dressed in sackcloth for 1,260 days. I don't have no powers to smite anything, from what I know. I've tried. Like I said, that's probably why God doesn't give me the power. If I had the power to make all the evil drop dead right now, I would. So, apparently that's not according to God's will. What's good about that? You don't want evil to all drop dead right now? Oh, you want them to repent and come to life. You don't want anyone to be destroyed. Eventually, it says you're going to destroy the wicked. So, yeah, but you gotta give them time. You gotta give, how much time? It's been thousands of years. The world's gotten so much worse. It's like, realistically, like, the population's rising, the evil's increasing, the wickedness is getting worse, worse drugs, worse weapons, worse everything. What are you waiting for? It's worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. There's people sleeping with animals and same crap as Sodom and Gomorrah going on. You got little kids, little boys thinking they're little girls thinking they're little boys, pedophiles, deviants, homosexuality, all the same shit. Just worse drugs. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's why it's like I'm like, oh, if I was a god, I'd just like, you know, I'd probably do the same. And all right, let's turn the rain on for like 40 days. Shut the door. Put a couple of them on a boat. Just and then the rain subsides and goes back down. Like, it just gets worse. You're like, hey, that didn't work. It worked for a bit. It's you know what I mean? Like how many swings do you need? Isn't it like, you know, we're talking God here, like, you know, it's not God who's imperfect, it's the people apparently, but keep giving imperfect people chance after chance. They're gonna eventually be like, yo, maybe he didn't make these people, right? That's why when it's like they call him the maker, like, he's not making them. He's not making us do evil. He's not making us do right or wrong. If God was making us, we'd all be made right. If God's right and perfect, he's not making us because he'd make us perfect. So yeah, he created us, but he's not making us. He's not forcing us. He's giving us choices. But it's kind of getting hard to believe when you just like, you know, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make much sense. And then, like, you know, and then Jesus gets killed. They see him ascend. They see these angels apparently took him up and say Christ is going to come back in the same way that you saw him leave. Blah, blah, blah. And he said, like, oh, I won't be back. You won't see me again until you learn to cry or say, he who is blessed who comes in the name of the Lord. And then, like, I'm saying it, he's blessed who comes in the name of the Lord. There, I just said it. Jesus came in the name of the Lord. He was blessed. I'm coming in the name of the Lord. I have a signet ring with my name in the name of the Lord, in the name of Christ. My name, J, is in Jesus. J, Jesus. It's in the name Jehovah, too. J is in Jehovah. My name's in the name of the Lord. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. You know what I mean? That's the hardest part to believe, when you're like, you're doing your best to like fulfill all the scriptures. You're doing exactly what Jesus is telling you to. You're doing your best to just like practice righteousness, to have as much faith as you can. You know? Then you'll like pray for something, and they said like Elijah was right. It was righteous, and you could pray and it would stop raining, and this and that, and I'm like, I've prayed for tons of righteous things, and I have faith that they'll happen, and they don't happen. So I'm like, how? So apparently all these prophets of old had so much faith, and they had these abilities to do miracles and all this stuff, and apparently no one in this generation or from any generation since has. So that's kind of like a little hard to believe, where you're like, there's no one. It says, oh, this generation, there's no one who seeks God, not even one, and all this. It says in the Bible. I'm like, I see God every day. I do my best. I know for a fact. I practice every day to get better and get closer to God and to have more faith. I pray for faith. What father, when someone asks for an egg, he'll give them a serpent, or you know what I mean? That scripture. I've asked for faith, so why would God not give me faith? How many times do I gotta ask? I still don't have faith as small as a mustard seed. I don't even have to ask that. I know I do. You know what I mean? But it still doesn't happen for some reason. Faith isn't making it happen. Because I have faith and it's not happening. Why? That's the scriptures are proving untrue. So it's like, that's the hardest part, because it's like you're trying not to speak against against the teachings of God and Jesus, the teachings of Jesus that are apparently of God, but you're following them and they're not working. They're not coming true. And some of the things that he said don't even make sense. Like, oh, Satan, against Satan and his kingdom can't stand it. Oh, can Satan cast out Satan? Of course Satan could cast out a devil. Doesn't make any sense. So that was just like, people don't even like, you got all these people, like, they try so hard to defend like nonsense scriptures that could be completely twisted and make absolutely no sense, but people still think they're doing good by trying to defend things that don't make sense when you really think about them. Doesn't make sense. I'm not going to defend something that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to question it. And then you do, and then they're like, oh, you're blasphemy, or oh, you're a naysayer, or oh, you don't believe, that's lack of faith. No, that's me. I'm seeking out of faith to see these things come true, and it's not happening. So, I just don't have enough faith. I've been doing this for years. How many times you gotta ask God for the same thing before you realize, like, yo, he's not answering. Faith isn't doing it. It's not cutting it. It's not making it happen. It's not moving the mountain. It's not. Why? Why is it not? If your word's true, it has to. If your word's true. Jesus' word's true, the mountain would move. It's not. These wicked are just going on. It's just going and going and going and going. How can we believe that you're good when the mountain's not moving? That mountain of evil, it's not changing. It's staying there and it's getting worse. How? So it's June 6th and the aggravation continues. So I end up dealing with Primus, trying to hook up with Virgin, Primus, all these different companies. It's still like, it's June 6th, no internet still. So I ended up going back to the same company that was trying to get that $60 out of me. And like I've shown, so then now they're asking me to buy another phone router that just literally worked 2 months ago. So now they're making me update phone router, and now they asked for $160 one-time payment. So now I'm just like, whatever, get this done, hook it back up. So I ended up going back to the same company that that lied to me and tried to steal from me in the first place, and now I have to phone Primus, try to cancel with them. I phoned them 2 days ago because I'm trying to get my internet hooked back up because I'm trying to start college on the 8th. It's the 6th right now. I have an exam tomorrow,
and I'm still having to go down to the Oshawa Center to get internet connection to even do my schooling, and I'm just like, whatever company. I got 2 companies trying to get 2 different companies. Like, yo, someone get my effing internet hooked up. You know what I mean? So I went, but basically I'm like, it's like, okay, let's see if either one of them, like, basically try to make them race, see if either of them will make any sense and get my stuff hooked up. So now I've got this other one scheduled. They said they can't send anyone in except for on the 8th, the day that I need it hooked up. They're saying the exact time that I need, like, between my schooling's supposed to be, that's supposed to be my first day of college, from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock. They phoned me. They said they can only send the technician on that day between 8 o'clock and 12 o'clock. And I'm like, you can't send it any other day. You can't send it like a day before. Like, I need it, you know, like, they're like, oh no, sorry. So now I have to figure that out. But I can't miss my first day of college. That looks terrible. So I phoned Primus back. They've still been down. I've had 2 days of service from Primus, like, last month, and they didn't even send a technician. I hooked up the router myself, and it got it working for like 2 days, and then this storm hit, knocked it out, and it hasn't been up since. And they never even hooked up my phone yet. And I asked for phone, so now I'm gonna have to phone with Primus, cancel with them. They're gonna expect $100 cancellation fee. For what? You haven't even hooked up the services I asked for. You haven't even, my house phone hasn't been hooked up since I ordered, and the internet worked for 2 days and it's been out. My uncle, he's on Primus. He lives right down the street, like by the Oshawa Center. He said he's been with this company, Primus, for 10 years, has no issues. He said his internet was back in 12 hours. This is like weeks after this storm, and I still have nothing. So I go, it might be a wiring problem at your house, or blah, blah, blah. Oh, we'll send a technician. So they said they'd send a technician today on the 6th. I told them, I have an exam on the 6th. I'm not going to be there in the morning from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock. I got to go get this exam done. I go, we'll schedule the technician for the afternoon, later in the afternoon. Whole day's gone by, nothing. I've heard nothing from them. Of course, they'll go, we sent a technician, popped by when? Probably at like 1 o'clock, right when I was getting home. That's not later in the afternoon. You know what I mean? And then, or what? Between the time that I fell asleep and took a nap in the afternoon, I fell asleep after I ate probably like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. That's probably that's when they popped by. Either way, I haven't had any service. So and I have this other technician scheduled for the 8th. I was hoping to get some sort of service before then, so I can do my first day of school from home and get it done. You know what I mean? Like, but now I'm gonna call and cancel with Primus. I have to cancel with Primus because I have this. I ended up getting forced basically to go back to this other company, like this mechanic company that did terrible. Like, they treated me terribly. Like, but. I've made the payment already. I paid them $160, so it's like, I should have just let them steal $60 off of me, and then I've avoided the aggravation. Then it ended up costing me another $100, so it ended up costing me $160. So it's like just ridiculous companies. So now I have to phone back with Primus and cancel, and they're gonna try to charge me $100 cancellation fee, no doubt. And they haven't even hooked up diddly squat yet. It's $100 to cancel. You haven't even hooked up the service I asked for on my phone or my internet since. So they're asking for money for services they're not even providing.
If you are an existing Primus customer,
I'm gonna call them just so you can hear.
Please press 1. If you do not
Try to
have
document
an
all
account
this
and wish to sign up or
mistreatment.
to have information about Primus services, please press 2. To repeat this information, please press the pound key. If you are an existing Primus customer or calling about a recent order, please press 1. If you please help us direct your call to the appropriate agent by making a selection that best suits your request. To sign up or learn more about Primus high-speed internet, including speed upgrade, home phone service, or long distance, please press 1. To learn more about our Primus, your feedback is important to us. Please stay on the line after your call for a brief customer satisfaction survey. Your call is being transferred to the next available agent. Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes. We appreciate your patience while on hold.
Back to hold.
Please stay on the
At
line.
least they answered their phone the other day.
Hi, thank you for calling Primus Sales Department. My name is Marlene. How can I help you today?
Hi, I'm calling because I had a scheduled an appointment for a technician to come by today to hook up my service because I've been down since we had that storm.
Okay.
And they didn't come by, or maybe they came by when I wasn't home or something. I don't know, but I still have no service since I've signed up with Primus.
Okay. Give me a few seconds and I'll transfer your call to the proper department.
Okay,
What
thank
is
you.
the phone number on the account, please?
905-433-7173.
And the name of, could there be another number?
Yeah, it could be under my other number, my old number, 289-316-1043.
And the name on that account?
J. Johnson,
And the address, Mr. Johnson?
98 Olive Avenue, Unit 2.
Okay. So let me transfer to the right department. They'll be able to assist you.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
Back to this.
We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line for the next available Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
Back to this. This is ridiculous. I gotta call him back. I can't sit here on hold forever. Again, I'm not fucking doing it. Call them back and try to get through. They put me to sales. I just want to cancel. I'm just canceling.
Primus for home. Merci d'avoir.
Just canceling with them.
If you are an existing Primus customer or calling about a recent order, please help us direct your call to the appropriate agent by making a selection that best suits your request. To sign up or learn more about Primus high-speed internet, including speed upgrade, home phone service, or long distance, please press 1. To learn more about our Primus mobile phone
So
service,
fed up
please
dealing
press
with these
2.
internet companies.
To have information on your recent order, please press 3. To speak to a customer service agent regarding your bill, to make a payment, or any other items related to your account, please press 4. To speak to a technical support agent, please press 5. To repeat this information, please press the pound key. Please help us direct your call to the appropriate agent by making a selection that best suits your request. To sign up or learn more about Primus high-speed internet, including speed upgrade, home phone service, or long distance, please press 1. To learn more about our Primus mobile phone service, please press 2. To have information on your recent order, please press 3. To speak to a customer, we are currently experiencing a high call volume. Consequently, the wait time to speak with a representative will be longer than anticipated. If your request is not of an urgent nature, you can visit our website for alternate methods of contact or to log into your account. We apologize for the inconvenience and thank you for your understanding. Your feedback is important to us. Please stay on the line after your call for a brief customer satisfaction survey. Your call is being transferred to the next available agent. Please note that your call may be recorded and used for quality assurance purposes. We appreciate your patience while on hold. Please stay on the line with the next available agent.
Oh my goodness. Right back to fucking this. Makes me not even want to cancel it. It just makes me just say screw it. I'm not. right
patience
back
while
to
on
this,
hold.
man.
Please stay on the line for the next available agent.
This company's too busy for you to even let you cancel. You can't even cancel with this company. And then they'll try to charge me. Oh, why didn't you try to cancel? I have video footage of me on hold for over 3 hours trying to get through to your company. Screw it. I don't even have the patience. I don't even have the patience to do. This is 2.5 months later, about $160 later. This is the second time mechanics lied to me. They said that they were going to do a callback at 11:30 this morning to get this issue resolved, and it is now 1:10 p.m. and I had to call them, and my internet is still not on. And they've got me on hold with technical support. Once again. Your information. You just confirm your information a million times.
Hello.
Hello?
Thank you for your patience. Do you have a laptop that we can connect by keyboard to the modem?
Yeah, I'm on my laptop right now. Yeah?
Can you just disconnect the power cable of the modem for a minute and start to back?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a second, then you're coming back.
Yeah. Waiting for it.
Can you please put it back in the power cable?
Yeah, plugged it back in. It's just taking a second. DSL is flashing.
Okay. Do you have internet lines, right? Off?
Okay, internet light is now flashing.
Is flashing green or
It's flickering white like the rest of them.
Okay, here we still have the modem offline. Do you have the DSL on the screen?
DSL is solid white. Internet is just flashing white. Oh, internet just went red again. Yeah, so now the internet's red
You
again.
can connect your computer to the modem. The key.
Okay. Okay, so I'm at the URL and it says ACS product portal distributel.net device.
Okay, so if it's connected, we need to reset the modem. You will see behind the modem there is a very small hole for reset. You
Okay.
can get a pin, press and hold the reset for 30 seconds.
Okay. Okay. Might take a second.
Okay. So if you did the reset, now we need to restart the modem. You will disconnect the power cable of the modem for a minute, then you will press back in. Then you can restart your computer.
And you want me to restart my computer, my laptop?
Yes, the laptop.
Okay.
5 minutes.
I just paid $160 to you guys to get this back up and running. Both these modems were just working 2 months ago. Now they're both not working, and I need to replace them both. I literally just.
So you can rent the modem.
I don't understand why
You
it's.
can rent one for.
How are they not working? Why are they not working? They were just working 2 months ago.
So what we can do, because this one, the one that we have right now, is not working. We can try the other one. We can try to put that one on the account and see if we have the service with that one.
The other one I think I have here is. I think I have another modem tucked away somewhere. I don't know. Oh my goodness, this is just getting so ridiculous. It's so expensive. I just paid $160 to you guys to get this back up and running, and now it's not even working. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, kind of understand it, but you don't really, because it's been 2.5 months of dealing with this for me. And I was supposed to start college yesterday, and this has affected my whole enrolling in college, so it's quite frustrating. It's literally affecting my. This company's affecting my future. You're actually affecting my future.
I do just don't know. What we can do is you can receive a compensation for the time you spent in that service. So once the service is working, you'll have a credit for that.
I've already said to a mechanic, I was like, I don't care how much this costs, just get it done and hooked up. I'm so fed up with this. This has been 2.5 months of no internet service. So just get it done. Send a modem or whatever. Just fucking get it done, please. I don't care if it has to be rented. I don't care if it has to be rented or what. I just paid $160, okay, to get this back up, and now it's not back up. I was told it was going to be hooked up today. So whatever you guys are to say, just get it done. Send the new modem, get it done.
Even if you have to rent it or whatever, just get it done. I just want this service back up, please.
Okay, hold on one please. I'm going to see this for the swap and I'll be back to you.
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. It's so hard to not get angry at this. Now they're saying I need a new modem. I just paid for another phone modem. I just paid $160. Now they're telling me I need another modem for $99. Another $99. Just paid $160 and they didn't even get it hooked up. Now they're telling me I need a new one. Another $100. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous, man. 2.5 months, no internet. They clearly did something and fucked up both modems. It's like they fucking broke both modems. Fucking ridiculous. Oh, fuck. Oh God, I just don't have the patience for this. I don't have the patience to deal with this company and these people anymore. Keep praying. God help me with this situation. This company's like fucking harassing me for money. Oh man, this fucking thing. Both these fucking modems were just working. They were both just literally working. 2.5 months ago, they were both just working perfectly fine. Now they're telling me I have to replace them both because I wouldn't pay a reactivation fee of them trying to double charge me. See. Now both of these modems don't receive service, aren't receiving a signal, and I have to replace them both. It's like they fried both the modems. You need to replace them both. It'll just cost you $250.
Hello?
Hello?
Thank you so much for your patience. So I did the swap, but we need to verify your home address and the postal code. May I have that, please?
Yeah, 98 Olive Avenue, Unit 2, Oshawa, Ontario. L1N, or L1H2N9, sorry.
No problem. So that will be a right modem.
So now how does this work? Are you going to tack on money to my monthly bill?
Yes, that will be $8.95. Yeah. And anytime there is an issue on the modem, we'll change that for free.
Yeah, well I already did that with this one, so shouldn't you guys be replacing this one for free? I just rent to own this one. This was working 2 months ago.
Yes, but I see here this is your modem.
Yeah, because I did this.
Your modem.
This is my modem because I just rented it from you guys. I rent to own this from you, and you guys said the same thing. If this one has problems, you'd give me another one for free or whatever. I just don't understand why
Yes,
this.
but I see from Ahinda, yes, this is for this
Yeah. So why? It's like something happened. It's like something happened on you guys' end. You guys, both these modems, the phone one and the internet one, it's like you guys fried both the modems. What, they both won't receive signals now?
No.
Both of these were working.
Right, this is not the case.
These were literally working 2.5 months ago. These were both working flawlessly. Like, that's why I don't understand this. It's like something happened on your guys' end where now both these aren't working and I have to buy new ones.
No. This is not the same situation because we tested the line in Bell, the modem is not receiving anything. So that's the problem.
Okay, so you're gonna tack on $8, whatever. So now my bills.
Yes, that's the only.
So now,
But for all details, that's with customer service. If you have any question about the customer.
yeah. So how long do I have to wait for this service to be up now, and how much am I gonna get reimbursed for this more waiting?
Yeah, actually, this is 1 to 3 business days to receive the modem from now. So anytime starting from tomorrow, you will receive the modem, and you may receive the modem and for the credit to be refund. That once the service is working, once you have the modem and the service is working, you will see all the achievements that the service will have a credit for them.
Okay, so tomorrow you're saying this modem's supposed to.
We have 1 to 3 business days, so we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So you may have the modem tomorrow, depending on your address. It's 1 to 3 business days. And your address to receive it.
Okay, I hope there's no more problems. I hope this can just get set up. This has been 2.5 months. I don't understand what's going on with this. Like, shouldn't take this long.
I'm sorry for that. Do you have another question?
No, I just don't understand how companies can do this. 2.5 months of no internet. Both my modems fried. I have to replace them both. This is costing me so much money, and I still don't have service. It's just terrible service. And then I've been lied to by by Mechanic twice now. I was told on the phone if I paid my $62.15 that my service would be turned back on, and then it wasn't. I was told I had to pay another $60 reactivation fee, and then yesterday the guy told me that he was going to call. You guys were going to follow up call me at 11:30 this morning. I didn't receive any call, so that's twice that your company's lied to me.
I'm sorry, but this is customer service. I'm so sorry for that. That's a different process. So we can take that with customer service. Why you have to pay twice for reactivation?
Yeah. Well, I don't have any more questions for you. It doesn't seem like you can do anything, but thanks for your attempted help. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. So if there is no more question, thank you for calling and connecting with us support. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. No problem.
Fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh my goodness. I was just gonna call my mom, tell her they lied to me again, and now they're making me get a new other modem, internet modem and phone modem. Both of these modems work perfectly fine. So now they're not receiving signals. So it's like they fried both the modems that I just bought. Oh, Bell isn't receiving signal from either of these modems. Well, that's weird because you just did. Bell just received service from both of the signal to both of these modems 2.5 months ago. So they just did something on their end to basically fry both of the modems because I didn't pay a reactivation fee. And that was just them trying to double charge me and squeeze extra money. Now they fried both these modems. I need to get new ones. And it's like, this is ridiculous. They still haven't hooked it up. I paid $160. Now they just tacked on another $8 a month. So now the bill's going to be up again. So, and they just fried both these modems. They just like literally fried both these modems. Both these modems were just receiving service. Now they're not. And it is, what day is it today? The 9th? It's June 9th. I've been without it's June 9th. I've been without service since April 2nd. April, May, June. And that was all, this all started from them saying, oh, $120 per month, $121. I go, pay $60 a month. I'm not paying $121. What's this? Oh, our system made a mistake. It's trying to double charge you for March and April. That's weird because it's just March right now and I haven't received any service in April. So why are you trying to charge me for service and then you cut it off April 2nd? Why would you expect me to pay April? I didn't receive any service in April. Which they, like, you know, that doesn't make any sense. So then they go, oh, just pay March. I pay March. They say they didn't receive the payment. I go back to the bank. It was a failed transaction of some sort. Probably because it said on the phone, oh, thank you for your payment to a mechanic. And then apparently it didn't go through. And then so I had to repay it. I go back down to the bank to repay it. Oh, $62.15. So I pay $62.15. You turn my service back on? Yes. They said yes. Then I come home, I pay that, I come home, go in my parking lot, phone them back. They told me to phone them back. I phoned them back, I paid $62.15. Oh, it's going to take another 3 to 5 business days for it to go through. Do you have your transaction number or whatever? And then they go, oh, there's another $60 reactivation fee. And I was like, I was just at the bank. You guys didn't even tell me that I need to pay. You should have told me I have to pay $121, the amount that you're asking for. They're trying to double charge. And then they literally, like, basically told them to go fuck themselves, like, call them stupid retards and thieves and crooks, and then they fucking fried both my modems, my phone modem and my internet modem. Both don't work now. They seem like they're basically useless. They're not receiving signal from Bell now, and now I've had to replace them. $60 for a new phone modem. Now they want $100 for a new internet modem. And I just paid them $160. It's like they're getting me to pay for services they're not even providing. And then the guy told me yesterday, oh, we'll phone you at 11:30 to make sure everything's up and running. And then that's actually the third lie, because the guy said, oh, June 8th, we'll get it up and running on June 8th at the latest. So they've actually lied 3 times. And then he goes, oh, we can't turn it back on until we get a check mark. Until we get a order complete from the Bell technician that hooked it up. Then it usually takes 24 hours. So then June 9th comes this morning. They said they're going to phone at 11:30. Got no phone call. They didn't follow up. Didn't get the follow-up phone call. Now I phone them, and they say I need to replace the modem. This is going to take, oh, it should be there tomorrow or the next day or something. And I've already paid for this. I've paid $160. Now they just tacked on another rent-to-own modem for another year probably, or 6 months. And the good thing is, like, if it breaks down, then we'll replace it for free. I just did that with this last one. Oh, but we can see that it's expired, that thing's up, so that's going to happen with this one too. I rent-to-own this one. You're not going to replace it for free because you told me you'd do that with this one already. Like, they fried these modems. I'm just so fucking frustrated. It's been 2.5 months. April 2nd. Since April 2nd, I haven't had internet service. I tried to go to Primus. So I went to Primus, and they worked for like 2 days, 3 days, and then a storm hit, and it's been down. I literally have Primus's gear right here. Shit doesn't even work. They didn't send a technician. They didn't hook it up. I hooked it up myself. It worked for 3 days. Then that storm hit. Boom. Then when the Bell technician guy came, he said that the cable wire outside is like snapped or something. So he's like, that makes sense why that service isn't working. I was on, like I can show you, I have it all on video. I was on hold with Primus for like over 3 hours, 4 or 5 hours. Didn't get through to anyone. So I got their shit sitting here in a box, ready to go back. Now I have to replace a Canik modem, both of them. I'm waiting on 2 different modems. It's the 9th. They said it'd be hooked up on the 8th. It's the 9th, and now they're sending me. They go, oh, the phone modem was delivered. It says it was sent June 1st. Oh, let us check. It's June 8th when they're telling me this. And then they go, oh, is your address Pickering? No. Oshawa. Oh, we sent it to the wrong. It must have been sent to the wrong house. We'll send a new one. So they got this new one coming, apparently. Like, this is just terrible. Terrible service. Terrible, and they always just let us like, you have to confirm all your information, every person that you're talking to. Sorry, I've got a million sorries. Oh, thank you for your patience. I have no fucking patience anymore for this. Just get my fucking internet hooked back up, you fucking assholes. You money-hungry, greedy fucking assholes. They're just click. They deactivate my service on April 2nd, even though they say that they received the money for the last 4 years on April 3rd. Or on the 3rd of every month it goes through. I pay it on either the last day or the 1st of every month. They can see that. It was like clockwork for 4 years. They can see they get their money on the 3rd of every month. So they cut it off on the 2nd. That doesn't even make sense. They didn't even wait till the 3rd to see if the payment went through. They cut it off because then the guy goes, oh, 48 days behind or something. Why? Because you expect me to pay a month in advance for services that you're not providing. I'm not. It's so stupid. There was no logic to what they're saying. Like, it was like literally they don't even speak English. These people don't even like comprehend what you say half the time. It's just some like fucking evil shit, man. They're just fucking greedy. They're just messing with my shit. They literally just fucked up both of these fucking routers. Phone router and internet routers. They just made them basically useless. They just fried both my routers. I already paid $160 and I just paid them $160 to get this shit up and running yesterday. They said it was going to be running. Now there's, we'll reimburse you. Well, yeah, from when? From the 8th to whenever this next service is going to get hooked up. And then they said they're going to reimburse me. And I'm sure it's not going to be anything close to the amount of 2.5 months of frustration. Like, I just want to fucking snap. These people are just pushing me to fucking snap. Like, this is just fucking ridiculous. Like, this is so fucking ridiculous. They literally, and they're like affecting, it's like I said to her on the phone, I'm like, you guys are like affecting my future. You're actually affecting my future. Like, I was supposed to start college yesterday. I wasn't able to get my OSAP application and all that stuff in order because I have to walk down to the Oshawa Center to get internet, to get these fucking forms and get this this done. I need my internet. It's online classes. I need this internet to be able to do my college courses. So they just pushed back my enrollment. Now I may have to go to school in September and file a whole nother OSAP application. Like, I'm literally, they're stifling me and stopping me from being able to start school. Like, from my college. They literally just affected my whole future. It's been 2.5 months of frustration of trying to get them to hook this up. And they literally fucking throw $160. So I paid $62.15 plus $160. That's $220 something to them when they were asking for $60. So what? I should have just let them fucking rob me of the $60 reactivation fee, because when you don't pay that and you go to switch companies, then they type something in and they fried both my fucking routers. Both of them garbage now. Both those routers apparently garbage. And I bet you if you gave them back to them, they'd fucking type something in, they'd fix them, and they'd fucking resell them to someone. Like, what am I supposed to do with these? They're just gonna sit in my fucking basement for years now, years to come. Fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So fucking fed up. Just like, this is why it happened. This is why I'm like, God, just, can you help me with this? Can you like rapture me off this planet so I don't have to worry about internet and dealing with these frustrating companies and human beings anymore? Like, I'm so done with this earth. Like, I'm so done with it. It's so stupid. It's so fucking annoying. It's so greedy. It's so evil. It's so confusing and annoying. Like, it's so frustrating.
Hi.
Hey, Mom.
Hi, I'm just on the phone with Barb. That's why I didn't answer the first.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you this because this is ridiculous again. So they were supposed to come yesterday, right, for the internet?
Yeah.
So the technician
Let me
comes.
just, Barb might want to go now. Hold on for 1 second, okay? Stay on the line.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Must have been on hold this month for like in the last couple of months. I've been on hold for like hours, like at least 5 hours, 6 hours, like just on hold with people and phone companies and stuff, internet companies.
I knew she had things she wanted to do, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what, did they come yesterday or what?
No, he came, he hooked it up, and then they told me, oh, it takes 24 hours for them. The technician, he leaves after he does it. First he's on the phone trying to, we're trying to get this modem configured. And then the guy leaves, and they go, oh, it takes usually a day. We need the technician. Is he still there? And they go, we need a complete order. They need to check off complete order at Bell for us to configure and reactivate the internet. And they go, oh, it usually takes 24 hours at the most. And then they go, you'll get a call back at 11. We'll call you back at 11:30 tomorrow to configure this and get it all done. I didn't get any call this morning, so I phoned them back, and I'm like, you guys lied to me again. You said you're going to call me. This still isn't working. And then now they just like troubleshooted with me. I tried to configure this. They got me going into advanced settings and typing in new passwords and username. I remember doing this before when they hooked it up. And now they're saying I need a new modem. I rent to owned this one already off them. So both of these modems, both the phone modem and the internet modem, are both garbage now. They said, like, basically, it's like they typed something in and they fried them both. Because they were like, oh, it's not receiving signal to Bell. So I'm like, what? So now you're telling me I need more money? I just paid $160 to you, and you're telling me I need, and then they go, oh, you can do rent to own again, $8 more on your bill a month or whatever. I'm like, whatever, just fucking get it done and hook it up.
Okay.
Like, I was just frustrated. So they're bumping. It's going to be on my bill another $8 a month or whatever, which is going to be up to 40 something now.
Yeah.
And now I got to wait another day or two for them to send that, and get that one hooked up.
This is crazy, eh? I've never heard of this before.
So they go, oh, you can buy a new modem. A new modem for $99.99, like another $114 they were asking me for. I was like, I did rent to own before, and they go, oh, the good thing with the rent to own, then if it breaks down, we'll replace it for free. I was like, that's what you guys said about this one. I rent to owned this one off of you, and you told me this. Oh, that offer would have expired because it was like. So I was like, so what good is that? This offer will probably expire too. You guys told me that the rent to. I was like, you guys told me that rent to own. Like I'm supposed to be like happy about that. Oh, you'll replace it for free. You said that about this one. You fucking liars. I was like, you guys have lied to me like 2-3 times now. Your company's lied to me. And it's too. And I was like, and you cut off my service on April 2nd. I was supposed to enroll in college yesterday. So you guys are literally affecting my future. And they just keep saying sorry. And oh, thank you for your patience. And sorry. I'm like, I was just like, you guys, how much more money do I need to throw at you? Just get my internet back working. I was like, whatever you did, both these modems were just working 2 months ago. So whatever you guys did, you fried both my modems, and now you're making me replace them both. And it's been 2.5 months, no service. I know, and I'm recording all of this. Like I'm literally video recording the whole process of dealing with these companies, like just so that people can witness the ridiculousness of it. This isn't normal. This isn't normal.
I know, it's weird.
That's what I mean. Like, this is like some government trying to stop me from having internet stuff. Like,
I know, it's weird. It's like, I don't know what's going on.
I just paid them $160. They still didn't get hooked up. Now they're asking for more money.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
I paid the $62.15, so that's $220. I paid them.
Yes.
And now they're asking, so I'm waiting for this phone modem, and then they go, oh, we delivered the new phone modem. It says that it was delivered June 1st. I'm like, well, it's definitely not here. They go, oh, let us confirm. Then they go, oh, Pickering. They sent it to Pickering. They tell me the address. They go, oh, Pickering.
Oh my goodness.
You live in Pickering? And I was like, no, I live in Oshawa. You guys made me.
Oh my goodness.
You've made me confirm this 1,000 times. My address has been confirmed with 1,000. I've had to talk to like 30, 40 different people in your customer service. You've all made me confirm every time that I live at 98 Olive, Unit 2, Oshawa, Ontario. And now they sent it to Pickering, so they sent a pickup order for Pickering. They had to resend this new router. Phone router is supposed to. Oh, it should be at your house. So now I'm waiting for 2 new modems to come to my door. And then for them to hook it up properly, then they're tacking more money on my monthly bill. They're going to probably have to send another technician in. You know what I mean? Or I'll just hook it up and have to reconfigure it all again. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Even the stuff that she got me to do right there, like to try to reconfigure, like I had to go into the modem, type in all the like new usernames, password, new PPE numbers, and all these. Like I was like, this is the stuff that you guys should be doing. You guys should be doing all this technician shit. You guys are putting me to work, and it's not even working.
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
I don't know. It makes no logical sense to me. Like there's just some crooks. There's just some crooks, and they literally, so because I didn't pay that, they cut off the service on the 2nd. They said that they've always received the payment on the 3rd, so that didn't make any sense. Like, you guys cut off the service a day before you've always received the payment.
That's weird.
They said it goes, because I pay on the last day of the month or the first of the month, right? And then they say it takes a couple of business days, so they say, oh, we can see that we've always got the payment goes through on the 3rd. Well, then why did you cut my service off on April 2nd? And then they asked, and because the payment failed, they said that my March payment failed. So I went to the bank. They said it was a failed transaction. They can't show me that I made that payment. So it was a failed transaction. Then when we went to the bank and I paid that $62 again because it didn't go through, you know what I mean? So we paid that. I was all paid up, and then they didn't mention that other $60 activation fee. So because I didn't pay that $60 activation fee, they disconnected everything. I had to get a new phone number, and it seems like they've fried both these modems so they can't receive service anymore. Yeah, it's just some crooks, man. There's just some like weird satanic thievery. Frustration. It's literally like, and it's so annoying. They're always like, "Oh, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience." It's like, can you guys not tell that my patience is gone? I have no patience for this shit anymore. I've been swearing at you guys, calling you jackasses and retards. How am I being patient?
Yeah.
I have no patience for this shit anymore. I literally just said to the woman, like, I swore again. I was trying not to, but I was like, I don't care. Just get it done.
Yeah.
Just get rent to own, whatever. Just fucking get it done. Just get it done. Send the routers. Get it hooked up. I was like, I don't give a shit how much it costs. I said, I don't give a fucking shit how much it costs. Just get it fucking done. I don't mean to swear, you know, but I'm so frustrated.
I understand how you're frustrated.
I just said that to them. I'm like, I don't care how much it costs. Just get it fucking done. Just get it done. What, are you going to charge me what, $400 a month? Like, just get it fucking done.
Yeah.
I paid them $220 since this problem.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been fixed yet. This makes no sense. Now they're asking...
Well, it's Thursday now, so...
This is going to be another few days.
They don't work on the weekends.
So then college phones me and they say that, oh, the OSAP stuff, if I can get this done in the next... They'll give me a week extension. So they're like, oh, you could... Like, if you miss a week, then you'll just be a week behind and you can catch up, but we could still get you started. And I was like, I don't have any internet. They're supposed to be coming in. I need this internet to do my OSAP, to attend classes, all this. I was like, this is literally affecting, I'm like, I'm going to have to start in September, and then I'm going to have to do this whole OSAP application again, but they have a lot of that info on file at least. But...
Oh my goodness, eh? Crazy time for you.
It's just annoying. It's like that's what I mean. It feels like they're like oppressing me, and they're just stopping me from being able to do anything.
Well, it'll be nice when it's all.
It makes no sense that I would. It makes no sense that I would try to rush the whole OSAP process and get schooling started. They haven't even got the internet problem fixed.
No, I wouldn't do any of that. I would just wait till September.
I don't want to be behind a week on school and be always playing catch up and stuff. Like.
Even suggestion.
Yeah, trying to rush me into schooling when I don't even have internet. Like, I'm not running down to Oshawa Center every day to get internet.
Yeah, no. You're set up to do it in September. That's fine. Now you just gotta wait till the internet.
Yeah, I know, but it's like when you're dealing with someone. Like, I literally have bipolar. I've been diagnosed with like bipolar disorder from trying to deal with this kind of shit. Like. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally that. This is enough that people would snap. This is enough that would push a disabled man to snap.
Did you read his thing?
No, I don't give a shit what he said. I don't care what he said. But I know from the previous things that from Dr. Palmer diagnosed me as bipolar or whatever.
Bipolar? I thought it was paranoid schizophrenia.
I don't give a shit. He just said he just needs to write whatever he needs to write so that I get approved. I was like, I don't give a shit. You could diagnose me as paranoid, schizophrenic, or bipolar, or whatever you want to diagnose me as. Just get me on disability so I don't have to deal with this annoying shit.
Well, you're already on disability. You just needed it updated.
I know. Now I'm on it, and these people aren't being any less frustrating to me.
Mm-hmm.
I called the caseworker, so like ODSP finally answered their phone. They go, oh, you have a new caseworker. It's like Sarah Willis or Sarah Willits or something. And then they went to put me through, and then it just rang, no answer. I didn't even get her actual last name. Like, I should have asked him to spell it. The guy didn't give me her number or extension. So now I need to phone them back again today. But I mean,
yeah. Well, at least I got back to you.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. I'm just at home, just like.
There's nothing else you can do.
That's what I mean. Like, they got me like literally stuck here. This is gonna be like 3 months without internet. Like, they've cut me off from the whole world.
Well, they should have it up by next week. It sounds.
Yeah, we know what their word is like. Like.
Well, yeah.
They told me it would be up today. They told me it would be up tomorrow at the latest after I paid that $160.
I know, and then they messed it around. But hopefully next week.
if I would have paid that $99, that would have been $200 something dollars. That would have been like $250, and they still didn't have the problem fixed.
Yep.
That's what I mean. It's like when they realize that they can just milk money out of someone, it's like they just keep frustrating it.
Well, this isn't normal. Like, it's weird what's happening, for sure.
This doesn't happen. This doesn't happen to people. Their internet doesn't go down for 2.5 months, and then they try
I know.
And then they try numerous companies. Like literally, Primus had me on hold for like 4 hours. I have myself on video trying to get through to their technical support for like over 4 hours, and I have it all on video. And they're not answering their phone. Primus didn't even work. They still haven't even got back to me to ask me anything. They didn't send it. They didn't even send a technician. Like, so there's been no follow-up from Primus. I have their modem here. I have their modems and stuff here, but I doubt that would work with a Canic, and I'm not going to use their stuff for a Canic. But you think they'd want to pick up their gear if I'm canceling.
Yeah, it's weird.
I literally can't even get through to Primus to even cancel. They won't even answer their phone and allow me to cancel the service. Uncle Chris said his went up in 12 hours. He said it was knocked out for 12 hours. I'm like, well, I haven't heard anything from Primus. Because I'm supposed to be with them too right now. I went to whatever company can hook up, and both of them aren't doing it. They're both Primus, which is Rogers, and then a Canic, which is Bell. Both aren't getting my internet hooked up. Both the main companies, and like they're both not doing it. That's so weird.
It is, huh? It's very weird.
Like even I've already been on hold with them for like I should try to phone Primus back at least and try to cancel with them, but I tried that and I couldn't get through to anyone, so they had me on hold.
I know. You said you're waiting for
So what do I do? I can't even phone to cancel. I don't even know what to do. I'm just like, and then I guarantee they're gonna be like, oh, they're gonna try to charge you a cancellation fee. They haven't even hooked up shit. They haven't hooked up.
They haven't hooked up anything else.
That's what I mean. They haven't hooked up diddly squat, and I haven't been able to get through to them for 2 weeks to even cancel or even figure out what's going on. Yeah, apparently the Bell technician said that the cable cord, like the internet cord through the cable, looks like it's snapped outside.
Oh, okay.
So that's why he's saying their service probably isn't working, because they're trying to hook up internet through cable. The cable cord to the house is snapped from the storm.
That makes a little bit more sense.
So he's like, that's why their service isn't working, because they're trying to hook up internet through cable. Your cable wire snapped outside.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah, but it still doesn't make sense, because they could also hook up through the phone line through DSL.
Yeah, but then maybe Rogers or somebody like that cable wire needs to be fixed. Then you gotta phone somebody to fix that.
I don't care. I don't use cable.
Yeah.
I don't use cable. That was the first time I've attempted to hook up internet through cable. It was even when it was working before the storm. That was the weird thing. It was slower. It was slower service than a Canic. A Canic's through DSL. It was through phone line, and it was supposed to be lower. It was like 25 megabytes per second. Well, their service at Primus, they were offering 75 megabytes per second, so like triple the speed it's supposed to be. It was slower. So their service at 75 megabytes per second through cable was slower than 25 megabytes through DSL through the phone line. That doesn't even make sense. Didn't even make sense. But either way, their service was pretty slow, so I went back to, I don't know, it's just weird. It's just, these companies are so weird.
They sure are.
They're so, like, it's weird because they're the richest companies. Like Bell and Rogers, their net worth's like the technician was saying, it's like $44 billion is their their net worth or whatever. Like, they're billionaire companies. Like, these are billionaire companies, and they're like, it doesn't make sense that it would take them this long to fix something like this.
For sure, definitely.
I don't know anyone who has had to deal with this kind of stuff for this long.
No, me either. Not this long.
No. It doesn't make. That's what I mean. It's unusual behavior. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense.
No, it doesn't. I don't get it. But hopefully
Yeah.
We'll find out. We'll, I don't know, be up running for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do. Like, I'm just like at home. All I can do is watch movies, play video games and stuff. But like,
Yeah.
so much for school this summer. Like,
Well, I'm gonna have a pool party here for everybody, either on the 25th or the 26th of June. That's something to look forward to, because that's when I'm gonna get everybody together here, and that's when everybody will meet Lord. He might still visit everybody before that, but that's when I'm gonna get everybody together.
I wonder if I'll have internet service by then.
I don't know, but I'll get you a ride here anyways for it.
Okay.
I'm not sure what day it is yet, though, but because I talked to Lauren today, so he told me those 2 days work out best for him, like whichever, because I said to him, it doesn't make sense, Chris was phoning me, and, it makes sense to me for the siblings to meet you the day you come in, like not everybody, like, to do some big thing then, and he goes, yeah, no, that makes sense. I said, yeah, I was just going to pick up Glenn, and then, it'd just be just the four of us and then Ariel, right? And then, because he's got to unload, and he's going to be so tired that day, like, and all that. It's like, it makes sense just for the siblings to meet, and then we'll get together with everybody. We'll make it a date or whatever. And he says, yeah, I already looked at the dates. He goes, the 25th and the 26th would work good for me. Well, I'm going to tell Chris. I'm going to give Chris a call tonight. Just tell him that.
That's cool.
Tonight, we'll just have a pool party at my house on the 25th and 26th.
At least you get to see Uncle Lauren. That's cool.
Yeah. So it'll be good. Yeah, he'll be in this week, either Tuesday or Wednesday. So he'll
nice.
phone and let me know which day, and then we'll just see him that day, and then we'll have a pool party on that day. And then he's gone in July and August to New Brunswick or Nova Scotia and all that.
Oh, that's cool.
He's gonna go. Yeah, he's gonna go. Right now, he phoned me today from Grand Beach and Winnipeg. He's there for 3 days. He's in Winnipeg right now.
That's cool.
So yeah, that's cool.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah, but anyways, that gives you something to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm just more thinking, like, what am I gonna do for like the next few days again? Like, I'm just like kind of like,
You just gotta do what you keep doing, right? Just your movies and unless.
I'm just cut off. It's weird. I'm like cut off from the world. Like I can't even go on Facebook. I can't go on anything. Like I can't do.
Oh yeah, I know.
I could do some music. Like I even have some songs that I've already done, but I can't upload them because I don't have the internet.
Yeah.
So they're like I literally can't even put out my new music. I can't do any of that. But I could record a song, I guess.
Yeah.
I could still
I
record.
watched that movie. One of the movies you gave me. What was it called? Bathroom Work on the Wall or something.
Oh yeah.
That one. Yeah, that made me. After I watched that, I was crying and crying. That just made me think of you and what you go through, and then I got myself together after. It was a really good movie. I really liked it.
Just shows how hard it is for people to function.
That have mental health issues and what people have to deal with. Like, because other people can't know what the person's going through, right?
Yeah, they can't comprehend it, right? Like they can't comprehend what people. You can't comprehend what other people struggle with. Like
No. Yeah.
for me, mine's not like that. Mine's not like I ever hear voices or anything like that, or anything like crazy like that. But like that more reminded me of like what Uncle Glenn described about how he was hearing. He was saying he hears voices and stuff at times.
Yeah, he goes through that, right? And it's like
For me, I've never had anything like that. Mine was more just like religious experiences where I just felt like it was God actually interacting with me and saving my life from all that nonsense of drugs and all that. But like still, like any kind of interaction, they just check it off as crazy. So I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, even when I'm dealing with this kind of stuff, like I just pray to God right away. I'm like, God, can you just help me get this sorted out? Like I don't have the patience for this. Are you just trying to train me in patience? Like I was like, I just don't have the patience to deal with the world. Like,
Yeah, we have to, right? So,
I know. I'm like, that's the whole thing. Like, just to even function and live, you have to deal with the challenges and frustrations of being in the world. But
yeah, for sure.
what? And then you're told to what?
If
And
I didn't have God, I mean, it would be a lot harder, believe me, because at least we can give our frustrations and annoyances and everything to Him.
I know, but you're told to just wait and endure, and then you do that, and it just tells you to wait and endure to the end. So every
have a nice reward at the end of it all.
yeah, that's but that's what the thing is like. That's the part where it's like that. Oh, requires faith, because there's from what you can see, every time that things just go frustrated like this, it makes you question whether God's in charge of it all. You know what I mean? Because like he's not in control of these other people's choices, clearly, because they're doing evil and stuff. Like,
Yeah, but they're going to have consequences to that. So.
yeah,
Whether or not they-
well, that's
people-
the promise is that's been going on for thousands of years, but then it just keeps going on the same way that it has for thousands of years. So
Yeah, but at the end, it's, these people who think that they're getting away with something. Just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean that it's, like, whether or not they choose to, like, if they just say, well, there's no God or God's bad or whatever their reasons are for ignoring him, I mean, that's not going to change the fact that when you die, you're going to meet him.
yeah, it
You know,
doesn't.
and there's going to be consequences. I mean, you can't just do evil and think that you can do evil and then that's okay.
Yeah, but then it's like
It doesn't work
that's
that way.
that's the problem with us though, because it's like we end up having to suffer the evil choices of others for our whole life because they refuse to change. So why would a good God stick us among a bunch of people that are refusing to change? They just want to do evil and hurt us and him.
Well, I just know that God's plan, like, for whatever reasons that he, continues to allow people to keep, having more babies, and, I'm thankful, like, because, I'm here, right? If he would have just dealt with this, 100 years ago, I would have had the opportunity to be able to live this life.
Yeah, but then you would have a better life according to the gospel. Our lives would already be in heaven because we're believers and we turn away from sin. So
I've been born, but I'm only 57 years old. But say if he decided to, cut back, before I was born, then I wouldn't have had the opportunity to be able to have this life or the next one to come.
yeah, but Job already
I
made it very clear, like that. It's like you'd be better off not living than living amongst this. Like,
Oh, no. I love living because despite all the challenges and everything that is in life, I know that heaven, like, I know the reward, that I know
the other part that doesn't make sense.
life to come.
The other
Like,
part.
that's going to be amazing. So, and I'm thankful for this life too. Even though there's challenges and, I learn a lot, I grow a lot, I'm so thankful that God has given me life.
The part that doesn't make sense though is like, say, like with Judas, let's say, how it says, "Oh, it'd be better for that man to not be born at all." Then why would you make someone born that it'd be better if he wasn't? You know what I mean? So you created a being, you still gave him the choice, but you already know he's going to go to evil. So like, you already know our hearts ahead of time. Why would you create beings? That's like saying that you created them for evil to fit your purpose. You know what I mean? So that makes people. That's why people question whether God, because it says God creates evil. Because if He didn't judge anything, then there wouldn't be evil. He clearly holds people accountable, so that's what causes the evil. So, but if He,
But nobody knows if Judas, he might have killed himself because of the guilt, and and just ask God to, like he could have repented. Like nobody knows his heart when he took his life. Like
still, it doesn't make sense that you would allow beings. You create beings for good. You see the ones that don't want good and that will go to self-destruction, and you already know they're going to go to the second death, and they're choosing that for themselves, and they're refusing to change. So why would you even create them at all and allow them to continue functioning in evil? And us to have to suffer it. How can it be good when we have to suffer among these beings?
Appreciate or acknowledge that there's a God who created them. It's their loss.
The hardest part is it's everyone's loss because we have to suffer their attacks, their evil attacks. So how can I view? How can I?
It's a loss for me because
I'm just always like, how can I ever view God as good if His creation is attacking me?
Whatever I have to go through in this life, I know that what's coming next is going to be thankful for that. I'm thankful that I'm going to be able to experience a life that is without any of, craziness.
It basically says that. It basically says that. It basically says that the ones who aren't loving aren't of God, so they're not of God. So any creation that's like basically attacking me, that's clearly not of God, because that's not of love. So that's not God's creation attacking me.
It's up to us, because we're the light, right, that shines in the darkness. So when we come upon the people that are like that, it's just to, express like our love, whether it's through words or actions, and whether they receive that or not. I mean,
how though? Like, how am I so like say with this situation?
That's great, but if they don't, then that's why Jesus said just wipe your feet off and continue going on. If they don't receive.
Like with this situation, I'm completely frustrated with dealing with these people and these internet companies. Like, how do they see love and patience through this? How you know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to be like, oh, whatever? Like, so do what? Just ignoring that? What shows that you're a God-loving person?
No, you don't ignore things. You just say, you can tell people how you feel about things, but that's still not going to change, how they're working on their end, like to do things. So that's why,
You're just telling, like, I just told them, I just said, like, your company has lied to me numerous times now, and you're still asking me for more money. You haven't remedied the problem that I've been dealing with for months.
That's right. You've told them everything. That's why they keep apologizing, because they're doing what they can, I guess, on their end, but it's not working. So.
Oh, we're sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience.
But, they're only working on their end, whatever way. Hopefully next week they'll have it all.
The most annoying part about dealing with these people, too, is every time that they put me to a new customer service person, then they try to confirm all my information again. I was like, the first guy I talked to, literally, this guy just confirmed all my information, then transferred me to you to do the same thing. Like, this guy already but I'm like, this guy just confirmed that I am who I'm claiming to be. So, like, why do I have to go through this process over and over and over? Oh man, that's why it's like I've been on hold for like at least 7 hours in the last
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I've had to confirm I am who I'm claiming to be like a million times.
It's frustrating.
And they still don't treat you properly. They're still not providing the service.
I know. Hopefully next week.
And you're paying them. So it's like you're paying them for service and they're not even providing. It doesn't even make sense. And then they say they'll reimburse you for the service, and they're not gonna reimburse. It's not gonna be worth all this frustration. You know what I mean? Like, we said it would be working. We said it'll be working. We said it'll be working June 8th, and then they'll get it up and maybe halfway through June, and then they'll be like, oh, we'll deduct like $10. For what, 2 months of frustration? You guys should be like giving me this stuff for free. You've frustrated the shit out of my life for the last 2.5 months.
Yeah.
Anyone like, you know what I mean? Like I already said, they've made me change. I've changed my I'm not even living up to my word. I said I'm not going to give their company another cent for the way that they're treating me and that they're lied to me and all this. And then I got so frustrated with trying to deal with the other companies, I went back on my word and I'm still trying to hook up with the same company that's lying to me.
I know.
It doesn't even make any logical sense for me to be dealing with these people still.
I know.
But what are my options? I went to the other options and they're still not doing anything. They're not. So that's what I mean. Like, it's like they're all in on it together or something. Like, how can
Hopefully next week it'll be up. But I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I gotta have a bath and my feet are freezing.
Okay, well, either way, they clearly did something that fried both these routers.
I know.
Like, they just shut down both and I had to switch my phone number, so I'm gonna have a different, and it's like they clearly have they shouldn't be allowed to have this much control over someone's.
Oh, I know, but they do. But I gotta go, hun. It's because they have money. Whatever.
I don't have the money to deal with it.
The crest. No, they do, the companies. But yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right.
I gotta go, hon.
I just wanted to vent to someone about this.
That's okay, hon. No problem. You know, I told you many times. Feel free.
Everything's just pushing me to want to hurt someone.
I'm not gonna do that.
I know I don't, but they're like everything about dealing with people is just so frustrating for me.
It is frustrating, but just always give me a call. You're frustrated. I don't mind. But I do have to really bad. Really bad.
Okay, well, love you, Mom. Thanks.
I love you too, hon. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
And the shit continues and goes on. A word of warning to the earthly, worldly people. It says it's going to be like this. It says it's going to get worse and worse, corrupt and corrupt to corrupt. People are just going to go on. These evil people are going to think. It says the day of the Lord and the wrath of the Lamb and all that in the Bible. It says people will just go on. It's going to be like the days of Noah. They're going to think that they're getting away with this, and it's just going to keep continuing this way. It's going to come like a thief in the night, so they're going to get caught off guard. It says that these trumpets are going to go off, these angels are going to show up, and then a bunch of wrath is going to come, basically. But we haven't seen the two witnesses thing yet, so that doesn't make any sense. That the two witnesses are going to come after Jesus is coming or before. So until people see these other prophecies come, they don't know the chronological order of these things, of these events that are claimed to be events that are going to happen. But it says that people are going to be eating and drinking and marrying and just functioning the same way that they always have, thinking that, evil's going to keep thriving and just going on, eat, drink, get drunk, married, kids, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden, boom, they're all going to get caught off guard. Just like the Noah's Ark, and, until the flood came, they didn't have any clue, you know what I mean? So that's the warning. It's like, I expected it. I should be expecting it to just get worse and worse. That's the hardest part, because like when you're dealing with people and they're always so hopeful that things are going to get better, but you're like, this isn't going to get better. God's word says it's going to get worse by the end. So like, I'm like, this is already this is like basically like, this is insufferable. Like, this is already so frustrating for me to deal with anyone in the world. Like, it's like so frustrating. Like, this is so to the point where I'm like, I'm already tired of the world. Like, I'm trying so hard to like find the motivation to want to be a part of the world, like to go to college and try to find a career that I can be of service to people and useful and get back to work, but I'm like, it got me so like stifled and stuck. Like, these companies, they literally like got you stuck. You need the internet to pay bank, to do your banking, to do I have like to do everything, schooling, job, to get a career, to apply for jobs, anything. You need the internet. They have had mine shut off for 2.5 months now. No internet. So they're just completely cut me off from the world, and I've paid them like a bunch of money. So like, it just doesn't make sense. But it does make sense to me that there are a bunch of satanic people just doing weird shit in the background, like just trying to come up with some sort. But I'm recording it all just to show how ridiculous this is. Like, I've gone to numerous companies. I went to like Primus is through Rogers. They can't even get through to them. They're not even answering their phone. Oh, we had our major outage from these storms. And yeah, so it's normal that you don't answer your phone for 4 hours, like technical support or anything, offer anything to any, like, and I'm a new customer too, so like, you think that they'd be trying to get that business and get that money from that person, but no response. Very odd behavior. I still have their router here. I've had no one try to contact me. I'm not receiving the service. They already know. I've already phoned them and told them I haven't had service since this storm, and it's been months. Like, it's been weeks since the storm, but these companies know. I haven't had internet service for months. So, and they're watching. They know all this. And they're sending things to the wrong address. The one guy said they sent me a box that says Ray Johnson. They're sending me the wrong name, wrong address. They sent the other phone router to Pickering. Like I said in that other video, I went to return the one router package to them. I was like, yeah, I got to pick up. They were knock at my door, like scary fast. Like Pearl Orator was at my door before I hung up the phone for them to pick up the Virgin Mobile gear. It was scary. And then they same thing. I have to get them to pick up this Primus stuff. They haven't even hooked up anything. They're gonna try to hit me and nail me with another $100 cancellation fee. I haven't even hooked up with them yet. They haven't even signed. They didn't send a technician. They haven't hooked up anything. So why would I pay a cancellation fee for a service that you haven't even supplied? Like, it's ridiculous. And then they just basically just fried both my Bell routers. So now I have to rent to own another router, and then I already paid up front for the phone router. So I just had to spend another $150 on routers. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. They just literally cut off my service on the 2nd. They have always received my money for the monthly payments on the 3rd, they said. It goes through on the 3rd. That's when they've always received their money. So why would they cut off the service on the 2nd? You think they'd wait another day, but then even though they waited a couple days, they said it was a failed transaction, so it didn't go through, and then but it still doesn't make sense that they cut it off on the 2nd. You see what I'm saying? Like, they didn't even wait. They didn't even wait till the 3rd to see if that money went through, and then it didn't. And obviously I told them at the end of March, I was like, I already paid this bill. You'll receive it in a couple days. Then they go, we still didn't receive it. Then I'm like, yo, something happened at the bank. It was a failed transaction or something. I go to the bank. I'm like, I'm in the parking lot. I need to get this paid. How much do I need to pay for you to get this back on? Today. $62.15. I pay it, phone them back. Oh, we need another $60 activation fee. The exact amount that they were trying to get in the first place, $121. They're trying to double charge me. So because I didn't allow them to steal the $60 off me, this has ended up costing me another $200 something and 2.5 months of frustration and no service. So you basically what is supposed to encourage me to just let them steal the $60, pay the reactivation fee next time. You know what I mean? And now I have to change my phone number, change my phone router, change my internet router. I've tried to change companies. These other companies they suspended my phone number, so these other companies couldn't even give me the number because they suspended the number. So they're in on it together. These companies are in on it together, trying to frustrate me and stop me. It's so. It doesn't make sense. They can coordinate, they can put people, they can do underwater welding. They claim to be able to put people on the moon and do all these, technical, open up a router, see how technical the shit is, all these little circuits and, to get signals going across the world. They can figure all this out, but they can't get this hooked up to me, but everyone else in the world can. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense, and I'm paying. I'm a paying customer. I've literally costed me a couple $100 in the last couple months. I've already paid over $220 to them, and I still have no service. $220, no service still, and I'm waiting. So the next couple days, I'm gonna get 2 new routers, and they're gonna get hooked up, and then. Some next issue, oh, sorry, we gotta do this and gotta do that. Oh, another fucking month or 2 of not having being confused about what the heck, who are these people and why are they being allowed to function and do this? It's crazy.